Inside Cunning Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang was eating flatbread in great mouthfuls. In past days his face would have been wreathed in smiles at this hour, but today it was clouded with 1,000 worries. Beside him sat his wife Empress Ma of the Great Ming. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang like this, she did not ask. The inner court must not meddle in state affairs was the rule Zhu Yuanzhang had laid down. Naturally Empress Ma had to lead by example. If Zhu Yuanzhang wanted to tell her, he would naturally speak. My dear Su will soon return. What reward do you think I should give him? Having finished his meal, Zhu Yuanzhang finally. To him Empress Ma was not only his wife. When he first led troops on his own, he could not recognize a single character, and it was Empress Ma who read documents aloud to him. Whenever something went wrong, he was willing to tell Empress Ma about it. Sometimes she would offer advice, even when she didn't. Saying things aloud gave him relief. Doesn't Su have sons? Just grant his descendants official posts through imperial favor. Aren't the generals fighting desperately at the borders precisely to earn a bright future for themselves and their descendants? Empress Ma thought it was something serious. Hearing that it was this, she smiled and made a suggestion. How can I not understand what you say? But I don't want these young lads to ride too much on their father's coattails. Think about it. A boy barely in his teens given a 4th or 5th rank post and sent to the army. First, he cannot command respect. Second, he cannot gain real experience. That is not a good thing for them or for the Great Ming. Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head. How could he not have thought of hereditary favor? It was just that he was unwilling to use it unless he had no choice. As the saying goes, a hero father breeds a hero son. Su himself had been tempered from an ordinary soldier, so his descendants ought to be tempered step by step as well. In that case, why not betroth his daughter Miaoyun to one of the princes? Knowing Zhu Yuanzhang's intentions, Empress Ma made another suggestion. That would do. Among my sons of the right age, only the 4th and 5th princes have not yet married. Help me think it over. Who is suitable? Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. The 6th will also do. Empress Ma thought for a moment, then named another. The 6th is only 13, still a little young. Besides, as Prince of Chu, he is not very suitable. Hearing his wife's words, Zhu Yuanzhang smiled and shook his head. Why is the Prince of Chu unsuitable? Although he is not your own flesh and blood, I have always treated him as my own son. Empress Ma was a little displeased at this. It is not as you think. To tell you the truth, I intend to have several of the elder princes take up their fiefs in the northern frontier. Su will continue to campaign against the Mongols in the future. I thought that finding him a suitable son-in-law would also set his mind at ease. Fearing the Empress might misunderstand, Zhu Yuanzhang explained, then what is there to weigh? The only suitable one is the 4th. The 5th as Prince of Wu is certainly unsuitable. Empress Ma could not help laughing. You say you want me to help you weigh it, but you have already made up your mind. I never expected the Wu region to become such an important tax base for the court. It really is not good to keep a princedom there. It will certainly be changed in the future. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled awkwardly. Come to think of it, the 5th is by nature too gentle. The 4th on the other hand has always been lively. Having a serene, virtuous wife, like Miaoyun, to offer him counsel is also a good thing. After weighing the 2 sons in her heart, Empress Ma finally gave a suggestion. Speaking of which, they should be in class now. Let's go see how those little rascals are studying. The reason Zhu Yuanzhang discussed this with Empress Ma was precisely that the 4th and 5th princes were both her children. As the saying goes, the palm and the back of the hand are both one's flesh. He did not want Empress Ma to think he favored Zhu Di. As for the 6th prince, Zhu Zhen, Prince of Chu, although he was indeed Zhu Yuanzhang's son, he was not born of Empress Ma. Su was a senior court minister and one of the Great Ming's rare commanders. Only by marrying his daughter to the emperor's own legitimate son could the arrangement command public acceptance. Daban Hall was a place specially established by Zhu Yuanzhang, combining book collection with teaching. In the past, Crown Prince Zhu Biao and all the princes studied there. After Zhu Biao came of age and became involved in government affairs, he no longer studied there. The Prince of Qin and the Prince of Jin were both 20 already. They had moved out of the palace and no longer studied there. Diligence perfects one's skill, while idleness ruins it. Princes of Tan and Qi, do you now know your mistakes? Before Zhu Yuanzhang even entered Daban Hall, he heard Song Lian's voice sternly rebuking the children, and his brows contracted slightly. Then he saw a birdcage at the door, a small bird that had been trampled to death, and a few dice beside it. My 4th brother did not come to class either. He is worse than us. Why does the teacher favor him? Yes, my 5th brother did not come either. Does the teacher not care? The 2 little fellows were obviously unconvinced, and said, puffing with indignation, all of you shut up. You don't study hard, and you still think you're in the right. Hearing his son's words, Zhu Yuanzhang strode in. Greetings, your majesty. Greetings, imperial father. The people in the schoolroom had not expected Zhu Yuanzhang to come just like that, and they all hurriedly knelt to pay their respects. Rise, all of you. Whose things are those outside? Zhu Yuanzhang looked around the room and said slowly, Imperial father, the birdcage is mine. Prince Tin knelt down again and said fearfully, the dice are mine. Prince Qi also knelt. You do have guts, daring to act and daring to admit it, but you are still young. Instead of studying properly, you have learned to play with birds and throw dice. When your teacher admonishes you, you refuse to repent and even dare to talk back. Each of you will have 2 months of your monthly allowances stopped, and all the eunuchs who wait on you shall be flogged to death. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at his 2 kneeling sons, bitterly disappointed that they had not lived up to his hopes. And yet this punishment was nothing more than loud thunder and little rain. Although the two young princes had monthly allowances, all that money was kept by their mothers, let alone stopping 2 months' allowances. Even if they were cut off for 2 years, it would not affect them in the least. The eunuchs who served them naturally became the targets of Zhu Yuanzhang's anger. In his view, his own sons were all good-natured. It must be those eunuchs who had led his sons astray. If he didn't kill them, who else was there to kill? By the way, Master Song, where are the 4th and the 5th? Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, then asked. The Prince of Yin and the Prince of Wu did not come today. Your subject is guilty. As he said this, Song Lian also knelt. The 4th has been mischievous since childhood, so it is understandable if he doesn't come. But the 5th has always been diligent and eager to learn. Why hasn't he come today? Zhu Yuanzhang frowned. This. Song Lian did not know where to begin. What is so hard to say? I have entrusted my sons to your teaching. If something goes wrong with them, I as their father have responsibility, and you as their teacher cannot be exempt either. Seeing his hesitation, Zhu Yuanzhang knew there was more to it, and softened his tone. Your Majesty, the Prince of Wu used to love reading medical books. But since his illness last time, he said that studying medicine could not save the great Ming. When he came back to class, he was no longer as hardworking as before. He said the doctrines of Confucius and Mencius were all vague talk, and that empty talk ruins the country. He even said they were not as useful as his own statecraft. Your ministers debated with him, but none could defeat the Prince of Wu. The only thing we could do was punish him by copying the 4 books and 5 classics. Only after he copies them 3 times may he return to class. Song Lian, saying this, flushed red to the ears. How utterly insolent. Since when does the great Ming need saving? When is it his turn to save it? Men, bring the 5th here. Zhu Yuanzhang said furiously. As you command. The eunuch beside him answered at once. Zhu Yuanzhang's face was flushed with anger, yet inwardly, he felt bewildered. How could Song Lian and the others, all great Confucian scholars of the age, fail to out-argue the 5th prince? And what on earth was this economics they spoke of? The way of Confucius and Mencius is mere broad talk. Of course I know that. But governing the world still relies on scholars. The words, empty talk ruins the nation, are truly well said. Haha, today everyone is in for a treat. I hunted 4 rabbits and 2 pheasants, and in a while. A cheerful voice came from outside, but stopped abruptly mid-sentence. Your son pays respects to your Majesty. The newcomer was none other than the 4th Prince, Yin King Zhu Di. He never imagined that his father Zhu Yuanzhang, who usually held court meetings in the Qianqing Palace in the mornings, would appear at Dabantang. Go on, why have you stopped? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Di in full armor, a faint smile curling at his lips. Your son admits his guilt. Zhu Di's body involuntarily bent a little lower. I sent you to Dabantang so you could study and understand reason. What exactly are you trying to do? The smile vanished from Zhu Yuanzhang's face. He slammed the table furiously. Father, I have long since memorized the 4 books and 5 classics. I wish to follow Prince Kaiping's example, commanding 100,000 soldiers and sweeping across the world. Zhu Di straightened up and declared firmly. Prince Kaiping was none other than Chang Yechen, who had already passed away. You've memorized them all. The universal paths are 5, but the ways to practice them are 3. Knowing that this son was clever, Zhu Yuanzhang decided to test him and casually brought up a line from the classics. They are ruler and minister, father and son, husband and wife, elder and younger brothers and friends. These 5 are the universal paths. Wisdom, benevolence, and courage. These 3 are the universal virtues. As for practicing them, it is 1. Some are born with this knowledge, some acquire it through learning, and some attain it through hardship. Yet when they understand it, it is 1. Some practice it with ease, some for advantage, and some reluctantly. Yet when they succeed, it is 1. The master said loving learning is near to wisdom, vigorous practice is near to benevolence, knowing shame is near to courage. Knowing these 3 things, one knows how to cultivate oneself. Knowing how to cultivate oneself, one knows how to govern others. Knowing how to govern others, one knows how to rule the empire and the state. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Di answered fluently. The Yin King recited it flawlessly. Song Lian said, nodding immediately when he saw Zhu Yuanzhang look his way. Are the 4 books and 5 classics all like this? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. The Yin King has thoroughly studied the classics. His martial arts and military strategy are likewise excellent. He is proficient in both letters and arms. In the future, he will certainly be a worthy prince who can share the burdens of your Majesty and the crown prince. Song Lian knew that Zhu Yuanzhang favored Zhu Di, so he began to praise him. He's not as good as you say. If only he would stop making mischief, I'd be content. At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang was like a parent in later times whose child had been praised by a teacher, delighted inside yet modest in speech. Just then a young man of 15 or 16 entered. He was none other than Zhu Yuanzhang's 5th son, the Wu King. Your son pays respects to your Majesty. Zhu Su knelt and bowed to Zhu Yuanzhang. Do you know your crime? Looking at this son who was usually timid and submissive, Zhu Yuanzhang felt displeased and asked coldly. Your son does not know, please instruct me, father. To everyone's surprise, instead of admitting guilt, Zhu Su talked back. You don't know? The phrase, I don't know, made Zhu Yuanzhang's expression even uglier. He glanced at the items on the table, inkstone, books, paperweight, and finally picked up a stack of rice paper and hurled it at Zhu Su's head. Angry as he was, Zhu Su was still his own son. Oh, if he had really thrown the inkstone or paperweight, he would have felt distressed. Your son does not know, Zhu Su repeated. Your son does not know. Zhu Su repeated what he had just said. I ask you, was it you who said that medicine cannot save the great Ming? Zhu Yuanzhang demanded harshly. It was your son who said it. Zhu Su nodded. When did the great Ming need saving by you, and when was it your turn to save? This time Zhu Yuanzhang grew even angrier. The rise and fall of the nation concerns the duty of every individual. As a prince, natural responsibility cannot be shirked. When one sees a leaf fall, one knows the year will soon end. When one sees frost in a water jar, one knows the cold of the world. Although the great Ming has just been founded, many policies are unreasonable. The dynasty is bound to fall sooner or later. Zhu Su looked straight at Zhu Yuanzhang and rebutted with citations from classics. Hearing those words, the rise and fall of the nation concerns the duty of every individual. Song Lian and the others could not help but look at Zhu Su. None of them expected the Prince of Wu to utter such a reasoned statement. Presumptuous. The great Ming has been founded for only 8 years, yet you tell me it will soon fall. Clearly Zhu Yuanzhang did not care about those grand principles, or what troubled him were the final words: the great Ming was bound to fall. A man's life is like a single autumn for grass and trees. Dynasties rise and fall, and the sacred vessels change hands. This is the principle of heaven and earth. Zhu Su retorted. Good, good, good. I sent you here to study, and you have indeed learned many great truths. I ask you, when you say the great Ming will fall soon, how late? How soon? Good. Zhu Yuanzhang had said good 3 times in a row, asking in a grating voice. At most 300 years, at least over 100 years, Zhu Su offered an answer. I'll cut you down. Hearing this answer, Zhu Yuanzhang was so enraged that he no longer said, I, or we, and instinctively reached for his waist. But after 8 years on the throne, there was no sword at his side. Father, please calm your anger. 5th brother fell ill a few days ago, and hasn't fully recovered yet. Besides, Liu Bowen once said that our great Ming would enjoy 600 years of rule. Why stoop to argue with 5th brother over this? Zhu Di quickly knelt down and tried to dissuade his father. He was only 1 year older than Zhu Su. The 2 brothers had grown up together. Despite their very different temperaments, they shared a very close bond. That was Liu Bowen being crafty. 600 half did not mean 650 years. It meant 300 years. Since the Qin dynasty, has there ever been a unified dynasty that lasted more than 300 years? Zhu Su let out a light laugh and spoke. Is that so? Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang turned to look at Song Lian. Not exactly. The Han dynasty lasted 465 years, and the Song dynasty lasted 319 years. As a great scholar erudite in the classics, Song Lian naturally knew the answer, but he could not side with Zhu Su. Liu Bowen's 600 half could be interpreted 2 ways. Surely one should take the more favorable interpretation. Mu Yunshu grabbed the girl's hand again, this time controlling her grip, not too firm, not too light, but unable to hide the urgency and excitement in her voice. If you can truly cure the poison, well, pay whatever it takes. As for the Song dynasty, though it was orthodox, the 16 prefectures of Yangyuan were in the hands of the Khitans. How could it be considered a fully unified dynasty? Moreover, after the Jinkong incident, the Song merely clung to a corner of the land and survived by a thread. If not for the Mongols' internal strife, how could it have lasted until the Battle of Yashan? Liu Bowen was well-read and certainly knew the history of previous dynasties, so he deliberately used 600 half to mislead your majesty. Zhu Su knew that Song Lian was being evasive as well, so he said this directly. What is a fully unified dynasty? Zhu Yuanzhang heard a term unfamiliar to him and asked. Qin Shi Huang destroyed the 6 states and unified the world. He abolished feudalism and established prefectures and counties, standardized scripts and axle widths. In the north, he built the Great Wall to repel the Xiongnu. In the south, he sent Zhao Tuo to conquer Nanyue, laying the most fundamental territory of the Central Plains dynasties. Since the Qin dynasty, the Western and Eastern Han, the early Jin, the Sui, the Tang, and the Yuan dynasty can all be called fully unified dynasties. As the saying goes, there cannot be 2 suns in the sky nor 2 masters in a state. The Song dynasties not only acknowledged the Liao and Jin emperors as emperors, first treating them as brothers and later lowering themselves in seniority to serve them as uncles. How could they be called fully unified dynasties? Zhu Su then laid out the basic criteria used by later generations to define a fully unified dynasty. What's wrong with enfeoffment? In battle, brothers fight side by side, fathers and sons stand together. The crown prince holds the center while the princes guard the 4 corners. Zhu Yuanzhang agreed with Zhu Su's words, but he was quite dismissive of the enfeoffment system itself. Emperor Gaozu of Han and Emperor Wu of Jin thought the same way. Zhu Su mentioned the names of 2 rulers. They were the only founding emperors since the Qin dynasty to enfeoff princes, and the result was the rebellion of the 7 states and the war of the 8 princes respectively. My sons are different from theirs. 4th son, if you were enfeoffed, would you raise an army to rebel? Zhu Yuanzhang, knowing these historical events well, turned to Zhu Di and asked, Father, this realm is yours, and in the future it will be eldest brothers. How could I ever rebel? The young Zhu Di declared with unwavering certainty. 5th son, could it be that you are the one plotting a rebellion? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at his 5th son, who was acting rather unusually today, with a hint of mockery in his expression. I naturally would not rebel either. However, if I were given the choice, I would rather stay in the capital as a wealthy idler. That way I would be closer to you and mother. Whenever I miss you, I could simply enter the palace to visit. Zhu Su certainly had no desire to rebel. It was an absurd thought, rebellion never bore good fruit. He was not a formidable man like Zhu Di, nor did he harbor any grand ambitions. You are indeed a filial son. I infect you as the Prince of Wu, which is not far from the capital. From now on enjoy your blessings, and leave these matters to me. Zhu Yuanzhang was deeply satisfied with Zhu Su's words. He was a man who valued family bonds. Whether his fifth son spoke sincerely, or merely to please him, hearing such words brought him joy. Father, we share a deep blood bond with eldest brother, so we would never rebel. But I cannot guarantee that future generations will hold the same thoughts as we do. Moreover, Father, you have left the perfect justification for future rebellions. The ancestral instructions of the Imperial Ming state, when a new son of heaven ascends the throne. If there are no righteous ministers at court, and treachery within, the princes shall train their troops and await orders. The emperor shall secretly decree the princes to lead their garrisons to quell the rebellion. After the rebellion is quelled, the troops shall return to their camps, and the prince shall come to court to pay homage. If the prince does not come and a general is sent to quell the rebellion, that general shall also return his troops to camp. He may bring a few men into the capital to see the emperor, but shall not stay for more than 5 days. Rewards and honors shall be bestowed afterwards. If a Chao Kuo appears at court, and an ambitious prince raises an army to clear the side of the ruler, what then? If the prince loses, the emperor will continue to strip the princes of their power, and father's policy of princes guarding the realm will naturally fail. If the prince wins, how many could resist the allure of the throne? Once a prince ascends the throne, fearing a repeat of history, he will inevitably continue the policy of reducing princely power. Even if the prince genuinely has no such desire, the new emperor will be even more wary of the other princes. Since ancient times, in the struggle for supreme power, fathers and sons have turned against each other, and brothers have fought brothers. Father, you must not overlook this. Zhu Su genuinely could not understand why Zhu Yuanzhang insisted on infecting the princes. I believe my descendants are not unfilial or disloyal. They would never do such a thing. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su, his words filled with confidence. It is precisely this confidence that leads father to formulate such unreasonable policies. Zhu Su was quite blunt. You say my policies are unreasonable. Where are they unreasonable? Zhu Yuanzhang's tone was now much more moderate than before. As an emperor who rose from common cloth, he could tolerate a mischievous, even wicked son, but absolutely not one who lacked his own opinions or was weak-willed. Previously, Zhu Su was not favored by Zhu Yuanzhang precisely because of his overly gentle nature. Now that Zhu Su was arguing with him, though he said nothing, he felt deeply gratified inside. The household registration system, the garrison system, and the policy of supporting the imperial clan are all unreasonable. In one breath, Zhu Su dismissed the 3 pillars of Zhu Yuanzhang's governance. Fine. So you are the only one with insight, and all the civil and military officials are inferior to you. Someone. Summon the crown prince, the officials of the secretariat, the left censor-in-chief, and that Liu Bowen. Let them all come and hear just how unreasonable my policies are. His mood having just improved, Zhu Yuanzhang was enraged. All the civil and military officials are inferior to you. Someone. Summon the crown. Soon the officials summoned by the emperor arrived one by one. The most conspicuous among them was Liu Bowen dressed. Soon the officials summoned by the emperor arrived one by one. The most conspicuous among them was Liu Bowen dressed. Liu Ji, I ask you, how long will the great Ming dynasty last? 600 years. 650 years. Or 300 years. Seeing Liu Bowen, Zhu Yuanzhang's anger flared up again, and he asked directly. This? 650 years is naturally the answer. Liu Bowen looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, unwilling to tell the truth, and could only speak against his conscience. You dare deceive me. Which dynasty in history has ever lasted 600 years? Zhu Yuanzhang was furious. Father, whether it's 650 or 300, it's impossible to know now. Why get angry over it? Zhu Biao held Liu Bowen's abilities in high regard, as Liu Bowen had also been his teacher. He naturally tried his best to defend him. Fifth son, tell your eldest brother, what is your basis for saying our great Ming will not last more than 300 years? Zhu Yuanzhang could only let Zhu Su, who was still kneeling on the ground, speak. Zhu Biao glanced at his fifth brother. Were these words his? The other ministers also turned their gazes towards Zhu Su, wondering why he would speak such wild words. First, land annexation. At the beginning of a dynasty, war usually reduces the population, so there is relatively more. After several generations, the population increases. Once the land can no longer support so many people, and a natural disaster or calamity strikes, the common folk, unable to sustain themselves, are forced to sell their land to the gentry. Over time, the number of landless peasants grows. If another calamity occurs, it will lead to a flood of refugees and uprisings everywhere. Second, the northern nomads. Looking through history, every 300 to 400 years the world enters a cold period. The uprising of the 5 barbarians, the rise of the Liao Jin and Mongol empires, these all occurred roughly 300 to 400 years apart. When the northern nomads encounter a cold period, they are forced to invade southward. This usually coincides with the weakness of the Central Plains dynasty. With this shift in power, it becomes very easy for them to be conquered by foreign tribes. As for the third, it is your majesty's policy of supporting the imperial clan. You are in your prime, and already have 11 princes. Each prince is enfeoffed as a prince of the first rank, their sons as commandery princes, and after 6 generations all descendants are ennobled as state commandants. The imperial clan members receive a salary for generations without being given any official duties. A new generation can be born every 20 years. Even if we only count the current 11 princes, and each has 2 sons, in 300 years the imperial clan of the Great Ming will number no less than several hundred thousand. According to your regulations, the lowest rank, the state commandant, receives 100 dan of grain per year. The Great Ming would need to expend tens of millions of dan of grain annually. May I ask, Father, how much grain does the Great Ming produce each year? Zhu Su presented his 3 main arguments. Is this true? Upon hearing that supporting the imperial clan would cost tens of millions of dan of grain annually, Zhu Yuanzhang was shocked and looked around at the assembled officials. Seeing that no one spoke, he had his answer. You may rise. After a moment, Zhu Yuanzhang calmed his emotions and asked again. You mentioned that the household registration system and the Weisua system both have problems. What are these problems? Your Majesty's policies were all formulated based on the conditions at the founding of the dynasty. At that time, all industries were in decline, so it was naturally beneficial to let the people settle into their respective occupations. But the flaw lies in the fact that once registered, one cannot escape. The descendants of military households are forever military households, and the sons of artisans are forever artisans. Take military households for example. The territory of each Weisua is fixed. The military households currently have ample farmland, but after a few generations the military fields will be far from sufficient. With no land to cultivate and no other occupation available to them, if your Majesty were in their shoes, what would you do? If it were me. Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't finish his sentence. There are only 2 paths, either revolt or flee. Either way, it would create a massive number of refugees. This is why I mentioned earlier that the Ming dynasty's fortune might last only 100 years. As Zhu Yuanzhang fell silent, Zhu Su stated it plainly. Fifth brother, you must not speak recklessly. Zhu Biao was shocked that his usually timid and soft-spoken fifth brother would utter such startling words today. Is it reckless talk? Crown Prince, surely you know the truth of it. Unless every military and artisan household member were a gentleman of virtue, content in poverty and preferring death to taking risks. As he spoke, a look of disdain crossed Zhu Su's face. Nonsense about gentlemen remaining virtuous in poverty. When there's no food to eat, who cares whether it's the Great Yuan or the Great Ming? Having risen from the chaos of war, Zhu Yuanzhang certainly didn't believe such a fallacy. The people of our Central Plains are kind-hearted. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, they won't revolt unless absolutely forced, and they are reluctant to leave their homeland. Your Majesty's policies are sound for the present, but they are not suitable for future generations. Zhu Su agreed wholeheartedly with Zhu Yuanzhang's words. If my policies are flawed, future generations can simply change them. Zhu Yuanzhang was quite open-minded about this. The ancestral instructions state, all my descendants heed my command, do not act clever, and alter my established laws, not a single word may be changed. With these words, even if future generations wish to reform, they can only make minor adjustments at best, treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Unfortunately, the irony was swift. Zhu Su immediately recited the ancestral instructions verbatim. Upon hearing this, not only did Zhu Yuanzhang look embarrassed, but everyone else was at a loss for words. For a moment, the Dabintang fell silent. By the way, I heard Mr. Song mention earlier that you have economics. What? Zhu Yuanzhang, having weathered many storms, casually brushed the matter aside. Economics. The word immediately drew everyone's attention in the Dabintang towards Zhu Su. At this time, economics differed from the modern concept. It was an abbreviation of the phrases governing the state and bringing relief to the people. A famous couplet of the time was in literature the 2 Simas of the Western Han, in governance the recluse of Nanyang. Even Hu Weiyong the chancellor wouldn't dare claim to truly understand economics, let alone add the study of to it. In ancient times, adding this character to a discipline such as Confucianism, agriculture, or medicine signified the establishment of a distinct school of thought. How could the king of Wu, merely 15 years old, dare to claim he had a study of economics? I didn't expect Mr. Song to be so talented, teaching the king of Wu at only 15 to already understand economics. Hu Weiyong spoke with a sinister tone. Zhu Su was momentarily taken aback, wondering why Hu Weiyong had suddenly spoken up. He quickly realized that this man, Hu Weiyong, assumed that someone of Zhu Su's age couldn't possibly understand such matters, and that it must have been taught by Song Lian and others. Chancellor Hu, the king of Wu's economics, is not something we taught. His concept of it is entirely different from the 3 guidelines and 8 principles. Unwilling to take the blame, Song Lian bowed slightly and spoke. The 3 guidelines are manifesting the clear virtue, loving the people, and resting in the highest good. The 8 principles are investigating things, extending knowledge, sincerity, of will, rectifying the mind, cultivating oneself, regulating the family, governing the state, and bringing peace to the world. The 3 guidelines can be considered the highest aspiration of ancient scholars, and achieving them would essentially make one a sage. The 8 principles are the path to realizing the 3 guidelines. From investigating things and extending knowledge to sincerity of will, rectifying the mind, self-cultivation, and then regulating the family, governing the state, and bringing peace to the world. The 3 guidelines and 8 principles are well said, but how many can truly achieve them? Let's set aside the rest. Has everyone actually mastered the art of investigating things and extending knowledge? Scholars across the land spend 10 years studying the 4 books and 5 classics in schools. When they finally pass the imperial exams, how many of them actually know how to govern? Zhu Su glanced at Song Lian as he spoke. Your Highness, this statement is erroneous. Knowing before acting is the doctrine advocated by Master Zhu. How can one act without knowledge? An official behind, Hongwu Emperor retorted. Master Zhu's words are not entirely correct. I have two examples. Zhao Kuo was well-versed in military strategy, yet he suffered a great defeat at the Battle of Chongping, leaving behind the infamous tale of armchair strategy. On the other hand, Duke Wei of our dynasty, who came from a military background and didn't know formal tactics, led 1,000,000 troops to destroy the great Yuan and helped your majesty found the great Ming. Since you say knowledge precedes action, why did Zhao Kuo fail while Duke Wei succeeded? Zhu Su questioned. The official quickly replied. Although Zhao Kuo knew military texts, he lacked adaptability and was incompetent. Duke Wei was a genius, so naturally he achieved great victory. You speak only from hearsay. Though Zhao Kuo is known for his armchair strategy, he was not incompetent. The Battle of Chongping was a war for the very fate of the Qin and Zhao states. Qin sent its best general Bai Qi. Though Zhao Kuo fell into the trap, he managed to organize defenses for over 40 days while surrounded. An incompetent man would have been killed in the chaos long before. I believe knowledge and action are inseparable. Knowledge is the beginning of action, and action is the completion of knowledge. When infants learn to speak, they imitate adults from hearing them talk. They don't know what speaking is nor the meaning of the words, but they start by imitation. Zhu Su countered the official's point with these two examples. Your Highness' statement is wrong. When we first entered school, we started with the 3-character classic 100 family surnames and 1,000-character classic. Only after memorizing them did the teacher begin to teach us writing. Doesn't this prove that knowing before acting is the correct order? Another official stepped forward. Your example is good, but you forgot that someone had to create the 300,000 texts before they could be taught. Without the ancients creating these texts, how could students be taught? Similarly, there are 24 solar terms. The ancient people, through years of labor, summarized these 24 periods. Without the labor of the ancients, how could the 24 solar terms have been summarized? This is knowing through acting. How can there be a strict sequence? Mr. Song mentioned investigating things to extend knowledge. One must first investigate things to gain knowledge. According to your logic, wouldn't it be extending knowledge before investigating things? Zhu Su retorted. Well, the official was rendered speechless. Your Highness, the order of investigating things and extending knowledge is not wrong. The ancients have already investigated things for us. We only need to extend our knowledge. Although Hongwu Emperor didn't understand why Song Lian and his group had pushed Zhu Su to make these remarks today, he was absolutely unwilling to allow anyone to covet his position. So, Chancellor, are you saying that the ancients have already grasped all the principles of the world? Zhu Su asked in return. Naturally not, but although not all, they have grasped most of them. Hongwu Emperor replied, careful not to be absolute. How high is the sky? How thick is the earth? Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Why do the stars hang in the sky without falling? The broom star appears once every 70-odd years. Is it the same comet each time? Everyone says the sky is round and the earth is square. Where does the sun go when it sets? Does the earth have an edge? How far is our great Ming from that edge? Why do humans experience birth, aging, sickness, and death? If the Chancellor can answer these questions, then perhaps you can also try to answer the heavenly questions from Chu Yuan. Hongwu Emperor's claims were laughable, easily refuted by Zhu Su, let alone the profound questions posed by Chu Yuan. Stop changing the subject. I asked you, what is this economics of yours? As a local official, one doesn't necessarily need to know everything. As long as you employ the right people and supervise them from time to time, there shouldn't be any major problems. What Mr. Song said is true. The economics I speak of are not what he teaches. Economics is a vast field, but the economics I refer to are narrowly defined. In essence, the study of the circulation of wealth. Zhu Su set aside his thoughts on Hongwu Emperor and continued. The circulation of wealth. Isn't that just buying and selling, passing from seller to buyer? What's there to study in that? Zhu Yuanzhang blinked, a flicker of disappointment crossing his mind. He had hoped his son's economics would be a treatise on governance, not the petty craft of merchants. Of course there is. The ancients bartered, but finding it troublesome, they introduced currency. The earliest currency was cowrie shells. As shells became abundant, gold, silver, and copper took over. Gold being rarest, silver next, and copper most common. Hence gold is most precious and copper the least. In many dynasties, when copper ran short, they cast iron coins. But iron was plentiful and of little worth, which led to the creation of paper notes. Now our Ming dynasty uses baoqiao as currency. May I ask, Father, does this paper note hold any intrinsic value? Zhu Su traced the origins of currency up to the present baoqiao of the Ming. Baoqiao naturally has no value. It's just a piece of paper. Only when stamped with the official seal does it pass as money. Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head. What Father says is both right and wrong. Baoqiao is not entirely without value. It requires paper and printing, both of which carry costs. Yet these costs fall far short of the note's face value. The people accept baoqiao for two reasons. One, it is mandated by the court. Two, it is an act of trust in the court. In other words, the court and your majesty rely on your own credibility to make the people accept baoqiao. But as the court prints more and more, I suspect the value of baoqiao has already depreciated. Zhu Su explained why paper currency could serve as money. Indeed, the price of rice has already risen. Wang Guanyang, who had remained silent, finally spoke. And why is that? Crown Prince Zhu Biao was taken aback and asked. Your Highness, as I just said, too much Baochao. The court should have reserves for printing notes. For instance, if the state treasury holds 10 million taels, it should only print 10 million taels worth of Baochao. If the court prints 20 million taels, it is as if 10 million taels were conjured from thin air. Goods remain the same, but with more money in circulation, prices naturally rise. For example, if all goods in the realm are worth 100 million taels and the court prints 100 million taels of Baochao, 1 guan of Baochao buys 1 guan's worth of goods. But if the court prints 200 million taels, then 2 guan are needed to buy what 1 guan bought before. Now the court not only overprints, but also demands half of taxes in Baochao and the other half in kind. With more Baochao flooding the market, prices climb ever higher. Yet the court decrees price gouging a capital offense. This is nothing short of the court seizing the people's goods by force. Once the court loses credibility, Baochao becomes worthless paper. Father issued Baochao to benefit the people, yet it has turned into oppressive governance. Zhu Su laid out the reasons why Baochao was ultimately abolished in his past life. The Prince of Wu exaggerates. Printing a few extra notes hardly amounts to oppressive governance. Hu Weiyong immediately retorted. After all, Zhu Yuanzhang's years of campaigns demanded vast sums of money. And where did it come from? They printed Baochao and bought supplies from the people. This was Hu Weiyong's brilliant scheme, which made his role as chancellor effortless, never worrying about an empty treasury. Since the chancellor sees no tyranny in this, let me buy all your estates with Baochao, and from now on your entire salary shall be paid in Baochao. How does that sound? Zhu Su sneered. If the Prince of Wu desires my estates, you need not use Baochao. I would gladly offer them with both hands. As for salary in Baochao, though I am chancellor, how dare I defy the laws of the state? Hu Weiyong thought this brat is ruthless. Baochao is worthless, and he's trying to take my property for nothing. I might as well. Since the chancellor wishes to uphold the law, let father issue a decree from now on all officials shall be paid in Baochao, and the court shall purchase the estates of all officials with Baochao. What say you? The law, what a lofty shield. But this was a feudal society, the law was nothing but a single decree from old Zhu. Your Majesty, this cannot be done. Before Zhu Yuanzhang or Hu Weiyong could speak, the ministers behind Hu Weiyong all dropped to their knees. Buying our estates and paying our salaries with Baochao, that would be our ruin. Father, the ministers all refused to accept Baochao. Whether it is tyranny or not needs no further explanation from me. Zhu Su turned to Zhu Yuanzhang, whose face had darkened considerably. Your Majesty, this was all approved by your Majesty. Hu Weiyong fell to his knees, and in a lapse of judgment blurted out those words. How dare you? As Chancellor, you are your Majesty's right hand, leading all officials in governing the realm. The tyranny of Baochao stems from your failure to see clearly. Father adopted your counsel out of trust, yet you now dare shift the blame onto him. Before Zhu Yuanzhang could respond, Zhu Su had already seized the moral high ground to condemn Hu Weiyong. Only then did Hu Weiyong snap back to reality, wishing he could slap himself for blaming the emperor. So this is how you serve as chancellor. Had my son not spoken today, I would never have known Baochao had become tyranny. Who knows how many people across the realm curse me as a tyrant. All of you, learned scholars who speak of the empire and the people. This is how you deceive me. Zhu Yuanzhang was furious. The simple truth that overprinting Baochao would devalue it was surely known to him. His thinking had been to let the people endure hardship for now and make amends once the realm was pacified. But seeing Hu Weiyong's behavior today, he realized just how severely Baochao must have depreciated. What angered him more was that Hu Weiyong, fully aware of the situation, not only failed to report it, but dared to shift the blame onto him. Father, calm your anger. As Crown Prince, I too bear the fault of oversight. Seeing his father's fury, Zhu Biao feared he might do something drastic and quickly knelt. If we too had to investigate everything ourselves, what use are these officials? Hu Weiyong, I'll give you a chance. Go and investigate the true state of Baochao among the people, and figure out how to remedy this. If you cannot give me a satisfactory answer, don't blame me for forgetting old ties. Fifth son, come with me. With that, Zhu Yuanzhang rose and left. He had long been displeased with Hu Weiyong's growing power, and now with this opportunity he intended to give him a stern warning. But the time to deal with him had not yet come. When the moment arrived, he would make sure to handle him thoroughly. Zhu Su did not know why his father summoned him, but he rose and followed. Zhu Su followed Zhu Yuanzhang, pondering what business the old emperor could possibly have with him. A month ago, Zhu Su had fallen ill, and during those days he dreamt a strange dream in which he was a man named Zhu. He had lived in that place for nearly 30 years. When he awoke, his illness was cured. Even now, he couldn't tell whether he was simply Zhu Su who had dreamed or if Zhu Qiu's soul had crossed into the Ming dynasty. Even with the memories of both, Zhu Su found that Zhu Qiu's memories and personality were far more influential. After all, Zhu Su was merely a 15-year-old youth. Being reborn in the 8th year of the Hongwu era was a stroke of fortune. Though the Ming realm was newly pacified, and Zhu Yuanzhang had already enacted many highly unreasonable policies, it was not too late. If he could change things, the Ming would not suffer the fate of history, starting with a begging bowl and ending with a hanging rope. Leave us. At the side hall of the Qinxing Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang gave the order. The attending eunuchs and maids withdrew, leaving only Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Su. There's no outsider here. Tell me the truth, who taught you those words in the grand study? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at his fifth son and spoke slowly. No one taught me, father. I thought of it myself. Zhu Su knew Zhu Yuanzhang was suspicious, which was hardly unexpected. It would be strange if Zhu Yuanzhang weren't suspicious. Though he held little affection for his fifth son, he was still his flesh and blood, deserving of some attention. No one taught you. Do you think I believe that? Zhu Yuanzhang's expression darkened. Father, have you heard of Zhuangzi's dream of the butterfly? Zhu Su looked up at Zhu Yuanzhang and asked. Do you truly think I'm an illiterate who knows nothing? Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly laughed, feeling underestimated by his son. Indeed, he had lost both parents in childhood, begging for food and serving as a monk. But since joining the rebel army, especially after marrying Empress Ma, he had begun to study. He might not match the great Confucian scholars in understanding the classics, but he had read many books. Father, there are things I can only tell you. Zhu Su looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, deciding to confess. The reason was simple. Zhu Yuanzhang valued family ties. Many thought Zhu Yuanzhang was cold-blooded, and indeed he was, never a soft-hearted man. But that was for outsiders. Toward his own descendants, he was exceptionally kind. Otherwise, despite historical precedents, he wouldn't have infected his sons and favored the imperial clan. Speak, what can't we father and son discuss? Zhu Yuanzhang thought, so you're finally going to confess. But what does this have to do with Zhuangzi's butterfly? What followed shocked Zhu Yuanzhang. 3 years later, Crown Princess Chang gave birth to his second son and died the same month. The imperial grandson, Zhu Xiongning, born last year, would die at age 8. The empress would pass away, and over a decade later the crown prince would die. Zhu Yunwen, son of consort Lu, would ascend the throne and begin to reduce the fiefs. The fourth prince, Zhu Di, the prince of Yin, would launch the Jingnan campaign, take Nanjing, and proclaim himself emperor. The Hongwu Emperor, reigning less than a year, the Xuanda Emperor, who loved cricket fights, the Zhengtong Emperor, captured on a personal campaign, the Jingtai Emperor, usurped by his brother, the Changhua Emperor, infatuated with a wet nurse 17 years his senior, the Hongwu Emperor, devoted to one wife and one son, the Zhengda Emperor, who styled himself a general, the Jiajing Emperor, obsessed with alchemy and absent from court for 20 years, the Longqing Emperor, indulging in women, the Wanli Emperor, absent from court for another 20 years, the Taichung Emperor, reigning only a month, the Tianqi Emperor, enamored with carpentry, the Chongzhen Emperor, seemingly diligent, but lacking imperial resolve. Impossible. How could the fourth rebel? Even if he harbored such thoughts, how could the court's armies fail against his meager forces? Zhu Yuanzhang's face grew darker, and he immediately retorted after Zhu Su finished listing the Ming emperors. The eldest daughter-in-law is the daughter of the Prince of Kaiping, so her sons would naturally be backed by the meritorious nobles. But Xiongning died at 8. Yuntong was unruly, so father made Yunwen the imperial grandson. To clear his path, father purged the Huaishi nobles. Lan Yu, who had rendered great service, was arrested, and tens of thousands were implicated and killed. Soon after Yunwen ascended the throne, he began reducing fiefs, starting with me. 5 princes were demoted to commoners, and the 11th brother, unable to prove his innocence, burned himself to death. Zhu Su briefly recounted the whole sequence. Damned. Truly damned. To defy my ancestral edicts and treat bloodkin so cruelly. Zhu Yuanzhang's face turned murderous. He could never have imagined that before his own bones were cold, Zhu Yunwen would dare commit such acts. But there was no outlet for his fury now. Zhu Yunwen would only be born in 3 years, and the rebellious fourth prince was merely 16. He couldn't very well punish the fourth son for something that hadn't happened. Besides, had he been in his grandson's place, he might have felt compelled to clear the court as well. Fifth son, is all this true? Soon, however, Zhu Yuanzhang calmed down and looked at Zhu Su intently. All I've said is what I saw in dreams. Whether it's true or false, I cannot say. Zhu Su shook his head. You know the saying, the Ming's fortune lasts 6.5 centuries. There's a second half. The dream's words stir the heart. Those were Lu Bowen's exact words to me. I never understood the meaning of the second half. Now it seems it was destined for you. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed suddenly and revealed a secret to Zhu Su. Zhu Su was stunned. Had he stumbled upon this by chance, or did Lu Bowen truly possess such foresight? You say you dreamt of 600 years into the future. Doesn't that match our Ming's 6.5 centuries of fortune? You know so much. What shouldn't be done we won't do, and what's right, well, continue. You say later generations have no emperors, so our descendants need not hold the throne. Thus our Ming's 600-year foundation is entirely secure. Zhu Yuanzhang said with a smile. But this is merely a dream. Who knows if it's true? Zhu Su hadn't expected Zhu Yuanzhang to apply Lu Bowen's words to him. Put that aside for now. Tell me about what comes after the Great Ming. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, eager to learn more. So Zhu Su spoke of the late Ming peasant uprisings, the Qing army's entry through the passes, and the century of humiliation brought by Western powers. Our descendants are unworthy. I had just restored Chinese rule, yet the land was invaded by foreigners again. That great Qing was so incompetent, utterly devoid of spirit. Zhu Yuanzhang slammed the table in fury. Those not of our kind are bound to differ. The Manchus always distrusted us, Han. That old witch Cixi even said better to give to foreigners than to our own slaves. Though Zhu Su acknowledged the Qing's contributions to territory, the humiliations of the modern era were also their doing. We must never let this happen again. Those Jurchens and Japanese pirates, they must be wiped out to the last. Zhu Yuanzhang declared with murderous intent, then asked, but we can discuss that later. Tell Tell me, how did later generations deal with the Mongols? Throughout the entire Ming dynasty, the first 200 years saw no resolution to the Mongol problem. It was only in the final decades that the Mongol leader Altan Khan accepted the Ming court's investiture, opening 11 tribute markets. This allowed the Mongols to obtain goods without resorting to raids, securing over 70 years of peace. As for the Qing dynasty, they initially formed marital alliances with the Mongols. After conquering all of Mongolia, they even inherited the title of Great Khan. In modern times, with the advent of advanced weaponry, especially the heavy machine gun, the Mongols' skill in horseback archery became obsolete, and they gradually transformed into a people known for their song and dance. Zhu Su laid out these 3 methods used across generations to handle the Mongols. Zhu Yuanzhang blinked, asking, "What is this heavy machine gun?" Zhu Su could only explain, "It's a type of firearm that can fire hundreds of bullets in a short time. A cavalry charge against it would be suicide. Our Ming dynasty also has firearms, but they are too troublesome to reload and lack range. Their main use is for the noise in battle and close combat." Zhu Yuanzhang looked at him expectantly. "Can you manufacture this heavy machine gun?" Zhu Su shook his head. "I cannot. Modern weapons all require specialized machinery to produce." He shook his head, thinking, this isn't a game with a system. I couldn't even make a modern rifle, let alone a machine gun. Is there no other way then? Zhu Yuanzhang had heard 3 options, and the last sounded the best. The second seemed decent too. He had even arranged for the Prince of Qin to marry Wang Baobao's sister in an attempt to win him over. Unfortunately, the Prince of Qin did not favor his new princess, and Wang Baobao never surrendered. As for the first method, it was not currently feasible, as the Mongols had returned to the steppe and continued to claim the title of emperor. Unless they were defeated, they would never accept investiture. There might be another way. Whenever we conquer a piece of Mongolian territory, we could infect a surrendered Mongol general as its local ruler. We can divide and rule them, building cities and stationing troops across Mongolia. We can teach them our characters, gradually assimilating them into Chinese civilization. This is the very principle. When China adopts barbarian ways, it becomes barbarian. When barbarians adopt Chinese ways, they become Chinese. Zhu Su offered this alternative strategy. This method sounds promising. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly, then explained his own reasoning for infecting the princes. "You said enfeoffment isn't good, and I understand that. But you must know I rose from the common folk, and many court literati look down on me. If I don't use my own descendants to guard the realm, I fear they would harbor treacherous thoughts." His motivation was a profound lack of security. The disdain of the literati was only part of it. More importantly, like many bosses in later generations after conquering the world, he trusted only his own relatives and friends. Those hired managers from outside were never seen as being of the same mind. Zhu Su replied, "Father, you worry too much. As the saying goes, scholars may rebel, but it takes them 3 years to fail. These literati study solely to become officials. As long as our Ming dynasty's foundation is secure, they won't think of rebelling. In contrast, it is the feudal princes who hold military power that deserve the most attention. They are of the imperial clan themselves. Once in their fiefs, if they commit atrocities, local officials won't dare to discipline them, and the common people can only suffer in silence. If there happens to be an upright official, it's manageable. But if they are surrounded by sycophants, these princes will inevitably become a plague on the land." Zhu Su disagreed with his father's perspective. "So what should we do? We can't very well keep you all confined in the capital." Zhu Yuanzhang looked at him, his thinking. He had won the empire. The eldest son would be emperor, and the other sons would be princes, sharing in the glory. If the emperor was ever misled by treacherous ministers, the princes outside could rally their troops to come to his rescue. Even if a prince eventually took the throne, the empire would still belong to the Zhu family. Zhu Su suggested, "Father, if you truly wish to infect us, why not follow the example of Genghis Khan? Let your descendants expand outwards. Whatever they conquer, they can keep. This way the surrounding areas would all be our vassal states, and the central plains would naturally be secure. Even if there is turmoil in the heartland and a prince takes the throne, he would still be a descendant of the Zhu family." Zhu Yuanzhang, however, was skeptical. "Your method sounds good, but when the Yuan dynasty was overthrown, we didn't see its other khanates come to its aid." Zhu Su explained, "That's because the Mongol succession system was flawed. Their infighting over the throne meant the 4 khanates were vassals in name only, essentially independent states. Our Ming dynasty's system of primogeniture ensures a single unbroken line of succession. Besides, father, do you remember the land problem I mentioned? Only by expanding outward and acquiring more land can we support more people." Zhu Su again tempted him with the promise of land. Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head again. "This would exhaust the people and deplete the treasury. Just dealing with Mongolia is already straining our resources. Where would we find the funds and grain for further expansion? If you don't approve of this method, father, I have another one: overseas enfeoffment." Zhu Su proposed another idea. "What is overseas enfeoffment?" Zhu Yuanzhang asked. Zhu Su thought for a moment and said, "It's a bit hard to explain. Allow me to draw it for you." They went to the imperial desk. Zhu Su picked up a brush and, relying on his past life memories, sketched a rough map of the world. "This is roughly the world we live in, and here is our great Ming. This is Mongolia. The north is sparsely populated due to its extremely cold winters. This is the dividing line between the north and south of the world. Currently, most civilizations are in the north. The south is mostly inhabited by primitive tribes and is largely unclaimed land. This place is called Australia in later ages, and it's larger than our Great Ming. This is the Americas, which together are 7 or 8 times the size of our Ming. And this is Africa, at least 5 times the size of our Ming. In my dream, about 100 years from now, the Spanish from this place will discover the Americas. From then on, their small nation will gain vast territories. Over 300 years later, our Central Plains dynasties will begin to fall behind the rest of the world. And over 400 years later, they will begin to invade our lands. Zhu Su pointed out Australia, Africa, and the Americas to Zhu Yuanzhang. According to you, there are nearly 20 great Mings worth of unclaimed land in the world. Zhu Yuanzhang's breath quickened as he stared at the uncharted territories on the crude map. Exactly. These places are still living in primitive conditions, eating raw meat, and practicing slash-and-burn agriculture. With such vast territories, father can infect the princes here. After several generations of growth, even if the Ming dynasty fades in the Central Plains, there will be Mings flourishing across the seas. The Americas have high-yield crops like corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. The latter two can yield several thousand genes. The west coast of South America has abundant copper mines, and this central part is filled with countless gold and silver. Zhu Su nodded, then described the situation overseas. Zhu Yuanzhang said excitedly, "How far is this place from our great Ming? I will immediately send someone to investigate." He spoke with great enthusiasm. Even the nearest part of Australia is over 20,000 li away. Zhu Su looked at Zhu Yuanzhang with some embarrassment. 20,000 li. That would take forever to reach. Hearing this number, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately lost much of his interest. Sailing the sea is different from traveling on land. On the sea, a ship can sail all 12 hours of the day without stopping. At 200 li per day, it would take 3 months to get there. Of course, I don't know the exact speed of the sea vessels. Zhu Su truly had no idea about the speed of the current ships. Fifth son, isn't there any treasure land closer by? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su, wanting immediate results. There are some. For instance, Japan has abundant copper, gold, and silver, and Luzon also produces much gold and silver. Zhu Su thought for a moment and suggested 2 places. Even if Japan and Luzon have them, we can't just dig them out whenever we want. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's enthusiasm deflated again. The Kaizhong law is already a good method. However, if you wish to earn a sum of silver quickly, I do have a lucrative business idea. Since Zhu Su knew the Ming dynasty was short of funds, he had naturally thought of ways to raise money. Speak up. What good idea do you have? Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang perked up. The sugar we eat now is all brown sugar, which has a slightly bitter taste. With a little refining, we can produce white sugar with a much sweeter flavor. Additionally, we can use sea cucumbers to make a flavor enhancer. Adding it to soups or stir-fries can make the taste incredibly delicious. However, these things are simple to make and could easily spread. White sugar, though, could be a state monopoly, just like salt. Zhu Su immediately offered these 2 easiest methods to generate income. First, tell me how to make this white sugar. You don't need to worry about keeping it secret. Zhu Yuanzhang had never heard of white sugar and was quite curious. As long as it could make money, it was fine. As for secrecy, he had plenty of ways to handle that. It's actually quite simple. Just rinse the brown sugar with muddy water, and you get white sugar. Zhu Su said with a smile. Let's go. Let's make white sugar right now. If you truly succeed, I won't treat you unfairly. Zhu Yuanzhang said, unable to contain his eagerness. The father and son left the Qinqing palace. Zhu Yuanzhang summoned a eunuch to fetch some brown sugar, and had others find a clay funnel and a kettle. The yellow mud water was easy to prepare. Just dig some yellow mud and stir it with water. They stuffed the bottom hole of the clay funnel with straw, poured in the brown sugar, and then began pouring the yellow mud water over it. Then they removed the straw and watched as the dirty water slowly dripped out from the hole below. It hasn't turned white yet. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the brown sugar, which seemed dirtier than before, and stared at Zhu Su with confusion. Please be patient, father. It won't happen this quickly. We have to wait until all the water has drained out to see the result. Zhu Su hadn't expected Zhu Yuanzhang to be so impatient and could only try to soothe him. Then let's wait and see. All of you step back. I want to speak with the Prince of Wu. The two sat down on chairs that had been prepared. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, dismissing the attendants. Tell me in detail about your dream. Earlier, Zhu Yuanzhang had been concerned about the Ming dynasty and its historical trajectory. Now he wanted to know the specifics. When I was ill recently, I kept having a dream. In the dream, I was called Zhu Qiu with the character for ball. Zhu Su began to narrate his past life, though not in great detail. Zhu Yuanzhang occasionally interjected to ask about things he was curious about, such as clothing, food, housing, entertainment, and military equipment. Rockets that could fly 10,000 li, phones that allowed video calls across vast distances, and cars that could travel 1,000 li a day. High-speed trains that could cover 600 li in an hour, airplanes that flew thousands of li, and nuclear bombs that could kill hundreds of thousands in an instant. Artillery shells that could penetrate over 10 inches of steel, and cannons that could fire over 100 li. Satellites that could survey enemy positions in real time. Each one filled him with awe. If our great Ming had these things, the Mongolians would be of no concern. Zhu Yuanzhang said with a yearning look. These things didn't appear overnight. Take the machine gun, for example. It evolved step by step from the hand cannon to the matchlock, then to the flintlock, then to fixed ammunition and breech loaders. I'm not particularly talented, but I do roughly know the principles of the flintlock. If you trust me, father, you could assign me some craftsmen, and I'll try to build one. Zhu Su did indeed understand the principles of the flintlock. What is a flintlock? Zhu Yuanzhang, hearing another unfamiliar term, asked. You know, father, that striking flint can create a spark and gunpowder ignites on contact with fire. If we attach a piece of flint to the firing mechanism, pulling the trigger would strike it against a steel plate, igniting the powder. The trigger can be made just like a crossbow's. This would reduce the steps needed to fire and also help with aiming. If we also carve rifling into the barrel, not only would accuracy improve, but the range would be extended as well. Zhu Su began enthusiastically promoting the flintlock. How much would each flintlock cost, and can it pierce armor? Zhu Yuanzhang asked about the two things he cared most about. Each gun should cost around 10 taels of silver. As for whether it can pierce armor, I'm not sure. Zhu Su answered honest. Our Ming army has 1 million soldiers. Even if only half were equipped with these guns, the cost would be 5 million taels, not to mention the gunpowder and bullets, which would require extra manpower to transport. The country is recovering from war and needs money everywhere. The paper currency is also in trouble, and I don't know how to fix it. Zhu Yuanzhang calculated the costs for Zhu Su. In short, they were poor. The Ming dynasty had just been established, and the army's fighting strength was not in question. As long as there was enough money and food, fighting was not a problem. Go and check on the sugar. Unwilling to continue that topic, Zhu Yuanzhang said to Zhu Su, Father, the white sugar is ready, but there isn't much yet. If we wait a bit longer and repeat the process, we should get more. Zhu Su got up and walked over to the clay funnel. He saw white crystals beginning to form on the top. While it wasn't as refined as modern white sugar, it was still a vast improvement over the brown sugar. This white sugar is indeed sweet without the bitterness of brown sugar. He pinched some white sugar with his fingers and put it in his mouth. Zhu Yuanzhang savored the taste, and his eyes lit up. This is basically the method. The clay funnel can be made larger. As for how much white sugar a gene of brown sugar yields, we'll need to test a few more times to know for sure. As for the price, I think selling it for a few taels of silver per gene should be feasible. Zhu Su thought for a moment and suggested a few taels per gene. How many common folks could afford that? Hearing such a high price, Zhu Yuanzhang's face darkened. This isn't meant for the common people. Heaven takes from the surplus to supplement the deficient. The wealthy should be allowed to eat and drink well and spend their money. Zhu Su shook his head gently. Merchants travel around buying low and selling high without producing anything. How could they deserve such fine things? Hearing Zhu Su's words, Zhu Yuanzhang was displeased. Father, with all due respect, merchants may not toil in the fields, but it is precisely their presence that brings prosperity. Without merchants connecting the north and south, goods would cease to flow and people would revert to self-sufficiency. Where would prosperity be found? Taking Tian for instance. Without merchants, what would the people eat and wear? The wealthy should be allowed to enjoy the finest food and clothing. If they don't spend their earnings, they'll either hoard them or buy land, draining the money from the market. For example, if I received a monthly allowance of 100 taels and saved it all, it would seem harmless. But if I spent those 100 taels each month, say at a restaurant, the restaurant's business would thrive and they would buy more provisions. This way vegetable vendors would earn more, and so would if I bought cloth, the fabric shops, the weaving workshops, and the sericulturists would all benefit. Money only creates more wealth when it circulates. When everyone spends, merchants profit and the court collects more taxes. For expensive goods like silk and porcelain, the tax should be higher. For daily necessities like rice, the tax should be lower. The southern Song court, though confined to a corner, collected over 100 million strings of cash annually, mostly from commercial taxes. Now that our great Ming has banned maritime trade, our goods cannot be sold abroad, and foreign wealth won't flow into our borders. If we also forbid merchants from spending lavishly, the money in circulation will only dwindle. Zhu Su spoke of the circulation of goods, then taxation, and finally the maritime ban. Do you think I don't want to lift? But there are countless pirates at sea. Once we open the ports, people will inevitably flee to the South Seas. Our population would dwindle and pirate raids would plague our coasts. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned upon hearing Zhu Su's desire to lift the ban. One can be a thief for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. If the court lifts the ban and allows merchants to trade abroad, we can require them to deposit a sum based on the size of their ships. We can levy an export tax on goods sent overseas and an import tax on goods brought back. Father, do you know that in the era I saw in my dream over 600 years hence there is no land tax, instead the state subsidizes farmers for their cultivation. Zhu Su knew his father's concerns, but they couldn't stop eating for fear of choking. Is this true? Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes widened at the thought of abolishing the land tax and subsidizing the people. How would I dare deceive you, father? Consider this, did the great Tang or the Song dynasties ever impose a maritime ban? Pirates at sea are nothing but a minor nuisance, hardly a threat. You faced the mighty Qin Yuliang without fear. Why should you now be afraid of mere pirates? Zhu Su nodded, then resorted to a bit of provocation. Who says I'm afraid of pirates? They come and go like shadows. If we ignore them, they'll plague our coasts. If we pursue them, the cost outweighs the benefit. The northern Yuan is not yet defeated, and the nation is in ruins waiting to be rebuilt. I have no time for these sea rats. Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Financial management is simply about increasing revenue and cutting expenses. The court's spending is high and you, father, are frugal, but cutting costs further is difficult. We must increase revenue. Maritime trade is the fastest and most reliable way. Zhu Su pressed on. We'll need to think about this. Do you have any other quick ways to raise funds? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. Of course. For instance, we could establish a system of honorary titles. Those who purchase them would enjoy certain privileges like exemption from bowing to officials and the right to dress and act according to the rank of a certain official grade. These titles could be divided into 18 grades corresponding from the first rank to the ninth, each with a set price. Retired officials and meritorious soldiers could also be granted such titles. The price would vary depending on whether the title is hereditary or not. If your father were to agree, this single measure could raise millions of taels nationwide. Zhu Su noticed his father's face darkening, but he continued nonetheless. You want me to sell offices and titles? Zhu Yuanzhang growled through clenched teeth. These are titles, not offices. The rich want prestige, the court gets tangible benefits. Zhu Su said nonchalantly. Absurd. If this becomes the norm, the court will lose face and become a laughingstock. Zhu Yuanzhang genuinely wished he could pry open Zhu Su's head to see what exactly he had dreamed of. If you find this unacceptable, father, I have another idea. Issue government bonds. Offer citizens interest, say borrow 100 taels, and pay 500 taels in interest annually. Pay interest for the first 3 years, and repay the principal in the last 2. This way the wealthy can lend money to the court. The court can use it for wars and disaster relief, and return it when the treasury is full. Zhu Su proposed yet another plan. Get out of here. Zhu Yuanzhang kicked Zhu Su's backside. Despite his harsh words, the kick was surprisingly gentle. Your son takes his leave. Zhu Su bowed to his father and scurried away. That rascal. What are you all staring at? Come clean this up and move it to the Qinqing palace. Watching Zhu Su's retreating figure, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but smile. Then he barked orders at the eunuchs. Your sir. The eunuchs hurried over to gather the items. After talking with Zhu Su for over an hour, Zhu Yuanzhang felt he had not only learned about the history of the Ming dynasty after his reign, but also discovered the boy's peculiar and innovative ideas. Some methods seemed absurd at first glance, but upon reflection, they weren't entirely without merit. These matters could be deliberated later, but the issue of paper currency could not wait. Summon Miaoyun. Zhu Yuanzhang ordered upon returning to the Qinqing palace. Your servant obeys. A eunuch immediately went to fetch Miaoyun. Miaoyun was the first commander of the Jinhui, which had only recently been established, and had yet to bear its claws. Your servant obeys. A eunuch immediately went to fetch Miaoyun. Miaoyun was the first commander of the Jinhui, which had only recently been established. Zhu Yuanzhang stared coldly at Miaoyun. Your Majesty, please calm down. This servant knows his crime. Though Miaoyun was unsure why the emperor was angry, he knew he must have erred. Go and investigate the current value of the paper currency, and whether the people still accept it. Seeing that Miaoyun didn't bring up the matter himself, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in satisfaction and gave his orders. This servant will investigate immediately. Upon hearing paper currency, Miaoyun understood the situation, at once cowed out and left. Hu Weiyong. Zhu Yuanzhang uttered the 3 words softly, then fell silent, and resumed reviewing memorials. When the birds are gone, the good bough is put away. When the cunning rabbits are dead, the running dogs are cooked. Back in the Zhongshu province, Hu Weiyong sat muttering these words to himself. He reasoned that Zhu Yuanzhang, who knew what dishes officials had for dinner, could not possibly be unaware of the current state of the paper currency. Since no one had raised the issue before, it was as if it had never happened. The moment someone brought it up, the one to suffer would inevitably be the very person who made the suggestion. Of course, none of this truly mattered to Hu Weiyong. If Zhu Yuanzhang still intended to use him, this matter would naturally be smoothed over. But if the emperor harbored murderous intent, he could easily implicate him with any excuse, let alone the currency issue. The pressing priority was to identify his adversary, who stood to benefit from his downfall. Was it Li Shanshang, the idle Shao He of the Great Ming, or Wang Guangyang, lauded as Zifang and Kong Ming in his imperial decree? Could it be Liu Bowen, the one compared to both Zhuge Liang and Wang Ming? The most likely candidate was Wang Guangyang, the current left censor-in-chief. But then why was Liu Bowen also summoned? Hu Weiyong absolutely did not believe the talk about the nation's fate prophecy being inaccurate. A prophecy was, after all, a prophecy. No one could know its accuracy until future generations. It's actually quite simple. Just rinse the brown sugar with muddy water, and you get white sugar, Zhu Su said with a smile. Let's go. Let's make white sugar right now. If you truly succeed, summoning Liu Bowen was a way of telling him that he could be replaced at any moment, and the most likely candidates to succeed him were Wang Guangyang and Liu Bowen. Of course, there was also the possibility of the idle Li Shanshang. After racking his brains, Hu Weiyong still could not discern Zhu Yuanzhang's true stance. For now, the only course of action was to resolve the paper currency crisis. But this was easier said than done. How could it be solved? Would they have to buy back the paper currency with gold and silver? Even if they wanted to, how could the imperial court possibly come up with such a vast sum of money? At this thought, Hu Weiyong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the emperor intended to use him as a scapegoat? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He immediately ordered his trusted confidant to be summoned. My young lord, you frightened me to death today. It was only upon returning to his quarters that the eunuch Ma Peng, who had been following behind, finally breathed a sigh of relief. If you're scared, then speak less in the future. Zhu Su glanced at Ma Peng, who had been attending to him ever since his recovery. Having just recovered, Zhu Su was still not quite accustomed to being waited on. Perhaps this young eunuch thought he was too lenient, and thus had not been overly mindful of courtly protocols. This servant knows his mistake. Ma Peng lowered his head. He had previously thought these nobles weren't so hard to please, but who would have imagined that today, merely because 2 princes were playing with birds and throwing dice, their attendants were beaten to death? by the emperor. Zhu Su sat before his desk reviewing the events of the day, warning Zhu Yuanzhang about the unreasonable clan policies, the severity of the reckless overissuance of paper currency, and advocating for the lifting of the maritime ban. Of the three matters, it seemed that only the reckless overissuance of paper currency might be slightly curbed for now. And slightly was the operative word, because the great Ming was broke. From Zhu Yuanzhang's attitude today, Zhu Su could tell that he was aware of the currency devaluation and knew it had become nearly worthless. It was a helpless move born of necessity. He was sure others had already noticed this issue. Yet historically, Zhu Yuanzhang not only failed to stop it, but continued to overissue, primarily because he had tasted its benefits. Unfortunately, a once sound policy under the mismanagement of father and son Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di led to the currency depreciating nearly 20-fold, reducing it to almost worthless paper. For now, this was all he could do. He would just have to see what piqued Zhu Yuanzhang's interest in the future and be ready for further discussions. His dream was simply to live out his days peacefully as a wealthy prince. The grueling task of being emperor was best left to the likes of Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Biao, or Zhu Di. Zhongba, what's wrong with you? Empress Ma was surprised to find Zhu Yuanzhang in an even worse mood after his walk. None of those brats give me any peace. The fourth went hunting, the fifth is being punished by his teacher to copy the 4 books and 5 classics 3 times, and the 7th and 8th. One is playing with a bird, the other with dice. Zhu Yuanzhang said gloomily. The 5th has always been gentle and refined. Why would he be punished? Empress Ma wasn't surprised by the others, but she found the 5th's punishment hard to believe. That rascal. Ever since his last illness, he's refused to study, saying the 4 books and 5 classics are useless. Today he even debated with Hu Weiyong and the others about whether knowledge precedes action, or vice versa, rendering Hu Weiyong speechless. Though Zhu Yuanzhang complained, the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up, clearly satisfied with Zhu Su's performance. How about we have the 2nd and 3rd sons return to the Dabantang to study? They can set an example for their younger brothers. Empress Ma pondered for a moment and offered a suggestion. Well, that's fine. Since the 2nd and 3rd have nothing to do anyway, it would be good for them to teach their younger brothers. The 10th and 11th are also old enough to start school, so let them go too. With older brothers to supervise them above and younger brothers to watch them below, they should be more restrained. Zhu Yuanzhang thought for a moment and nodded, then also included the 10-year-old prince of Lu and the 4-year-old 11th prince who had not yet been infected. Aren't they too young? What can a 4 or 5-year-old child possibly understand? Empress Ma looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, wondering what had gotten into him. That's exactly why we need to start teaching them young. If they turn out like their older brothers, what hope is there for us? Zhu Yuanzhang's tone was filled with frustration. Now don't say that. The 4th is accomplished in both civil and martial arts, the 5th prefers quiet over activity, and the 6th is also a promising scholar. The 7th and 8th are just young and naive. They'll improve with age. But come to think of it, the 5th used to take my pulse every day when he came to pay his respects. He hasn't done that lately. Empress Ma first shot Zhu Yuanzhang a glare, then felt something was amiss. Don't mention him. He makes me angry. He even said that medicine cannot save the great Ming and that the dynasty would have at most 300 years. His previous fondness for medicine, though not exactly proper, at least showed ambition. But now he talks back to his teachers at the Dabantang. Mentioning the 5th son made Zhu Yuanzhang dejected again. According to the boy, his daughter-in-law would die first, then his eldest grandson, then the empress, and finally, even his own son. If he hadn't known these things, it wouldn't have mattered, but since he did, he couldn't let them die before him. Zhu Yuanzhang hadn't paid much attention to this before, but now hearing Empress Ma mention the 5th son's past pulse-taking, he immediately became alert. You say medicine can't save the great Ming, do you? Well, make you study medicine. You must save your eldest cousin, your eldest brother, your sister-in-law, and your mother. With this thought, Zhu Yuanzhang quickened his pace of eating. That afternoon, the Central Secretariat received an edict from Zhu Yuanzhang promoting Censor-in-Chief Wang Guangyang to Right Grand Counselor and reinstating Lu Bowen as Left Censor-in-Chief. Hu Weiyong's face darkened upon receiving the order. It was clear Zhu Yuanzhang intended to rein him in, or had already grown deeply dissatisfied with him. Despite his reluctance, he could only dispatch someone to draft the imperial decree. When the decree reached Wang Guangyang, he was utterly bewildered. How had he become Right Grand Counselor? He truly did not wish to assume this office. Anyone with eyes could see the formidable strength of Hu Weiyong and the Huaishi faction would, involving himself, bring any good outcome. Though Wang Guanjiang's reputation in later ages cannot rival Lu Bowen's, his career record far surpassed Liu's. He had joined Lu Bowen's team 5 years earlier and generally held higher positions. Even in terms of noble titles, though both were earls, Wang Guanjiang's title was hereditary with a stipend of 360 dan, while Lu Bowen's was non-hereditary with a stipend of 240 dan. Zhu Yuanzhang certainly trusted Wang Guanjiang's competence and loyalty. When Suda and Chang Yuchen campaigned against Beiping, Wang served as Shandong provincial administrator, stabilizing the region and securing their rear. When Suda and Chang Yuchen attacked Shaanxi, he was appointed Shaanxi provincial administrator to stabilize the situation there. Yet, curiously, Wang Guangyang excelled in local posts, but once at the central court, he essentially did nothing. Zhu Yuanzhang was furious about this and had banished him to Guangdong 2 years prior. But with Hu Weiyong as sole Grand Counselor, the Huaishi faction's power grew even more unchecked. Thus he had no choice but to recall Wang Guangyang, who upon his return remained equally unwilling to engage in the court's power balancing. This was Zhu Yuanzhang's final chance for him. If Wang Guangyang failed to seize it, punishment would come sooner or later. For Zhu Yuanzhang, if you refused to be his blade, he would blade you. While Wang Guangyang was bewildered, Zhu Su was equally stunned. Just moments ago, Zhu Yuanzhang had issued him a personal directive. Starting tomorrow, he was to attend classes at the Dabi Hall in the morning and study medicine with the Imperial Medical Academy physicians in the afternoon. What was old Zhu thinking? I've said it before, medicine can't save the Ming dynasty. Yet he's making me go to the medical academy to study with the imperial physicians. Does father have any other instructions? Zhu Su asked the eunuch delivering the decree. His Majesty said the imperial grandson is frail in health and commands Prince Wu to carefully tend to his well-being. The eunuch nodded hastily and spoke. Enough, I understand. You may return. Zhu Su waved his hand. It seemed Zhu Yuanzhang was taking matters concerning his kin seriously now. But I was a liberal arts student. What did I know of medicine? And I had no system cheat code to help me. Of course Zhu Su knew he had to accept this task. It was likely also Zhu Yuanzhang's way of expressing displeasure with his previous, unreliable quick money schemes. Even if I were to tend to someone's health, Zhu Xiangying was only half a year old. What was I supposed to regulate? Soon Zhu Su calmed down. Could it be that I was too flashy today? So old Zhu sent me to the medical academy to lie low. The tallest tree invites the wind. Wealth should be kept quiet. It seemed I had indeed been too ostentatious. Fine, off to the medical academy then. After reading for a while, Zhu Su practiced Tai Chi in his room, and after that he moved on to the Vajra skill he had learned. Uncle Zhao said it well, the most tragic thing in life is when the person dies, but the money hasn't been spent. As long as I don't court death, wealth and honor are assured. The only question is how many years I'll live. What Zhu Su didn't see was that in an unnoticed corner someone was watching him. Before long, Zhu Yuanzhang received the practicing martial arts. What skill does this boy know? Could it be from his dream? In the morning, Zhu Su had spilled everything, and by the afternoon, Zhu Yuanzhang had him watched. Even for a biological son, the tale of dreaming of a time 600 years into the future and living there for over 2 decades was something Zhu Yuanzhang could not fully accept. These matters were too bizarre. He suspected the fifth prince might be in contact with some external party. Wang Guangyang and Liu Bowen were indeed Zhu Yuanzhang's tools to temper Hu Weiyong over the paper currency affair. Alone, Hu Weiyong was of no concern to him. What he feared were the military generals of Huaishi. Though they were brothers who had fought alongside him in the struggle for imperial power, even father and son could turn against each other. What were battlefield brothers compared to that? Of course, he had no intention yet of dealing with these men. He merely wanted to curb their growing influence. At dusk, Zhu Su brought Ma Peng to the Cunning Palace to pay his respects. Paying respects was not unique to the Qing dynasty. It had already begun in the Ming. When Zhu Su arrived, his fourth brother Zhu Di was already there chatting with Empress Ma. Your son pays respects to mother. May mother be blessed with 10,000 blessings. He bowed respectfully to Empress Ma. Rise, come sit. I have something to ask you. Looking at her youngest son, Empress Ma smiled and beckoned him over. Thank you, mother. Zhu Su rose and walked. I heard from your father that you were punished by your tutor to copy the 4 books and 5 classics 3 times. Is that true? Empress Ma asked with a gentle smile. Your son is unfilial, causing mother worry. Zhu Su's formulaic reply confirmed the matter. You've always been more composed than your fourth brother, and you love reading. How could you talk back to your tutor? Empress Ma felt she had not paid enough attention to this son, not even knowing of his recent changes. Your son merely feels that the 4 books and 5 classics speak of great principles, yet those officials, when actually conducting affairs, do not necessarily follow them. Zhu Su offered an explanation. The 4 books and 5 classics are the words of the sages meant to teach people goodness. No one is perfect. Failing to live up to them is only natural. You've studied for so many years, you should understand these principles. What did you say that made the tutors so furious? Empress Ma was deeply curious. Those tutors were all great Confucian scholars, surely possessing considerable forbearance. Mother, this son knows. Fifth brother suddenly refused to study one day, so Tutor Song asked him why. He said later generations had twisted Confucius' meaning. Tutor Song was quite pleased at first, and asked which phrase had been twisted. Fifth brother said that Confucius hearing the way in the morning one may die in the evening originally meant that if you found out the way to someone's house in the morning, that person would have to die by nightfall. Zhu Di quickly interjected. A female official standing behind Empress Ma suddenly burst into laughter. Forgive me, Your Majesty, I was rude. The female official hastily apologized. It's fine. Old Fifth, how could you twist the sage's words like that? Though Empress Ma was no great strategist, she was literate and knew these principles well. Your son was merely joking. Besides, Confucius was no frail scholar. He stood 9 shi tall, possessed immense strength, and was versed in rites, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics. How many Confucian scholars today know archery? How many understand mathematics? Let alone driving chariots. How many can even ride a horse? Rather than saying your son twisted the sage's words, it's more accurate to say later Confucians never truly understood him. Zhu Su defended himself. Fifth brother, I think you're wrong there. Zhu Di spoke up from the side. How so? He cast a brief glance at the female official. It seemed that fourth brother intended to debate with him today, likely because of this woman. Confucius lived in an era of warring states where learning archery and charioteering was a necessity. But now the world is at peace and scholars have no need to master such martial arts. Warfare is the business of generals and soldiers. A scholar should focus on governing the state well. Zhu Di without much thought retorted. If that is so, why is fourth brother so passionate about martial arts and fond of horseback riding and archery? Zhu Su paused briefly then asked in response. I am the Prince of Yin destined to guard the northern borders of the great Ming. Naturally, I must lead troops into battle. Zhu Di straightened his back and declared proudly. Of the 10 sages of the martial temple, how many personally fought on the battlefield? One who commands soldiers is a general, one who commands generals is a marshal. Fourth brother should aspire to be a marshal, not a warrior who charges into battle. Zhu Su looked at Zhu Di serious, but Duke Wei started from the ranks and now commands hundreds of thousands against the Mongols. What's wrong with learning from him? Zhu Di blinked. Wasn't it you fifth brother who spoke of the unity of knowledge and action this morning? Duke Wei had no choice. And as a prince you will naturally be a commander once you take your post. Even if you wanted to emulate Duke Wei you couldn't. Horseback riding and hunting are just for practice. You've said yourself that your post will be in Yin and your main enemy will be the Mongols. Even if you excel in archery, our soldiers can never match the Mongols who were born in the saddle. What you should consider now is how to use our strengths against their weaknesses. You should study military strategy and learn from experienced generals to gain real knowledge. Zhu Su shook his head gently and shared his view. Fifth brother, don't speak nonsense. Hearing the last remark, Empress Ma frowned and scolded sternly. Mother, you worry too much. I meant no offense. Since father intends for us brothers to govern different regions to protect the central court, it would be wise to assign us battle-hardened generals to teach us how to command troops. Zhu Su knew why Empress Ma had rebuked him and explained his reasoning. What do you know? The civil and military officials are already at odds. If we let generals teach you military command, the civil officials will be in an uproar. Zhu Yuanzhang walked in with a grim expression. Greetings, Your Majesty, father. The others quickly bowed. Ran. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand and took his seat. There were no outsiders in the room. Just the emperor and empress, the fourth and fifth princes, 2 maids, and a female official. Otherwise Zhu Yuanzhang wouldn't have spoken so candidly. The Tang dynasty flourished because it valued both civil and military affairs. The Song dynasty weakened because civil officials overshadowed the military. Now as our dynasty is just established, the military's power seems vast. But once peace prevails, the generals will gradually lose their influence. A state however great that loves war will perish. A land however peaceful that forgets war is in danger. I suggest we follow the Tang example, establish military examinations and academies for the nobility and royal kin. Zhu Su argued. You've read a few books and think you're special. You're still too young. Get out of here. Zhu Yuanzhang sneered at Zhu Su and dismissed him. Your son takes his leave. Zhu Su bowed and departed. Fifth brother slowed down. Wait for me. Zhu Di caught up from behind after they left the palace. Fourth brother, what is? Zhu Su stopped and looked at Zhu Di with confusion. I think what you said was quite reasonable and I support you. But you saw father won't let those generals teach us. What do we do? Zhu Di felt that his fifth brother had somehow changed and was now full of clever ideas. Becoming someone like Suda or Chang Yuchen was his dream, and figuring out how to achieve it was his biggest concern. Then there's nothing to be done. Father is the sky of the great Ming. I can't go against the heavens. Zhu Su spread his hands admitting defeat. Can we think of a way to cross the sea by a trick? Zhu Di wasn't an obedient child and asked with a sly glint in his eye. I have no idea. You'll have to figure it out yourself. It's getting late. I should head back. Zhu Su cupped his hands toward Zhu Di and hurried away. You dare say such things? Aren't you afraid the walls have ears? This fifth brother is indeed different now, but I think he makes sense. Empress Ma dismissed the maids and spoke privately with Zhu Yuanzhang. I know he's right, but now is not the time. The military's power is already substantial. Strengthening it further will lead to many troubles later. Zhu Yuanzhang knew Zhu Su's words were sensible, but what he needed now was balance. The next day at dawn, Zhu Su rose, jogged around his courtyard to warm up, and began practicing Tai Chi. Your punches are soft and weak. What's the use? Zhu Su mid-practice heard Zhu Yuanzhang's voice. I practice this not for fighting but for health. The body is like a blade. Without use it rusts. Your Majesty's robust health comes from your years of battle. We were raised in luxury, never knowing hardship, so we need more exercise. Fourth brother is in better shape than I am. I used to focus on nourishment, but I've come to understand that life lies in... Zhu Su didn't stop. He continued his routine while speaking. You're full of strange theories. Teach me. Zhu Yuanzhang wasn't angry, but intrigued. This style isn't suitable for you, father. I can teach you a different health regimen, and you can have mother and the others practice it too. Zhu Su smiled and said. You're too well thinking about health at just 15. Zhu Yuanzhang said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. It's never too early for health. As the saying goes, midlife brings constraint, so soak goji in your tea. Goji can't fend off time, so add some angelica root. Zhu Su recited a classic health mantra from later ages. Nonsense saying. Just teach me that regimen of yours. Zhu Yuanzhang glared at him. Midlife brings constraint. That brat hit the nail on the head. Maybe I should try some goji. This is a Taoist health exercise with several forms. Today we'll start with the first. Zhu Su wasn't sure if this Vajra skill actually worked, but he knew that any exercise wouldn't hurt for someone who never worked out. After practicing the first form of the Vajra skill a few times, Zhu Yuanzhang felt his body relax and nodded in satisfaction before leaving. Fifth brother. On the way to school, Zhu Su encountered his 5-year-old 10th brother Zhu Tan, the Prince of Lu. 10th brother, where are you off to? Zhu Su patted the little one's head. Father wants me to go study. Zhu Tan answered in a soft childish voice. Do you want to go study? Zhu Su hadn't expected the old Zhu to be so ruthless, making a child under 5 attend school. I don't know. Zhu Tan shook his head. The world believed princes lived a life of luxury and happiness, but in reality, it was not so. For instance, the only boy in the palace close to Zhu Tan's age was the 11th prince, and they couldn't play together every day. The eunuchs in the palace dared not let him run around freely lest an accident befall him, and they faced the consequences. Previously, they could catch birds or craft dice for the young prince to play with, but now they wouldn't dare, even with 10 times the courage. Those who were flogged to death yesterday might not even be cold yet. Lost in thought, Zhu Tan tripped, and be careful there, little one. Zhu Su, quick of eye and hand, caught Zhu Tan just in time. Thank you, Prince of Wu. The eunuch attending Zhu Tan was so moved, he was nearly in tears. If the young master had fallen, he would have been in deep trouble. Come, your 5th brother will lead you. Zhu Su took Zhu Tan's small hand and led him forward. 5th brother, when will I grow up? Zhu Tan looked up at Zhu Su as they walked. What for? Zhu Su asked curiously. So I can go out and play by myself. At such a young age, what else could he be thinking of but play? Even when you're grown, you can't just go out and play as you please. These past few days your 5th brother was idle and made you some fun toys. What a pitiful little fellow. Thank you, 5th brother. The mention of fun toys brought a happy smile to Zhu Tan's face. The two arrived at the Dabintang, where most of the other brothers were already present. Greetings, 2nd brother, 3rd brother. Why are you here as well? Zhu Su saw his brothers he used to meet daily, the Prince of Qin and the Prince of Jin. Father said you haven't been studying hard and sent us to set an example for you. 5th brother, you were always so obedient, why the sudden slackness? Zhu Shuang, the Prince of Qin, asked with a smile. They say 10 years of diligent study. I've studied for years now and have learned all there is to learn. Hearing the teacher drone on about things I already know is just irritating. Zhu Su said helplessly. 5th brother, learning isn't just about knowing, but also about applying. The master said, is it not a pleasure to learn and constantly practice what you've learned? Zhu Gang, the Prince of Jin, chimed in. 3rd brother speaks wisely. Father has given us this chance to practice. But 3rd brother, you don't look too pleased about it. Zhu Su nodded, smiling at Zhu Gang. You little rascal, making fun of your 3rd brother now, are you? Zhu Gang shook his head with a wry smile, thinking to himself, little brother, you're still young. When you're older, you'll know there are many more pleasures in life besides studying. Why is 4th brother so quiet today? Seeing Zhu Di, who had been silent and reading, Zhu Su asked. Father caught me hunting yesterday. If I don't behave these days, I'll be in for it. Zhu Di shot Zhu Su a glare. Zhu Biao, as the eldest legitimate son, had been made crown prince, and he was kind to all his brothers. None of them currently harbored ambitions for the throne, and being born of the same mother, their bond was naturally strong. It's best you think that way, 4th brother. When you want to hunt, just wait until you reach your fief. There are plenty of rabbits on the grassland. Zhu Shuang nodded with a smile. They all wished to go to their fiefs now, but the Mongols hadn't been completely subdued, making it unsafe for them to do so at present. Hell, once I'm at my fief, I won't be hunting rabbits. Zhu Di chuckled, his mind filled with fantasies of life after assuming his fief. 5th brother, you should be grateful to us. While we fight in the north, you'll be enjoying comfort in Wu. Don't forget your brothers during the holidays. Zhu Gang slung an arm around Zhu Su's shoulder, joking. Of course I won't forget you. While you fight, I'll supply you with funds and provisions. Zhu Su played along. Good brother, that's the spirit. Zhu Shuang patted Zhu Su's shoulder approvingly, a look of admiration on his face. Naturally, we're brothers in arms. Zhu Su smiled, thinking to himself, if you knew I suggested to old Zhu that you shouldn't be given fiefs, I wonder if you'd hit me right now. Soon the teachers arrived and greetings were exchanged between master and students. For the older princes who could recite the 4 books and 5 classics, they were given topics to write essays on their understanding. The younger ones were not so fortunate, especially the 10th and 11th princes who had just entered the school struggling to learn the 3-character classic. Teacher, perhaps we should teach in separate classes. Have the 10th and 11th brothers learn together, the 7th and 8th brothers together, and I can study with the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th brothers. Zhu Su, annoyed by the 2 little ones reading, suggested to Song Lian. The Prince of Wu makes a valid point. We shall separate the classes starting tomorrow. Song Lian nodded. The Dabintang was a large palace, so finding extra rooms would be easy. After a moment he spoke again. Prince of Wu, could you accompany me for a moment? Of course. Zhu Su nodded, wondering what Song Lian wanted. Prince of Wu, yesterday you spoke of knowledge is the beginning of action and action is the completion of knowledge. Could you elaborate for me? They moved to a side hall, and after they were seated, Song Lian began. Song Lian was a great Confucian scholar. At his level, mundane fame and fortune held little allure. His goal was scholarly pursuit. Having studied the philosophy of the mind for years, he felt he had hit a bottleneck. Whether one argues for knowledge before action or action before knowledge, both are incorrect. Knowledge and action are inherently one, like reading and writing. When you learn a character, you have a rough idea of how to write it. Even if you haven't written it, yet you know you can. Yesterday I think my examples of Zhao Kuo and the Duke of Wei were inappropriate. The Duke of Wei rose through the ranks from a soldier. Even if he never read military texts, his accumulated combat experience naturally led him to understand the art of war. If one insists on mastering military theory before going to battle, it easily leads to armchair strategizing. What is taught in books cannot cover every aspect like the jinshi selected through the imperial examinations. After passing, they are sent to govern various regions, but they don't truly know how to manage local affairs. This is also why many officials are easily deceived by their subordinates when they arrive at their posts. Conversely, the minor clerks who never participated in the exams can handle all sorts of miscellaneous affairs in perfect order. This is why I previously said that learning the way of Confucius and Mencius is about learning grand principles, which is not practical. The great Ming is in a state of recovery, and practicality is better than empty talk. Zhu Su knew Song Lian was a preeminent scholar of the era, and influencing him, even slightly, would be beneficial. As a local official, one doesn't necessarily need to know everything. As long as you employ the right people and supervise them from time to time, there shouldn't be any major problems. Seeing Zhu Su use this as an example, Song Lian, though he had never been a local magistrate, felt this wasn't an issue. Local clerks are all natives deeply connected to the gentry. Officials serve their term, and if no major issues arise, are transferred elsewhere. Whether local officials are incorruptible and wise is judged by those very gentry. They don't understand criminal law or fiscal matters, don't know how to keep or audit accounts. As long as annual taxes are collected and no shocking major cases occur, they can simply wash their hands of the matter and leave. It's utterly easy for those beneath them to deceive such officials. Scholars study the 4 books and 5 classics, aspiring to regulate the family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world. Let me ask you, Master Song, do you know your own household's monthly expenses, or how much grain you have in store? Song Lian was somewhat naive, thought Zhu Su as he posed the question. This? I truly do not know. After a moment's thought, Song Lian realized he indeed had no idea about his own household situation. For superiors and subordinates to be of one mind, it's best they share common interests. But locally, officials think of promotion, while clerks think of living better. Their hearts are fundamentally not aligned. As for the saying one term in office benefit the region, I don't deny there are officials wholly devoted to the people, but such officials are after all the minority. We just spoke of knowledge and action. If officials don't understand criminal law or fiscal matters, how can they govern the locale? With all due respect, take the emperor, my father. He approved the issuance of paper currency, but he doesn't know the exact amount printed. This ultimately led to overissuance and the devaluation of the currency. Zhu Su brought the topic back to knowledge and action. According to what the Prince of Wu says, does that mean our study of the 4 books and 5 classics is useless? Song Lian felt Zhu Su's words held some truth, yet also felt something was amiss. If studying were truly useless, why had countless generations pursued it tirelessly? Of course it's not useless. Studying enables one to understand principles. It's just that many understand these principles, yet very few truly act upon them. In my view, to select truly capable officials beyond the 4 books and 5 classics, they must also practically master how to handle local governance. Take bookkeepers, for instance. They may not know the 4 books and 5 classics, but they are excellent at arithmetic. Zhu Su smiled. In later generations, who reads the 4 books and 5 classics? Professional expertise is what truly matters. The division of official duties wasn't so refined then, but those who actually did the real work were the unranked petty clerks. Until classes resumed in the afternoon, Song Lian remained lost in existential doubt. I've studied for decades. What for? To teach and nurture people, yet how many of those I've taught truly do practical things for the common folk? Meanwhile, Zhu Su had gone to the Imperial Medical Academy to study. To say the imperial physicians lacked skill would be nonsense. But why so often did they appear incompetent? It was mainly because they served revered figures. Thus they prescribed mild balance formulas, opting for conservative treatment. Cure the patient, and they received little reward, but if something went wrong they might lose their heads. Teaching the Prince of Wu medicine was for them a pleasure. Zhu Su had always been fond of medicine, and had often sought their Zhu Yuanzhang hadn't objected, but they harbored some concerns, fearing he might accuse them of leading the prince astray from his proper duties. Now with explicit imperial decree they could teach without pressure. Mornings were for teaching Zhu Yuanzhang the Vajra skill, late mornings for reading, and afternoons for medical studies. Days passed by peacefully and uneventfully. Within the palace, Zhu Su perceived little change, but the imperial court was a different matter. With Wang Guangyang becoming the right chancellor, and Liu Bowen taking charge of the censorate, the court, which had been harmonious for years, became increasingly contentious. Wang Guangyang was a good-natured man who avoided taking the lead on matters, but Liu Bowen was not of that temperament. Moreover, Liu Bowen understood that Zhu Yuanzhang had brought him back to the court to counterbalance Hu Weiyong, as the Eastern Zhujiang faction and the Huaishi faction had never been on good terms. Previously, with the realm unsettled, Zhu Yuanzhang had to rely on the Huaishi faction. Now that wars were dwindling, it was time to rein them in. That day at court, Zhu Yuanzhang erupted in anger at Hu Weiyong, condemning his reckless issuance of paper currency, which caused prices to rise and the currency to devalue. He ordered Hu to propose a solution immediately. Hu Weiyong was candid enough to admit his fault, but stated he couldn't provide a solution as the treasury lacked the funds to redeem the notes. These words infuriated Zhu Yuanzhang so much he wanted to have Hongwu Emperor dragged out and beheaded. Yet he knew this wasn't the time to deal with him, so he could only angrily adjourn the court. Zhu Su, who was studying medicine, was summoned by Zhu Yuanzhang to Cunning Palace. He found it strange. Why go there? Arriving at Cunning Palace, he found Zhu Yuanzhang eating there. Your son pays respects to the emperor and empress. Rise. Have you eaten? Zhu Yuanzhang put down the flatbread in his hand and asked. Your son has already eaten. Rising, Zhu Yuanzhang said no more and continued eating. After finishing his meal, he invited Zhu Su for a walk. That method for making white sugar you mentioned last time was good. We've produced several hundred caddies these past days. We priced it at 5 taels per caddy and sold out in 2 days. But this method makes money too slowly. Apart from those methods you mentioned before, are there any quicker ways to generate revenue? Zhu Yuanzhang started with the sugar topic, but the question was still about money. Is it because the paper currency has severely devalued and the treasury lacks funds to redeem it? Zhu Su immediately understood the situation and asked. Exactly so. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. He had pondered long, but had no good ideas. There are 3 methods. The first is what I mentioned before: establish purchasable titles of nobility. This way the court gains funds to redeem some of the paper currency. The second is to appreciate the currency's value by printing a new batch. For instance, if the current note is worth 1 guan, print a new 700 yuan note to replace it, and the old version ceases to circulate. The third is issuing national bonds, as I mentioned before, to absorb excess paper currency from the populace. Though the court lacks funds now, it will gradually accumulate wealth. Taking a 5-year term as an example, instead of paying 10 million taels of silver at once, the court would only need to pay interest annually and settle the principal after 5 years. Your son favors the first method. The second is difficult to implement, and exchanging currency might confuse the people and take too long. As for the third, it falls between the two. The court would lose some face, but less than selling titles. Moreover, paying interest benefits both the court and the people. Zhu Su presented these 3 solutions. Are you certain the third option is viable? After much deliberation, Zhu Yuanzhang still believed the third approach was the most favorable. It is certainly viable. Borrowing money is not a disgrace. Previously, when I suggested lifting the maritime ban, you said the treasury was empty and the returns would be too slow to materialize. Issuing national bonds can rapidly amass substantial funds to build ocean-going vessels. As soon as your majesty signals the lifting of the maritime ban, many merchants who have profited from maritime trade in the past will undoubtedly be eager to invest. For merchants who purchase substantial bonds, you could grant special privileges, such as allowing a certain number of their descendants to participate in the imperial examinations. You could also relax certain ceremonial restrictions for them, permitting them to wear fine silks and satins, ride in carriages, and build larger residences. Zhu Su nodded. As the saying goes, no one gets up early for nothing. As long as merchants saw sufficient benefits, they would naturally be willing to buy the bonds, not to mention that the court would also pay interest. How can the offspring of merchants be allowed to sit for the imperial examinations? Zhu Yuanzhang held merchants in contempt and scoffed upon hearing Zhu Su's suggestion. A dragon gives birth to 9 sons, each different. Surely there are talents among the descendants of merchants as well. Since you do not favor merchants, father, we could levy higher taxes on them, especially after the maritime ban is lifted. Impose a hefty tax on all exported goods. Merchants unwilling to incur losses will inevitably raise the prices of goods sold abroad. In this way, foreign wealth will flow into our great Ming. Furthermore, we can sell trading licenses, and merchants going to sea must pay a deposit, which will bring in another revenue. Moreover, a merchant won't return from a voyage empty-handed. We should levy high tariffs on their valuable imported goods while reducing taxes on daily necessities or materials needed by the court. Additionally, the court could establish shipyards building and selling ships to merchants for another profit. The palace also has its own weaving bureau, which could sell silk to maritime merchants, thus subsidizing the palace's expenses. If managed well, collecting an additional several million or even 10 million taels in taxes annually is not out of the question. This was not Zhu Su's empty boasting. Ming dynasty commercial taxes were too low and foreign trade was inherently profitable with substantial margins. Let me think this over carefully. By the way, about that sea cucumber flavor enhancer you mentioned last time, how is it made? Zhu Yuanzhang felt that the money seemed too easy to come by according to Zhu Su's plan and needed further consideration. He then turned his attention to the matter of the flavor enhancer. Clean the sea cucumbers, dry them in the sun, and then grind them into powder. That's all there is to it. It's not a technically complex method similar to making white sugar. It can make money initially, but once the method becomes widely known, the profits will dwindle. Moreover, unlike white sugar, sea cucumbers are easily found on the coast, making them difficult for the court to regulate. If an ordinary family obtained this method, it could improve their livelihood, but its benefit to the state would be minimal. Zhu Su briefly explained the method of making the flavor enhancer before continuing. I understand. You may take your leave. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, dismissing Zhu Su. He couldn't help but recall the days when Li Shanshang was around during the campaigns, when he never had to worry about provisions or finances. Of course, he also knew that this wasn't necessarily because Li Shanshang's abilities far surpassed Hongwu Emperor's. Back then, before the founding of the nation, he could employ some less honorable methods. For instance, upon conquering a city, they could seize the property of wealthy families. But now that the nation was established, such methods were no longer appropriate. Of the three options Zhu Su had proposed, Zhu Yuanzhang knew the first was theoretically the best, as it required no cost. However, the thought of selling noble titles felt deeply uncomfortable to him. The noble titles of the great Ming were extremely valuable. Among the many civil officials, only 3 had earned noble ranks. The reason for abolishing the ranks of Viscount and Baron was precisely to prevent the devaluation of these titles. The second option was also difficult, as he had no idea how much paper currency had actually been circulated in society, making it hard to determine how much more to print. In comparison, although the third option didn't have an excellent reputation, it was far more palatable and could yield significant benefits in the long run. Wandering aimlessly, Zhu Yuanzhang found himself back at Cunning Palace. "My dear, do you think it would be shameful for me to borrow money from the people, eh?" After sitting down and drinking 2 cups of tea, Zhu Yuanzhang finally spoke to Empress Ma. "Chongba, if the court is short of funds, I have quite a few gold and silver trinkets, if necessary." Empress Ma didn't know why Zhu Yuanzhang was asking this, but her words were cut short as he interrupted her. "What are you saying? When I married you, I had neither power nor influence. I've neglected you all these years, I can't possibly take your possessions now. Alas, I used to think that being the emperor was a life of luxury, eating fine white flour buns every day and having endless money. I never imagined that being the emperor also comes with a mountain of troubles." Zhu Yuanzhang said rather dejectedly. "This shows you want to be a good emperor. If you were like those fatuous tyrants, caring nothing for the people's suffering and only seeking your own pleasure, you wouldn't have so many worries." As a longtime couple, Empress Ma understood Zhu Yuanzhang's ambitions and didn't want him to be disheartened by a minor setback. Indeed, being a good emperor isn't easy. Well, let's not dwell on it too much. It's just borrowing money after all. Back in the day when I couldn't even find food to eat, I would have done anything for anyone who offered me a bite to eat. Hearing Empress Ma's words, Zhu Yuanzhang cast aside all his hesitations and worries. Since it was beneficial for the great Ming, borrowing money was fine. Borrowing and repaying. What was there to be ashamed of? Alright, I have a pile of things to attend to. I won't sit here any longer, Zhu Yuanzhang said as he rose to leave. Chongba, wait a moment. Suda is about to return. What have you decided? When will you arrange her marriage to our 4th son? Empress Ma called out to stop him and asked. This? Let me. Zhu Yuanzhang hesitated for a moment, replied, and then left. How could he change his mind so soon? Empress Ma muttered to herself, watching his retreating figure. In her eyes, Miaoyun and Zhu Di were a match made in heaven. Zhu Di had feelings for the girl, and the girl seemed to have feelings for him too. So where was this unexpected change coming from? Back at the Qinxing Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang summoned Wang Guangyang and informed him of the plan to issue national bonds. Instances of the court borrowing from the people are rare. The only notable case recorded in history is King Nin of Zhou, who was deeply in debt. Your subject believes that borrowing is feasible, but we must consider the court's repayment capacity and determine the appropriate amount of bonds to issue. We also need to find new sources of revenue, otherwise it will place a significant burden on the state. Wang Guangyang was not incompetent, just reluctant to offend people. This matter wouldn't put him at odds with either the Zhedong or Huaishi factions, so he could freely express his opinions. This I have also considered. Zhu Yuanzhang then proceeded to outline all the profitable avenues that Zhu Su had. Your Majesty is most wise. With the profits from maritime trade, the court gains a significant new source of income. Selling luxury and precious goods abroad will also benefit the common people. Wang Guangyang immediately remarked after hearing all of this. Since you also think it's feasible, I'll leave this matter to you. Handle the justification for issuing the national bonds as you see fit. Zhu Yuanzhang's face reddened slightly as he gave the order. Your servant understands. Wang Guangyang now realized why the emperor had summoned him. He was to serve as a mere instrument. Yet being such an instrument was an acceptable role to play. Old Zhu valued his pride above all, proposing the loan himself was out of the question. Instead, he would sternly rebuke the idea if others suggested it, only to gracefully accept it once they did. Of course, if his ministers unanimously praised the policy, Emperor Zhu would naturally follow the wise counsel of the masses. Choosing Wang Guangyang was deliberate, for he had always been known as an amiable peacemaker. He managed to stay neutral between the two factions of Jinhua and Huaishi, offending neither side. Both held him in high regard. To the Huaishi clique, he was the strategist who devised plans and secured the rear. To the Jinhua faction, he was a learned scholar whose ties to the Huaishi group were not deeply entrenched. Seeing Wang Guangyang endorse the proposal, Zhu Yuanzhang was secretly pleased. His thoughts then drifted to Empress Ma's earlier question. Should Miaoyun marry Zhu Di? He had once been the strongest advocate for this match, but ever since hearing Zhu Su's account of the dynasty's future, he had grown hesitant. Like father, like son. How could Zhu Di's descendants be so utterly disappointing? His son ruled for barely a year before succumbing to obesity, and his grandson, obsessed with cricket fighting, even allowed eunuchs to learn to read and meddle in state affairs. His great-grandson was even more infamous. Captured by the Mongols, and instead of dying honorably, he brought the Mongol invaders to the city gates. What a disgrace. Not to mention the Jingnan rebellion, where Zhu Di slaughtered his own nephew. I granted the right to purge the court of corrupting influences, but never to eliminate the sovereign himself. He had ordered Zhu Su to study medicine specifically to protect Zhu Biao, Empress Ma, and his eldest grandson. Yet knowing that Zhu Su was still a child, he sought to resolve the problem at its very root. If I prevent you from marrying Miaoyun, there will be no obese son, no cricket-obsessed grandson, and no great-grandson captured in a foolish campaign. If I prevent you from marrying Miaoyun, there will be no OB son, no cricket-obsessed grandson, and no great-grandson captured in a foolish campaign. Returned to his official duties. As evening fell, Zhu Su paid his customary respects to Empress Ma. My fifth son, this Vajra skill your father has been practicing these past few days. Does it truly work? Empress Ma gestured for Zhu Su to sit before posing her question. It is certainly beneficial. Without regular movement, a person rusts like iron left idle. Exercise is good for the body. As the old saying goes, walk 100 steps after a meal and live to 99. However, this means waiting half an hour after eating, not walking immediately, which would harm one's health. Zhu Su nodded earnestly. Child, you're only 15, yet you're already fretting over longevity. Empress Ma chuckled at his earnestness. Longevity is certainly a blessing. Mother, after practicing that routine, have you noticed any improvement in your health? Zhu Su smiled and inquired about her progress with the Vajra skill. Zhu Su smiled and asked Empress Ma how she felt after practicing the Vajra skill. At first my body ached after a few repetitions, but these past 2 days I've grown more accustomed to it. As for visible results, how could they manifest so quickly? Empress Ma said with a warm smile. Mother speaks wisely. This son was too hasty. Zhu Su nodded in agreement. By the way, can your eldest sister-in-law practice this Vajra skill? She's been frail since childhood, and after giving birth to Xiongyin, she seems even weaker. Empress Ma continued. Perhaps she should start gradually with something simpler. I have a set of Taiji exercises. I'll teach them to eldest brother first, and he can pass them on to her. Zhu Su pondered for a moment before responding. Fifth brother, since when did you take up boxing? Zhu Di's voice rang out as he strode into the room. I practice a health-preserving routine, not a fighting style. Zhu Su replied with a faint smile. This son pays respects to mother. Zhu Di bowed to Empress Ma, then straightened and turned to Zhu Su. What nonsense is this health-preserving boxing? A fist is meant for striking. When shall we spar? What I practice truly is for well-being. As a prince of the great Ming, if I ever needed to throw a punch that would spell As he spoke of sparring, Zhu Di couldn't resist glancing at Su Miaoyun, clearly eager to show off. Just then a eunuch announced from the doorway, the crown prince and crown princess have arrived. At the announcement, Zhu Di, who had been itching for a bout, immediately straightened up and stood at attention. Moments later, Zhu Biao and crown princess Chang entered. After exchanging greetings, Zhu Su found himself without a seat and obediently stood aside beside Zhu Di. You've arrived just in time. I was discussing the crown prince's health with Lao Wu. He suggested that exercise could help regulate her condition. Empress Ma looked toward Zhu Biao as she spoke. But the imperial physicians advised that the crown princess should avoid exertion and focus on rest and recuperation. Zhu Biao replied, glancing at Zhu Su with some hesitation. Lao Wu, demonstrate that Taiji routine you mentioned for your elder brother. Empress Ma said, turning her gaze to Zhu Su. She had sensed from Zhu Yuanzhang's attitude that afternoon that his stance might be wavering, and Zhu Su was likely the catalyst. Both her fourth and fifth sons were her own flesh and blood, equally dear to her heart. Su Miaoyun had been with her for 3 or 4 years now. If the match truly wasn't meant to be, forcing it would do no good. Yet she understood Zhu Yuanzhang's reasoning, and to make this union happen she needed Zhu Su to shine. Then this son will humbly demonstrate. Zhu Su said, not to show off, but to convince Zhu Biao of Taiji's merits. He stepped to the center of the room, took a deep breath, and began performing the slow-flowing movements. This Taiji routine was the same gentle, health-preserving style practiced by elderly folks in parks today, slow and fluid with a high stance perfectly suited for the elderly and nobility alike. Watching Zhu Su's movements, Zhu Biao nodded approvingly. He had always known his fifth brother to be sensible. This exercise was perfectly safe for the crown princess. Fifth brother, your boxing is far too slow. Zhu Di blurted out, feeling a pang of jealousy as he noticed Su Miaoyun watching with keen interest. Fourth brother, as I said, this is a health-preserving routine that requires almost no force. But it can be sped up. Watch closely. Zhu Su smiled faintly. As he finished the current form, his style shifted abruptly. He lowered his center of gravity and quickened his pace, but whenever a burst of power was needed, his movements became lightning fast. The rustling of his robes accompanied the sudden bursts of force, startling everyone present. Though the forms appeared identical to before, the aura was entirely different. What had seemed like a gentle exercise now carried a hint of lethal intent. If the earlier performance was for longevity, this was a display of killing intent. This fist technique is indeed excellent, especially the slow health-preserving movements, which are well suited for those who do not exercise often. Empress Ma had initially feared the fist technique would involve swift and vigorous routines, but now she was finally put at ease. In truth, it is not only suitable for sister-in-law, elder brother could also practice it in his spare time. After stretching the sinews and bones, one can then move on to other health cultivation exercises. Setting aside half an hour each day should suffice. Zhu Su retracted his stance and offered this suggestion to Zhu Biao. It seems I misjudged fifth brother. Your sister-in-law can practice it, but I shall pass. The affairs of the court are overwhelming and my time is already stretched thin. Finding even half an hour is difficult. Zhu Biao first affirmed Zhu Su's words, but he had no intention of practicing the fist technique himself. If you find the court affairs too burdensome, then I shall reduce your workload. A healthy body is of utmost importance. Zhu Yuanzhang said as he walked in from outside. Father, your son has no intention of complaining. After exchanging formal greetings, Zhu Biao began to explain. I know you have no intention of complaining. Your fifth brother also has your best interests at heart. When I was young, I fought battles daily, ate, and slept well, and my body was in excellent condition. You eat better now than I did back then, but who among you can compare to me in physical health? After much thought, it seems the lack of activity is the cause. Your bodies have been pampered and weakened. Fifth son, when you have the time, teach this Tai Chi to your other brothers as well. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, first boasting about himself, then turning his gaze to Zhu Su. Father, this Tai Chi is suitable for those with frail health or the elderly. We brothers are all still young, and there is no need to practice such a gentle soft fist technique. Zhu Su quickly said. Fifth brother, are you suggesting that elder brother's health is frail? Zhu Di, for some inexplicable reason, blurted out the question. That is not what I meant. Elder brother, as the crown prince, must maintain the dignified bearing of a future sovereign. He should favor stillness over activity, making such vigorous routines unsuitable for him. This Zhu Di seems to be targeting me today. Fifth brother is indeed more thoughtful. I had not considered that. Zhu Di wore an apologetic expression, but his words carried a subtle edge. If you had not considered it, then you should think more carefully in the future. Although the crown prince is your elder brother, he is also the sovereign of our great Ming, the future emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang glared at Zhu Di. Had he truly not thought about it, or had he thought too much? Your son admits his fault. Zhu Di sensed that his father seemed somewhat different towards him today, but he knew he must confess his mistake promptly. Father, fourth brother, has always been outspoken and means no harm. Besides, we are brothers first and sovereign and subjects second. Zhu Biao, unwilling to let this matter cause discord, quickly stepped in to mediate. Biao, I am pleased that you think this way. However, you may hold such thoughts, but they must not. To you they must be subjects first and brothers second. If you place brotherhood first, then should they commit transgressions you might be swayed by sentiment and show undue lenience. If they place the sovereign-subject relationship first, they will not overstep their bounds. Combined with brotherly affection, they will dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to assisting you. This order must not be reversed by any of you, lest my policy of enfranchisement devolve into chaos. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled with satisfaction, then began to admonish the others. Zhu Su felt bewildered. He had no desire to be emperor, nor even to be enfeoffed as a prince with real power. Zhu Di was also perplexed. His current thoughts were solely on being enfeoffed early to go out and wage wars. He harbored no other ambitions. The future emperor of the great Ming would undoubtedly be his elder brother, and he was willing to serve as a great general under him, campaigning in all directions. Zhongba, what has gotten into you today? Empress Ma felt that Zhu Yuanzhang was acting strangely today. He usually favored the fourth son, yet today, he seemed, it's nothing. I just feel that old fourth has too many schemes in his heart, so I'm keeping him in check. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled. He did not intend to tell Empress Ma about the strange dream Zhu Su had. It was not because he distrusted his wife. The dream was simply too bizarre, and he did not wish to worry her. I however feel that old fourth does not have many schemes. If he did, he would not have spoken such words. On the other hand, old fifth has changed considerably recently. You were previously opposed to him studying medicine, or what made you suddenly allow him to devote himself to it? Empress Ma finally voiced the question that had been on her mind. A father knows his son, and a mother understands him too. She also understood Zhu Yuanzhang. Unless there had been a significant change, he would not have permitted his son to study medicine. The second, third, and fourth sons have all trained in martial arts since childhood and are well-versed in military strategy. Hence I have enfeoffed them as the kings of Qin, Jin, and Yan. The fifth son is the youngest and has been frail since childhood. I thought to have him closer, so I enfeoffed him as the king. His destiny is to enjoy a life of comfort. Since he has an interest in medicine, let him pursue it. After all, we do not expect him to fight in battles. If he achieves something significant in medicine, it would not be a bad thing. The first two sentences Zhu Yuanzhang spoke were true, while the latter two were half true and half false. He was uncertain if the fifth son harbored any other intentions. If the boy had been half sincere in his words, it could spell. He feared that before the fourth son could rebel, the fifth son might first act to cleanse the sovereign's side. Hence Zhu Yuanzhang had Zhu Su study medicine, hoping he would become increasingly engrossed in it. Zhu Su was unaware of Zhu Yuanzhang's true intentions. He believed the emperor thought he was too ostentatious and had him study medicine to lay low, or perhaps to ensure the safety of Empress Ma and the others. In his previous life, Zhu Su was a liberal arts student who studied economics. Job prospects were bleak, so he eventually stayed home and became an online novelist. He did not believe that traveling back in time would allow him to dominate effortlessly with his aura of kingship, compelling all to submit. The difference between the ancients and moderns was merely a gap in knowledge, not in wisdom. Surely no one actually believed that someone who struggled in the modern world could outshine the brilliant minds who left their mark on history, did they? To put it bluntly, despite many looking down on figures like Wang Zhen or Wei Zhongxian, if one were truly reincarnated as a eunuch, how many could rise to become a powerful director of the Eastern Depot, wielding influence over the entire court? Returning to his quarters after dinner, Zhu Su began his physical training. In the mornings, he practiced Tai Chi and the Diamond Sutra exercises. In the evenings, he did push-ups and sit-ups. He also performed some kidney-nourishing exercises he had seen in short videos in his past life. It was somewhat pitiful really being a prince of 15 with not even a concubine. Not to mention concubines, he didn't even have a palace maid. He wondered what old Zhu was thinking. With so many wives himself, he left his son to sleep alone on a cold bed. After expressing his grievances towards Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Su fell into a deep sleep. 1-2-3-4-2, 2-3-4, 3-2-3-4. There was no second round. At the entrance of the grand study hall, Zhu Di shouted the counting rhythm while performing exercises with several of his younger brothers. This was the childhood memory of hundreds of millions in later generations, the call of the era. Old Six, did you skip breakfast? Put some strength into it. Zhu Di shouted cheerfully at his sixth brother, Zhu Yuanzhang, the Prince of Chu. That's what you get for studying so hard all the time, giving father no excuse, but to use you as a lesson for me. The 10th and 11th brothers were still young, but they imitated their older brothers, earnestly stretching their arms and legs. Old 5, can just swinging your arms and legs like this really strengthen the body. Watching his brothers do calisthenics outside, Zhu Shuang looked at the instigator Zhu Su. Doing it once in a while won't work. It's a slow grinding process. Only by persisting in daily exercise will there be results. Zhu Su gazed out the window filled with childhood memories, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I think there has been some effect. Second brother, don't you think fifth brother's frame has become much sturdier than before? Zhu Gang patted Zhu Su on the back, speaking to Zhu Shuang. Is that so? Let me test it. Intrigued, Zhu Shuang reached out to slap Zhu Su's shoulder. Second brother, have. Zhu Su quickly dodged aside. No way, his brother didn't know his own strength. If he actually landed that slap, it would surely leave a bright red mark. Why are you dodging, boy? Let your big brother see if you've gotten sturdier. Seeing Zhu Su evade the grin on Zhu Shuang, in the end Zhu Su couldn't escape the second prince's torment. Indeed sturdier, and with more flesh on him. Hearing the sounds from outside cease, Zhu Shuang finally withdrew his hand, a triumphant smirk on his face. We asked you to set an example for your younger brothers, and this is how you do it. At that moment, a cold, ominous voice reached Zhu Shuang's ears. Zhu Shuang's smile instantly twisted into a bitter grimace. Your son pays respects to father. The princes quickly knelt in greeting to Zhu Yuanzhang. Speak up. Why are they out there exercising while you lot are in here fooling around? Zhu Yuanzhang demanded, sternly staring at Zhu Shuang. Your sons admit their fault. The three didn't make excuses, kneeling and speaking in unison. You're driving me to my grave. The court is a headache, and you little brats are no better. Zhu Yuanzhang huffed angrily at his three sons. While it was clear Zhu Yuanzhang had been frustrated at court and had come here to vent his anger on his sons. Since you've all read your books, well, let me ask you this. Today Wang Guangyang proposed opening the seas to increase tax revenue, yet support was scarce, with almost everyone opposed. How should this be handled? Though he addressed them all, Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze was mostly fixed on Zhu Su. Just then the crown prince, Zhu Biao, also, what are you here for? To persuade me again to heed the officials' opinions? Zhu Yuanzhang asked Zhu Biao with a grumpy tone. Father, your son believes what the ministers say has merit. Our great Ming has just emerged from great wars. No one truly knows how profitable maritime trade would be. If we issue 300 million taels in national bonds and can't repay them, the people will surely be discontent. Moreover, the maritime ban was originally your decree, father. The pirates appear and disappear without a trace. The court has tried to eradicate them multiple times, but hasn't even found their hideouts. If the seas are open, the safety of merchants at sea can't be guaranteed. Once a merchant ship is plundered, maritime trade, besides the nation is now recovering, it's time to reduce taxes and let the people rest. How can we impose heavy levies? Zhu Biao began to counsel Zhu Yuanzhang earnestly. Now you all see. These are the words the officials used to oppose opening the seas. How do we refute each point? Zhu Yuanzhang ignored Zhu Biao and continued to question his three kneeling sons. Father, mere pirates are nothing to fear. Your son is willing to lead the great Ming navy to wipe them out. Before the three could answer, Zhu Di jumped in first. Fourth brother, don't be ridiculous. Pirates aren't mountain bandits. We don't even know where they hide. How can we eliminate? Zhu Biao was speechless. Why add chaos at a time like this? Old 5, tell me, how should this be handled? Zhu Yuanzhang still ignored Zhu Biao and directly asked Zhu Su. Your son believes fourth brother is right. These pirates are nothing to fear, and eradicating them is imperative. Zhu Su replied. Fifth brother, how could you also? Let him finish. You sit down and listen properly. Stop agreeing with everything the ministers say. Zhu Su replied. Fifth brother, how could you also? Let him finish. You sit down and listen properly. Zhu Biao wondered why his father would value what fifth brother had to say, but he still sat down on a nearby chair. Old Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su. The crown prince said pirates appear and vanish without a trace. That's true. But they must have a place to stay. Once we find their lairs, defeating them won't be difficult. Although the great Ming has banned maritime trade, some must be defying the court's law and going to sea privately, otherwise these pirates would have nothing to survive on. There are only a few suitable spots along the coast for setting sail. If they can leave from there, so can we. With luck, we might even encounter pirates. Then we could find a way to track them and naturally discover their hideouts. Zhu Su laid out his plan for finding the pirates, luring the snake out of its hole. Zhu Di's eyes lit up as he spoke. Exactly what fourth brother said. Lure the snake. As for the profits of maritime trade, we only need to check the previous dynasty's records. There's nothing to refute there. To abandon the profits of sea trade because of a few pirate gangs is a classic case of throwing away the apple because of the core. Besides, who knows how many of these pirates are genuine and how many are fake. If I were a smuggler, I'd naturally want fewer competitors. So I might fund a pirate gang to attack my rivals. In that case, unless absolutely necessary, no one would risk their life at sea. As for the court officials' opposition, some of their points are valid, some are not. But instead of asking them, it would be better to consult the former maritime merchants. The court can first circulate the draft policy, letting merchants sign up to purchase the national bonds. If many sign up, it shows they support the endeavor. If no one signs up, then the officials are right and the policy can be abandoned. In this way, the officials will have no room to object. Besides the emperor's firmness, another way to deal with officials was to leverage public opinion. What if the people support it, but the officials don't? Zhu blinked and asked. If the people knew which officials opposed it, what do you think would happen? Zhu Su asked back with a smile. After hearing Zhu Su's words, the others who understood his meaning all drew in a sharp breath of cold air. What matters most to an official? Naturally, it is their reputation. Once tarnished, how can one continue to hold office? In the past, the court issued policies only after they were fully formulated, then decreed them to the provinces. Now the court first promulgates them to the localities, letting the people judge for themselves whether a policy is good. Take the recent lifting of the maritime ban, for instance. This policy was transmitted to every region. It involves matters like national bonds and shipping permits. The merchants are invited to subscribe first. Once their subscriptions exceed the court's initial estimates, it proves the merchants support the policy. At that point, should officials still object, the court can simply issue a notice stating that due to so-and-so's opposition, the policy is hereby rescinded. Bear in mind the current officials are primarily divided into two major factions, the Zhedong and the Huaishi groups. Though Huaishi isn't a hub for maritime merchants, they too would be eager to buy national bonds and collect the interest. As for the maritime merchants, there's no need to elaborate. Previously, only those with connections could engage in smuggling, while they could only watch helplessly. Now that the court is willing to lift the ban and crack down on pirates, they are naturally delighted. Blocking someone's path to wealth is akin to killing their parents. If they were to discover which officials opposed this, especially those from their own regions, those officials' reputations locally would be utterly ruined. I reckon the officials won't agree to your plan. Zhu Yuanzhang thought it was certainly a good idea, but would those officials consent? Father, how strongly do the nobles and military officers oppose this policy? Zhu Su looked at Zhu Yuanzhang and asked another question. They naturally oppose it as well. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. That's rather odd, isn't it? They are people who aren't short of money. Why would they be unwilling to do something so profitable? Zhu Su continued to ask. Fifth brother officials of our great Ming are prohibited from engaging in commerce. Zhu Biao glanced at Zhu Su and explained simply. But can their aunts and uncles engage in commerce? If they are unaware of this opportunity, I believe someone should inform them. Of course, this applies only to the nobles, not the civil officials. Once civil officials get involved, even good things will turn bad. The nobles share the nation's fate, and they have all rendered meritorious service on the battlefield. This way, whoever is tasked with suppressing the pirates will do so with utmost dedication. Zhu Su blinked, revealing his strategy. Haha, as long as they support it, then the supporters will constitute a vast majority. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily upon hearing this, then said, convey my decree, invite those fellows still in the capital for a drink. But, doesn't this stoke conflict between the civil and military factions? Zhu Biao looked towards Zhu Yuanzhang. Fifth brother, explain this to your elder brother. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't answer him, instead turning to Zhu Su. If the civil and military were of one mind, the emperor would be a mere puppet. Zhu Su said softly. Biao, you still have much to learn. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a deep look at Zhu Biao, then rose and left. Fifth brother, with so many officials opposed, there must be some reason, right? Zhu Biao didn't leave, but looked at Zhu Su with some frustration. When Wang Mang usurped the Han, all the civil and military ministers supported him wholeheartedly, and the common folk were pleased to see it. This elder brother, though getting on in years, still seemed somewhat naive. I understand. With that, Zhu Biao also. Fifth brother, what were you talking about? What did elder brother understand? Zhu Di asked Zhu Su curiously. Fourth brother, it's better you don't know. Speaking of which, it's time for class, but why are the tutors absent? Zhu Su stood up and surveyed the grand study hall, empty except for the princes. Their absence is naturally because father doesn't want them here. Zhu Shuang patted Zhu Su on the shoulder and returned to his seat. Before long, the tutors filed in and began the lesson. Truly, a dog that bites doesn't bark. I thought Wang Guangyang would be more docile after 2 years in Guangdong, but instead he pulls a stunt like this. In the secretariat, aside from Wang Guangyang, almost everyone else was Hu Weiyang's man. Thus, even in broad daylight, he could freely deliberate there. Prime Minister, I find it hard to believe this is Wang Guanjiang's doing. If he intended to oppose you, he wouldn't have waited until an official seated to his left furrowed his brow and spoke. I also think this isn't Wang Guanjiang's style. He has always been affable. In all his years in court, aside from impeaching Li Shanshang, he has made no other moves. I also think this isn't Wang Guanjiang's style. He has always been affable. In all his years in court, aside from impeaching, back when he served as a clerk in the marshal's mansion, he was one of those who devised strategies for his majesty. How many of those men aren't ruthless and merciless? When Shandong was just pacified, he went there as a provincial administrator. Within less than a year, the entire region was completely subdued. Is that something a harmless old soul could accomplish? I originally thought he had seen the writing on the wall, chose to stay neutral and retire peacefully. It seems I underestimated him. Hu Weiyong glanced at the two men. They knew far too little about Wang Guangyang. If he lacked ability, how could Wang Guangyang be one of only 3 civil officials granted noble titles? But why would he do this? That official still didn't understand. The Duke of Wei will be arriving in the capital in a few days. With no wars left in the realm, it seems our Huaishi men are about to be sidelined. Hu Weiyong felt a sense of birds gone, bows hidden, owl rabbits, dead hounds cooked. But none of those Zhidong officials agree either. Logically, they should be the ones supporting this. There is no precedent for this national bond scheme. Since Liu Bowen himself spoke against it, the Zhidong officials naturally won't agree. Hu Weiyong said flatly. Yet inwardly he was puzzled. What exactly did His Majesty intend? If he wanted to suppress the Huaishi faction, why would the Zhidong men oppose it as well? Just then a low-ranking official hurried in and whispered a few words into Hu Weiyong's ear. Disaster. Hu Weiyong's face drastically changed upon hearing the news. Prime Minister, has something major happened? The officials below, seeing his expression, asked in succession. His Majesty is hosting a banquet for the nobles. Hu Weiyong finally realized what Zhu Yuanzhang was plotting. But His Majesty has feasted the nobles before. It's nothing out of the ordinary. One official murmured, almost to himself. Fool. Without the nobles' support, how can we contend with Zhidong? I never imagined the clash of two tigers would turn into a three-way standoff. Hu Weiyong hadn't expected his subordinates to be so inept. He cast them a look of frustration, then spoke with some weird. His Majesty truly wields a masterful hand. He has split Huaishi in two, creating a three-way balance with Zhidong and further pitting the civil against the military. When the emperor invited them for a drink, all the nobles who could attend naturally showed up. Initially, everyone was somewhat reserved, but after a few cups of wine they loosened up considerably. Gathered together, their conversations naturally revolved around warfare, with each one jesting and ribbing the others. My brothers, we've toiled all our lives to conquer this realm. Have you ever pondered how you wish to enjoy your leisure in the future? Zhu Yuanzhang, seeing that everyone had drunk their fill, descended from the imperial throne and posed the question. At these words, many hearts skipped a beat. Could it be that His Majesty intended to emulate Emperor Taizu of Song and strip them of their military power over a cup of wine? Your Majesty, having fought all our lives, we naturally yearn for a life of ease. I am willing to resign my military post and become a wealthy retiree. Li Wenzhong, the emperor's nephew, was the first to speak. Nonsense. You're not even 40 yet. What ease do you seek? You've all misunderstood my intention. Our great Ming is different from the Song dynasty. As you all know, our Ming dynasty was established only 8 years ago. I wish to reward your military merits, but the imperial treasury is simply empty. A few days ago I was reading the records of the Song and Yuan dynasties. They earned immense wealth annually through maritime trade. I pondered, why shouldn't we also open our seas to trade? This would not only increase the court's revenue, but also allow you brothers to earn some money, which would ease my conscience. Zhu Yuanzhang first playfully scolded Li Wenzhong, then explained. Your Majesty, didn't you forbid us from engaging in commerce, saying it would compete with the people for profit? Tang, he asked, somewhat confused, unsure of Zhu Yuanzhang's intentions. I did say officials must not engage in commerce. But don't you all have distant relatives? We can simply register the seafaring ships under their names. Besides, those pirates at sea are like mosquitoes, buzzing incessantly. If we swat them dead, we can all sleep sound, Zhu Yuanzhang said with a hearty laugh. Oh, isn't that the truth? Every time we prepare for war, those civil officials claim the court lacks funds and provisions. If we truly open maritime trade and amass sufficient wealth and supplies, we can ride into the grasslands and wipe out that so-called golden family once and for all. Fu Yu nodded in agreement. What I'm talking about now is maritime trade. These past years, with continuous warfare, the court has indeed depleted much of its resources. Now that the realm is mostly pacified, I wish to enjoy a couple of years of stability, build up our reserves, and train the troops. Some previously claimed my ban on maritime trade was out of fear of pirates. That's nonsense. It was because the realm was unstable, and we had to secure our borders first. Now that we have our hands free, we can eliminate the pirates, open maritime trade, and enrich your families. What say you all? Zhu Yuanzhang looked around at the assembled generals and asked. I approve. They say pirates are hard to eradicate, but I doubt they are any match for Chun Yuliang's navy back in the day. Old Tang, how many of Feng Guo's seafaring ships do we still have? I volunteer to lead the navy and wipe out the pirates. Fu Yud stood up and declared. You're drunk. Those ships haven't been used in over a decade. I have no idea how many are still seaworthy. Tang, he shot Fu Yud a glance and scolded with a laugh. The ships aren't a problem. Didn't Wang Guangyang in the court mention issuing 30 million taels in national bonds? If we lack warships, we'll build them. Besides, maritime trade doesn't have to depart from Zhujiang to Guangdong, can also serve as a port. What I'm asking you now is, do you support this or not? The smile vanished from Zhu Yuanzhang's face as he fixed his gaze on the assembly. We support it, of course we support it. We will do whatever your majesty commands. Yes, we all obey your majesty. They hadn't taken a stance in court earlier, mainly because they were unsure of Zhu Yuanzhang's position. Everyone had dealt with Wang Guangyang. He was a harmless peacemaker. Though they belonged to the Huaishi faction, civil officials and military generals were often at odds. And who was Hu Weiyong to them? The only one they truly respected was Li Shanchang. I'm glad you all support this. However, do not let word of today's discussion leak out. If those civil officials get wind of it, you'll lose the benefits meant for you, and you'll have no one to cry to. Alright, let's continue drinking. Seeing their enthusiastic response, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in satisfaction, and a smile returned to his face. The others also felt relieved. In truth, they weren't afraid of a removal of military power over wine, for upon returning to the capital, they had already relinquished their commands. Their only fear was having done something wrong and incurring Zhu Yuanzhang's displeasure. Now that the emperor was talking about leading them to wealth, what reason did they have to object? Many assumed these military men were illiterate boors. But having risen from the bottom rungs to their current prominence, even if they couldn't read a single character, they possessed intelligence and emotional acumen far beyond the ordinary. The drinking bout lasted from noon until dusk. At that moment, Zhu Su was staring in bewilderment at the beautiful young woman before him. The Empress Dowager wants you to learn Tai Chi from me. Zhu Su asked again. Yes, Your Highness. Her Highness has commanded me to study Tai Chi under your tutelage. Su Miaoyun nodded in confirmation. This isn't right, Zhu Su thought. Su Miaoyun was supposed to be the wife of his fourth brother Zhu Di, the future Empress Su. Didn't the history books say they were childhood sweethearts, deeply in love? What was his mother thinking? Learning Tai Chi is certainly possible, but it's getting late. Come find me every morning from now on. Regardless, Zhu Su had to obey Empress Ma's arrangements, so he said this. The Empress Dowager instructed me to stay at your residence, Your Highness, and only return to report once I have mastered the art. Su Miaoyun's voice involuntarily lowered as she spoke. Though she was young, she was far from naive. Years ago, Empress Ma had summoned her to the palace, hinting at a betrothal to one of her sons. While it wasn't explicitly stated, Zhu Yuanzhang understood, and Suda understood as well. Considering their ages, the suitable candidates were the fourth, fifth, and sixth princes. Suda had even tacitly assumed it would be Zhu Di, and Su Miaoyun had felt the same. But now it seemed things might be different. The Empress Dowager appeared to be fostering a match between her and this Prince of Wu. She had observed the events of last evening. Girls generally mature psychologically earlier than boys. She had also felt that Zhu Di's words then were inappropriate, bordering on tattling. In contrast, the Prince of Wu, who had previously seemed timid, had revealed a sharp edge. As for her feelings towards the three eligible princes, she hadn't yet favored any of them. She knew that such matters were beyond her control, and even her father or the Empress Dowager couldn't decide. Everything depended on the master of this palace. Only his word was final. In that case, have the grooms lead you to the side hall to get settled. Zhu Su felt a growing sense of unease, but didn't dwell on it. He would simply go with the flow and follow Empress Ma, while leave Su Miaoyun's settlement aside. When Zhu Su went to Kunning Palace to pay his respects, he noticed his fourth brother looking visibly dejected. That night, Zhu Su dreamed of Zhu Di coming at him with a sword demanding his wife back, and woke up in a cold sweat. Greetings, Prince of Wu. Zhu Su had not expected that as soon as he stepped into the courtyard that morning, Su Miaoyun would emerge from the side hall. Good morning, Lady Su. He nodded to Su Miaoyun, noticing that in her training attire, she carried an air of martial valor. Since you are here to learn Tai Chi, I shall teach you. Zhu Su positioned himself a meter or so before her, and began explaining the fundamentals of Tai Chi. Su Miaoyun listened attentively, occasionally interjecting with questions. You now have a basic grasp of the theory. The next step is the forms. The first is the opening posture. Watch my movements closely. Zhu Su slowly executed the opening posture, then broke it down into individual components for her to see. After his demonstration, Su Miaoyun nodded to show she understood. Yet when she attempted the movements herself, her posture went completely awry. Zhu Su corrected her repeatedly, and each time, she nodded in understanding, only to repeat the same mistakes upon trying again. I sincerely apologize, Prince of Wu. Su Miaoyun was equally frustrated. She had never been suited for martial arts. Though she was a daughter, her father Su De had once tried to teach her combat to ensure she could protect herself. She absorbed the theory with remarkable speed, but her practical execution was always flawed, eventually leading Su De to give up on her entirely. Empress Ma was well aware of this, which was precisely why she had sent Su Miaoyun to learn Tai Chi. After over an hour of instruction that morning, Zhu Su finally realized that Su Miaoyun was a martial arts fool, in the most literal sense. 2 hours, and she hadn't even mastered the opening posture. At this rate, she wouldn't learn it in a month. Prince of Wu, am I simply too dull? As a female official rather than a palace maid, Su Miaoyun referred to herself with the humble term Chun. Lady Su, you speak too harshly of yourself. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Perhaps martial arts simply aren't your calling. Zhu Su offered an awkward yet polite smile. Thank you for your understanding, Prince of Wu. I will strive to do better. His words brought her some comfort, and she replied with a blush. After all, she understood the intentions of Empress Ma, or rather of the Emperor himself. If she incurred the Prince of Wu's displeasure, her future days would likely be difficult. It's getting late. Let's conclude today's lesson. Zhu Su glanced at the sky, realizing he had missed breakfast entirely. Thank you, Prince of Wu. I shall take my leave. Su Miaoyun expressed her gratitude and returned to the side hall. After changing his clothes, Zhu Su headed to Cunning Palace to pay his respects, and the moment he stepped out, he saw Su Miaoyun. After exchanging greetings, Zhu Su walked toward Cunning Palace. Palace regulations were strict, so Su Miaoyun could only follow behind him. Zhu Di, who usually departed right after paying respects, was still present in the palace that day. As Zhu Su entered, Zhu Di's gaze toward him carried a trace of envy and jealousy. After the formal greetings, Empress Ma asked, "How is Miaoyun progressing with her studies at your place?" "She's learning quite quickly." Zhu Su recalled the morning's experience and answered with a wry smile. "That's good to hear. Teach her diligently. Now off to school with you both." Seeing Zhu Su's expression, Empress Ma smiled and sent them on their way. "Fifth brother, you must treat Lady Su well, or he'll hold you accountable. Seeing Zhu Su's expression, Empress Ma smiled and sent them on their way. Fifth brother, you must treat Lady Su well, or he'll hold you accountable. Fourth brother, I truly have no designs on your wife. Am caught in circumstances beyond my control. Hearing his words, Zhu Su realized that Zhu Di had already discerned Zhu Yuanzhang's intentions from Empress Ma's arrangement. It seemed he truly needed to apply himself to studying medicine. Otherwise, if history were to repeat itself, the dream had last night might very well become reality. He didn't believe for a moment that Zhu Di was a merciful man. The enmity of a murdered father and a stolen wife was an irreconcilable feud. Have the imperial physicians take their pulses monthly. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned slightly at Zhu Su's suggestion. Indeed, illness typically develops gradually. Having physicians take their pulses each month would allow for early detection and treatment. Zhu Su nodded. He had no idea what illnesses historically afflicted Zhu Biao and Empress Ma, so he could only borrow the concept of regular health checkups and conduct frequent examinations. Do you realize what consequences might arise if someone with ill intentions were to learn of this? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su and asked slowly. I understand now, father. Hearing this, Zhu Su realized he had been thinking too simplistically. Empress Ma was one thing, but Zhu Biao was the crown prince, a figure of immense prominence. If word got out that imperial physicians frequented the crown prince's residence, rumors would inevitably spread. Don't overthink things. Just focus on your medical studies. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded with satisfaction and gave his Zhu Su finally understood the principle of nipping problems in the bud. Old Zhu wasn't unaware of the need for checkups. It was simply that the ones examining Zhu Biao and Empress Ma couldn't be imperial physicians. It had to be him, Zhu Su, the Prince of Wu. He had thought old Zhu was thinking on the first level, while he himself was on the second. But old Zhu had already reached the fifth. Truly, one must never underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. This servant Li Deshun pays respects to the Prince of Wu. Upon returning to his residence, Zhu Su was greeted by the eunuch the crown prince had sent to learn Tai Chi. Rise. I practice at the hour of Mao each morning. Arrive at that time. Zhu Su informed Li Deshun of Your Highness the Crown Prince instructed that this servant reside here at your residence during this period. Li Deshun rose and spoke with his head bowed. Mopping, make the arrangements. Zhu Su said to Mopping, who stood nearby. Yes, Your Highness. Mopping acknowledged and led Li Deshun away. Su Miaoyun had been in low spirits these past 2 days. She had known she lacked talent in martial arts, but she hadn't expected to be this hopeless. The young eunuch who had started learning Tai Chi a day after her had already advanced to the 6th form, while she could barely manage to make the first one look somewhat presentable. Fortunately, the Prince of Wu had remained patient throughout, which put her somewhat at ease. She couldn't quite understand. If the Emperor truly had that intention, shouldn't he have arranged for her to showcase her talents and attract the Prince of Wu? Why assign her something she was so poor at? We're creating opportunities for them. Remember how we got together back then? It was because I couldn't read and didn't recognize the commander's orders, and you told me what they said. Of course, I then shamelessly asked you to teach me to read, and as time passed we grew close. Zhu Yuanzhang recalled his own courtship with Empress Ma and explained his reasoning to her. Yes, I remember. At the time, I didn't understand why my godfather wanted me to teach you to read. Who would have thought that despite your honest appearance you had so many sly tricks up your sleeve? Empress Ma couldn't help but laugh as Zhu Yuanzhang brought up their youthful days. Ha ha ha, like father like son. Our 5th son isn't dull either. I'd wager he's got just as many tricks as I do. Miaoyun is poor at martial arts, so the 5th son will have to correct her movements. Before long they'll grow close, just like how you guided my hand to teach me calligraphy. Zhu Yuanzhang roared with laughter, pleased with his own cleverness. To be fair, had this been his later life, Zhu Su would have made his move long ago. But now he dared not, or rather he felt too embarrassed to do so. Bound by feudal ethics, men and women must maintain proper distance. Dying of starvation is a trivial matter, but losing one's chastity is a grave affair. Although his soul was now dominated by the Zhu Su from his later life, whenever he recalled the things he had learned during his schooling, he dared not entertain such thoughts. His patience in teaching Su Miaoyun was not entirely due to Empress Ma's orders. Every time he saw Su Miaoyun practicing earnestly, yet failing to improve it, gave Zhu Su a sense of adorable clumsiness. Of course, this was also because Su Miaoyun was a great beauty. If it had been a young eunuch like Li Deshun, he would have likely kicked him away long ago and told him to get lost. Miss Su, is something troubling your heart? Noticing that Su Miaoyun was completely distracted and ending the lesson early, Zhu Su asked her. Your Highness, I feel I am learning too slowly, and I fear I will fail the Emperor's trust. I wish to speak with Her Majesty today and request that she assign someone else to learn. Su Miaoyun had finally made up her mind to stop learning this Tai Chi. If she continued, she would lose all face before. I respect your choice, but I hope you won't give up easily. One cannot always do what one is good at. Occasionally doing what you're not good at is the only way to improve yourself. Where there's a will, there's a way. Burning the boats the 102 Qin passes ultimately fell to Chu. Heaven helps the diligent. Sleeping on brushwood and tasting gall 3,000 you soldiers could swallow Wu. Only with this spirit can one accomplish things well. Zhu Su knew that learning martial arts was indeed difficult for her, but to avoid leaving her with unpleasant memories, he encouraged her sincerely. Even after Zhu Su returned to his quarters, Su Miaoyun was still pondering the 2 lines he had spoken. Where there's a will, there's a way. Burning the boats the 102 Qin passes ultimately fell to Chu. Heaven helps the diligent. Sleeping on brushwood and tasting gall, 3,000 you soldiers could swallow Wu. Well said, truly well said, but I am truly not suited for martial arts. Empress Ma also noticed that Su Miaoyun was not herself, so she invited her for a walk. Has the Prince of Wu bullied you? If so, tell me, and I will discipline him. Upon learning that Su Miaoyun no longer wished to learn, Empress Ma asked. As the Empress, she had no need to beat around the bush with Su Miaoyun. Your Majesty misunderstands. The Prince of Wu is courteous and patient, but I am simply not cut out for martial arts and I fear I would delay your Majesty's affairs. Having spent several days together, Su Miaoyun had formed a good impression of Zhu Su and quickly explained. I thought he had bullied you. How did he teach you? Did he diligently correct your mistakes in form? Empress Ma recalled what her husband had told her and asked. He did, but I tend to make mistakes as soon as I practice. Su Miaoyun nodded. Did he correct you, Hansen? It seems the fifth son takes after his father. He does have a roguish side. Empress Ma was inwardly pleased but wanted to confirm. Of course not. The Prince of Wu never overstepped his bounds. Fearing Empress Ma might misunderstand, Su Miaoyun quickly explained. I see. I understand now. You are a clever girl. I'm sure you can guess my intention in sending you to learn Tai Chi. The martial art is merely a pretext. My main goal is to foster a bond between you two. I praised that boy too soon. He's far behind his father. Empress Ma muttered inwardly, then decided to be straightforward with Su Miaoyun. I understand. Even though she had some inkling, having Empress Ma stated outright still made Su Miaoyun feel embarrassed. Since we've come this far, what are your feelings towards the fifth son? Seizing the moment, Empress Ma asked directly. The Prince of Wu is kind and gentle, courteous to others, profoundly learned, and exceptionally talented. He practices martial arts every morning, which shows great perseverance. Su Miaoyun blushed again, then expressed her feelings a bit. Indeed sturdier, and with more flesh on him. Hearing this, Empress Ma could agree with the other points, but how did she see his talent? This morning the Prince of Wu encouraged me to work hard, and recited a couplet. Su Miaoyun recited the couplet that almost every middle school student in later generations would know. I never thought he'd be so unassuming yet capable of composing such a couplet. Empress Ma recited it silently a few times and smiled. Zhu Su was usually very low-key. In his past schooling, his teacher's comments only praised his diligence, never his brilliance. After their stroll, they returned to Cunning Palace. During the afternoon, when the princes paid their respects to Empress Ma, Su Miaoyun's face flushed at the sight of Zhu Su. Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma deliberately kept Zhu Su behind and dismissed the attendants. You usually seem so clever, how can you be so dense about this? Zhu Yuanzhang asked with a hint of frustration. At lunch, when Empress Ma mentioned Su Miaoyun's martial arts lessons, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Just yesterday he had said the boy surely took after his old man with a roguish streak, yet he turned out to be as rigid as a stuffy old scholar. Zhu Su was confused about what the old Zhu meant. Miaoyun's failure isn't because she's unintelligent, it's because your teaching method is wrong. When you first learned to write, didn't your mother guide your hand? Seeing Zhu Su still didn't understand, Zhu Yuanzhang cited his son's own experience of learning calligraphy. Father means for me to teach her martial arts, Hansen. Zhu Su finally caught on. Nonsense. How else does one learn martial arts? Zhu Yuanzhang shot him a glare. But what? I intend to betroth Miaoyun to you, but if she's unwilling I won't force it. Suda has rendered great service fighting by my side, and I don't want Miaoyun to suffer any grievance. If you have no such intentions I won't force you either. Before Zhu Su could finish his sentence, Zhu Yuanzhang interrupted him. I merely feared Miss Su might resent it. Since father has spoken, I will surely pay more attention to my teaching methods in the future. As a prince there was no such thing as free love. Su Miaoyun was stunningly beautiful and her father was Suda. Zhu Su was naturally satisfied with this marriage. That's right. Suda has already crossed into Shandong and will arrive in the capital in a couple of days. I plan to finalize this engagement during the celebration in his honor. You need to step up your game. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. Father, as the supreme emperor, your word is law. You could simply issue an imperial decree for the marriage. Zhu Su hadn't expected Zhu Yuanzhang to make it so complicated. I already said I don't want Miaoyun to suffer. If I ask her in a couple of days, and she refuses, then this matter is dropped. Zhu Yuanzhang rolled his eyes at Zhu Su. I understand. Zhu Su knew that old Zhu didn't want to put Suda in a difficult position. An imperial decree would force Suda to comply, but it wouldn't be as good as the two young people genuinely falling for each other. Alright, get out. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand impatiently. As Zhu Su withdrew, he faintly heard Zhu Yuanzhang's voice from inside. That brat is far inferior to me in my day. He never imagined that despite watching so many movies and TV dramas in his past life, he would still need an ancient to teach him about romance. In the imperial court, Wang Guangyang once again proposed the policies of opening the maritime ban, issuing national bonds, and suppressing pirates. Unsurprisingly, a host of officials opposed him once more. Wang Guangyang then proposed to publish these three policies in the provinces of Zhejiang South, Zhili, Fujian, and Jiangxi, allowing the people there to subscribe to the national bonds. If the amount subscribed exceeded 15 million taels, it would prove the feasibility of issuing the bonds. With the funds secured, a naval force could be trained to suppress the pirates. Once the pirate threat was eliminated, the maritime ban could be lifted and maritime trade could be resumed. If the bond subscriptions exceeded 15 million taels and officials still opposed the policies, the court would publish the names of the opposing officials, letting the people know who was obstructing these matters. Before the civil officials could leap up to oppose again Tang, He Fu Yud and a host of other nobles expressed their willingness to train the naval forces and suppress the pirates. With them taking the lead, the military officers naturally voiced collective approval, and some Huixa faction civil officials also followed suit. As Liu Bowen also expressed his agreement, the unity among the civil officials completely crumbled, and for a moment the entire court voiced its approval. After the court session ended, Hu Weiyong returned to the Zhongshu province with a grim expression, realizing that the policies Wang Guangyang had proposed were undoubtedly going to be implemented. He had initially thought only the nobles would support it, but Wang Guangyang had struck preemptively, not only announcing the policies beforehand, but also threatening to publish the names of opposing officials if the policies failed to pass. This struck at the very heart of the Eastern Zhujiang faction. Eastern Zhujiang, as the name implies, referred to the civil officials from the Jiangsu and Zhujiang regions. Whether it was opening the maritime ban, issuing national bonds, or suppressing pirates, all were beneficial to the Eastern Zhujiang area. With the maritime ban lifted, merchants from Eastern Zhujiang could venture overseas for trade. The major goods in maritime trade were tea, silk, and porcelain, all of which were produced in regions like Jiangsu, Zhujiang, Fujian, and Jiangxi. Moreover, as court officials were predominantly from the Zhujiang and Jiangxi regions, once they opposed these policies, their families back home might even dig up their ancestral graves in anger. Furthermore, even in the Ming dynasty, there were very few truly destitute scholars. The so-called cold gates were compared to the old aristocratic families, which family didn't own land. If they continued to obstruct, they would also be cutting off the financial path of their own families and relatives. As for whether the bond subscriptions would exceed 15 million taels, that was simply a joke. As the most prosperous provinces of the Great Ming, let alone 4 provinces, even the wealthy merchants of Zhujiang province alone could easily come up with that sum. Since the establishment of the Ming dynasty with restrictions on lavish spending for merchants, they didn't know how to spend their accumulated wealth. Even without the maritime trade issue, they would be willing to buy the bonds simply for the annual 5% interest. Hu Weiyong could easily guess, even without thinking, how Zhu Yuanzhang had persuaded those nobles. It was simply by offering them a share in maritime trade. These men who had clawed their way up through battlefields had no shortage of money at home. Once they took the lead, merchants would surely. This round was lost. With this policy, Wang Guangyang had solved the empire's financial problems. Hu Weiyong was clear about his own position. He was the representative of the Huaishi clique's interests and the man responsible for generating revenue for Zhu Yuanzhang. As for the former, Zhu Yuanzhang could replace him at any time if he wished. If he failed to generate revenue for Zhu Yuanzhang, he could be replaced at any moment or even lose his life. It was time to seek a way out, Hu Weiyong suddenly thought. The court struggles had little to do with Zhu Su. Having received clear instructions from Zhu Yuanzhang yesterday, Zhu Su was ready to act today. For this purpose, he had specially given Li Deshan a day off, not wanting to embarrass Su Miaoyun. Miss Su, I reflected seriously yesterday and realized that perhaps my teaching method was flawed. Let's try a different approach. Zhu Su looked at Su Miaoyun with a serious expression. May I ask what new method you have in mind? Su Miaoyun found it strange. Oh, what other way could there be to practice martial arts besides this? As the saying goes, the fist never leaves the hand, the tune never leaves the mouth. Mastering martial arts requires extensive practice. Your problem is that your movements aren't precise enough. Therefore, I will correct your movements until they become second nature. It's like picking up a brush. You naturally know how to hold it, or picking up chopsticks. You instinctively know how to grip them. Zhu Su gave these 2 examples to illustrate his training method to Su Miaoyun. What the Prince of Wu says makes sense, but how exactly will you correct them? Su Miaoyun nodded and asked again. When you first learned to write, how did you learn to hold the brush? Instead of answering directly, Zhu Su countered with a question. Naturally, the teacher guided my hand. Before she could finish, realization dawned on Su Miaoyun, and a blush crept onto her face. Exactly. After much deliberation, this is the only method I could think of. Would you be willing, Miss Su? Looking at Su Miaoyun's flushed face, Zhu Su nodded, confirming her unspoken thought. The Prince of Wu personally guiding her hands to practice boxing. Wouldn't that require physical contact? Since growing up, no man had ever been so close to her. Could the Empress' insistence on her continuing to practice boxing have been with this in mind? Su Miaoyun felt her heart race. The very thought was embarrassing. Miss Su, if you are unwilling, we can continue with the previous method of teaching. Seeing her silence, Zhu Su assumed she was reluctant and spoke with a hint of disappointment. I am willing. Su Miaoyun's voice was soft, yet it reached Zhu Su's ears. Zhu Su was momentarily stunned. This was just about correcting your martial arts posture. Oh, why did it feel like a confession? Then it dawned on him. In a sense, it was indeed akin to a confession. Ahem, well then let us begin. Well, start with the To be honest, Zhu Su was also a bit embarrassed. After clearing his throat twice, he began the lesson. As Zhu Su's distance to her closed, Su Miaoyun's heartbeat quickened. Make a fist, begin the first breakdown movement. Seeing Su Miaoyun standing still, Zhu Su spoke slowly. Su Miaoyun had no choice but to assume the first stance. The posture she had practiced until familiar now became rigid and stiff. Your arm is a bit high, lower it slightly. Don't clench your fist so tightly, and don't be so tense. As he spoke, Zhu Su gently grasped her arm and positioned it correctly while adjusting her form. At that moment, only one thought occupied Su Miaoyun's mind. He touched my arm. Hold this position. You're too nervous. I relax your body and feel the position of your arm. Zhu Su wasn't sure what else to do, so he could only continue to remind her. After holding the pose for a while, Zhu Su told her to stand straight and try the movement again. After doing this twice, they moved on to the next movement. Having gone through the first experience, Su Miaoyun was no longer as nervous and her emotions had calmed considerably. At the doorway not far away, a figure witnessed this scene, nodded in satisfaction, and then turned and left, vanishing without it. After a full day of study, Zhu Su paid his evening respects to Empress Ma and returned to his residence. Not seeing Li Deshun there, he casually asked about him. The crown prince summoned him back, saying he should master these few forms first and learn the rest gradually. Ma Peng relayed the situation. Zhu Su immediately understood. The old Zhu was creating an opportunity for him. At the same age of 15 in his past life, he had written a love letter to a female classmate only for the teacher to find out and call his parents. If only his teacher back then had been as enlightened as the old Zhu, he wouldn't have remained single well into his 20s, too timid to confess to the girls he liked. Do you want to learn too? Zhu Su asked, noticing Ma Peng watching with keen interest during the evening practice. This servant deserves death. Ma Peng, unsure of Zhu Su's intent, hastily knelt down. I'm not blaming you. This isn't martial arts, it's just a method for physical training. If you're willing, I'll teach you. Neither Tai Chi nor the Vajra skill were his original creations, and besides he held no sectarian bias. The more people who learned them, the better. This servant kowtows to thank the prince. Ma Peng immediately prostrated himself 3 times. In this era, skills were traditionally passed only to men, not women, and masters often held back a trick or two from their disciples. He who teaches me for a day is a father to me for life, was not just a saying. When a master died, the disciple had to mourn and bury him just like a son. Eunuchs were inherently self-conscious, especially in the early Ming dynasty, as most were either descendants of disgraced officials or sons of officials from defeated factions. The old Zhu barely treated them as human, often having them beaten to death. To be able to serve a good master was an immense stroke of luck for them. He'll start by teaching you Tai Chi. The Vajra skill is too advanced for your age, Zhu Su said as he began instructing Ma Peng. Of course, he didn't teach the slow, elderly version, but a combination of fast and slow movements. One said to be practical for combat. His intention wasn't to cultivate a bodyguard, but rather to test his own teaching methods on Ma Peng to see if his previous pedagogical approach was correct. While the two were teaching and learning, Zhu Yuanzhang was having his evening meal in the cunning palace. It seems Miaoyun has a good impression of the 5th one. Today when I mentioned him, she blushed. Empress Ma said with some delight. She was quite fond of Miaoyun. For her, it was acceptable for Miaoyun to marry either the 4th or the 5th prince. The key was who Miaoyun liked. I've always said my method would work. I just didn't expect this brat to be so slow on the uptake. But it's not too late now, Zhu Yuanzhang said. Suda will be back the day after tomorrow. Ask Miaoyun what she thinks tomorrow morning. If she agrees, it's settled. Zhu Yuanzhang asked while eating happily. If we settle the 5th one's marriage like this, what about the 4th one? Empress Ma nodded, then showed concern for her 4th son. Duke Song Fengsheng has a daughter around the same age as the 4th one. Let's betroth her to him. Fengsheng is also a capable fighter. We might need him to campaign in the northeast later. After a moment of serious thought, Zhu Yuanzhang settled the matter. Seeing that Zhu Yuanzhang had made up his mind, Empress Ma said no more. The Hansen teaching the next day went much smoother than the first. Once the initial barrier was broken, everything else followed naturally. Everything fears crossing the bottom line, but once crossed it ceases to be a line. After lunch, Empress Ma went for a stroll with Su Miaoyun again. It seems the 5th one was right. 100 steps after a meal is indeed good for the body. Lately I feel much more sprightly than before, Empress Ma said with a smile as she walked. Your Majesty is right. All things have yin and yang, a balance of motion and stillness is best. Su Miaoyun nodded slightly in agreement. Miaoyun, it's been 4 years since you entered the palace, hasn't it? Empress Ma looked at Su Miaoyun and asked. I was summoned to the palace by your Majesty when I was 10. This year marks my 4th year. Su Miaoyun replied, honestly unsure of the queen's intention. Your father returns tomorrow. You've been in the palace all these years barely seeing your family. Besides, you've reached the age of marriage. You shall leave the palace today. Empress Ma revealed her arrangement. Your Majesty, I haven't finished learning Tai Chi yet. Su Miaoyun blurted out subconsciously. How do you feel about the 5th one? If I were to betroth you to him, would you be willing? Hearing Miaoyun's words, Empress Ma knew there was a good chance, but she still needed to confirm. I will follow your Majesty's decision. Su Miaoyun had long known this day would come and had prepared herself mentally. Yet when Empress Ma broached the subject of her marriage, she still felt shy. I can decide, but I've always thought of you as a daughter. I must hear your own thoughts. Are you willing to marry the 5th one? Empress Ma, seeing her reaction, felt a sudden urge to tease her. I am willing. Su Miaoyun gave the answer Empress Ma was hoping for. In that case, it's settled. Tomorrow when your father returns in triumph, the Emperor will speak with him about this matter. Empress Ma beamed with joy. When Zhu Su and the others paid their evening respects to Empress Ma, Su Miaoyun was absent, but he didn't think much of it. Zhu Di, however, felt a complex mix of emotions, realizing the matter was likely decided. His mood had been low for days, but he also knew this wasn't something he could decide. He was a prince, true, but he couldn't dictate. Not even the crown prince could decide his own fate. In fact, only the emperor himself could. In that instant, Zhu Di felt a flicker of envy towards his elder brother, but the thought vanished as quickly as it came. Returning to his own courtyard, Zhu Su learned that Su Miaoyun had already left. More precisely, she had left the palace. By now, Su Miaoyun had arrived at her home, which was being adorned with lanterns and decorations. Her mother, Lady Xia, overjoyed at her daughter's return, exclaimed that it was a double blessing. When mother and daughter met, they chatted for a while, and the conversation soon turned to the daughter's marriage. Lady Xia, though a woman of the household, understood that her daughter's return signified that her marriage prospects were settled, though she wondered whether it would be the Prince of Yin or the Prince of Wu. Su Miaoyun was too embarrassed to discuss the matter with her mother, only saying that they would know the result tomorrow. Lady Xia, though curious, didn't press further. The next morning during practice, Zhu Su felt a sense of loss without the adorable girl around. But the disappointment was fleeting. There would be plenty of time for them to be together in the future. There were no classes at the Grand Study Hall today, as Su had returned. Following Zhu Yuanzhang's decree, all princes under the crown prince and over the age of 10 were to go outside the city to welcome Su, and Zhu Su was naturally among them. In the 8th year of the Hongwu reign, on the 9th day of the 4th lunar month, the Grand General of Conquest, Duke Wei Su, led his army back to the capital in triumph. Crown Prince Zhu Biao, at the head of all civil and military officials, noble lords, and meritorious dukes, rode 10 li out of the city to welcome them. As a prince, Zhu Su naturally stood behind the crown prince. He noticed Zhu Di beside him, his face brimming with excitement, as if he himself were the one riding the horse. Seeing they were still some distance from the crown prince, Su ordered the army to halt. He then dismounted and led his generals forward to pay their respects to the crown prince. Zhu Biao also stepped forward a few paces to meet them. Your servant Su, Grand General of Conquest, Minister of Military Affairs, and Grand Tutor to the crown prince, pays respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Su knelt on one knee first, offering his salute. Your servants pay respects to Your Highness. The many military officers behind him knelt in unison. We pay respects to the Crown Prince. The soldiers behind them also saluted in a chorus. All you officers and soldiers have toiled for the nation in battle. Please rise quickly. Having experienced such ceremonies many times, Zhu Biao said this while reaching out with both hands to help Su up. Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Everyone shouted in unison before rising. Watching Zhu Biao receive the homage of the generals, Zhu Di suddenly realized that no matter how formidable a general might be, he still had to kneel before the Crown Prince or the Emperor. If one could become the son of heaven or even the Emperor. Bah! Zhu Di, the eldest brother, treats you so well. How could you harbor such a shameless thought? Zhu Di silently cursed himself, disgusted by his own vile thoughts. The position of Crown Prince belonged to his eldest brother. He was the Prince of Yin, destined to support his brother in securing the empire and guarding the frontiers of the Great Ming. After steadying his mind, Zhu Di looked again at Su, who was now walking forward hand in hand with the Crown Prince. Perhaps one day he too could walk shoulder to shoulder with his elder brother like this. That should be his true calling. Zhu Su, however, harbored no such inner turmoil. He simply felt a pang of pity for Su and the many generals behind him. It was now the 7th year of Hongwu. Who knew how many of them would still be alive 18 years from now? Zhu Biao cheerfully introduced his younger brothers to the assembly. The 2nd and 3rd princes had participated in such events before, but only the 4th Prince Zhu Di and the 5th Prince Zhu Su were first-timers. I pay respects to His Highness the Prince of Yin. Su greeted Zhu Di with a cupped fist salute. Grand General, please rise. Next came Zhu Su. This is my 5th brother, the Prince of Wu, Zhu Su. 5th brother, greet the Grand General. After introducing Zhu Su, Zhu Biao spoke. I pay respects to the Grand General. Su quickly returned the salute. I pay respects to His Highness the Prince of Wu. Your Highness honors me too greatly. Raising his head, Su cast a somewhat complex look at Zhu Su. Zhu Su met his gaze and nodded slightly. In ancient times, meeting one's father-in-law would surely stir great excitement, but in his current identity, his father-in-law had to address himself as a servant. Su offered a faint smile and walked past. He then introduced the others to them. Among them, the one who drew Zhu Su's attention most was Lan Yu, the administrator of the Grand Commandery, hailed as the foremost military figure of the Great Ming after Su, and also Mu-Ying, the founder of the Mu family, who would guard Yunnan for over 200 years, truly living and dying with the Great Ming. Lan Yu was in his 30s and Mu-Ying was 30, both in the prime of a general's life. Brothering, did you bring me any goodies? The 4th prince was overjoyed to see Mu-Ying. I did. I'll give them to you later. Mu-Ying was the true adopted son of Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma. The previous 2 adopted sons, Zhu Yuanzhang, were Zhu Yuanzhang's nephew, and Li Wenzhong was his maternal nephew. Only Mu-Ying had no blood relation to the Zhu family. At the age of 8, he was found by Zhu Yuanzhang by the roadside. At that time, Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma had no children of their own, so they took him in as their adopted son. He cherished the kindness of Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma for his entire life. When Empress Ma passed away, he died of grief just a few months later at less than 50 years of age. Brothering, Zhu Su did not wait for Mu-Ying to bow first, but took the initiative to greet him. I pay respects to His Highness the Prince of Wu. Mu-Ying bowed, then said with a smile, you've grown taller and sturdier, right? I think so too. The 5th brother has filled out nicely. Zhu Shuang came over and chimed in. At this time, the Great Ming had been established for only 8 years. These slightly older princes had basically grown up under Mu-Ying's watchful eye. Indeed, you've all grown into men now. Time to take wives. Mu-Ying nodded with a smile. The others all burst into knowing, lecherous chuckles, except for Zhu Di, who couldn't muster. They all mounted their horses and headed towards the capital together. Believe it or not, in the early days of the Great Ming, not only military officers, but even civil officials rode horses. Civil officials only began using sedan chairs in the mid to late period, and eventually even military officers and nobles took to them. Upon entering the capital, crowds of onlookers lined the streets on both sides. What followed were the customary ceremonies after a great victory, presenting the captives, returning the tiger tally, and proclaiming the merits. The festivities lasted until the afternoon, when Zhu Yuanzhang hosted a grand banquet in the imperial palace. After several rounds of toasts, the atmosphere gradually became livelier. Today is a day of great joy. I want to add to the celebration. Su de Feng Sheng, I wish to become in-laws with you. Are you willing? Zhu Yuanzhang, wine cup in hand, walked among the nobles and asked. It is our honor to be related to your majesty. Hearing talk of marriage, the two men quickly rose from their seats and replied reverently. Feng Sheng, if I remember correctly, your daughter is 13 this year. My fourth son is 16. I propose betrothing her to him. What do you think? Zhu Yuanzhang asked Feng Sheng. Your servant kowtows in gratitude on behalf of my entire family. Feng Sheng had initially assumed Zhu Di would marry Su Da's daughter Su Miaoyun, but was surprised it was his own daughter. Having his daughter marry the Prince of Yin meant more than just becoming kin to the emperor. It likely signaled that his majesty would entrust him with significant roles in future northern expeditions. Su Da, I've watched Miaoyun grow up. She and my useless fifth son are deeply in love. Would you be willing to have my fifth son as your son-in-law? Zhu Yuanzhang nodded with satisfaction, then asked Su Da. Being favored by your majesty and the Prince of Wu is my daughter's fortune. I am deeply grateful and kowtow in thanks to your majesty. Su Da harbored some reservations about the claim of being deeply in love, but since the emperor had spoken, it was naturally so. Ha ha ha, excellent. Rise all of you. Fourth, fifth, come and pay your respects to your fathers-in-law. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily and called out. Zhu Di and Zhu Su rose and walked before the two men. We pay respects to our fathers-in-law. They saluted in unison. You brats, you know no manners at all. Kneel and kowtow for me. Zhu Yuanzhang scolded with a laugh. The two men immediately moved to kneel and kowtow to their respective fathers-in-law. Your highnesses, please rise quickly. The two men dared not let the princes kowtow to them and hurriedly pulled them up. They say a son-in-law is half a son. Just let them kneel. Surely you don't object to this marriage? Zhu Yuanzhang asked with a smile. Your majesty, there is a distinction between sovereign and subject between us and the princes. Despite the bond of in-laws, how could we allow the princes to kowtow to us? Su Da said hastily. Duke Wei speaks truly. It absolutely must not be done. Feng Sheng echoed. Are you too? Very well, then let them toast you with a cup of wine. Bring the wine. Zhu Yuanzhang was inwardly satisfied but outwardly wore a helpless expression. The two men respectfully accepted the wine offered by the two princes, expressed their thanks, and drank it all in one go. As the banquet drew to a close on the way back, Zhu Su couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the old Zhu's intricate schemes. If Su Da and Feng Sheng had truly made them kowtow today, the old Zhu might not say anything aloud, but he would surely harbor thoughts of it in his heart. This was the true meaning of serving the emperor, is like sleeping with a tiger. One wrong word, one wrong deed, and it could be remembered against you, accumulating over time until the day of reckoning. Fortunately, Su and Feng were not the type to let their achievements go to their heads. Today's trial had been weathered. Meanwhile, Su Da rode his horse back to the mansion, pondering the day's events all the way. He wasn't thinking about the kowtowing or the toasts, but rather why the emperor had betrothed his daughter to the Prince of Wu. Every prior sign had pointed to his daughter marrying the Prince of Yin. Was it because his own merits were too great, or because the emperor was uneasy about him leading the northern campaign with a feudal prince behind him? Or perhaps, as the emperor had said, his daughter and the Prince of Wu were genuinely in love. Upon returning to the Duke of Wei's mansion, the family had long been waiting. After a brief meeting with his family, the weary Su Da bathed, changed clothes, and retreated to his study. My lord, did the campaign not go well this time? Madame Xian, noticing her husband's troubled expression, entered carrying a bowl of hangover soup. Today at the emperor's banquet, he bestowed a marriage upon Yun, Su Da said, not hiding it from his wife. I know, my lord. Miaoyun came home yesterday. Madame Xian nodded, explaining. The betrothed is the Prince of Wu, Su Da stated. He had been prepared for this. After all, both the Prince of Yin and the Prince of Wu were of age, and receiving a marriage decree was only natural. The Prince of Wu. I thought it would be. Madame Xia trailed off, nervously glancing around. Did Miaoyun not tell you anything when she returned yesterday? Su Da asked, knowing his wife's concerns. I asked her who she was betrothed to, but she only said I would know today and didn't tell me directly. Madame Xia recounted the mother-daughter conversation from the previous day. Forget it, let's not dwell on this. The emperor has decreed the marriage. I only hope the Prince of Wu will treat our daughter well, Su Da sighed inwardly. If the emperor truly didn't trust him on campaign, then being a wealthy idle lord wasn't so bad. The Prince of Wu it is, at least he's closer to home. For Feng Sheng, his daughter, marrying the Prince of Yin, was an unexpected delight. Everyone knew that besides the crown prince, the emperor's favorite was the Prince of Yin. His daughter was also well-educated and sensible. Though her reputation wasn't as illustrious as Su Miaoyun's, she was not far behind. More importantly, through today's marriage decree, he saw an opportunity to build his own legacy. Where's that cat noise coming from? Early in the morning, Zhu Su was disturbed by the sound of cats yowling. Unable to bear it, he got up and asked. Your Highness, these were sent by the Empress people yesterday, Ma Peng said with an awkward smile. We don't have mice here, so why send cats? Zhu Su found it strange. Your Highness, these cats are a pair, one male and one female. Ma Peng recalled the eunuch's instructions from yesterday and explained patiently. I see. Zhu Su suddenly understood. This was a lesson on how to conceive a child. Ridiculous. As if he needed animal demonstrations. In his memory, he had the works of countless artists from the East. Ahem. Splashing water on his face, Zhu Su went to the courtyard and began practicing Tai Chi. After a round of Tai Chi and a round of Vajra Kung Fu, Zhu Su felt he had entered a state of zen-like clarity. After breakfast, he began another day of life. When he saw Zhu Di that morning, he noticed his fourth brother's face was a bit flushed for some reason. Fourth brother, did you watch the cats fighting this morning? Zhu Su asked, catching on. Huh. Zhu Di was momentarily stunned, then his face turned even redder. Really? Even the usually stoic fourth brother could be this shy. Just watching cats fight made him blush this hard. What Zhu Su didn't know was that his fourth brother's blush wasn't from watching cats fight, but from looking at a certain picture book. A treasure Ming had secretly given him last night, claiming it was looted from the enemy. As for why Ming hadn't given one to Zhu Su, it wasn't favoritism, but a lack of opportunity. After all, Zhu Su, unlike Zhu Di, who constantly dreamed of being a general and often chatted with Ming, didn't seek him out. Having just returned from the campaign, Su De was extremely busy. The soldiers' merits needed to be reported and the rosters of the fallen and wounded had to be submitted. After a few days of hectic work, he finally found himself free. One morning, passing by his daughter's courtyard, he was astonished to find her practicing martial arts. He stopped to watch for a while and noticed that the martial art she was practicing seemed to have little offensive power, more suited for the elderly. However, he supposed it wouldn't hurt for a girl to practice it. At the dinner table, he casually mentioned the matter. Ever since she returned from the palace, she started practicing martial arts every morning. I asked her once, and she said she was ordered by the Empress to learn from the Prince of Wu. Madame Xie shared what she knew. Su De then realized that his daughter might truly have feelings for the Prince of Wu. Of course, that opportunity was provided by the Empress, or rather the Emperor. Fortunately, Su De had come to terms with it. Rather than achieving more great merits and causing the Emperor distress, it was better to be an idle rich man. Zhu Su returned to his own courtyard, instructed Ma Peng not to disturb him, and then opened the mysterious gift Ming had given him. The item was small, not much bigger than a modern comic book. After looking at the contents, Zhu Su finally understood why his fourth brother had been blushing so easily and staring at the palace maids lately. It could only be said that people of this era were exposed to too few novel things. What was so interesting about these? After flipping through it once, Zhu Su hid the little picture book in a discreet place. It wasn't that he was that desperate, but a stone from another mountain can be used to polish jade. He could use it to verify his own level of expertise from his past life. He casually scoffed at the ancient's lack of imagination. After practicing some boxing, Zhu Su began to read. He had little interest in the 4 books and 5 classics, and now spent most of his time reading medical texts. Whether it was the influence of his predecessor or something else, he was genuinely developing an interest in medicine. Within the great Ming imperial palace, as the Empress and the Crown Prince both took up Tai Chi. Tai Chi became popular. The concubines of the harem, who had nothing but idle time, naturally wanted to learn this new activity that could both pass the time and exercise the body. This Vajra Kung Fu of the 5th princes really works. I didn't feel it much when I practiced for a short time before, but recently I feel my body is much better than before, Empress Ma said to Zhu Yuanzhang during a meal. Yes, I feel better too. As long as it's useful, that's what matters, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. The goji berries are quite effective. I wonder if adding Angelica would make it even more potent. Ahem. He also felt his body was in better shape than before. Once Biaoer has mastered Tai Chi, he would teach him the Vajra Kung Fu as well. No matter what, that brat, the 4th prince, must never be allowed to become emperor. Old 5th, take a look at this national bond. Does it look acceptable printed this way? Early one morning, Zhu Yuanzhang brought the freshly printed national bonds to Zhu Su. The printing is well done, but I believe that to prevent theft we should require purchasers of the bonds to provide their personal identification information. If a bond is lost or stolen, it can be reissued at the government office using the owner's identification. Furthermore, unlike the precious notes, these bonds need not have a fixed denomination. Buyers can simply write in the amount they purchase. The interest should also be clearly written on it, and each bond should have a unique serial number to prevent counterfeiting. If a bond is lost, the owner must immediately report it to the authorities. The original bond will be voided, and a new one. If the purchaser passes away before the bond matures, their son or legal heir must bring both their identification documents to the government office to apply for a new bond. Additionally, these bonds can be traded, but the transaction must also be registered, and a new bond must be issued at the government office. Zhu Su laid out all the potential loopholes he had thought of. You've thought this through very thoroughly. None of these methods occurred to them. Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for a moment, then spoke with approval. This is not my own idea, but merely borrowing the wisdom of others. Zhu Su dared not take the credit, as this was all the ingenuity of previous generations. The contingency plan I mentioned earlier is no longer needed. The strategy of cutting off the fuel supply has gained the approval of all the officials. I will return and inform Wang Guanyang. Once the new bonds are printed, we can begin selling them. The white sugar and flavor enhancer you mentioned earlier have also been successfully produced. I tried them myself. The soup made with the flavor enhancer is indeed delicious, and the dishes taste much better. Once the bonds are sold, we will have the funds to deal with the pirates. I hope your prediction is correct, and this will bring in over 10 million taels of silver annually for the great Ming. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su feeling quite pleased, although he was still hesitant to fully believe in the profits from maritime trade without seeing them firsthand. Father, rest assured, the profits from maritime trade will far exceed your imagination. South of Luzon, there are vast islands where various spices are cultivated. In Europe, these goods are worth their weight in gold. With the wealth we accumulate, we can organize a deep-sea fleet to explore new continents. If we do not act now, the Europeans will take the initiative within a century. Seizing every opportunity, Zhu Su instilled his colonial philosophy into Zhu Yuanzhang. I recall you mentioned before that it was the Ottomans who blocked their trade routes, prompting them to seek new sea paths. Our great Ming is currently recovering from years of strife. As long as people can make a living, they are reluctant to leave their homeland. Will this colonization scheme really work? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su. Having been a farmer himself, he knew that he wouldn't have joined the rebel army unless he had been pushed to the brink. Father, Zhujiang is mountainous with scarce arable land, historically described as 7 parts mountains, 2 parts water, and 1 part farmland. Fujian is even more extreme, with 8 parts mountains, 1 part water, and 1 part farmland. As the saying goes, mountain dwellers live off the mountain, water dwellers live off the water. The coastal people have traditionally relied on fishing and maritime trade for their livelihood. Given a good opportunity, they are willing to venture out and explore, Zhu Su said with a smile. Since the Ming and Qing dynasties, there has been a tradition of going to the South Seas from Fujian and Guangzhou. Most of these people were those who couldn't survive in their hometowns or faced extremely difficult lives. Although this is 200 years earlier, the adventurous spirit dictated by the geographical environment remains unchanged. I'm glad you're confident. Regarding the issuance of these bonds, do you have any thoughts? Zhu Yuanzhang asked again. The common people may be somewhat distrustful of state-issued bonds. We could have the nobles and officials in the court purchase them first. This way others will perceive it as a profitable opportunity and will be eager to buy as well. This was a simple matter of psychology. People generally assumed that those with insider information would seize the best opportunities first. If the princes and ministers took the lead, the merchants and common folk would naturally follow suit. Alright, I understand. It's getting late. You should go have your breakfast and head to school. Zhu Yuanzhang pondered for a moment, nodded, and then left. Fifth brother, I have a question I'd like to ask you. During a break, the prince of Chu Zhuzhan approached Zhu Su, looking a bit. We're brothers, no need for such formality. Just ask whatever is on your mind. Though Zhuzhan and Zhu Su were close in age, they had both been studious children in the past and hadn't had much interaction. Earlier when you were asking the Grand Chancellor those questions, do you have the answers now? Zhuzhan hesitated for a moment before. Which questions? Zhu Su was momentarily taken aback, having asked so many that he had forgotten. How high is the sky? How thick is the earth? Why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west? What exactly is the sun? Why do the countless stars hang in the sky without falling to the ground? The comet appears once every 70-odd years. Is it the same one each time? Everyone says the sky is round and the earth is square. Where does the sun go when it sets? Does the earth have boundaries? How far is our great Ming from the edge? Why do humans experience birth, aging, sickness, and death? Zhu Zhan indeed had an excellent memory, reciting all of Zhu Su's questions from that day. I have some answers to these questions, though not complete ones. Let's start with why the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Sixth brother, do you think the sun revolves around the earth or the earth revolves around the sun? The sun rises and sets, so it must be revolving around the earth. Zhu Zhan was puzzled as to why Zhu Su would ask this. Before he could speak, Zhu Di answered first. Then do you think the sky is round and the earth is square, or is our earth also round? Zhu Su didn't answer directly, but asked another question. Of course the sky is round and the earth is square. Zhu Di was the first to reply. That's not necessarily true. The universe is like a chicken's egg. The earth is like the yolk residing in the center. The heavens are vast, and the earth is small. Zhu Zhan offered a different perspective. Actually, I also believe the second theory holds some merit. The earth we live on is round like the yolk of an egg. The earth is like the yolk residing in the center. The heavens are vast, and the earth is small. Zhu Zhan offered a different perspective. Actually, I also believe the second. Zhu Shuang, now intrigued, chimed in. That's because this sphere is large enough. A sufficiently large sphere can be considered flat over a certain distance. As for falling off, that naturally won't happen. Think about it. No matter how high we jump, we always come back down to the ground. It's as if something is pulling us towards it. Zhu Su replied with a smile. Fifth brother speaks with reason. The calculation of pi uses the method of cutting circles. You treat the circle as a polygon with many sides. The more sides you divide it into, the closer it gets to a perfect circle. Zhu Zhan nodded, agreeing with Zhu Su's explanation. I didn't expect sixth brother to be someone who enjoys reading miscellaneous books. Since you're a peaceful prince with time on your hands, if you're interested in this, perhaps we could cultivate you into a scientist. Zhu Su looked at Zhu Zhan, unable to help but think to himself. If you think about it carefully, you can discern the clue. If the earth were flat, where would the sun go after rising in the east and setting in the west? Where is the edge of the earth? If it were an ocean, where would the edge of that ocean be? What lies at the end, and what barrier holds it back? But if the earth were a sphere, all of this would make perfect sense. Actually, there is another way to verify whether it is round, and that is by looking at the mountains. Normally, if the earth were flat as we walk towards a mountain, we should see its full form all at once. If the earth were round, we would first see the mountain's peak. Of course, these require verification. Zhu Su said with a smile. Then the sun, moon, and stars hang in the sky. Why do they not fall? And the broom star, is it the same one? Zhu Jin nodded, thinking he must find a chance to see for himself someday, and then asked again. Well, in my view, beyond the earth we live on there are other realms of existence, just like mayflies in water. Because of their different sizes, they occupy different positions. Moreover, the stars do fall. Do we not often see meteors streaking across the sky? As for the broom star, I believe it is the same one. If you are interested, sixth brother, you could look up the historical records regarding the broom. If the broom star is very far from us, it is entirely possible that we only see it once every 70 years. Zhu Su found it difficult to explain the concept of gravity, and even he himself did not fully understand the mechanics of it all. Fifth brother, enough of this. In the Analects, there is the story of two children arguing about the sun. What is your view on that? Zhu Di, feeling somewhat unsettled by Zhu Su's eloquent speech, asked. That is simple. The sun is closer to us at noon, just like a lit candle. The closer you are to it, the hotter it feels. When the sun first rises, the sky is still dark. Therefore, it appears larger, just like lighting a candle in the dark. The flame seems big. But if you light a candle during the day, the flame appears small. This question was hardly challenging, as Zhu Su could easily provide an example to illustrate his point. Fifth brother speaks with great reason. I never imagined you could observe so much from your daily life. Zhu Shuang nodded, casting an approving glance at Zhu Su. Great principles are indeed derived from daily life. This is the essence of Gwu Zhiji, the investigation of things to attain knowledge. Zhu Su said with a smile. Gwu Zhiji, what a wonderful phrase. Of course, one should not, like Wang Yangming, sit in front of bamboo without eating or drinking. The best approach is to study the essence of things. If done well, wouldn't physics, chemistry, and biology naturally emerge? Who knows what those scholars who spend their days studying Confucian classics are truly thinking? These are such practical matters, yet they insist on elevating them to the realm of philosophy and mind studies. While the princes chatted, the tutors listened nearby without interrupting. Only when they seemed to have finished their discussion did the tutors inform them that it was time for lessons. This was, of course, because these princes had a good grasp of their studies. Especially the Prince of Qin and the Prince of Jin, who had already graduated and were summoned by old Zhu to serve as examples for their younger brothers. Otherwise, they could be enjoying a comfortable life in their mansions with their wives and concubines. Suddenly, Zhu Su also wished to marry soon. Being confined within the palace walls was far too restrictive. The morning lessons were somewhat interesting, but the afternoon was dull, spent reading medical texts and prescriptions. His memory was excellent now, and these things posed no challenge to him. What he lacked was practical experience. The problem was within the palace there was no one to practice on. He couldn't exactly set up a free clinic in the Imperial Palace. Wait, could he find a way to accompany the Imperial physicians to treat patients outside? It was worth noting that Imperial physicians did not only serve the royal family, officials and nobles could also request their services. Leaving the Imperial Medical Institute, he went straight to the Hall of Heavenly Purity, where he found Zhu Yuanzhang working. He presented his idea. You truly wish to go out and practice medicine with them? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su with a hint of suspicion, feeling that the boy's intentions were not entirely straightforward. Of course, reading medical texts alone is useless. I need to see more patients. Only by seeing many patients can I truly understand how things work. Zhu Su nodded eagerly. Your idea is good, but almost all the civil and military officials know your face. If you go with them, I'm afraid they might start having wild thoughts. That. Zhu Su hadn't really considered that. Although old Zhu hadn't yet become as ruthlessly paranoid as he would after losing his wife and sons. This was still an imperial autocracy. A prince accompanying imperial physicians to treat illnesses could be interpreted, by the optimistic, as the emperor showing concern for the sick. But those with a more suspicious mind might think the emperor doubted their illness was real, or even that he didn't want them to get better. Those who became officials were generally shrewd, few were simple-minded enough to assume the best. Then what should I do? Could I treat the palace maids and eunuchs? Zhu Su looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, anticipating his refusal. Nonsense. It is beneath a prince's dignity to treat servants. As expected, the idea was immediately rejected by Zhu Yuanzhang. Then what use is it for me to learn medicine? Zhu Su was utterly speechless. You can take your mother's pulse when you have free time. You are the Prince of Wu. I could even keep you here in Ningtian. Since you don't want to be a feudal lord, you can just be a wealthy prince here in the capital. Zhu Yuanzhang said, looking at Zhu Su. Previously, he had thought the Wu region was a crucial area for finance and taxation, and couldn't be granted as a fief. Now he had fewer such concerns. At worst, the court could pay his stipend. If the fifth son mastered medicine, he could come to the capital regularly to check his wife's pulse, and could also be consulted for advice. That boy's memories of a past life might just be real. He had handled several matters quite well recently. Zhu Yuanzhang was reluctant to infect him elsewhere now. Your son thanks you, father. Upon hearing this, Zhu Su was genuinely delighted. What was the point of being a feudal lord? Being a wealthy prince in the capital was far better. If you truly have nothing to do, go to the imperial manufactory and work on that flintlock you mentioned before. I told Sudo about your flintlock, and he said that if it's powerful enough, it could have a remarkable effect on the battlefield. Indeed, Zhu Yuanzhang felt that Zhu Su's mind was wandering with thoughts of future knowledge, so he decided to give him something to do. Yes, father. Zhu Su nodded, wondering about the skill of the Ming artisans. If he could manage to create a rifled flintlock, its power would likely be greatly enhanced. Also, he had promised toys to the 10th and 11th princes which the artisans could also make. Leaving the Hall of Heavenly Purity, Zhu Su strolled towards the Palace of Earthly Tranquility, pondering what toys to craft for his younger brothers. He also understood that old Zhu's insistence on him learning medicine was merely to provide a safeguard for the Crown Prince and the Empress. As old Zhu had said, it wasn't fitting for the imperial physicians to constantly check their pulses. He didn't need to be a highly skilled physician. His only duty was to detect any irregularities in their pulses and report them to Zhu Yuanzhang promptly. Mother, has your health improved since you started practicing the Vajra art? Zhu Su asked while taking her pulse. Indeed, I feel better. I don't just practice the Vajra art. Every morning I begin with a round of Tai Chi, and then take a stroll half an hour after meals. When I have free time, I practice the Vajra art again. As you said, moving around has made me much more agile than before. Empress Ma said with a smile, fully aware of her own physical improvements. That's good, but don't overdo it. Maintaining your current level of activity is sufficient. Food is better than medicine. Pay attention to your diet. When you were young, it didn't matter, but as you age, you should eat more tofu, seafood, sesame paste, fruits, and vegetables. Zhu Su released her wrist. Her pulse was noticeably stronger than before. The foods he mentioned were rich in calcium and protein, ideal for the middle-aged and elderly. I'm not used to rich, heavy meals. Even as Empress Shi and Zhu Yuanzhang maintained a simple and frugal diet, there's no need for lavish meals. Just have more variety in smaller portions. If you're worried about waste, you could share meals with the other consorts. Zhu Su recalled that the imperial kitchen, as known in later eras, didn't exist yet. The palace meals weren't like the Qing dynasties, which featured dozens of dishes. Empress Ma even cooked her own meals in the palace. The princes, on the other hand, ate food from the court of imperial entertainments. These meals were comparable to some university cafeterias. Edible, but far from gourmet. They'll discuss it with them later. Empress Ma, knowing Zhu Su had her best interests at heart, nodded in agreement. Then, recalling another matter, she said, "You only have one young eunuch to serve you. That won't do. I've selected 2 capable maids to attend to you." "Ah, thank you, mother." Zhu Su was momentarily surprised. Had previously only had 2 eunuchs and no maids. Suddenly remembering his betrothal and the kitten head returned, Zhu Su seemed to understand and nodded in agreement. Back in his quarters, Ma Peng had already laid out the delivered meal. Looking at the usual 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and a small plate of pickled vegetables, Zhu Su, though finding it modest, had grown accustomed to this life over the past month. As he took a bite, Zhu Su noticed something different. The food tasted better than before, with a savory freshness it previously. Remembering Zhu Yuanzhang's mention of a flavor enhancer, it seemed it had indeed been created. Before the invention of MSG, humanity's quest for umami was hard to satisfy. Many so-called secret recipes and long-simmered broths were essentially chasing that very umami flavor. It was said that some who had tasted dishes from the old imperial kitchen recreated faithfully found them rather ordinary. Considering that the various government offices also ate from the court of imperial entertainments, this flavor enhancer seemed poised to quickly capture the market. His assumption was correct. Since the court's food was indeed poor, some officials had food sent from home or brought their own dish. But recently the number of people bringing their own food had noticeably decreased. Although the court's dishes still looked unappetizing, they tasted significantly better. When questioned, the court staff were initially reluctant to reveal the secret, but eventually yielded under pressure. Consequently, an unremarkable new shop, called Baoha, which sold seasonings, quickly became bustling with customers. The shop's offerings were simple oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar. But with the advent of the flavor enhancer, business boomed. Customers also discovered that the shop sold white sugar, and in considerable quantities. White sugar had been popular a while back, but not at this shop. That other store had sold a few hundred caddies before claiming to. At Baoha, however, each person could buy up to 3 caddies of sugar. This lucrative trade had attracted unwanted attention. Someone had previously contacted that other shop to inquire about the sugar's source, only to be found dead in his bed that very night. From then on, everyone understood that this business was not to be trifled with. The profits were immense, but not worth losing one's life over. There was no point in having money if you weren't alive to spend it. "Your Highness, let me comb your hair. Your Highness, let me help you change. Your Highness, let me assist with your bath." Since the 2 maids arrived, Zhu Su's monotonous life had gained some color. He no longer had to see Ma Peng's face every day. The palace maids were either daughters of disgraced officials or pretty girls from large families sent to the palace. There were also daughters of war captives. What pleased Zhu Su most was that both maids were older than him, 119. Although his body was 15, his mind was nearly 30. He couldn't bring himself to have designs on 14 or 15. From a biological standpoint, marrying and bearing children in one's early 20s was best. Otherwise, if the mother wasn't fully developed, complications could easily arise during childbirth. Of course, for now, Zhu Su could only admire them visually and occasionally indulge in minor familiarities. He hadn't truly utilized their intended purpose, as he himself wasn't fully mature and was still in poor health. He'd wait until he'd train more. On the way to school, he encountered his 4th brother, Zhu Di. Today, Zhu Di seemed different, his eyes holding a certain pride of. Seeing his expression, Zhu Su guessed that his 4th brother had indeed grown up. "4th brother, take care of yourself," Zhu Su said with a smile. "I've always been in good health." Zhu Di was momentarily startled, then blushed as he realized the implication, and just remember to be moderate. Zhu Su smiled again, thinking wasteful youth, sorrowful old age. Watching Zhu Su's retreating figure, Zhu Di felt something was off, then it hit him. I'm the older brother, and you're the younger. What's with this tone of a seasoned veteran? At the Dabintang, the second and third brothers, shameless as ever, were winking and making faces at the two younger ones. That knowing look between men made Zhu Di uncomfortable. Zhu Su, however, ignored such glances entirely. His mind was strong. Though he lacked practical experience, his theoretical knowledge was vast. I've been a good student taught by many teachers. You two are far behind. Fortunately, the second and third brothers only leered and didn't actually drag the younger two aside for a detailed interrogation, much to Zhu Di's relief. In a tavern across from the Yingtian prefecture office, Zhu Su sat by the window gazing at the crowded courtyard below. Old Zhu, seated opposite, felt a surge of delight, certain that a strong opening at the prefecture would guarantee the success of the treasury bond sales. Indeed, the two had come to observe the bond sales firsthand. Since Zhu Su had expressed a desire to accompany the imperial physicians on their rounds, the Hongwu Emperor had decided it was time to let his son see more of the world and had brought him out for a stroll today. Fifth son, how much do you think we'll sell today? Zhu Yuanzhang asked after observing the crowd for a while. Father, I truly don't know. But Yingtian has plenty of wealthy men. I'd wager over 1 million taels shouldn't be a problem, Zhu Su guessed casually. If it's only 1 million, there's no point. Old Wang mentioned 30 million. If Yingtian only sells 1 million, we'll never reach that target, the emperor said, shaking his head with a wry smile. Father, that was just a wild guess. I have no idea of the actual figure. It all depends on how much your old comrades are willing. On the first day of issuance, the nobles and military elites were the primary buyers, their coffers brimming from years of campaigns and imperial rewards. They have money, but they also know how to spend it, Zhu Yuanzhang mused, knowing his old brothers well. Most were of humble origins, and with wealth they bought land or built houses, spending as freely as they earned. Soon two officials emerged from the prefecture. The Duke of Chao purchases 1500 taels of treasury bonds. The first buyer was none other than Li Wenzhong, Zhu Su's cousin and the emperor's own nephew. The Duke of Zheng purchases 1500 taels of treasury bonds. The second was Chang Mao, the Duke of Zheng, son of Chang Yuchen and brother-in-law to the crown prince. Then name after name was announced. The Duke of Wei purchases 1500 taels. The Duke of Han purchases 1500 taels. The Duke of Song purchases 1500 taels. The Duke of Wei purchases 1500 taels. The 6 Grand Dukes led the charge, each contributing 1500 taels. Their combined purchase totaled 900 taels. Zhu Su couldn't help but glance at his father, astonished that even these wealthy men would each stake such a sum. Unbeknownst to many, Li Wenzhong, the first buyer, was a shill. Of his 1500 taels, 1000 came from the emperor and the princes. Why are you looking at me? Do you think your cousin can't afford 1500 taels? I did this deliberately to... These men all have money. They just hide it. They think I don't know. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, was not surprised. He found it only natural. Zhu Su paused, then realized his father's strategy. By using his cousin as a shill, he was signaling to the nobles that there was no need to conceal their wealth. Buying bonds now served a dual purpose: to fund the nation's construction and, as the emperor said, to enrich the nobles. They were free to make money, but they should harbor no other improper ambitions. The nobles clearly understood the emperor's message, which was why they acted so. Even Li Shanchang, who had retired to his hometown, was no exception. Following the duke's lead, the marquises also stepped forward, each investing around 1000 taels. Speaking of which, I think it's not good to keep you all cooped up in the palace. In the future, you will be masters of your own domains. It's not a good thing to be ignorant of the people's hardships. But everyone knows who you are. If I send you out now, the local officials would easily fool you. Wait until you're a bit older, then I'll send you to tour the realm. As they walked, the emperor spoke softly of his plans. Yes, father, Zhu Su nodded. About that military examination you mentioned, I've been thinking it over, and it makes sense. As you said, if my own descendants aren't particularly promising, how can I expect the descendants of these nobles to be any better? But I also fear that once these military families become entrenched, it will be hard for even those who pass the military exams to rise. The emperor suddenly brought up the topic of the military examinations again. There's a phenomenon in later times called the catfish effect. In the sea, there's a fish called the sardine. Only live sardines are tasty, so they fetch a much higher price than dead ones. But sardines are lazy and don't like to move, so they die easily after being caught. Once by chance, a fisherman accidentally threw a catfish into a hold full of sardines. When he returned to shore and opened the hold, he found that the sardines, which usually died in large numbers, were all lively and healthy. The catfish, being in an unfamiliar place, swam around frantically. The sardines, seeing this aggressive newcomer, had no choice but to move as well. This is the catfish effect. It's like the powerful clans of the Wei Jin and northern and southern dynasties who controlled the government. But with the implementation of the imperial examination system, more and more scholars from humble backgrounds entered the court, and those great clans gradually disappeared. The military examination serves the same purpose. As long as fresh talent is continuously injected, these nobles will have to strive. Zhu Su smiled, giving his father a brief explanation of the catfish effect. A catfish can have such a big impact. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slowly, then asked, is there any other good method? Yes, that would be assessment. When the sons of nobles come of age, they must undergo examinations in horsemanship, archery, strategy, and weaponry. Those who fail cannot inherit official positions through patronage. This way, even if it's just for the sake of an official post, they will have to study hard. As long as future generations ensure the examinations are fair and free of fraud, among so many people, talents will surely emerge. Also, following the model of the Imperial Academy, we could establish a military academy. Young officers could be selected to study there, and the sons of nobles could attend as well. Father, you mentioned earlier that you plan to let the nation rest for 2 years. These uncles are idle at home. Why not let them serve as instructors and teach the younger generation how to lead troops in battle? Zhu Su knew his father had taken his 2 proposals to heart, but whether he would implement them or had other considerations was beyond his knowledge. Zhu Su knew his father had taken his 2 proposals to heart, but whether he would implement them or had other considerations was beyond his knowledge. Having finally gotten out, the emperor was in no hurry to return to the palace. He strolled through the streets with Zhu Su entering any shop that caught his interest and asking about the prices of goods. He was particularly concerned about grain. Along the way, he recounted the hardships of his youth, contrasting past struggles with present comforts until they returned to the palace at noon. Your Excellency, 5,400,000 taels of national bonds were sold this morning. Inside the secretariat, Hongwu Emperor, who was eating, received the news. 5,400,000 taels. It seems the tide has turned. Most of this money came from the nobles, and some from wealthy officials. No matter how righteously they spoke in the court, they wouldn't miss a single coin of profit. This is just from the nobles and officials in Yingtian Prefecture. Once the news spreads, and wealthy merchants join in selling 8 or 9 million taels in the capital alone, wouldn't be a problem. If it were sold in other regions, 30 million taels would be nothing. The only way is to spread rumors or block the news. But Hongwu Emperor also knew that if he dared to do this today, the embroidered uniform guard might come knocking tomorrow. The Huaishi faction used to suppress the Zhidong faction, but now, while the noble generals are one group, the civil officials are split into 2. It's no longer a fight between 2 tigers, but a romance of the 3 kingdoms, and the worst part is that Shu and Wu have irreconcilable conflicts. I underestimated His Majesty. A single national bond has quickly divided the Huaishi faction. Hongwu Emperor sighed, but there was nothing he could do. The nobles who held military power were all brothers who had fought to establish the Ming dynasty with Zhu Yuanzhang. Without their support, how much longer could he remain as chancellor? Hongwu Emperor used to think Li Shanchang was incompetent, but now it seems Li Shanchang was the true master. Back in the palace, Zhu Yuanzhang didn't know his chancellor had conceded so easily. He also received the morning's haul from Yingtian Prefecture, and it seemed the 30 million taels was secured. Zhu Yuanzhang understood the principle of sharpening one's tools before starting a task. The next step was to build warships. The cost of a warship ranged from a few hundred taels to several thousand, or even over 10,000 taels. The 5,400,000 taels sold this morning was enough to build hundreds of warships. Of course, he didn't know naval warfare, so this task had to be left to the professionals. For example, Tang He with Fu Yud assisting him. They were the ones who commanded the naval battle at the Battle of Lake Poyang. After confirming the candidates, Zhu Yuanzhang considered the shipyards and didn't forget what Zhu Su had said about building. Once the naval warships were built, the shipyards would continue with merchant ships. Since receiving Zhu Yuanzhang's order to try making flintlock guns, Zhu Su had been attending his morning classes every other day. This morning he had accompanied Zhu Yuanzhang on a trip. In the afternoon, he went to the Imperial workshop. The most troublesome part of making guns in ancient times was the barrel. In this era, gun barrels weren't cast, but forged. They would wrap brass or iron around a mandrel to form the basic shape of a barrel, then use a drill to bore a hole of. A craftsman could only drill about 1 inch a day, so it would take over half a month to make a single qualified gun barrel. Due to differences in craftsmen's skill levels, the quality of the barrels produced also varied. Now 7 or 8 days had passed, and all other gun components were basically finished, just waiting for the barrels. The flintlock gun Zhu Su designed already showed traces of future firearms. Compared to the most advanced matchlock guns of this era, it had a stock at the back and a rear sight for aiming. It even had a bolt, though its function was different from later designs. When pulled back, there was a short cylinder on the bolt where gunpowder and the bullet were loaded. It wasn't that he didn't want to make paper cartridges, but he didn't know how to make the primer. After all, he was a liberal arts student. Besides the basic mnemonic for chemical valences, he had returned most of his other chemistry knowledge to his teacher. Your Highness, according to your orders, all the parts for these 5 muskets are crafted. As for the barrels, they will still take some time. The director of the Imperial workshop said cautiously from the side. Well done. Are the blueprints drawn? Zhu Su nodded and then asked. The director of the Imperial workshop said cautiously from the side. Well done. Are the blueprints drawn? Zhu Su. The director quickly nodded, indicating that everything was done according to Zhu Su's instructions. The horizontal drilling machine I mentioned earlier, have you built it? Satisfied, Zhu Su nodded and asked about another matter. The craftsmen of this era fixed the gun barrel to the ground and then drilled it, which couldn't have been efficient. So Zhu Su proposed the method of a horizontal drilling machine with hand crank drilling. He only provided a general idea. The specific construction was left to the Imperial workshop. It's almost ready, Your Highness. Would you like to see it? Although the director didn't know where Zhu Su got all these ideas, he had to comply since the emperor ordered that the Prince of Wu's requests must be accommodated. Following the director to the back courtyard, several craftsmen were busy at work. Zhu Su didn't know what a horizontal drilling machine looked like in his mind. As long as it worked, that was enough. As per your instructions, on the left is the drill rod, and on the right is the fixture for the gun barrel. First secure the barrel on the right, then push the drill rod into the barrel. Turn the crank on the left to start drilling. The director stood there explaining the machine's working principle to Zhu Su, which was exactly as Zhu Su had instructed. It was a simple machine. If there were a steam engine, it would be a mechanical machine tool. But one must eat a meal bite by bite and walk a road step by step. The steam engine was something to be developed gradually. After inspecting the area, Zhu Su left satisfied, followed by several young eunuchs carrying or holding the small toys he had requested. He asked them to deliver these items to the 10th and 11th princes, then he went to Cunning Palace to pay his respects. Upon arriving, he found not only Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma present, but also the crown prince, the crown princess, and his eldest nephew Zhu Xiongning. No need for formalities. If you speak so loudly, you might startle my grandson. Zhu Su was just about to bow when Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand to stop him. Honestly, my voice is much quieter than yours. You've come at the right time. Take your elder brother and sister-in-law's pulse, and let me see what medical skills you've learned. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su with a hint of mockery. Zhu Su knew that old Zhu was definitely pretending he was worried about the health of the crown prince and princess, but couldn't say it openly. Using this tone wouldn't arouse suspicion. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su with a hint of mockery. Zhu Su knew that old Zhu was definitely pretending he was worried about the health of the crown prince and princess, but couldn't say it openly. Using this, yes father, I also feel much healthier. Lady Chong, understanding her husband's intentions, chimed in. For a prince who doesn't study properly but spends his days on these unorthodox skills. Let him examine you. If he can't tell me anything sensible, well, see how I deal with him. Zhu Yuanzhang snorted coldly and subtly winked at Zhu Su. Your Majesty, the crown prince's pulse is neither floating nor sinking, neither large nor small. It is calm and gentle, relaxed, yet forceful and perfectly regular. His health is excellent. However, eldest brother is slightly overweight. It would be best for him to exercise more. Zhu Su, after feeling Zhu Biao's pulse for a while, spoke up. What do you know? This cannot be called fat. This is called prosperous. How can a prince of my great Ming not be prosperous? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang was a bit displeased, as he himself was also somewhat stout now. In this era, being plump was not a bad thing at all. The poor couldn't even get fat if they tried. Father, please calm down. Heaven and earth have yin and yang. Being too fat or too thin is not good. Eldest brother is only slightly overweight now, and more activity would be beneficial to his health. Zhu Su looked at Zhu Yuanzhang with a gaze that hinted at explanations to come. Father, I believe fifth brother is right. I have been exercising more these past few days, and I do feel much better than before. This was Zhu Biao's genuine feeling. Ever since he started practicing Tai Chi and heard Empress Ma's theory of taking 100 steps after meals, he would go for walks after eating and felt significantly better. Well, I suppose your reasoning holds some water. Hearing his eldest son's agreement, Zhu Yuanzhang had nothing more to say. Sister-in-law's pulse is also quite good, though she is still a little weak. From now on, she should stop eating the meals from the court of imperial entertainments. Sister-in-law can share meals with mother. The foods I suggested to mother a couple of days ago, sister-in-law should also eat more of. Next, he took the pulse of the crown princess, Lady Chong. Her pulse was somewhat weaker, likely due to lingering ailments. It was essentially a matter of insufficient nutrition. It wasn't that Zhu Yuanzhang was unwilling to give his son and daughter-in-law good food, but Empress Ma led by example, and the inner court naturally advocated for simplicity and frugality. Otherwise, a prince like Zhu Su wouldn't have been eating just one meat dish, one vegetable dish, and a plate of pickled vegetables. You've studied medical books for years, yet you can't even write a prescription, eh? Otherwise, a prince like Zhu Su wouldn't have been eating just one meat dish, one vegetable dish, and a plate of pickled vegetables. You've studied medical books for years, yet you can't even write a prescription, eh? Your Majesty, food remedies are better than medicine. All medicines are poisons to some degree. Nurturing one's health through diet and gradual adjustment is far superior to taking supplements, Zhu Su replied calmly. The food at the court of imperial entertainments seems fine, especially these past few days. I feel it tastes much better than before. Although Zhu Biao didn't know what foods his fifth brother had suggested to his mother, he still felt a bit uneasy about the idea of sharing meals with her. Your Highness, your brother isn't talking about taste. The meals at the court are always the same few dishes. For ordinary people that's fine, but sister-in-law suffered great damage to her vital energy after giving birth to Xiongning. Relying solely on tonics from the Imperial Medical Bureau isn't very effective. Her daily diet also requires more careful attention. It's like parched land. If a torrential rainstorm comes, most of the water will just run off. It's much better to have a long... He didn't know how else to explain the concept of nutrition to Zhu Biao, so he used the drought analogy. What you say does make some sense. Well, do as you suggest. Alright, stop sitting around here and come take a walk with me. Zhu Biao didn't really grasp the difference, but Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in understanding. Having grown up in a rural village, he had seen such natural phenomena before. However, he still wanted to understand the reasoning behind it, so he called Zhu Su outside. Is your elder brother's health truly without any problems? After making sure the eunuchs were following far behind, Zhu Yuanzhang asked. Your Majesty, there is indeed no problem. He is just a little overweight. I know that many people see being fat as a good thing, but in later generations obesity is also a disease. The heart's job is to pump blood to all the blood vessels in the body. When a person is fat, the heart has to work much harder to supply blood to every part. In later generations, fat people are more prone to high blood pressure, diabetes, and cardiovascular diseases than thin people. After saying this, Zhu Su briefly introduced these 3 diseases. What about your sister-in-law? Zhu Yuanzhang then asked about his daughter-in-law. Sister-in-law damaged her vital energy during childbirth and needs proper care and recuperation. Human growth requires many nutrients. For example, fish is rich in protein, sesame paste, tofu, and other soy products contain calcium, and fruits and vegetables are packed with vitamins. In later generations, elderly people supplement with protein and calcium. According to modern research, protein is a vital component of the human body, and calcium is crucial for bone development. As people age, their bones become brittle like dried out wood. At that point, they need to supplement more calcium. Sister-in-law has suffered a great loss of vitality and needs more nutrition. Her diet needs to be more diverse. That's why I suggested she share meals with mother. With a diverse nutritional intake and appropriate exercise, her health will gradually improve. From a physiological standpoint, men are fully developed at 24 and women at 21. The optimal childbearing age for women should be after 21. People start their second stage of growth in their teens. Getting married at that age is not a good thing. If parents marry too early, they are inherently underdeveloped, and their children are more likely to die young or fall ill. Zhu Su spoke a bit more this time, touching upon eugenics after discussing nutrition. What is all this nonsense? Since ancient times, men and women have married at 15 or 16. Zhu Yuanzhang clearly didn't believe this theory. Could the experience of thousands of years be wrong? These all have scientific basis. The technological advancements of later generations are far beyond your imagination. The 500 years before the Great Ming and up to now, technology hasn't changed much. Even from now until 400 years later, there won't be many changes. But in the 200 years after that, human technology will advance at a breakneck pace. The people of that era have a deep understanding of humanity itself, our planet, and the nature of things that people of today cannot even fathom. Clothing, food, housing, and transportation, all aspects of lifestyle have changed dramatically. You are the emperor of the Great Ming, yet your food and comforts cannot compare to those of an ordinary person 600 years from now. In winter, there is central heating. The temperature indoors can reach over 20 degrees, warm enough to wear summer clothes inside. In summer, there is air conditioning. Staying indoors, you won't sweat a drop. If you want to eat, there are restaurants everywhere. Even without restaurants, you can order on a mobile phone, and someone will deliver food to your home. Beautiful clothes from all over the world can be purchased without leaving your house as long as you have the money. Medicine is also highly advanced. A leg severed in 2 can be reattached. Surgery to open the chest and abdomen is common, and even hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, and kidneys can be transplanted. Zhu Su introduced the daily life of later generations to Zhu Yuanzhang. If I had lived like that back then, I would never have joined the rebel army. Zhu Yuanzhang was stunned by the revelations, finally uttering a sentence filled with envy. What do people in the future think of us? Previously, Zhu Ji had spoken to Zhu Yuanzhang about many matters from the future, yet Zhu Yuanzhang had never asked about this. The evaluation is quite high. Most people agree on one point: after 3 generations, the ones who rightfully obtained the realm are none other than the Han and the Ming. A commoner rising in rebellion carries no suspicion of usurping power. To eliminate tyranny for the people, there is no intention of coveting divine artifacts. The Wei Jin, Sui Tang, and Song dynasties were nominally about abdication, but were in fact usurpations. Only my father and Liu Bang of Han rose from humble beginnings, with my father being an ordinary farmer. Some humorously remark that the Ming began with a bowl and ended with a rope. The bowl symbolizes my father having once been a beggar, while the rope refers to the last emperor of the Ming, Zhu Yuanzhang, who hanged himself at Coal Mountain. Zhu Ji spoke up. Tell me carefully, why did our Ming dynasty fall? After hearing Zhu Ji's words, Zhu Yuanzhang felt quite pleased, yet he grew discontent upon hearing the mention of the rope at the end, and thus inquired. The late Ming faced both internal strife and external threats compounded by natural disasters and man-made calamities. At that time, the climate was during the Little Ice Age, meaning winters were particularly harsh and prolonged, with places that would typically yield 2 harvests a year only able to produce 1. If the Central Plains were like this, it goes without saying how much worse it was beyond the passes, with the Jurchens under Nurhaci rebelling against the Ming. In the 47th year of Wanli, the court dispatched over 100,000 troops divided into 5 routes to suppress them, only to be defeated one by one. At that time, Emperor Wanli did not attend court for 20 years due to the selection of the crown prince. The crown prince left the palace, and the Prince of Fu was made a vassal, leading to endless conflicts with the officials. Within the court, the Donglin faction and the Chichuja faction constantly attacked each other. The following year, Emperor Wanli passed away, and shortly after, the newly crowned crown prince also died within a month. The new Emperor Tianchi ascended to the throne, and in March of the first year of Tianchi, Nurhaci attacked again. Due to factional struggles, the original governor of Liaodong, Xiong Yanbi, was reassigned, and the court sent Yuan Ingtai to manage the situation in Liaodong. As a result, Yuan Ingtai was too trusting of the surrendering Mongols, and with their inside and outside collaboration, Shenyang and Liaoyang fell within a day, after which Nurhaci swept through Liaodong, causing tens of thousands to retreat to Shanhaiguan. Although Sun Qingzong later gradually regained Liaodong, it could only be maintained around Ningjin, barely stabilizing the situation. In the following years there were rebellions from the southwestern indigenous chieftains and the White Lotus Rebellion in Shandong, and in the 7th year of Tianqi, the emperor drowned and died. Afterward Chongzhen ascended to the throne, eliminating the eunuchs, but there was a severe drought in Shaanxi leading to mass migrations. The Jurchens bypassed the Ningjing defense line and entered the pass, besieging the capital. After that there were rampant migrations that burned and pillaged, and before the 17th year of Chongzhen the Jurchens entered the pass several times, reaching as far as Shandong. The migrants also captured cities and plundered lands until they finally broke into the capital. After Chongzhen's death the southern regions had not yet been affected by the migrants, but the closest royal family member was the son of the Prince of Fu, which made the Donglin faction worry that his ascension would be unfavorable to them. Seeking distant help they aimed to support other vassal kings. During the internal strife the people of Shandong had already expelled the migrants, yet the court delayed in dispatching troops, ultimately leading to the Jurchens capturing it. In the end the warlords seized the opportunity to support the son of the Prince of Fu to ascend. Among the 4 major warlords in the north some allied with the Jurchens, and after capturing Huaibei the Ming dynasty was doomed. Zhu Ji briefly summarized the situation at the end of the Ming. I actually forgot the 4th brother moved the capital to Beiping. Zhu Yuanzhang initially had some doubts, but then recalled this matter. Indeed, after 4th brother relocated the capital, he left behind a complete administrative system in southern Zhili. Compared to the central Zhili, it was almost identical except that there were no departments such as the cabinet. Zhu Ji nodded. Since that is the case, why didn't they relocate the capital when the rebel army was nearing the capital? We started from scratch and were still able to drive out the Mongols at that time. He owned half of the empire and was energetically working to recover lost territories, so it wasn't impossible. According to what you say, the northern migrants had already been defeated and were no longer a burden. The court situation. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned upon hearing this. He lacked the resolve. He previously sought peace with the Jurchens, but after sending someone to make contact the matter was exposed, and he killed the contact person. Previously when he thought about relocating the capital again, no one dared to mention it. For some officials, it didn't matter who the emperor was, they could still be officials. In the end Chongzhen's son wanted to hide at his maternal grandfather's house, but his grandfather wouldn't even open the door. Even if he wanted to escape, no one would escort him. In the end, only a long-serving eunuch accompanied him to die. As for Jiangnan, it wasn't much better. The warlords didn't heed orders, the soldiers' fighting capability was low, and there were constant factional struggles among the officials in the court. Of course these are merely superficial issues. The real reason is that the Ming dynasty lacked money, with the court's tax revenues diminishing while expenditures grew increasingly large. The troops of the Wei Suo had no combat capability, and the court needed to spend large sums of money to recruit soldiers, requiring annual expenditures of over 10 million dan to support the royal family. To deal with the Jurchens, the court levied taxes from Liaodong. To suppress the migrants, they levied additional taxes. Naturally, this money did not fall upon the literati merchants or royal family, but could only be borne by the common people. The more they levied, the more migrants there were, and the less they collected. With the court lacking funds, the situation worsened, leading to a vicious cycle that was hard to sustain. As Zhu Ji spoke, he turned his gaze towards Zhu Yuanzhang. According to what you say, are all the policies we previously established wrong? Zhu Yuanzhang understood the meaning behind Zhu Ji's gaze. The current situation is correct, but it applies only to the present circumstances. For example, my father assigned 1,000 mu of land in a region to a Wei Suo's 100 households, with each household receiving 10 mu. However, decades later, as the population multiplies over 3 to 5 generations, a household may split into several households, yet the land remains unchanged. Military households cannot engage in other livelihoods, and can only escape their registration. Artisan households are similar. In later generations there was also a household registration system, but it merely recorded how many people were in the family, the names of the parents, and their residence. Common people could engage in whichever industry they wished. After all, the dragon gives birth to 9 sons, each different. The son of a military household need not necessarily become a soldier. Similarly, my father's descendants need not rely on the court for support. Each generation has its own fortunes. If descendants are not diligent, what the court supports is merely a group of parasites. The heirs of the king of Shu inherited tens of millions in assets, but were unwilling to spend money to pay the soldiers, resulting in the city falling and people dying. The same goes for the Prince of Fu. The descendants of the royal family, supported by my father, especially the direct descendants of the vassal kings, had few good endings. I have previously mentioned that if my father truly wished to bestow titles, he could learn from Genghis Khan Temujin and send his descendants out to fight. Alternatively, he could bestow vassal kings overseas, which would be a true expansion. Zhu Ji looked at Zhu Yuanzhang once again, pointing out the flaws in the vassal king system, the Wei Suo system, and the household registration system he had established, offering excellent solutions. These matters require careful consideration. After listening to Zhu Ji's words, Zhu Yuanzhang fell silent for a moment before speaking. Zhu Ji felt uncertain about how much impact his words would have on Zhu Yuanzhang. If these systems could truly bring change, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for the Ming. One must eat bit by bit, and take one step at a time. It is now only the 8th year of Hongwu, there is still time. After parting with Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Su strolled back to his residence, pondering the conversation he had just had. He knew that today's dialogue was somewhat difficult for old Zhu to accept considering that the garrison system, household registration, and the enfeoffment of princes were his proudest achievements. Otherwise he wouldn't have boasted of supporting 1,000,000 soldiers without burdening the people with a single grain of rice. Yet the very policies he took pride in were precisely what led to the fall of the great Ming. Zhu Su couldn't quite understand how a man as intelligent as old Zhu failed to see the drawbacks of these policies. Even if he couldn't, surely the officials could. Or perhaps they did see them, but chose not to remind him, or maybe the self-assured Zhu Yuanzhang simply paid no heed. He had offered his reminders, and how much old Zhu chose to heed was beyond his control. Without waiting for all 30 million taels to be raised, Zhu Yuanzhang, having secured nearly 10 million taels from the sale of national bonds in Yingtian alone, ordered the construction of warships in Zhujiang, Fujian, Zhili, and Guangzhou. Tang he was appointed Grand General of the Seas to train the navy. This training didn't have to start from scratch as the Ming army already possessed a navy, or else they wouldn't have defeated Qin. Veterans who had participated in naval battles were selected along with soldiers who grew up by the seaside or riverside, thus solving the initial problem of manpower. The captured sea vessels from the campaign against Fangguizhen were still usable and were designated as training ships. By this time, over 23 million taels worth of national bonds had been sold in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, making the 30 million tael target certainly achievable. As Zhu Su had predicted, sea merchants who had previously engaged in maritime trade eagerly purchased the national bonds upon learning of the court's intention to suppress pirates and lift the maritime ban. They possessed silver yet were restricted by Zhu Yuanzhang's policies from spending it freely. The bonds not only yielded interest, but also offered policy advantages, further fueling their desire to buy. With wealth at home, everyone wished to live in better dwellings, wear finer clothes, and properly renovate their ancestral temples. With his newfound funds, Zhu Yuanzhang didn't solely focus on suppressing pirates. He also implemented tax exemptions in newly conquered regions and provided subsidies for population relocations. Since their last conversation, Zhu Yuanzhang hadn't spoken with him privately again. It was as if that dialogue had never occurred, and Zhu Su lived a peaceful life. Until one day Zhu Su arrived at the Imperial workshop and saw the completed flintlock muskets. According to his specifications, 5 muskets had been crafted. "Have you tested how far this gun can shoot?" Zhu Su asked, examining the flintlock, which resembled a later breechloader. "Your Highness, this gun can hit a target at over 200 paces, but within 50 paces it can strike the bullseye," the chief eunuch reported with some excitement. "The range is a bit short." Zhu Su felt something was off. In Ming measurements, 1 bu equaled 5 qi, and 1 carpenter's qi was approximately 31 centimeter. 50 bu was roughly 70 plus meters. He recalled that the effective range of a flintlock should be around 100 meters. Why was his only 70 plus? Of course the maximum range was much farther, but the effective range wasn't that long. The West had devised the line of battle with soldiers standing shoulder to shoulder, using dense firepower to compensate for the lack of accuracy at long range. This was later jokingly referred to as the era of firing squads. Range short. The chief eunuch was speechless. The current fire lances or matchlocks had a general range of about 70 bu. Their effective range was only about 30 bu, and for armor penetration one needed to be within 20 bu. Try adjusting the gunpowder formula, and also experiment with the powder charge. Find the optimal ratio and the precise amount needed to propel the bullet effectively, Zhu Su said. He thought that the factors affecting range were primarily the quality and quantity of the gunpowder. The quality of the muskets from the Imperial workshop was certainly not in question, but that couldn't be guaranteed for those made by regional craftsmen. So he was confident in letting them experiment. "Yes, Your Highness." The chief eunuch, not daring to show any displeasure, immediately agreed. As they were discussing gunpowder improvements, a eunuch announced the emperor's arrival. They hurried to the entrance and saw Zhu Yuanzhang approaching with a group of people. After exchanging formal greetings, Zhu Yuanzhang picked up the flintlock lying on the table and asked, "How is this fire lance used?" "Your Majesty, open the lock, pour the gunpowder into this cylindrical chamber, insert the lead ball, press the cylinder down, and finally cock the hammer," Zhu Su explained. "Then aim at the target and pull the trigger to fire." He picked up a musket and demonstrated the loading and firing process for it's considerably more convenient than the fire lances used in the army. "How did you come up with the idea of using flint for ignition?" Zhu Yuanzhang picked up another musket and repeated the steps Zhu Su had just shown him. Hearing this question, the military officers behind Zhu Yuanzhang also turned their gazes towards Zhu Su. After the morning court session, instead of dismissing them, Zhu Yuanzhang had brought them to the Imperial workshop. Only now did they realize he had brought them to see the new firearms. "Your son heard that commoners often use flint to start fires. The old fire lances required a separate ignition source, which was quite troublesome. So I thought of installing a piece of flint at the back. When the trigger is pulled, the flint strikes a piece of steel, creating a spark that ignites the gunpowder and fires the bullet." This was of course not his original idea. He had merely devised a plausible explanation. "Take a look, all of you. What do you think of the fire lance the 5th prince has created?" Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly and addressed the group. "The Prince of Wu is exceptionally gifted. I have never seen such a firearm before, nor even imagined one could exist," Feng Sheng said with a chuckle. "Don't praise him too much, or we don't yet know how effective this musket really is. 5th prince, tell everyone why you decided to build a firearm like this." Zhu Yuanzhang was pleased to hear Feng Sheng compliment his son, and immediately wanted Zhu Su to showcase his reasoning again. Actually, I drew inspiration from both the fire lance and the crossbow. All ranged weapons essentially aim to shoot farther and more accurately. I couldn't easily solve the issue of range, but I had some ideas about improving accuracy. The stock of this flintlock can be braced against the shoulder. Holding it this way, you can aim using the rear sight and front post. Because there's no need for external ignition after loading, you just cock the hammer and take careful aim. Zhu Su assumed a firing stance to illustrate his point to the assembled officials. Well said, but we'll have to see if it's a horse or a mule by taking it for a run. A firearm is a weapon, no matter how well-crafted, its purpose is to kill the enemy. Let's all go to the shooting range and see how it performs. As an emperor who had fought his way through battlefields, Zhu Yuanzhang agreed with Zhu Su's points. However, agreement was one thing. The true test of the musket's worth lay in its demonstrated effectiveness. The group arrived at the martial arts grounds, a place where guards and princes practiced their combat skills. Fourth son, why aren't you in class, and instead here? Unannounced, Zhu Yuanzhang caught Zhu Di red-handed as he was sparring with a guard. Your son admits his fault and will return to class at once. Zhu Di never imagined he'd be caught skipping lessons by his father, and he quickly knelt to confess his mistake. Since we've met, stay and watch. See what your fifth brother's firearm is like. Zhu Yuanzhang was in a good mood that day, and since skipping class was a habitual offense for his fourth son, he didn't take it too seriously. He had been troubled knowing his fourth son would one day rebel. But now he had come to terms with it, as these were events that had yet to happen, and even his daughter-in-law had been changed. The crown prince's health had also improved considerably. He couldn't keep blaming Zhu Di for things that hadn't occurred. Relieved that he didn't have to return to class, and pleased with his father's attitude, Zhu Di breathed a sigh of relief and walked over to stand beside Zhu Su. The Imperial workshops had summoned several men from the Ordnance Bureau who specialized in test-firing firearms. Even though it was late April and the weather was already hot, they still had to wear thick protective gear. There was no choice. Firearms at this time were unreliable, and a barrel explosion could cause serious injury. So, how far can the current military firearms shoot? Zhu Yuanzhang, who hadn't paid attention to military firearms in a long time, asked. Your Majesty, the standard military firearm can shoot over 70 paces. Suda quickly replied. How far can your firearm shoot, fifth son? Zhu Yuanzhang then looked at Zhu Su. I haven't personally tested it, but the eunuch in charge of the Imperial workshops mentioned it can reach about 200 paces. However, for accurate shooting, it's only effective within about 50 paces. Zhu Su wasn't trying to pass the buck, he simply hadn't seen it in action himself. Is that true? Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang looked towards the chief eunuch of the Imperial workshops. The nobles behind him also turned their gazes towards the eunuch. These nobles were all military generals who knew firearms well. If the weapon could truly shoot 200 paces, its status would be significantly elevated. Your Majesty, this servant would not dare to lie. I tested it yesterday, and it is indeed as the Prince of Wu stated. The chief eunuch quickly stepped forward and said respectfully. Excellent. Let's first test the maximum range. Zhu Yuanzhang wasn't worried about being deceived, as few would dare to risk their lives with such a lie. Following Zhu Yuanzhang's command, a cloth wall was erected 200 paces away. After assessing the distance, he nodded and gave the order to begin the test firing. These men were the same ones who had test-fired the weapons yesterday, and with that prior experience, their movements were noticeably more. Fifth brother, why isn't the gunpowder loaded from the front? Zhu Di, who seemed to have some knowledge of firearms, asked curiously upon seeing them open the powder chamber. This is a new type of firearm, it's different from the old ones. This way loading is faster. Zhu Su briefly explained. Zhu Di nodded and continued watching their actions. Bang bang bang. After loading, they pulled the triggers, and several gunshots rang out in succession. Let's go take a look. Wanting to see the results with his own eyes, Zhu Yuanzhang led the group forward. As he walked, he kept his eyes on the ground, checking for fallen lead balls until they reached the cloth wall. Everyone searched for where the bullets went. Zhu Yuanzhang said as he carefully examined the cloth wall. The others looked at the ground and the wall, searching for any trace. Your Majesty, I found a bullet hole. Ming, being the youngest with sharp eyes, was the first to spot one. I found a bullet about 3 paces from the wall. I found one too. Soon 5 lead balls were recovered. 2 had pierced the cloth wall, 1 lay beneath it, and 2 were found at a distance, with the furthest being about 7 paces away. Now let's test the accurate range. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded with satisfaction and gave the next order. They returned to their starting point where the cloth wall had been removed and targets for the test firing were brought out. After everyone had a look, the targets were placed at the 50-pace distance Zhu Su had specified. Another volley of gunfire erupted, and then the targets were brought back. Good, all shots hit the target at this distance. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded with great satisfaction, realizing the chief eunuch hadn't exaggerated, but had actually been conservative in his claims. Next was the armor-piercing test. Following past protocol, human-shaped targets clad in armor were placed at a distance of 25 paces. Father, may I give it a try? Impressed by the firearm's performance, Zhu Di couldn't contain his eagerness and asked. You? If you want to try, go ahead, but you must wear protective gear. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at him and nodded. Zhu Di, already dressed in his tight-fitting training clothes, eagerly walked over to one of the test shooters. He asked for instructions on how to shoot, while allowing others to strap the protective gear onto him. Once geared up, Zhu Di began loading the gunpowder with impatience. His skilled movements suggested he was no stranger to handling firearms in his spare time. After loading, Zhu Di aimed at the human-shaped target dozens of meters away, following the aiming technique the man had just taught him. Bang! He held his breath, steadied his aim, and pulled the trigger. Following his shot, the other 4 test shooters fired as well. Without waiting for the targets to be brought in, Zhu Di strode forward eagerly. Let's go have a look too. Zhu Yuanzhang suppressed the urge to scold Zhu Di and said instead, "Fifth brother, come quickly. I hit the target right in the chest on my first try." Zhu Di said to Zhu Su, beaming with pride. He had loved martial arts since childhood, took up hunting at 10, and was skilled in archery and horsemanship. He had also played with firearms many times. Though this was his first time with a flintlock, his years of shooting experience remained. Zhu Su walked up to the target Zhu Di had shot, and saw a clear hole in the chest area. "Fourth brother, let's remove the armor and see how deep it penetrated." Zhu Su, mindful of the test's true purpose, said, Right. Let's see how deep it went." Zhu Di nodded readily and skillfully began to remove the armor from the target. "Your Majesty, this target was pierced through the armor and embedded half an inch into the wood." Before they could check their own results, someone nearby excitedly reported the effectiveness of another target. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, our great Ming has acquired a divine weapon." Fengsheng, skilled not only in warfare but also quick-witted, was the first to offer his congratulations to Zhu Yuanzhang. "We all congratulate Your Majesty." The others echoed in unison. "This is merely a trial at the drill ground. Its true effectiveness can only be determined on the battlefield." Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand dismissively, wearing a calm and composed expression. "Your Majesty, this flintlock's power is formidable, and its range far exceeds that of previous firearms. If deployed in concentrated formation, it could yield surprising results on the battlefield, especially against the Mongols or in future campaigns in the northeast and southwest. Their armored soldiers are fewer in number. Before these flintlocks, they would be nothing but sitting ducks." Suda immediately recognized the immense potential of the flintlock. Lord Su is correct. The issue of the flintlock's inaccuracy at long range can be compensated by concentrating firepower. The loading speed of the flintlock is faster than that of the matchlock. We could employ the 3-rank volley tactic, dividing the soldiers into 3 lines. While one line fires, the others reload, ensuring a continuous barrage. Zhu Su added his input from the side. "What is the cost of manufacturing these muskets?" Zhu Yuanzhang asked with a smile, shifting the topic to the price. "To answer, Your Majesty, considering labor and materials, each of these 5 muskets costs over 8 taels of silver," replied the chief eunuch of the imperial manufactories. "Over 8 taels is not exorbitant. However, you should deliberate thoroughly on the tactics for employing these flintlocks," Zhu Yuanzhang said, nodding with satisfaction upon hearing the price. Previously, when Zhu Su had mentioned a cost of around 10 taels, Zhu Yuanzhang had been displeased, mainly due to the treasury being empty. But now, with over 20 million taels raised from the sale of national bonds, he no longer saw it as expensive. "Father, I have another proposal. I believe the current ratio and quantity of gunpowder may not be optimal. I suggest we have the craftsmen experiment with different formulations and amounts. If a more suitable mix is found, the flintlock's range could be further extended. Once the optimal amount is determined, it could be pre-packaged in paper cartridges. During battle, soldiers would simply bite open the cartridge, pour in the powder, and load. This would significantly reduce loading time." Zhu Su offered another suggestion. "That's a good idea. The formulation of gunpowder has always been evolving. Having the craftsmen experiment more would certainly do no harm." Zhu Su offered another suggestion. "That's a good idea. The formulation of gunpowder has always been evolving. Having the craftsmen experiment more would certainly—" "Your Majesty, I suggest we begin manufacturing a batch of flintlocks immediately. Even with their current range, they would prove unexpectedly effective in suppressing pirates." Li Wenzhong interjected. "Xiao Guogong speaks wisely. Although our warships are equipped with cannons, their loading speed is even slower, inevitably leading to close-quarters combat. With these muskets, we can seize the initiative." Suda, a veteran of the Battle of Lake Poyang, echoed in agreement. "In fact, whether in naval or land battles, if it comes to close combat, there is an even better weapon. I'm sure everyone has set off firecrackers during the new year. If instead of paper we use ceramics or cast iron to contain the gunpowder, the shrapnel upon explosion would cause devastating damage." Zhu Su, recalling the grenades of later generations, spoke up. "I never expected the Prince of Wu residing in the palace to have such deep knowledge of firearms. If such a weapon could be created, our campaigns would become much easier." Feng Sheng's eyes lit up at this, and he couldn't help but praise. "Since you find it plausible, my 5th son, go share your ideas with the craftsmen and get this weapon built as soon as possible. Also expedite the production of the flintlocks. Once we clear out the pirates, we can finally lift the maritime ban." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. For some unknown reason, he felt pleased when others praised Zhu Su, but when Feng Sheng did it, he felt a sense of awkwardness. He knew that had Zhu Su not dreamed of future events, Feng Sheng would have been his father-in-law. But that seemed odd. If Zhu Su could dream of the future, why did the recorded history of the Ming dynasty remain as it was? Throughout the journey back, Zhu Yuanzhang pondered this matter. Finally, he dismissed his attendants, wanting to have a thorough discussion with Zhu Su. Regarding this, your son has 3 theories. The first involves something later generations called the butterfly effect. It posits that a butterfly flapping its wings in the Amazon rainforest of South America could 2 weeks later trigger a tornado in North America. Perhaps some small action was altered, which is why an anomaly appeared. The second theory involves a concept called parallel. People make choices every day. Different choices lead to different outcomes. Each choice could spawn a new world. Perhaps what I dreamt of is what actually happened in one of those worlds. The third theory is that this is a warning from heaven using me to convey the results of historic. Perhaps what I dreamt of is what actually happened in one of those worlds. The third theory is that this is a warning from heaven using me to convey the results of historical events to you, Father. Zhu Su offered these three explanations. If it's the third, why didn't heaven send the dream directly to me instead of? Zhu Yuanzhang seemed to favor the third theory as the other two were beyond his comprehension. Perhaps it's because your son lacks ability. If you had that dream, Father, with your capabilities, you would surely achieve great things in the future. Furthermore, Father, you are the son of heaven blessed with immense fortune. If you had this dream, it might have some unpredictable. Zhu Su was momentarily taken aback, then offered his explanation. What great fortune do I have? Zhu Yuanzhang disagreed, believing that everything he had achieved was through his own efforts. But Father, you are undoubtedly a man of great fortune. In the chaotic end of the Yuan dynasty, countless people joined the rebellions, yet it was you who became emperor. Is that not great fortune? Zhu Su countered. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang was also stunned. As I mentioned with parallel worlds, perhaps in another world you are not the emperor. You might have lost a battle, fallen on the battlefield, or even died of illness in childhood. It is only in this world that you became emperor. Zhu Su reiterated the parallel universe theory. What you say makes some sense. Perhaps it is only in this world that I made many right choices and ultimately became emperor. My fifth son, do you think I can leave behind a great Ming that future generations will admire? In that instant, Zhu Yuanzhang thought of the countless choices he had made in his life, and a look of uncertainty clouded his eyes as he gazed at Zhu Su. I firmly believe that you, Father, will leave your descendants not just an admirable Ming dynasty, but one that is unprecedentedly prosperous, powerful, and surpasses the glories of the Han and Tang dynasties. Zhu Su nodded, speaking with unwavering confidence. After declaring to Zhu Yuanzhang with soaring ambition that the Ming dynasty would surpass the Han and Tang dynasties, it was time to get down to earth. The first task was the production of hand grenades. This posed little difficulty. Following Zhu Su's specifications, the craftsmen cast hollow iron balls rough and pitted on the surface roughly the size of a fist. They were filled with gunpowder, sealed with a firecracker-like plug, and fitted with a fuse several centimeters long. Once the craftsmen finished, Zhu Su came to inspect their work. According to Zhu Su's requirements, a simple pig pen had been erected in the open area ahead, containing pigs, sheep, and other animals, along with several humanoid targets clad in armor. Those testing the grenades had undergone several days of throwing practice, with the most proficient selected as the thrower. The thrower ignited the fuse and hurled the grenade. It erupted with a thunderous roar like a sudden clap of thunder. Let's go to the training ground. The tremendous noise shook the entire palace, even reaching Zhu Yuanzhang in the Qianqing Palace, as he reviewed memorials. He immediately guessed what had happened and gave the order. By the time Zhu Yuanzhang arrived at the training ground, the agonized cries of animals filled the air, and many soldiers were already cleaning up the aftermath. What exactly happened here? Zhu Yuanzhang walked over to Zhu Su and asked. Father, the hand grenade has been successfully developed. See the results for yourself. Zhu Su pointed to the simple pig pen not far away. Hurrying over to the pig pen, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but gasp at the sight before him. 2 pigs and 2 sheep lay on the ground covered in wounds and wailing in agony, while several rabbits lay motionless. The armor on the humanoid targets was tattered and broken. Upon closer inspection, iron nails and shards were embedded in the wooden targets. This so-called hand grenade possesses such power. After the initial shock, a look of wild joy spread across Zhu Yuanzhang's face. Gunpowder alone wouldn't have such force. It's mainly the iron nails and shards inside that were blasted out. Zhu Su, knowing full well that the black powder's own power wasn't responsible for such a gruesome scene, explained this. Regardless of what caused it, as long as the grenade's power is sufficient, that's all that matters. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, dismissively, speaking with some excitement. Well, it seemed explaining this to him was indeed pointless. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang in good spirits, the thrower hurled an excellent, truly excellent. With the flintlock and now these grenades, will lose far fewer soldiers in future battles. Zhu Yuanzhang's smile widened upon seeing the explosion's effect again. As the father and son departed, Zhu Yuanzhang felt that ever since Zhu Su had that dream some days ago, everything had been going smoothly. It seemed Zhu Yuanzhang was indeed a man of great fortune. Zhu Su, however, was not so optimistic. Military might alone could not guarantee the Ming dynasty's survival for centuries. History was replete with militarily formidable dynasties, yet none had lasted more than 300 years. My fifth son, you're not getting any younger. How about we arrange your marriage this year? Lost in thought, Zhu Su was startled by Zhu Yuanzhang's sudden question. Father, your son is only 15 this year, still quite young. Zhu Su quickly replied. 15 isn't that young. Don't always dwell on your dream. Your eldest brother married at 16. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at Zhu Su, thinking that late marriage and delayed childbearing were not advisable. It was better to marry early. Father, eldest brother was 16 by nominal age. By that reckoning, I'm only 14. Besides, even if marriage is on the agenda, fourth brother should go first. Zhu Su never imagined Zhu Yuanzhang would play such tricks over such a trivial matter. Marriage isn't strictly about age order. Fine, since you're not keen on settling down so soon, we'll discuss it next year. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at Zhu Su and dropped the subject. After they parted ways, Zhu Yuanzhang paused, looked back at the retreating Zhu Su, and smiled to himself. His original intention for Zhu Su to marry was to send him to his fief to focus on developing these inventions. The palace, while the safest, was also a place under intense scrutiny. But on reflection, keeping Zhu Su in the palace had its advantages. At least it would be convenient to consult him on matters. As for Zhu Su, he immediately regretted his refusal. Hadn't he always wanted to get out? Why had his mind suddenly gone blank? Even if he married, it didn't mean he had to have children immediately. Though the palace was vast to him, it was little more than a cage. Once outside, he would at least have considerable freedom. He definitely needed to have another talk with old Zhu about this. One should marry early. That evening, Zhu Su went to pay his respects to Empress Ma and happened upon her discussing marriage arrangements with Zhu Di. As expected, Zhu Di's face turned red again. The last time had seen him blush so deeply was when Zhu Su had advised him to take care of his health. Fifth son, your father mentioned you declined to marry this year. Why? As Zhu Su entered, Empress Ma asked. Mother, your son was wrong. When father suddenly brought it up, I was too shy to agree. I am willing to marry this year, Zhu Su stated with the utmost seriousness. Shy. At that word, Empress Ma and Zhu Di both stared at him. Would a truly shy person claim to be shy? I heard from your father that you think men should marry later in life, so we've decided not to arrange your marriage this year. Also, your point about your fourth brother marrying first makes sense. So we've decided to have your fourth brother marry this year. Your marriage can be discussed later. Empress Ma smiled, revealing their. Zhu Di looked at Zhu Su with a hint of gratitude. What a good brother. Originally, I was supposed to marry next year. He had long wanted to marry and leave the palace. Living in the palace was terrible. Once out, and in his own mansion, fewer people would be watching him, and he wouldn't have to attend classes every day. Fourth brother, I think you're celebrating a bit too early. Because you don't study diligently and the palace, father has called second and third brothers back to study as well. You certainly won't be exempt. Once you leave the palace, you'll have to wake up even earlier. Happiness was, after all, quite simple. It just required making others more miserable than oneself. Mother, your son would also like to wait a couple more years before marrying. Zhu Di's initial gratitude vanished, replaced by a pitiful expression as he looked at Empress Ma. Empress Ma remained noncommittal, merely smiling at Zhu Di. Fifth brother has ruined me. Knowing there was no turning back, Zhu Di cried out inwardly. The next day at the Grand Academy, the fourth prince kept casting strange glances at Zhu Su during their studies. Fourth brother, why do you keep staring at me like that? It's rather unsettling, Zhu Su finally said, unable to bear it any longer. During a break, he pulled Zhu Di aside. Fifth brother, I never imagined you had such a dark heart. I was quite happy about my upcoming marriage, but after what you said, I feel like I've been tricked, Zhu Di said, looking at his younger brother with a resentful expression. This brother of his had changed so much in temperament since his illness. I was only joking yesterday. Marrying early certainly has its benefits. Haven't you noticed that second brother and third brother don't come to the academy every day either? As princes of the great Ming and future feudal lords, we are destined to guard our own territories. I suspect it won't be long before father has us travel the realm to observe the conditions of the people, Zhu Su said with a smile. If his memory served him right, after all five of them were married, the Hongwu Emperor hadn't kept them confined to Yingtian. Instead, he had sent them to Fengyang for 2 or 3 years before dispatching them to their fiefs. Are you telling the truth? Hearing this, Zhu Di's mood brightened considerably. Of course it's true. How would I dare deceive my fourth brother? Zhu Su nodded eagerly. Then why don't you want to marry sooner? Zhu Di asked, a hint of confusion in his eyes. My medical studies aren't complete yet. Besides, I did express my wish to marry yesterday at mother's place, but for some reason she seemed reluctant, Zhu Su said, feeling a pang of regret as he spoke. I truly wish to grow up faster and be in Feth sooner. Then I'll take the flintlock you've devised and seek a decisive battle with those Mongols. Zhu Di was still fixated on achieving military glory and becoming a great general. And after you've dealt with the Mongols, Zhu Su countered. After that the world will naturally be at peace and we can rest our horses and arms, Zhu Di replied, having never considered the matter beyond that point. Fourth brother, you're thinking too small, Zhu Su said, shaking his head. What do you mean too small? Zhu Di retorted, offended. I mean your vision is too limited. But why are you reacting so strangely? Zhu Su answered matter-of-factly, then looked at Zhu Di with curiosity. What's so strange about my reaction? Explain how my vision is too limited. Zhu Di's face flushed again. So he meant vision. And here I thought. Fourth brother, do you know that the descendants of Genghis Khan once marched west to the Danube and south to Damascus? The territories they ruled were 10 times the size of our great Ming. Zhu Su said, looking at Zhu Di seriously. At its peak, the Mongol Empire spanned nearly 30 million square kilometers. The current Great Ming only controls the region south of the Great Wall, with Yunnan still not pacified, covering a mere 3 million square kilometers, 10 times the size of the Great Ming. Even without a clear concept of the Ming's size, Zhu Di knew it was no small nation. To think the Mongols had ruled a territory 10 times as vast. Indeed, 10 times over. If not for the death of Ogdi Khan, which ended the Western campaign, Europe would have been conquered by the Mongols as well. After Munk Khan ascended the throne, he and Kublai attacked the southern Song, while Hulagu attacked the Abbasid Caliphate and was poised to invade Egypt. But when Munk died at the siege of Diaoyu Castle, Hulagu turned back to contest the succession. Later he supported Kublai. In return, Kublai allowed the 4 Khanates to become independent. Nominally, they still recognized the Great Yuan as their suzerain, but in reality, they each governed their own affairs, Zhu Su concluded with a nod. If that's the case, why did they sit idly by while our great Ming took the central plains? Why didn't they come to the aid of the great Yuan? Zhu Di found it strange. Since there were still the four Khanates, why didn't they help? The four Khanates were originally the territories of Genghis Khan's four sons. After several generations they grew apart and warred amongst themselves. The Ilkhanate had long been destroyed, and the Oghidai Khanate had ceased to exist as well. The Chagatai Khanate was weak, and the Kipchak Khanate had no interest in involving itself in Yuan affairs. Zhu Su briefly explained the intricate relationships between the Mongols, the Yuan dynasty, and the four Khanates. I see. Fifth brother, you said my vision was too limited earlier. Do you mean we should also expand outward like the descendants of Genghis Khan? Zhu Di finally understood, then asked another question. Exactly. Father has infected us as princes to protect the capital, but relying solely on the Great Wall for defense is ultimately insufficient. In my view, we should emulate the Mongols. Let our descendants fight their way out and establish kingdoms beyond our borders. They, the Borjijan clan, boasted of being the Golden Family. If they could achieve it, so can we, Zhu Su said, pleased with Zhu Di's newfound understanding. You're right. If they could do it, so can we. Zhu Di nodded in agreement, involuntarily recalling the deference Su had shown his eldest brother Zhu Biao. Becoming the emperor of the great Ming seemed out of reach, but becoming a true feudal lord who ruled his own domain outside the empire was an appealing prospect. If Genghis Khan's descendants could carve out such a vast empire, then so could he. Seeing the glint in Zhu Di's eyes, Zhu Su knew a spark of ambition had been ignited within him. Ambition was a good thing. The world beyond was vast, there was no need to squabble over the 2 capitals and 13 provinces of the great Ming. Timur had managed to build a Timurid empire in just over a decade. Wasn't Zhu Di's capability greater than Timur's? Perhaps the only real obstacle would be religious issues, but he was confident Zhu Di could overcome them. After this rather persuasive if not slightly deceptive talk, Zhu Di's lingering resentment vanished. Instead, he felt that Zhu Su had opened the door to a whole new world for him, a plan that could satisfy his ambitions without burdening his conscience. With some careful maneuvering, who knows, he might even end up as the son-in-law of the Roman Empire. Little did Zhu Di know he was already being groomed by Zhu Su to be the heir to the Roman Empire. Speaking of which, the West's understanding of the East came from Marco Polo's travels, while the East had virtually no understanding of the West. During the Han Dynasty, they knew of a powerful nation in the West called Daqin, the Roman Empire, and even sent envoys there. However, they were deceived by the Persian emperor, who claimed it was still tens of thousands of li away, so the envoys turned back from the western regions. As Persia and Rome declined, the Arab Empire rose and fought the Christian world for centuries until the Mongol Empire's rise reconnected East and West through both the northern and southern routes. Especially in the north, one could travel from the Yuan dynasty to the Golden Horde Khanate, and then directly on to Poland and Hungary. As a liberal arts graduate who often played games like Crusader Kings and Europa Universalis, he still didn't know enough about Western history. Otherwise, he could write a comprehensive history of Western nations to increase the Great Ming's understanding of the West, so that they wouldn't be in the dark even by the Daoguang era, unsure if the Great Qing and Britain were connected by land. Of course, if one considered British India as part of Britain, then they were indeed connected by land. Old Fifth, tell us more about those 4 Khanates and the Danube River. During the break, the next day, second brother Zhu Shuang and third brother Zhu Gang crowded around him. Old Zhu was indeed stubbornly rigid. Of his first 5 sons, 3 had names that no one knew how to pronounce. With so many wood-radical characters available, he insisted on naming them Zhu Shuang, Zhu Gang, and Zhu Su. 4 Khanates, the Danube. You mean the Mongol Western expedition? Muttering inwardly about Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Su realized what his 2 brothers meant. Yes, the Mongol Western expedition. Both of them nodded eagerly. The Western expedition was a point of pride for the Mongols, yet the Great Ming naturally did not publicize these matters. In fact, it was likely that many Mongols themselves were unaware of the details. Temujin unified the Mongol tribes, established the Mongol state, and proclaimed himself Genghis Khan. He then attacked the Jin dynasty. At the Battle of Wild Fox Ridge, he faced the Jin's 5 troops, with only 1 cavalry, annihilating 2 enemies. The following year, he captured the Jin capital, which is today's Beijing. He then marched west, destroyed the western Liao, and bordered the Central Asian power of Khwarezm. Initially, Genghis Khan had no intention of attacking Khwarezm, focusing instead on conquering the Jin. However, the Khwarezmian queen mother staged a coup and seized power from her son. Her relatives, coveting the goods of the trade caravan Genghis Khan had dispatched, massacred the over 500 merchants, leaving only 2 to escape back. Wary of Khwarezm's strength, Genghis Khan sent envoys to demand the culprits be handed over. Instead, the envoys were killed, and the rest were sent back with their beards shaved off as an insult. Enraged, Genghis Khan mobilized an army of 2 to attack Khwarezm. Splitting into 4 routes, they swiftly conquered most of its territory. The Khwarezm Shah Muhammad perished during the war. Commanders Jeeb and Subutai, pursuing Muhammad, crossed the Western Sea, attacked the Rus and the Kipchaks, and completely destroyed Khwarezm. On the return march, because the Western Xia had refused to send troops for the Western campaign, they were annihilated. Shortly after, Genghis Khan fell ill and passed away. The second Western expedition was organized by Oghidai, the second great Khan of the Mongols. The supreme commander was Bada Joki's eldest son. Other princes included Gayuk, Oghidai's eldest son, Badar Shagatai's son, and Monk Talu's eldest son. Moreover, the eldest sons of all generals, nobles, and princes were required to participate in this campaign, which is why it is also known as the Elders' Expedition. During the second expedition, the Mongol army advanced over 10,000 li westward, conquering the various Rus principalities and pushing all the way to Hungary. To prevent reinforcements from other European states, Badar led a force to attack Poland. The two armies separately captured the capitals of Poland and Hungary. They were poised to advance further, but then the great Khan Ogdi passed away. Due to a conflict between Batu and Gayuk delayed his ascension for 2 years. Not long after Gayuk died and Monk became the great Khan. To continue the conquest of the world, Monk and Kublai split their forces to attack the southern Song from multiple directions while dispatching their brother Hulagu to campaign in the Middle East. Hulagu swiftly conquered several Middle Eastern states, destroyed the centuries-old Abbasid Caliphate, and captured Baghdad. He then advanced into Syria and seized the famed city of Damascus. The Mamluks marched out to confront them. It was at this time that Monk, besieging Jiayu fortress without success, died. A war for the succession erupted between Kublai and Erik Bok. Hulagu turned his army eastward to join the fray, but after receiving assurances from Kublai, he decided to wait and see. After Kublai won the succession struggle, he allowed the other Khanates to become independent, focused on conquering the Song dynasty, and established the Yuan dynasty. Zhu Su gave a brief account of the 3 Mongol Western expeditions. During the discussion, they also asked about terms that were still unfamiliar at the time, such as Europe and the Middle East. If what you say is true, the Mongols swept across the world just over 100 years ago. How could they have become so feeble? Zhu Shuang found it strange and asked. This is a common ailment of nomadic peoples. They usually move south only when facing severe cold. Once they establish a dynasty and transition from nomads to a ruling class, they quickly become corrupt and degenerate. This holds true for the Xianbei, the Khitans, the Jurchens, and the Mongols alike. Nomads are formidable because they grow up on horseback. Riding is as natural to them as walking is to us. They learn archery from childhood, making them born warriors. When war breaks out, every able-bodied man from 15 or 16 to 40 or 50 can be conscripted and directly participate in combat. But once they leave the Mongolian steppe and become ruling nobles, their descendants naturally no longer endure such hardships. Of course, if they return to the grasslands and regain a chance to recover, they will revert to their old ways. This is precisely why our father continuously sends troops to attack the Mongols. In contrast, our Central Plains dynasties also start with great martial vigor. But as peace prevails, and the founding generals and elite veterans pass away one by one, their combat effectiveness steadily declines. Zhu Su not only explained why nomadic peoples rapidly lost their fighting strength after ruling the Central Plains, but also why the Central Plains dynasties were formidable at first yet grew weaker with each generation. The reasons were essentially the same. Why did the Mongols send the eldest sons on the expedition? Don't they have the eldest son inherit the throne? Zhu Gang asked curiously. The Mongol customs differ from ours. We adhere to the system of primogeniture. But the Mongols have a tradition of the youngest son inheriting the hearth. Their thinking is that when sons grow up, they receive a share of the property and go their own way. When the father's health declines, the youngest son, still young, remains to inherit the estate. For instance, when Genghis Khan passed away, he left his most elite Keshig guard to his youngest son Taluy. Otherwise, the great Khanate would never have fallen to Talu's line. Zhu Su briefly explained. No wonder. This practice suits their nomadic lifestyle. Zhu Gang nodded, finding it quite understandable. By the way, second brother, third brother, why are you asking about all this? Zhu Su looked at them. It's because you went to study medicine yesterday afternoon. At noon, fourth brother told us about it, saying you had told him. We were curious, so we came to ask. Zhu Shuang said with a smile. I see. Zhu Su nodded. He knew that Zhu Di had ambitions in history, but he hadn't expected these two brothers to have any as well. It was actually easy to understand why they had no such ambitions. They were only about 2 years younger than Zhu Biao and had grown up together, so their relationship was naturally close. Moreover, by the time Zhu Yuanzhang passed away, they were already in their 40s, so they naturally had little desire for power. As for whether hearing Zhu Su's account had sparked new ideas in them, Zhu Su could not know. I sent you to the Grand Study Hall to study diligently, so what exactly did you say to old Six? In the Cunning Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang stared at the bewildered Zhu Su and demanded sternly. What's wrong with old Six? Zhu Su genuinely had no idea. Old Six, the prince of Chu Zhuzhen, had always been a very obedient child. He's like a zombie now. He often spaces out staring at one thing for a long time, saying he wants to investigate things to attain knowledge. Empress Ma explained old Six's situation. I think that's a good thing. Since sixth brother wants to investigate things to attain knowledge, let him do it. Only then did Zhu Su remember that old Six had once asked him how to find the answers to his questions. Investigating things to attain knowledge was the answer Zhu Su gave. He never expected the kid to actually take it seriously. Although he wasn't like Wang Yangming, who stared at bamboo for days on end, it was still a bit extreme. But to be a scientist, one needs a bit of that obsessive drive. Zhu Su didn't think much of it, except that this younger brother's method of investigation was wrong. Is this what the sages meant by investigating things to attain knowledge? If he keeps this up, won't he turn into a fool? Seeing Zhu Su's nonchalant attitude, Zhu Yuanzhang grew angry. Of course he won't become a fool. How about this'll go see him, guide him properly, and teach him the correct method of investigation. Hearing this, Zhu Su found it both amusing and frustrating. How could he become a fool? Although the method was wrong, his spirit was commendable. He'll come with you. I want to see how you investigate things to attain knowledge, Zhu Yuanzhang said, standing up. Hearing this, Empress Ma also became interested, and so they all headed towards old Six's residence together. At this time, Zhu Zhan was sitting on a stool investigating the flowers in the courtyard. Upon hearing the eunuch announce the arrival of the emperor and empress, he stood up from the stool to greet them. Your son pays respects to father, mother, and fifth brother. Zhu Zhan's mental state was not good, his eyes filled with a hint of confusion and bewilderment. Look at what you've done. Old Six used to be such a clever child, and now look at him. Seeing his son like this, Zhu Yuanzhang glared fiercely at Zhu Su. Sixth brother, I heard you're obsessed with investigating things to attain knowledge now. Zhu Su smiled awkwardly, then asked curiously. It's not obsession, but I've investigated many things, yet I haven't learned anything new. Zhu Su continued to ask. Investigating things. Isn't it just looking? Zhu Zhan said matter-of-factly. Zhu Su continued to ask. Investigating things. Isn't it just looking? Zhu Zhan said matter-of-factly. Of course not, my silly brother. What can you see just by looking? The sages of old have long told us the method of investigation. For example, Shinnong tasted 100 herbs. That is true investigation. If Shinnong were like you, just looking at the herbs, even for 100 years, it would be useless. Take this flower you're looking at, for instance. You need to know its basic information, what its name is, which month it blooms, the length of its mature stem, the shape of its leaves, the shape of the flower, the weight of a whole plant, the length of its roots. Another example is the water we drink. Do you know how heavy water is? Seeing old Zhu's unfriendly gaze, Zhu Su quickly changed the subject to something harmless. This, a simple piece of common knowledge, actually stumped Zhu Zhan. You see, this is where your method is wrong. Just looking at water won't tell you anything. You have to find a way to study it. This applies to everything. Generally, an object has a name, length, width, height, weight, volume, color, and physical character. Only by knowing these can you distinguish all things. Let me ask you another question. If a 1Jin iron ball and a 1Liang iron ball are dropped from a height, which one hits the ground first? To guide Zhu Zhan and spark his interest, Zhu Su brought up a classic experiment from later generations. Naturally, the 1Jin iron ball hits the ground first, Zhu Yuanzhang said without thinking. I also think the 1Jin iron ball hits the ground first. Zhu Zhan nodded. Thinking so is useless. You have to test it yourself to get the result. What you get from paper is ultimately shallow. To truly know a thing, you must act on it. That is the proper attitude for investigation. Since Father is here today, we can resolve a previous question. May I ask, Father, when walking towards a mountain from afar, do you see the whole mountain at once, or do you see the summit first? Zhu Su asked Zhu Yuanzhang. Naturally, you see the summit first. Why do you ask? Zhu Yuanzhang thought for a moment, and said. Previously I discussed with fourth brother and fifth brother whether the earth we live on is a sphere or flat. I proposed a hypothesis: if the earth were flat, when looking at a mountain from afar you should see the whole thing at once. But Father says you see the summit first. This can only mean that the mountain in the distance is lower than where we stand, which precisely proves that the earth we live on is round. If Father doubts this due to uneven terrain, he could ask someone who sails the seas. When a ship approaches from afar, do you see the mast first or the entire hull at once? Zhu Su presented the two most classic arguments proving the earth is round. What difference does it make if the earth is round or square? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. Of course there's a difference. If the earth is round, then if we keep sailing west we will eventually return to the Great Ming. And most importantly, if the earth is round, it means the land we live on has boundaries. Right now the Great Ming can rest easy, but who knows if one day a massive fleet might appear on the sea and attack us. Zhu Su looked at Zhu Yuanzhang, voicing his concern. Zhu Yuanzhang was about to say, didn't you say those Europeans haven't started their age of exploration yet? It's still at least 100 years away. Then he realized if they could prove the earth was round, it would create the illusion of a formidable enemy for the Great Ming. This would give Zhu Su's previously proposed maritime plan and that colonization plan a chance to be tried. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang deep in thought, Zhu Su knew he understood his meaning. After hearing fifth brother's words today, I realized that my so-called method of investigating things was all wrong. When Zhu Zhan said this, there wasn't much regret in his voice, but rather a face full of excitement. Whether it's scholarship or investigating things, it's not about working behind closed doors. We brothers should communicate more often. Seeing that Zhu Zhan was genuinely interested in these things, Zhu Su said with a smile. Why did you tell Lao Lu all of this? Walking out of Zhu Zhan's residence, Zhu Yuanzhang asked Zhu Su as they strolled. Father, do you still recall the concept of science I mentioned before? Zhu Su did not answer directly, but posed a seemingly unrelated question instead. I remember. You said it's a term from the future that keeps appearing. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. The counterpart to science is superstition. In the future, there's a term called feudal superstition. For instance, when it rains, the scientific explanation is that the sun heats water on the Earth's surface, causing it to evaporate and rise into the sky. When the water vapor meets cold air at high altitudes, it condenses into droplets. As the droplets grow larger, they eventually fall to the ground. The feudal superstitious explanation, however, is that the Dragon King brings the rain. Take the wind for another example. The scientific explanation is that wind arises when air flows faster. The superstitious explanation is that the wind god conjures it. If our ancestors had not sought truth through the investigation of things, we would never have evolved from primitive beings using slash-and-burn methods to what we are today. Similarly, if we do not continue to investigate things and pursue science, our descendants will remain as we are now. This is also the fundamental reason why 500 years from now China will lag behind the West. The West is also quite ignorant now. You might find it hard to believe, but Western doctors have 3 methods for treating patients: inducing vomiting, administering enemas, and bloodletting. They don't even collect feces for fertilizer like we do. Instead, they dump it everywhere, making the streets reek with an unbearable stench. Yet at this very moment, the West is undergoing a transformation that will last 300 years. First comes the Renaissance, then the Reformation, and finally the Enlightenment. This great upheaval is causing most Westerners to abandon their blind worship of the Church and God that has persisted for a millennium. They are beginning to think rationally, and this is swiftly followed by great developments in scientific fields like mathematics, physics, and chemistry. The West as it is now is far inferior to our great Ming. Most of their officials are either of noble birth or are priests of the Church. In this respect, they are no different from our own Shang and Zhou dynasties. Zhu Su spoke about science, why it should be studied, and the necessity of doing so. You keep mentioning the Church. Our celestial dynasty has Taoism and Buddhism. What is the difference between the Western Church and our own religions? Upon hearing Zhu Su's words, Zhu Yuanzhang slowly began to speak. Father, your insight is keen. You have immediately grasped the crux of the matter. The Catholic Church in the West is a universal church. This means that everyone from kings, princes, generals, and ministers down to peddlers and porters follows Catholicism. Their belief is not like our devotion to Buddhism or Taoism. One must formally join the church to be a part of it. 300 years ago, the Holy Roman Emperor, due to a conflict with the Pope, was subjected to a papal interdict. He was excommunicated, his throne was declared vacant, and he was banished. In the end, the emperor had to travel to the castle where the Pope resided and plead for forgiveness for 3 days and nights, standing in the freezing cold and snow before he was finally pardoned. If even an emperor could be forced to kneel and beg, the plight of the common folk is unimaginable. The root cause of all this is that the West lacks the printing press we have in our great Ming. They have a pitifully small number of books. The most important of these is the Bible. The West adheres to the divine right of kings, and the Church holds the exclusive right to interpret the Bible and formulate ecclesiastical law. Old Zhu was indeed extraordinary, immediately seizing upon the core contradiction. A mere church dares to place itself above imperial authority. I don't believe those emperors wouldn't dare to resist. Upon hearing Zhu Su's explanation, a fierce murderous intent flickered in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes. Of course they want to resist, but when the entire populace are believers, resistance is tantamount to losing the people's support. Furthermore, the current West resembles the Zhou dynasty in its early spring and autumn period. The Holy Roman Emperor is like the Zhou king with several hundred feudal lords of various sizes beneath him. Below the king are dukes, counts, viscounts, and barons, each ruling their own domain like an emperor. The rise of the 3 great movements was also supported by these people. Following these movements, the feudal system in the West was shattered, and the nobility gradually lost their lands and privileges. If we do not take the lead now, in less than 300 years, when the Western reforms are complete, our celestial dynasty's advantages will be gone. Catching up then will be far more difficult. Zhu Su was not particularly knowledgeable about the Catholic Church's situation, so he could only give a brief explanation. I see. But why did you have your 6th brother study science? Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, then asked again. Because of his position. He is a feudal prince, the Prince of Chu. Unlike our 2nd, 3rd, and 4th brothers who will have to defend the frontiers in the future. As a prince, once he takes up his fief, he would have nothing to do. According to the memories of the future from my dreams, after the 6th brother took up his fief, he began to study Taoism. I myself am deeply fascinated by medicine, and the others each have their own interests. Rather than letting him research immortality, it would be better to have him study this. If he is interested, he can find like-minded companions to research together. This way, scientific research in our great Ming can begin. Zhu Su revealed his true intentions. You keep talking about how impressive science is. So far, the flintlock and the grenade have been somewhat useful. Can you produce anything else that's practical? Zhu Yuanzhang felt that Zhu Su's talk was too abstract. He wanted to see something tangible. Of course I can. Father, if you assign me a few skilled craftsmen, I will build something wonderful for you. Zhu Su said with a smile. What wonderful thing? Zhu Yuanzhang quickly asked. A wonderful thing that can save a great deal of manpower and increase the productivity of society. Zhu Su continued to tease. Speak plainly. Irritated by his prevarication, Zhu Yuanzhang scolded him. The steam engine. This machine can work on its own without needing human or animal power. It can be applied to spinning looms, seafaring ships, grinding mills, and even carriages. This. Alright, I don't wish to know what a steam engine is. Have someone build it first, and we'll talk later. In that case, I would like the 6th brother to join me in researching the steam engine. Zhu Su proposed a condition. I agree. You're right, studying these things is far better than— In that case, I would like the 6th brother to join me in researching the steam engine. Zhu Su proposed a condition. I agree. You're right, studying these things is far better than studying Taoism. Alright, you may go now. Zhu Yuanzhang thought for a moment, nodded in agreement, and then dismissed Zhu Su. Lao Lu, your brother truly wants to help you, my friend. I hope you will one day become the greatest scientist in China, and I ask for nothing else. If you ever write a diary or memoirs and mention that I was your guide, that would be more than enough for Zhu Su muttered these thoughts to himself as he walked away. Fifth brother, what do you need from me? Zhu Yuanzhang, who was investigating the nature of things at his residence, was summoned to the Imperial workshop by Ma Peng, who said he wanted to investigate together. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately went to find Zhu Su overjoyed. A few days ago, I happened to notice the lid of a pot jumping about from the steam of boiling water. I thought if we could build a giant pot, could the steam do even greater things? I've been pondering this for days, so today I came to the Imperial workshop to see if they could craft a model of what I have in mind. Zhu Su explained the inspiration for the steam engine with a seemingly plausible reason, much like the tales in elementary textbooks. What invented the steam engine after seeing a kettle boil, and Newton discovered gravity when an apple fell on his head? Fifth brother, you're truly remarkable. I realize now my methods of inquiry were all wrong. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su with admiration, feeling like a fool compared to his brother. Don't blame yourself. As you know, I've been interested in medicine since childhood. No matter how well I read medical texts, I must put them into practice. Unfortunately, I never had the chance, so I could only take the pulse of our mother and the others. Moreover, I've read in many medical books how the ancient sages tasted hundreds of herbs and tested formulas. Many things require careful observation and deep thought. For instance, we see the sun every day, but have you ever wondered what color sunlight really is? Unwilling to delve deeper into the topic, Zhu Su shifted the conversation. What color is sunlight? Zhu Yuanzhang instinctively looked up at the sun, puzzled. Does sunlight even have a color? You know of rainbows, right? Have you ever seen one? Zhu Su continued. I once saw one after the rain. It seemed to have several colors, but I can't recall exactly. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, then spoke with a hint of shame. I had the craftsman make something interesting. Come, let's take a look. Zhu Su smiled and picked up a triangular prism from the table. How can this show us the color of sunlight? Zhu Yuanzhang immediately became curious. When you drink sugar water, have you ever noticed that a chopstick placed in the bowl appears bent, as if broken? Zhu Su asked in return. Huh. When I drink sugar water, a eunuch brings it to me directly. Why would I put a chopstick in it? Zhu Yuanzhang blinked, confused. A misstep. He forgot that this lad is a prince who has everything done for him. Wait, he himself is also a prince in this life. Apart from what he must do himself, he hasn't done much either. The chopstick is for stirring the sugar water to cool it down faster. When I saw the chopstick appear broken, I was astonished. When I picked it up, it was perfectly intact. So I thought our gaze at the water changes direction as it passes through. Then, recalling that rainbows have multiple colors, I wondered if I could recreate that phenomenon with something. After much trial and error, I discovered that glass of this shape can separate the seemingly colorless sunlight into its constituent colors. As he spoke, Zhu Su took out a sheet of rice paper. Placing the prism on the table and adjusting the angle, a faint band of 7 colors appeared on the paper behind it. There really are multiple colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Zhu Yuanzhang stared at the colors on the paper in disbelief, glanced at Zhu Su, then continued to gaze at the spectrum. Since you now know the colors of light, there's nothing more to see here. Come look at another thing I've made. Without waiting for Zhu Yuanzhang to finish, Zhu Su brought out another marvel. What is this? Zhu Yuanzhang asked, looking at a cylinder that was narrow at the front and wider at the back. This came from my attempts to make glass that could split sunlight. I stumbled upon the fact that a lens thicker in the middle and thinner at the edges magnifies objects seen through it. So I tried placing 2 such lenses at a distance and found I could see distant objects clearly. To block out stray light from the sides, I had the craftsman make this cylinder. Simply extend it, and you can see far away. Zhu Su extended the telescope and handed it to Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang gripped it with both hands, squinted one eye, and peered through the other at the distance. This is incredible. Seeing the distant palace as if it were right before his eyes, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but exclaim. This telescope could be used in the military, especially in naval battles. With it we can spot the enemy's movements first. Zhu Su said with a smile. In that case, this should be presented to father. Zhu Yuanzhang immediately tucked the telescope away. Naturally, I've thought of that. I've already had the craftsmen produce more telescopes. They will be issued to the army in due time. By then our generals can use them to detect enemy positions in advance, anticipate their moves, and gain the upper hand. In truth, Zhu Su hadn't initially planned to create a telescope. But then he recalled the pirate films from his dreams where every captain had one. Thus he decided to make one himself. He had the craftsman grind lenses of various sizes, and after a series of experiments he found 2 suitable pieces and assembled this telescope. Fifth brother, I finally understand why my investigations yielded nothing. You're right. When we see something we should always wonder why it is so. I'd never seen a chopstick appear broken in a bowl of water before. Even if I had probably have just thought it was Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su with admiration, a look of enlightenment on his face. Exactly. Many things we take for granted hold great wisdom. As the Chancellor said, the ancients have already grasped most of the world's principles. But in truth, it's in the unremarkable places that new discoveries are made. This is what they call dark under the lamp. Many things we assume to be true might actually be wrong. Zhu Su was pleased with his attitude and nodded with a smile. Fifth brother, you're right. Like the matter of the 2 iron balls you mentioned, I just assumed the heavier one would land first, and I've never actually tested it myself. They'll go find a place to try it now. Zhu Yuanzhang said, looking encouraged. No need. I had someone test it. Both iron balls hit the ground at the same time. Just as Zhu Jin finished speaking, the voice of Zhu Yuanzhang rang out, and he strode in. He cast a displeased glance at Zhu Su and halted their bows. Bring that telescope over, and let me have a look. I wanted to perfect this telescope before presenting it to father, but it seems he arrived first. How foolish of me in the past when I created something new, I didn't inform old Zhu, and he came on his own. Today is no... Seeing his reproachful gaze, Zhu Zhan hurried to remedy the situation. We asked you to work on that steam engine, yet you've spent all these days having the craftsman polish glass. Can't we come over to see it? Zhu Yuanzhang casually remarked while examining the telescope in his hand. This little rascal thinks I know nothing. While there might be things happening across the Ming dynasty that I'm unaware of in this Yangtze capital, and in this palace, if I don't know, then I might as well not be the emperor. Just pull this telescope apart, place the narrow into your eye, and squint with the other eye. Zhu Zhan quickly advised as he watched Zhu Yuanzhang bring the wide end close to his eye. Do you think I don't know how to use this? It's simply a matter of looking closely. Zhu Yuanzhang shot Zhu Zhan a glance as if annoyed at his interference. Fine, you are the emperor, so whatever you say is correct. Zhu Zhan muttered to himself while forcing a smile. To demonstrate that he was indeed looking closely, Zhu Yuanzhang scrutinized it carefully before pulling the telescope away and aiming it outside, as Zhu Zhan had instructed. The palace, originally dozens of yards away, now appeared as if it were right before his eyes. He instinctively reached out to touch it. Zhu Yuanzhang moved his eyes away from the telescope, then pressed them back to it. This is truly a remarkable invention. With this telescope, we can clearly see the enemy's movements during battle. Just like Zhu Zhan, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately thought of the best use for the telescope warfare. Initially, I intended to use it for naval battles, as there are no obstructions at sea. Discovering enemy traces early is always beneficial. Isn't there a minister who said that these pirates come and go without a trace? With this telescope, our Ming Navy can detect their presence sooner, making it harder for them to escape quickly. Moreover, this telescope still has room for improvement. It can see even further. When that time comes, we can have lookouts use the telescope to observe pirate trails and follow them back to their lair. Zhu Zhan articulated the most suitable and effective use of the telescope. Well said. We will have the Imperial Workshop expedite the production of a batch of telescopes. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. He was quite focused on opening the maritime trade, especially after selling over 30 million taels of government bonds. With nearly 2 million taels in interest each year, and the principal to be repaid in 5 years, a slip of the tongue could lead to a major fiasco. Zhu Yuanzhang happily left with the telescope. Zhu Zhan was also very pleased. He felt he had found an excellent method for discovering the principles of things. As for Zhu Zhan, he was immersed in the Imperial Workshop. Although this steam engine was just a model, if they couldn't even make the model right, there was no chance for the actual thing. Though the Ming dynasty did not have the precise machines of later generation, skilled craftsmen could still create exquisite items, especially when bulk production was not required. The principle of the steam engine is not difficult. Boil water to produce steam that drives a piston, while the other end connects to a crankshaft that turns a flywheel. If the flywheel is replaced with a paddle wheel or a propeller, it becomes a steamship. If it is replaced with a spindle on a loom, it could be used in the textile industry. It could even be used for milling flour or powering trains. All these applications are feasible. In the end, Zhu Zhan chose a very simple structure where the water tank directly connects to the piston chamber with an outer connection to the crankshaft to drive the flywheel. As for pressure devices and condensers, those could be discussed later. When he conveyed his ideas to the craftsmen, they didn't find it too difficult, as it was only a simple demonstration model. Using iron was not convenient, so they chose to use brass. 3 days later, when Zhu Zhan brought the steam engine model to Zhu Yuanzhang, he looked at the small object barely a foot in length and couldn't believe it would be as valuable as Zhu Zhan claimed. After briefly explaining the working principle to Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Zhan lit a few candles to heat the water tank. The tank already contained warm water, and with its small size it quickly heated and boiled. Then he watched as the crankshaft began to move slowly, accompanied by the flywheel starting to turn. Click, click, click. The flywheel's rotation gradually accelerated, finally spinning rapidly. Father can imagine if this were not a flywheel, but a cartwheel, how fast would the cart run? If it were a paddle wheel on a boat, the vessel's speed would certainly not be slow. Previously, Father was concerned about the slow speed of discovering new continents. With this steam engine mounted on a ship, the vessel won't need to wait for the monsoon. It can sail regardless of the wind direction. And about the flintlock gun, the difficulty lies in drilling the barrel. With this steam engine, as long as someone keeps the fire going, it can operate for 12 hours a day. If connected properly, a steam engine can drive several horizontal drilling machines with no problem. Not to mention its use in textile machines. With one person tending the fire and 2 workers watching the loom, the daily output could exceed that of previous days or even weeks. Zhu Zhan looked at the increasingly faster and eventually stable steam engine model and spoke. If that's the case, won't many families in our Ming dynasty who rely on weaving for a living have nothing to do? Zhu Zhan never expected Zhu Yuanzhang would first think of this problem. Father is overthinking it. How many households in the world have clothes to change? If our dynasty is like this, it goes without saying for other countries. Once we discover the new continent, the common people can cultivate more land and plant cotton and mulberry trees. Without the overall increase in social wealth means that the common people can produce more goods. If it's just our Ming dynasty, we wouldn't need to worry so much about self-sufficiency. However, I believe that once the steam engine is popularized, some commodity prices in our Ming dynasty will decrease, leading to an increase in foreign purchases of Ming products. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled at Zhu Yuanzhang. The first industrial revolution in history created in just a few decades the total value of all goods produced by humanity before that. Good. Since that's the case, continue to work hard to manufacture the steam engine as soon as possible. Zhu Zhan's words were somewhat incomprehensible to Zhu Yuanzhang, but making money from foreigners was always a good thing. After leaving the steam engine model, Zhu Zhan did not rush to the Imperial workshop, but instead prepared to rest well. Prince Wu, His Majesty has summoned you to the Hall of Literary Brilliance. His rest plan was interrupted before it could even begin. The intruder was none other than Wang Quan, the eunuch who served at Zhu Yuanzhang's side. Hearing that the emperor had summoned him, Zhu Su dared not delay and followed Wang Quan toward the Hall of Literary Brilliance. Along the way, Wang Quan briefed him on what had transpired there. That afternoon, Zhu Yuanzhang had brought the steam engine to the Hall of Literary Brilliance and summoned several princes and nobles to guess what the contraption was. Watching a few lit candles spin a flywheel with astonishing speed, the scholars steeped in the classics exchanged bewildered glances, none able to identify the device. You all speak endlessly of investigating things to extend knowledge, yet who among you could craft such an ingenious machine? Zhu Yuanzhang surveyed the assembled officials, a hint of smugness in his eyes. The question left everyone dumbfounded. What did this contraption have to do with the philosophy of investigating things? This was built by our fifth son, who observed steam from boiling water lifting a kettle lid and had the Imperial workshop craft this. For all your vaunted book learning, you fall short of our fifth son. Zhu Yuanzhang grinned, revealing the object's origin. Your Majesty, such frivolous tricks are of no benefit to governance. I implore you to see this clearly. Before Zhu Yuanzhang could bask in his triumph, someone immediately stepped forward to challenge him. Minister Sun speaks wisely. I beg your Majesty to rule by the teachings of the sages and not place undue importance on such trifling crafts. Your Majesty, this thing made by artisans may seem curious, but it hardly belongs in refined company. The Hall of Literary Brilliance is a place for discussing state affairs. Your Majesty's praise of this object is hardly a sagely act. Our great Ming is already short of copper. Prince Wu's creation of this useless toy is a pure waste. Once someone took the lead, others quickly followed, all echoing the same sentiment. This thing was nothing special, and the emperor was overvaluing it. Your Majesty, I hold a different view. At that moment, a youthful voice rang out, halting those who had been about to join the mooing. What is your differing opinion? Zhu Yuanzhang, seeing it was his adopted son, asked with some surprise. Your Majesty, when I was young, my family was poor. My mother would spin cloth in her spare time to earn money. That old loom in our house was handed down from my grandmother. It had been used for years and could barely be worked without great. If this machine could be made larger, it would require no one to tread it. A flywheel driving the loom could save a great deal of labor. Ming had lost his mother at the age of 8. His memories of her lingered in a dim thatched cottage where the old loom creaked and groaned, punctuated by her occasional coughing. But since disaster had struck his family, that old loom had never sounded again. In those years, people could barely fill their stomachs. Who had the strength for side ventures? Assistant Minister Mu's filial devotion is admirable, but that is merely your speculation. Even this small machine consumes a considerable amount of brass. To build one that rivals human strength would require who knows how much more. Those who had paused expecting Ming to offer an unassailable argument immediately stepped forward to refute him upon this steam engine. Fifth brother says it can be made from iron. At this, a somewhat soft voice echoed through the hall. Everyone turned to look at the speaker, which made him rather embarrassed, his face flushing red. This is no place for you to speak. Right, Prime Minister, what is your view? Zhu Yuanzhang knew it was his sixth son speaking and scolded him with a smile before turning to Wang Guangyang. Your Majesty, my thoughts align with Assistant Minister Mu's. If this device could be made larger, so much the better. Wang Guangyang stepped out of the ranks upon being addressed and replied respectfully. And even if it could be made larger, so. His words brought comfort to Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. Though Ming was close to him, the civil officials held him in low regard. Wang Guangyang, however, commanded considerable respect among both civil and military officials. If it could be made larger with the strength of an ox or a horse, it could save us many beasts of burden in the future. Wang Guangyang spoke. When Wang Guangyang began speaking, Zhu Yuanzhang had already sent Wang Quan to fetch Zhu Su. Though Zhu Su had spoken of it in glowing terms, the emperor himself knew little about the device. Moreover, even if he did understand it, as emperor, he could hardly descend into debate with his ministers. That would be beneath his dignity. By the time Zhu Su arrived at the hall, the arguments were still raging. A voice announced from outside, Prince Wu requests an audience. The clamorous hall fell silent in an instant. Summon him in. Zhu Yuanzhang, his head throbbing from the endless bickering, felt relief wash over him at Zhu Su's arrival. His reinforcements had come. Your son pays respects to the imperial father. Zhu Su bowed respectfully to Zhu Yuanzhang. Rise, no need for ceremony. Zhu Yuanzhang said flatly. Thank you, imperial father. May I ask what matter your majesty has summoned me for? Zhu Su rose, offered another bow, and asked. Many ministers claim this steam engine you built is a frivolous trick of no benefit to the nation. You created it. Now explain it to them. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su with an expression that said, you made this mess, now you clean it up. Imperial father, this is merely an idea of mine. I designed the steam engine. I did not build it myself. Honestly, this was rather unreasonable. Sure, he had created the thing, but he hadn't asked for it to be put on display. Wouldn't building a full-scale working model have been more convincing than a miniature? But few dared to argue with Zhu Yuanzhang, and Zhu Su was not one of them. So he swallowed his pride, though he offered a brief clarification first. I did not summon you here to quibble over words. At this, Zhu Yuanzhang shot him a fierce glare. He had brought him here to save face, not to undermine him. Your son would not dare. This notion of frivolous tricks is a fallacy in itself. What truly qualifies as a frivolous trick? By that logic, why bother perfecting calligraphy? As long as the characters are legible, isn't that enough? Practicing calligraphy with such devotion, would that not also be a frivolous trick? No matter how beautifully you write a beautifully pinned declaration of war will not win a battle without fighting. With his opening words, Zhu Su directly dismantled the very concept of frivolous tricks. You cannot lump these things together. Music, chess, calligraphy, and painting cultivate the mind and spirit. What use does this childish toy have? An old official stepped forward to retort. You old fool, you've lived all these years and still haven't learned a thing. Utterly stupid. Zhu Su, looking at the white-bearded elder, cursed him outright. How dare Prince Wu insult a minister in broad daylight? The old man trembled with rage at Zhu Su's words. It seems your cultivation of the mind is not so impressive either. I merely insulted you a little, and you're already shaking with fury. If I spat in your face, I doubt you'd have the composure to let it dry on its own. It seems your cultivation of the mind is not so impressive either. I merely insulted you a little, and you're already shaking with fury. If I spat in your face, I doubt you'd have the composure to let it dry on its own. The old man, furious beyond measure, collapsed to his knees and spoke with a quavering voice. Elder, there's no need for such distress. If you feel I've insulted you, why not insult me back? At these words, everyone turned to look at Zhu Su. If they could, they would all have said, I have never seen such a shameless person on the Great Hall. No horseplay. Apologize to Lord Zhao at once. Zhu Yuanzhang was pleased inwardly, but he still had to scold his son for appearance's sake. As the saying goes, a great man should not hold a grudge against a small one. Lord Zhao, please forgive me for my youth and ignorance. Apologizing meant nothing to Zhu Su. He even respectfully bowed to the old man Zhao. With that, even if old Zhao had a mountain of grievances, he could only swallow his pride. Enough. I called you here to enlighten these officials. Is this steam engine useful or not? Zhu Yuanzhang mentally noted this debt against old Zhao, and ignoring his reaction, forcefully steered the conversation back on track. Naturally, it is useful, and immensely so. In truth, I initially intended to build a fully functional steam engine directly, but I was uncertain if my ideas were feasible, so I constructed a model instead. The model has proven my concept viable. As for its uses, whether applied to spinning looms, ships, forging iron, milling grain, or even long-distance transport, the applications are numerous. No one in the world understood the power of the steam engine better than Zhu Su, and he casually listed several of its potential. Your Highness, Prince of Wu, we did discuss using it for spinning looms, but we wondered how large such a steam engine would need to be. If it burns wood as fuel and leads to indiscriminate logging, that would be a grave concern. An official stepped forward, raising the issue of fuel. Do not assume the ancients were ignorant of environmental protection. In ancient times, indiscriminate tree felling was prohibited, and they understood well how vegetation preserved water and soil. Burning wood would indeed be terribly wasteful. From the very beginning, I never intended to use timber. Our great Ming has coal mines in many regions. Coal is the far more suitable fuel. What kind of imagination would that require? Unbeknownst to Zhu Su, some had even speculated how many candles it would take to power a large steam engine. Even with coal, if every loom needs its own steam engine, while one person could previously do the work alone, now someone must constantly tend to the fuel and water. This doesn't save manpower, it squanders it. The same official continued. A single steam engine will naturally power more than just one loom, otherwise it would indeed be pointless. Furthermore, I've heard that many places use water-powered spinning wheels. With the steam engine, we need no longer be confined to rushing riversides. A textile workshop can be built anywhere. You gentlemen come from all corners of the realm and are far more experienced than I. Whether machines like water-powered spinning wheels truly save labor, I need not elaborate. Zhu Su surveyed the crowd, suspecting that quite a few among them had families in the textile business. This would indeed save manpower. But if steam-powered spinning wheels were to appear everywhere, ordinary village women who once supplemented their household income through spinning would find themselves without work. Another official stepped forward to ask, you gentlemen must broaden your horizons. Our great Ming may be a celestial empire, but it is not the only nation in this world. The court previously issued national bonds precisely to combat pirates and to lift the maritime ban. Once the seas are opened, vast quantities of our goods can be sold abroad. Take cloth, for instance. Fabric woven with steam-driven spinning wheels requires far less labor, making it naturally cheaper. With overseas markets open, those village women can find work in the workshops and earn wages just the same. Once the seas are opened, vast quantities of our goods can be sold abroad. Take cloth, for instance. Fabric woven with steam-driven spinning wheels requires far less labor, making it naturally cheaper. At present, our great Ming suffers not from too many people, but from too few. Anticipating further objections about food supply, Zhu Su addressed them preemptively. How can the Prince of Wu guarantee that there will be enough grain overseas? Another official asked. That is simple. When our Ming cloth is sold overseas, the lands abroad currently used for cotton and other textile crops can be converted to grain cultivation. With total output unchanged, the demand for grain and cotton would not shift dramatically. The Right Chancellor served as an official in Guangdong before. He should know that the farther south one goes, the hotter the climate. In the north, many places yield 1 or 2 harvests a year, whereas most of Guangdong can produce 2, and some areas even 3. Am I wrong? Zhu Su turned his gaze to the Right Chancellor Wang Guanyang. What the Prince of Wu says is true. Some regions in southwestern Guangdong can indeed achieve 3 harvests a year. Wang Guanyang nodded, confirming Zhu Su's statement. Similarly, the Ryukyu Islands, hot all year round, have yet to be developed. Once the maritime ban is lifted, surplus populations from Zhejiang and Fujian could also migrate there to cultivate the land. And if I recall correctly, Annam has been Chinese territory since ancient times, and it too can yield 3 harvests a year. Zhu Su added, Your Highness, though Annam has often been part of Chinese territory, it is still a vassal state. We cannot simply resort to military action. Someone immediately stepped forward to object. That is utterly wrong. All under heaven is the king's land. All who dwell within the 4 seas are the king's subjects. Annam has been Chinese territory since antiquity. Our great Ming takes the sun and moon as its name. Thus, wherever the sun and moon shine, wherever rivers flow, all shall be Ming territory. Moreover, we toppled the Mongol Empire, and therefore we automatically inherit its territories. From the East China Sea in the east to the Danube in the west, all are lands rightfully belonging to our great Ming. Is what I say wrong? Zhu Su swept his gaze across the assembly. Right? The Prince of Wu speaks truly. Wherever the sun and moon shine, wherever rivers flow, all is Ming territory. Exactly. We drove out the Mongols, so everything they once had is now ours. After all the suffering they inflicted upon us, we must show them no mercy. I hear they have 4 great khanates. Those are our lands too. The declaration that all under the sun and moon belong to Ming sent a surge of fervor through the battle-hardened nobles. This was hardly Zhu Su's original invention. The ancient saying was, where the sun and moon shine, where wind and rain reach, all submit. Later generations adapted it to where the sun and moon shine, where wind and rain reach, all is Han territory. Now with Zhu Su's adaptation, it was even more fitting, for the great Ming was named after brightness itself. The nobles feared not war, they feared its absence. So long as a reasonable pretext was given, who would dare oppose? After enduring over a century of Mongol oppression, the Han people had finally cast off their yoke. Confidence was at an all-time high. If the Mongols could achieve such feats, why couldn't they? Not only could they match them, they would surpass them. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su with a wry smile. I asked you to extol the steam engine's virtues. How did you end up talking about war? Father, I am willing to emulate the sons of Genghis Khan and expand the borders of the great Ming. Zhu Di stepped forward and declared loudly. I second that. The second prince, third prince, and others also stepped forward, voicing their assent in unison. I am pleased to see such ambition in you, but it is still too early to speak of these matters. The Ming dynasty is newly established, and 100 things remain to be done. Let us wait until the realm is at peace before making further plans. Though the general spoke of war, Zhu Yuanzhang was inwardly displeased. Yet seeing such ambition in his sons, he could not help but feel overjoyed. My old Zhu sons are no less than Genghis Khan's. Your Majesty, we congratulate you. The prince's aspirations are truly a blessing for our great Ming. Led by Su De, the assembled nobles voiced their congratulations in unison. Although the civil officials were not fond of war, they would not miss such an opportunity to curry favor with the emperor, and so they too offered their felicitations. There will be many opportunities to render meritorious service in the future. Together as sovereign and subjects, we shall carve out a vast territory for the descendants of the great Ming. Zhu Yuanzhang rose to his feet, speaking with great excitement. Hearing these strangely familiar words, Zhu Su found it somewhat amusing, and the visage of the Prince of Qin from his memories surfaced before his eyes. We pledge our lives to your Majesty's service. Su De led the military officers in a unified declaration. We shall devote ourselves entirely to the state. Hu Weiyong and the civil officials followed suit. When civil servants care not for wealth and military officers fear not death, the world is at peace. Amidst this mutual admiration between sovereign and subjects, Zhu Su could not help but interject. The harmonious atmosphere between ruler and ministers was instantly shattered by these words. As the saying goes, if I am not embarrassed, then it is you who should be embarrassed. And so Zhu Su continued. Since ancient times, he who wins the people's hearts wins the realm. Scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, all are subjects of our great Ming. A state without its people cannot sustain its 4 pillars. The borders are defended by the people, the treasuries are filled by the people, the court is respected by the people, and the officials are supported by the people. All you esteemed officials have spent 10 years in diligent study and are well-versed in the classics. You must not treat the subjects of the great Ming differently. In my view, it is the artisans who contribute the most to societal progress. Our clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, every aspect of our lives depends on them. Our ancestors progressed from slash-and-burn farming to using various agricultural tools. From clothing made of animal skins and leaves to the fine silks you wear today. From traveling on foot to riding in carriages and boats. From dwelling in caves to residing in countless grand halls. Every step of this progress is inseparable from the continuous technological innovations of generation after generation of artisans. We should support and encourage any innovation by the artisans. We cannot casually dismiss new technologies with the phrase cunning tricks and crafty arts and stifle their emergence. Furthermore, you must not enjoy the conveniences brought by the artisans, while simultaneously looking down upon them, considering them lowly and inferior to yourselves. Facing the assembled civil and military officials, Zhu Su spoke with eloquence and confidence. Your Highness Prince of Wei, your discourse on the 4 pillars is admirable. Your thoughts on artisan innovation are also worthy of deep reflection. Consider this: we scholars use paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones, and we read books, all of which are the results of incremental technological innovation. From bamboo slips, to rice paper, from hand copying, to printing, it is all the same. Before the Tang and Song dynasties, aristocratic clans controlled access to books, leaving poor scholars with no chance for advancement. Today, even those with modest means can learn to read and write. This, too, is a result of artisan innovation. Liu Bowen stepped forward and spoke with heartfelt conviction. After the court session, all the ministers departed, but Zhu Yuanzhang asked Zhu Su to stay and take a walk with him. Zhu Yuanzhang was both pleased and displeased that day. He had originally intended to showcase the steam engine, even summoning the civil and military officials, but his purpose had not been achieved. Instead, Zhu Su had stolen the limelight. Although his true intention had been to elevate Zhu Su's reputation, he was now uncertain whether this display of brilliance would prove beneficial or detrimental to his son. What also irked him was that the registration of the populace into household records had been his own idea. If Zhu Su's words were to spread, someone might think of abolishing the household registration system. Zhu Su had previously explained the drawbacks of the household registration system to him, but he also remembered Zhu Su's assertion that the system was suitable for the current state of the Ming dynasty. What was the current state of the Ming dynasty? 100 things were waiting to be done. Only by quickly getting the people settled in their respective occupations could the dynasty rapidly restore its vitality. Father, why did you do this? Just as Zhu Yuanzhang was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Zhu Su's question. What? Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily taken aback. I know you did this to build my reputation, but are you not afraid that if my fame becomes too great it might breed ambitions I should not have? Zhu Su knew he should not say such things, but he could not help himself. Ambitions you should not have. Do you want to be emperor? Zhu Yuanzhang stopped walking, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked at Zhu Su. Naturally I do not. What is so good about being emperor? I would rather be a prince, eating, well, dressing, while lacking neither women nor money. Zhu Su shook his head, speaking honestly. But the emperor has power, the power to decide life and death with a single word, and to enjoy boundless wealth and honor. Zhu Yuanzhang said with a smile, voicing the most coveted and admired aspect of being emperor. That was power. In this ancient feudal society, especially during the Ming and Qing dynasties, when imperial autocracy reached its zenith, imperial power also reached its peak. Throughout history, how many people have turned against their fathers or killed their brothers for power? Power and responsibility are two sides of the same coin. As a saying from later generations goes, he who would wear the crown must bear its weight. Unless one intends to be a tyrant, an emperor can never act on mere whim. He must carefully balance the various factions at court, manage the appointments and promotions of officials, and even weigh his every word and action with the utmost caution. I do not believe I possess such ability or skill, nor could I possibly govern the entire Ming dynasty effectively. Zhu Su was self-aware. Even Zhu Qiu, the reincarnated soul from a later era who had received a university education, had held no higher office than class study committee member. Forget governing a country, he would struggle to be a department manager. Since you do not wish to be emperor, what other improper ambitions could you possibly harbor? Is being a prince not enough for you? Zhu Yuanzhang wondered why Zhu Su was saying this. He who would wear the crown must bear its weight. Those words hold great wisdom. Others see me as the supreme sovereign, enjoying endless wealth and honor, wielding supreme power. But who sees me reviewing memorials until midnight every night and rising at dawn to read more? Who knows that at every court session I dread hearing news of urgent dispatches from hundreds of li away reports of disasters in some region or invasions by foreign tribes at the borders? I myself have no ambitions, but can I guarantee that others do not? I can maintain my own integrity now, but if a group of people were to surround me, urging and tempting me, I do not know if I could hold firm. If it were possible, Zhu Su would not have wanted to gain such renown so early. Rest assured, I have full confidence in you. Your elder brother is not a petty man. He genuinely loves you and your brothers from the bottom of his heart. That is what I value most about him. The only thing that somewhat dissatisfies me is that he has read too much and has become somewhat pedantic. I wish he would be more ruthless, but he is always so lenient. As Zhu Yuanzhang mentioned, Zhu Biao, a smile spread even wider across his face. Though he voiced dissatisfaction with Zhu Biao's leniency, he was deeply pleased by it in his heart. Throughout history, there have been few instances where an emperor and his crown prince shared such an unbreakable bond as Zhu Yuanzhang and his son Zhu Biao. Many emperors, after appointing a crown prince, would grow wary that their heirs' close ties with court officials might threaten them. Yet Zhu Yuanzhang was spared such worries chiefly because he had risen from nothing, from a beggar to the ruler of a nation. Though the Ming dynasty had just been established, and Zhu Biao was recognized as the heir, the people's loyalty was far more firmly anchored to Zhu Yuanzhang, the ultimate master. Zhu Yuanzhang was not entirely without precautions. Most officials in the Crown Prince's Eastern Palace were not dedicated staff, but high-ranking court ministers holding concurrent posts. In other words, they answered first to Zhu Yuanzhang as imperial officials, and only secondarily served the. A popular anecdote from later generations claimed that if Zhu Yuanzhang learned of his son Zhu Biao's rebellion, he would not only refrain from anger, but would send troops to support him, even drafting an abdication edict in advance. That is of course merely a joke, yet it still reveals the remarkably close relationship between father and son. It is always a good thing that the eldest brother is kind-hearted, and he is not lenient without principles. Zhu Su knew that Zhu Biao was not as soft-hearted as he appeared. Though at 20 his political acumen was still unseasoned compared to a veteran like Zhu Yuanzhang, given time, he would surely become a capable ruler who could preserve the dynasty's legacy. If forced to draw a comparison, he bore a faint resemblance to Zhu Gaoqi. Let us set him aside. What you spoke of today in the Wenhua Hall left me both satisfied and dissatisfied. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand with a smile, turning to the day's events. Your son humbly awaits your majesty's instruction. Zhu Su bowed deeply. I summoned you to the Wenhua Hall mainly to clarify that the steam engine indeed has great uses, and you did address that, but you wandered far too much. What pleased me was precisely that, whether it was your words on the state's governance, or the declaration that all lands under the sun and moon are Ming territory, you spoke straight to my heart. But what displeased me was also there. Your three elder brothers spoke of emulating the descendants of Genghis Khan. Was that idea planted by you? Zhu Yuanzhang fixed his gaze on Zhu Su. The boy had mentioned emulating Genghis Khan before, and when Zhu Di brought it up today, he knew Zhu Su was behind it. It was indeed your son's counsel. I saw that your majesty was quite pleased in the court, was I not right? Zhu Su admitted openly without any concealment. How could I be pleased? Should I say you are incapable, and that I am no match for Genghis Khan? Not to mention those old relics roasting me over the fire. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Su. In his bones he refused to concede to the great emperors of old who had achieved so much, and he would never admit his own sons were lacking. Your son has pondered this for a long time, drawing also from certain theories of later generations seen in dreams before speaking such words. There is a doctrine in later times called geopolitics which considers a nation's survival within the context of its geographic. For instance, our Ming dynasty, or the Central Plains dynasties, occupies the most fertile land for farming in Asia, which naturally allows it to become a powerful state. Yet agrarian culture has its pros and cons. The advantage is that as long as there are no major natural disasters or man-made calamities, the court remains stable and national strength is assured. The drawback is that land is finite. Once the population grows beyond what the land can support, dynastic changes become inevitable. The people also tend to favor a peaceful, settled life, lacking a spirit of adventure. The Mongols could conquer across 10,000 li and build a vast empire because they were accustomed to roaming the steppes without any deep attachment to a fixed homeland. Our Central Plains dynasties, though nourished by the Yellow River and the Yangtze, faced the great grassland to the north, ever threatened by nomadic incursions. To the northeast the climate is bitterly cold, and before the Tang dynasty the peoples there posed no real danger to the Central Plains. But after the Tang, whether the Khitan or the Jurchen, both came from the northeast. In later ages our Ming was also destroyed by the descendants of the Jurchen. For our Ming dynasty the most vital territory lies in the vast region south of the Great Wall. Yet even holding these lands we remain on the defensive. Should any one of the four directions grow powerful, it could easily. Therefore the most suitable territory for us should be our current lands plus the southern Mongolian steppe, the northeast Tubo, and the western regions. With such a domain the Ming would be poised to advance or retreat as circumstances demand. As for the ideal territory, it would encompass all of Mongolia extending west to the Western Sea and southwest to Persia. In that case our Ming would possess vast lands and lack no resources. The regions north of Mongolia experience extremely low winter temperatures, yet they are rich in resources. The northeast is currently difficult to cultivate. Though it yields but one harvest a year, its black soil is exceptionally fertile, and the land is vast, which in later ages became the granary of our China. As for the vast lands west of the western regions, they control the Silk Road, are abundant in resources, and are well suited for growing grains and cotton. Should all these territories be incorporated into the Ming's domain, it would cover nearly 30 million square kilometers, comparable even to the Mongol Empire. These considerations are from the land perspective. From the maritime perspective, our Ming has an extensive coastline, and the entire South China Sea is our maritime frontier. This necessitates a powerful navy to safeguard these waters. We need to bring present-day Korea Ryukyu and the Ryukyu Kingdom under our rule or influence. In my memory of later times, a chain stretching from Japan through Ryukyu to the various nations of the South Seas was subordinated to a great power in the Americas, forming a blockade against our China. We must seize this chain and hold it in our own hands. Your Majesty spoke of carving out a vast territory for the descendants of the Ming. The territory your son ultimately described is the most fitting and the best. Of course, should the Ming discover a new continent and embark on global colonization, that would be even better. However, those regions are too distant, and it would be difficult to ensure they would not drift away from the homeland over time. Yet as long as we control this territory and govern it effectively, whether now or 600 years hence, our China will surely be the most powerful nation in the world. The territory Zhu Su delineated for Zhu Yuanzhang encompassed Central Asia, the Russian Asian territories of later ages, and the boundaries of the Qing dynasty, a domain containing the population resources and ideal geography needed for a great power. This was in essence painting a grand vision on a pie in the sky for old Zhu. Whether he could ever taste that pie was beyond Zhu Su's foresight. Your son can attempt it, though the drawing will certainly not be precise. In fact, the current maps are imprecise as well. Later generations marked locations by latitude and longitude. He had no concept whatsoever of Central Asia or the lands east of the Western Sea. Your son can attempt it, though the drawing will certainly not be precise. In fact, the current maps are imprecise as well. Later generations marked locations by latitude and longitude, and we could devise ways to produce accurate maps too. Zhu Su nodded, then began to criticize the inadequacies of the Ming's maps. How does one create a map using latitude and longitude? Upon hearing of creating a precise map, Zhu Yuanzhang perked up with interest. As a man of military background, he naturally understood the importance of maps, especially accurate ones. If Zhu Su truly had a way to chart an exact map, nothing could be better. In later ages, the Earth is divided at the equator, where day and night are equal in length. Northward, it is divided into 90 degrees of latitude, and southward also into 90 degrees. Furthermore, a north-south line passing through England is used as the prime meridian. East of it is known as east longitude, and west of it west longitude. The intersection of these two lines creates a point, and conversely, any point on Earth can be marked by its latitude. Measuring latitude is not difficult. By measuring the length of a shadow at the same time on the same day, one can determine it. Even without knowing the latitude, if the shadow lengths are the same, it means those cities are on the same latitude. The Earth's circumference in later ages is 400 kilometers, which is 40 million meters. Converted to our Ming dynasty measurements, that is 120 million chi. From this, one can calculate that the distance between each degree of latitude is 33300 chi. As for longitude, our world is a sphere. One rotation is a day, which has 12 shurchen. A full circle is 360 degrees, so one shurchen is 30 degrees, and one ku is 3 3/4 degrees. Unfortunately, we lack the clocks of later ages. Otherwise, one could take a clock set to Ingtian time to various places, and at noon, you check the time difference to determine the local longitude relative to Ingtian. Zhu Su explained the method of using latitude and longitude to mark locations. You mean for now we can only determine the north-south position, but not the east-west? The barrage of technical terms gave Zhu Yuanzhang a headache, but he grasped the gist. Exactly so. Zhu Su nodded. Then let's first establish the north-south positions. Every prefecture and county in our Ming has Yinyang officials and students. The shadow lengths you mentioned at specific times should be available. First, roughly mark the positions of county towns based on north-south, then use the described approximate locations and distances from major cities to sketch out a map for me to see. Additionally, you and the craftsmen of the Imperial Workshop should ponder whether you can create the clock you mentioned. If not, we'll have to resort to the crude method of ordering land surveys everywhere. Zhu Yuanzhang was now intensely interested in precise maps and immediately issued orders to Zhu Su. Your son will do his utmost. Zhu Su wished he could slap himself. He had created trouble out of nothing. Back in the Qinqing Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately ordered the Imperial Observatory to compile and report the lengths of the sun's shadows at noon on the equinoxes and solstices for all prefectural and county towns across the realm. He also ordered the presentation of historical map collections from past dynasties and instructed the Ministry of War and the 5 chief military commissions to summarize the distances and directions between every county town and key pass based on local garrison information. The Ministry of War and the 5 chief military commissions naturally had records of troop deployments and the distances to surrounding cities. Though puzzled by the emperor's request, they immediately set to work. As Zhu Yuanzhang had said, the Imperial Observatory actually possessed data from various regions, but it was merely kept on. These 2 imperial edicts sparked widespread speculation among court officials about the emperor's intentions, especially within the 5 chief military commissions. Could His Majesty be planning to redeploy the garrisons? But since Zhu Yuanzhang had not explained his purpose, no one dared to ask. After returning, Zhu Su had Ma Peng fed. He thought carefully. In later ages, China's landmass stretched roughly 400 kilometers from north to south. As for the current Ming dynasty, the northernmost point was about Beijing, and from there to Guangdong in the far south was about 200 kilometers. So he found a ruler and drew 40 vertical and 40 horizontal lines on the paper with a pencil, waiting for the geographical data and the Imperial Observatory's reports to come in. Many believe pencils did not exist in ancient times, but that is incorrect. China has had pencils since ancient times. Though not as refined as later ones, they were quite adequate for drawing and writing. Having settled that, Zhu Su was stumped by the challenge of making a clock. Though many people in later ages wore watches, Zhu Su had never had that habit and knew nothing about the mechanics. He only knew there should be gears and metal plates, but as for the exact principle, no idea. There was no choice but to seek out the craftsmen of the Imperial Workshop. In those days, craftsmen held low status and had little innovative spirit. Most of the time, they simply did their best to build whatever they were ordered to. My requirement is this: no matter what methods you use, just make something portable that can keep accurate time. After talking about gears and metal plates for a long time, without them understanding, Zhu Su had no choice but to state his requirement plainly. Did you all hear that? It's rare for the prince to need your skills. Think harder. The chief eunuch of the imperial workshop knew this was a tough ask for the craftsman, but he had no choice but to echo the prince. Don't think of it as too difficult. Solve the problem step by step. For instance, first make the gears, then figure out how they turn to drive the hands on the front. Then think about how a tightly wound spring slowly unwinding can drive the gears to turn. Seeing the bewildered faces, Zhu Su spoke again. Your Highness, I can only try my best. The eldest craftsman among them spoke up. That's exactly the idea. You can try any approach you can think of. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined surpassed Zhuge Liang. Even if you fail, I won't hold it against you. But if you succeed, I'll reward you with 5,000 taels of silver. Zhu Su nodded and employed the most effective tactic, offering money. At the mention of 5,000 taels, the craftsmen who had been somewhat at a loss grew excited. Yet recalling Zhu Su's requirements, they realized the reward would not be easily won. On the way back, Zhu Su remained gloomy. Why did he have to be so talkative? He was only making trouble for himself. Other transmigrators always had a system or some golden finger, but he had nothing except memories of his past life. At least he was lucky enough to be reborn as a prince. Had he been a commoner, he'd probably be toiling in the fields for the rest. If he tried to improve his life by making white sugar, he'd likely be targeted. Without powerful backing, being killed over such a profitable venture would be par for the course. Still, if they truly managed to build a clock, it would be a great achievement. Surveying the land was just one aspect. If a great voyage were ever launched, latitude and longitude could be used to mark new lands, preventing ships from losing their way at sea. Is this the map you've made? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the map presented by Zhu Su, a trace of surprise and a look of utter dismay on his face. On the paper, 3 feet square were dense, crisscrossing lines with names marked beside numerous small dots. This is your son's first time making a map, and lacking experience, I drew extra lines of latitude and longitude for accuracy. The north-south positions were calculated based on the length of shadows at noon on the summer solstice. The east-west positions were marked according to the garrison locations of the 5 military commands, though their accuracy is considerably poorer. Zhu Su looked at the dark, messy map, aware that his work was far from satisfactory. Could you not have finished drawing it properly before showing me? What am I supposed to see in this? Zhu Yuanzhang studied the map intently, trying to discern the outline of the great Ming, but he could make out nothing at all. Your son feared that father would grow anxious waiting, so I brought it to you the moment it was done. I have already commissioned the carpenters of the Imperial Workshop to craft a wooden map template, and a clearer map will soon be presented to you. Old Zhu's reaction was off. Shouldn't he be pleased? Zhu Su was puzzled and added another explanation. Do you take me for such an impatient man? Anyone seeing this would think it was some piece of rubbish, not a map. Zhu Yuanzhang said with a look of disdain. Father, of course, remains unflappable even if Mount Tai were to collapse. It is your son who was hasty. This is a world map drawn from my memories in a dream, and I humbly request your review. Point out to me how large the Mongol Empire you mentioned earlier was. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the map spread across the— Point out to me how large the Mongol Empire you mentioned earlier was. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the map spread across the imperial desk, his eyes first falling upon the Great Ming at its very center. His expression immediately soured. Was his Great Ming really just this tiny speck? From the Eastern Sea here to the Danube River here, and southward to Egypt below. If you include the Great Yuan, it encompasses all of this. Zhu Su traced the borders of the Mongol Empire on the map. I thought driving the Mongols back to the grasslands meant our task was complete. Now I realize that for them this isn't even a scratch. Looking at the small territory he controlled compared to the vastness of the Mongol Empire, Zhu Yuanzhang spoke with a self-deprecating tone. Father need not feel this way. The Mongols took 3 generations and decades to build such a vast empire. As you said before, our Great Ming should focus on recovery and consolidation. After eliminating the pirates and opening up maritime trade, the Great Ming will have wealth. We can equip our soldiers better, offer them better welfare, and train a formidable army. Defeating these nations will not be a problem. No wonder Zhu Yuanzhang was a bit shaken. Even people of later generations would gasp upon seeing the map of the Mongol Empire. It was a vast territory, especially daunting when compared to the Nodia-tunified Great Ming. Well said. The Great Ming needs to recuperate now. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. Even with his great ambitions, he knew that years of continuous warfare had strained the court's resources. Although the sale of government bonds had yielded over 30 million taels of silver, these funds were reserved for emergencies, such as natural disasters or other unforeseen crises. Father, the Central Plains and other regions have suffered years of war, leaving few people and much land barren. Shaanxi has a large population. Why not relocate people from Shaanxi to cultivate these wastelands? Speaking of recovery, Zhu Su recalled memories from his past life. His family always said their ancestral home was in Shaanxi, and later he learned about the great migrations of the early Ming dynasty. At this time, the total population of the Ming dynasty was just over 50 million, with Shaanxi alone having over 4 million. It was clear that many other vast regions were sparsely populated. Shaanxi was mountainous. Rather than keeping so many people in Shaanxi, it might be better to migrate some to other areas. That's a good idea. I've thought about it before, but we lack the funds. Now that the court has money, this matter can indeed be— Hearing Zhu Su's suggestion, Zhu Yuanzhang smiled. Hunan, Shandong, and other places had small populations, while Shaanxi had many people, many of whom lacked land to cultivate. He had long considered this migration. But people were reluctant to leave their ancestral lands, and the court had no money, so the matter had been shelved. Father is wise. When all people have land to cultivate, the great Ming's tax revenue will increase significantly. Zhu Su's flattery was direct and blunt with no subtlety. Enough of that. Tell me in detail about these places now. Zhu Yuanzhang pointed towards the continent of America. This place is called America in later ages, the most suitable region for human development. The central part, known as the Great Plains, is as large as 10 Shaanxi provinces, all arable land enough to feed the entire current population of the Great Ming. Here is an endless prairie ideal for grazing. To the west of this mountain range that runs north and south lie abundant mineral resources. The north is rich in gold, the south in silver and copper. Most importantly, due to geographical reasons, there are no large livestock here. No cattle, horses, or donkeys. Such a vast area is difficult to unify into a single nation. Coupled with the absence of external enemies, they have fragmented into numerous tribes, much like our China thousands of years ago. Their weapons are also not as advanced as ours. Near the west coast, the population is even sparser. If our Great Ming establishes settlements along the west coast and gradually penetrates inland, it won't take many years for the entire continent to be within our grasp. Of course, to see results in the short term, we still need to take these places. Zhu Su finished introducing America and pointed towards Southeast Asia. This region produces all kinds of spices which are worth their weight in gold in Western countries. Controlling these places means not only controlling the source of spices, but also the western route to the east. By establishing a taxing post here, even if the Great Ming doesn't trade, we could earn a substantial income just from tolls. Seeing Zhu Su's excitement, Zhu Yuanzhang felt helpless. How is it that everything you talk about turns into money? Money is a good thing. This is what I mentioned before as economics. In simple terms, the study of money. With money, our people can be well-fed and well-clothed, and the court can accomplish more. Father is not a rigid man. Why be ashamed to speak of money? There's a famous saying from later ages, money isn't everything, but without money you can do nothing. Zhu Su was quite unimpressed with this attitude. If anyone claimed not to like money, they could just give it to him. You're full of twisted logic. Keep this map here. As for this Great Ming map, take it back. It irks me just to look at it. Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled, put away the world map, and cast a disdainful glance at the Great Ming map Zhu Su had made. Thank you, father. Your son takes his leave. Zhu Su happily collected his manuscript. Old Zhu didn't know what he had. A few hundred years from now, this would be a hand-drawn map by Zhu Su, Prince of Wu of the Great Ming, the first accurate map in Chinese history, pioneering the use of latitude and longitude for cartography. Upon returning, I must carefully write down on this map how I conceived such a design. Money isn't everything, but without it nothing can be done. What old Fifth said does hold some truth. After hearing Zhu Di's words relayed by Zhu Yuanzhang, Empress Ma found them quite reasonable. Reasonable as it may be, who knows what those civil officials would say if they found out. Zhu Yuanzhang felt somewhat disheartened. Deep down he held little fondness for civil officials, yet he knew well that governing the realm would be impossible without them. What's there to say about it? If they truly cared not for money, why would they accept their salaries? Empress Ma found it hardly worth a second thought. You've hit the nail on the head. Last time old Fifth brought up paper currency, he even proposed to Hu Weiyong, buying his estates with paper notes and paying his salary in them, and he was none too pleased. Zhu Yuanzhang said with a chuckle. That was the way of civil officials. Always preaching righteousness and loyalty, yet in truth they were most concerned with their own interests, quibbling over every last coin. This was precisely what he disliked about them, their hypocrisy. Unlike those from a military background who, though not without their own schemes, were at least far less convoluted. Chongba, aside from the eldest, I don't want the other children to bear too heavy a burden. Let them live out their days in happiness. Empress Ma gazed at Zhu Yuanzhang, addressing him by the name he once bore. I wish the same, but the boys are all ambitious, none willing to while away their lives. Naturally, I must support their aspirations. Besides, in war brothers fight side by side, on the battlefield father and sons stand together. It's only fitting that the younger brothers aid the eldest. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Empress Ma, understanding his wife's heart. If only he could grant such a wish. Yet from the very beginning he had never believed the Mongol threat could be entirely eradicated, otherwise he would not have stationed so many feudal princes to guard the frontiers. But ever since he laid eyes on the world map Zhu Di had presented and heard of the Mongol Empire's vast expanse, he realized he had been far too conservative. From the start his mindset had been one of defense and endurance, not active offense. That was a fundamental misstep from the outset. In warfare, as he had learned, a purely defensive posture hands the initiative to the enemy. The Central Plains dynasties boasted a defensive line stretching 10,000 li, yet the longer the line, the more vulnerabilities it exposed. Stationing hundreds of thousands of troops along the 9 borders placed an immense burden on the court. Zhu Di was right. The only way was to strike outward, turning the Mongol steppes into our own territory. With the steppes in hand, warhorses would never be in short supply. The Song dynasty's repeated military failures were largely due to a lack of horses. Victories could not be pressed and defeats could not be escaped. Small triumphs could never be parlayed into great ones, yet a single defeat often spelled utter disaster. I was merely speaking my mind. The children all have their own ideas, and we shouldn't try to steer them. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly stop eating and stare into space, Empress Ma knew he was lost in thought. Believing her words had stirred something in him, she began to explain herself. Don't overthink it. I was pondering something else. Old Fifth once told me that the feudal system has bred troubles, and I trust these boys won't turn against one another, but 2 or 3 generations down the line, once the blood ties loosen, who's to say what ambitions might arise? He suggested I follow Temujin's example. Conquer new lands and theft the boys there, and make them vassal states of our great Ming. That way each of them would be a king in his own right with no need to envy the eldest. Zhu Yuanzhang laid out his proposed solution. But if that were so, wouldn't it become nearly impossible for them to return? What weighed on Empress Ma's mind was not her son's wealth and glory, but whether she would ever see them again. Even if they weren't far away, stationed in Shaanxi or Beiping, it would still take a fortnight or more for them to make. Zhu Yuanzhang too was loath to see his sons leave his side, yet he had risen from nothing with no family power to lean on. His only pillars were his own sons. Reflecting on the fall of the Song, he concluded that a significant factor was that Zhao Kuangyin, unlikely Shimin, had not possessed a vast and formidable clan. The Li family had been one of the 8 pillar houses during the northern and southern dynasties. Though not quite a full-fledged aristocratic clan, they were still a first-rate noble house. The Zhu family, by contrast, couldn't even match the Zhaos. Zhao Kuangyin at least had 3 or 4 brothers, while he was a lone commander with no one at his side. Chongba, don't let it weigh on your heart. After all these years by your side, becoming empress is already more than I ever dreamed of. Sensing Zhu Yuanzhang's distress, Empress Ma spoke softly. He was not only her husband, but also the emperor of Great Ming, burdened with countless concerns. She should not add to his worries. Don't worry. We'll find a way. Zhu Yuanzhang took Empress Ma's hand. He would seek out Old Fifth and see if he had any clever ideas. Thus Zhu Di, who was practicing his morning boxing, found himself face to face with Zhu Yuanzhang. I thought it was something serious. This is simple enough. Once the elder brothers have carved out their achievements and their children have grown, let them return to the capital to enjoy their twilight years. Zhu Di had assumed his father's early visit concerned some grave matter, but it turned out Empress Ma was merely worried about the difficulty of seeing her sons in the future. If, as you say, they established their own vassal states out there, would they truly be willing to relinquish their power and return to the capital? This solution had of course already occurred to Zhu Yuanzhang. If they're unwilling to give it up, there are other ways, say allowing 1 or 2 princes to visit the capital each year, staying for a month or 2. Unless, as I mentioned before, the princes are granted titles, but no lands, keeping us all in the capital. Otherwise Mother will never find it easy to see us. The ideal solution, of course, was the Qing approach, keeping the princes in the capital, assigning them minor duties. Then why did you egg on your 3 brothers to follow in Genghis Khan's descendants' footsteps and seek glory beyond the borders? Zhu Yuanzhang's temper flared at Zhu Di's words. It's not that I urged them, father. Since we were children, you taught us to help the eldest share the burdens. We grew up listening to your tales of battle, so naturally we yearned to gallop across the battlefield as you did. But it's still early to dwell on this. In the future, father can sound out the brothers' opinions. Alternatively, as you once envisioned, the legitimate sons could guard the frontiers while the younger ones push outward. Zhu Di felt his father was being unreasonable. This won't do, that won't do. What do you want? If you're so capable, give me a system. Nothing too extraordinary, just one with a portal. Then I could take you to see your sons every day. By the way, how many more years do the annals say I have to live? Zhu Yuanzhang fell silent for a moment before asking another question. The 31st year of Hongwu, more than 20 years away. Zhu Di answered offhandedly. 20-odd years, 10 for recuperation, 10 for conquest, and the remaining few for enjoying life. That will suffice. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, setting his own goals. Old Zhu, that's a dangerous oath to swear so casually. Zhu Su did not know what Zhu Yuanzhang was thinking as he left content with his decision. It was only fair, for to enjoy the riches and honors of nobility, one must forego the simple joys of a common family, with children and grandchildren at one's knees. In the following period, both the imperial court and the palace settled into a tranquil calm, and the days passed with, Your Highness, this is the clock made according to your specifications. We have tested it, and over the course of a full day and night it has only gained a little time. One day Zhu Su visited the imperial workshops. The chief eunuch, presenting his creation with pride, led him to the clock. When you say it gains a little, how much exactly? The clock closely resembled the pendulum clocks common in households of the 1980s, though it lacked the pendulum below. It gains less than half a coup. The chief eunuch stated its precision. Observe it for a few more days. If it only gains half a coup, it matters little. We can adjust it at noon each day. Summon the clockmakers. Zhu Su nodded. For the first clock, losing only a few minutes a day was already a satisfaction. Soon the dozen or so craftsmen who had built the clock entered the room. Earlier I promised you 5,000 taels of silver for creating this clock. Here are 5,000 taels in paper currency. I do not know who among you contributed most, so divide it amongst yourselves. Zhu Su handed the stack of notes to the chief eunuch. Thank you, Prince of Wu. They had not expected him to actually honor his word. Overwhelmed, they fell to their knees. Rise. I am a man of my word. I hope you will continue to think about how to improve the clock, make it more accurate, smaller, and more exquisite. If you can satisfy me, there will be further rewards. Zhu Su looked at the craftsmen. They departed with profuse thanks. Do not entertain any greedy thoughts. Zhu Su had noticed the flash of avarice in the chief eunuch's eyes when he took the notes and issued a cold warning. This servant would not dare. The chief eunuch quickly replied. He had indeed harbored such a thought, But recalling how old Zhu treated eunuchs, he knew that daring to touch that money would be an early reservation for reincarnation. Better not. This 100 taels is my reward for you. Zhu Su nodded slightly, pulling a 100 tael note from his sleeve and handing it to the eunuch. This servant thanks your highness for the reward. Though 100 taels was not much, it was legitimate income, and holding it brought peace of mind. How is the steam engine progressing? Zhu Su watched him tuck the note into his robe before asking. It has been built, but it still has many flaws. They are working on improvements. The chief eunuch answered demurely with downcast eyes. There is no rush. Take it step by step. Your imperial workshops must prioritize the flintlocks, telescopes, and grenades. Assign a few men to the steam engine to work on it slowly. Flaws were to be expected. Even the steam engines of later generations were not perfected overnight. Thank you for your understanding, your highness. The chief eunuch breathed a sigh of relief. Since the Prince of Wu was ordered to manufacture various items, the imperial workshops had become far busier than before. Fortunately, they had many craftsmen, but if the prince continued to prioritize his own projects, even reporting to Zhu Yuanzhang would not yield favorable results. Now that Zhu Su had voluntarily suggested reducing the steam engine team, the production tasks assigned by Zhu Yuanzhang could be completed faster. The imperial workshops alone could not handle all production. The palace also had the Bureau of Armaments dedicated to weapon manufacturing. However, the telescope was something only the skilled artisans of the imperial workshops could currently produce. The same was true of clocks. In fact, the palace could establish a workshop for them, for having a clock at home to tell the time was incredibly convenient. Though the time was not perfectly accurate in an era when people read the sky who would care about a few minutes error each day, this was also why Zhu Su had asked the craftsmen to make the clocks more exquisite. For goods intended for wealthy families, practicality was important, but appearance could not be neglected. Zhu Su then inspected the current state of the steam engine. It could drive 2 drilling machines to bore gun barrels for flintlocks. Though it still had occasional problems, it was a promising start. Fifth brother, you haven't come to the academy in a long time. What brings you here today? As soon as he stepped through the door of the Dabintang that morning, Zhu Shuang teased with a smile. Second brother jests. I have been utterly swamped these past days. Now that I have finally made some headway, I thought I would attend class. Zhu Su replied with a smile. I truly don't know how your mind works, coming up with so many clever and thinking more. Take the flintlock for instance. And that steam engine. If it can truly replace horse-drawn carriages, as you say, it will be a great boon to the nation and its people. Zhu Gang, standing nearby, remarked with a hint of envy. These are nothing remarkable, merely the result of observing and thinking more. Take the flintlock for instance. It seems new, but it is essentially a combination of the crossbow and the matchlock. The main difference is simply the method of ignition. Striking flint to make fire is common knowledge. Wasn't the creation of the flintlock just a natural progression? Zhu Su said modestly. Well said, a natural progression. We have all seen matchlocks, crossbows, and flint fire, but none of us ever thought to combine the three. Seeing Zhu Su feign humility, Zhu Shuang could not help but pat him on the shoulder. That is what I mean by observing and thinking. The matchlock is hard to aim, difficult to ignite, and cumbersome to load. We only need to improve upon these weaknesses. For aiming, I borrowed the firing and sighting mechanisms of the crossbow. For ignition, I naturally thought of flint. This principle applies not just to firearms, but to everything. Improve upon the shortcomings and the results will get better and better. Though the two brothers had little interest in the study of things, Zhu Su explained it to them nonetheless. My brain is probably not cut out for such things. Fifth brother, you just concentrate on making these things for us here. When second brother conquers territory in the future, he'll give you a piece of land and take you along to enjoy the good life. After listening to Zhu Su, Zhu Shuang blinked, then patted his shoulder again. Third brother won't shortchange you either. In the future, you'll be our Xiao He and Zhang Liang. We'll fight on the front lines, and you'll supply us from the rear. Zhu Gang chimed in. Third brother, you can take medicine carelessly, but you cannot speak carelessly. Zhu Su quickly sidestepped. How could third brother say such a thing? Xiao He and Zhang Liang were men who assisted founding emperors. What are you planning? Don't drag me into your downfall. I misspoke. You understand what I mean. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Zhu Gang quickly laughed it off. You gave the craftsman 5,000 taels of silver as a reward. As he entered the cunning palace to pay his respects to Empress Ma, that evening, Zhu Yuanzhang stepped inside and asked, Yes, I promised them earlier that if they could craft a clock, I would reward them with 5,000 taels of silver. As I have said before, for society to advance, we must boost the morale of artisans. Your Majesty surely knows the tale of buying a horse's bones with 1,000 gold pieces. Their creations contribute greatly to society. With a clock placed in a room, one can know the time. Moreover, the map, drawing using longitude and latitude that I mentioned earlier, can also be achieved with clocks. More importantly, clocks can generate revenue. We could establish a dedicated workshop to produce and sell them to the wealthy. Zhu Su nodded, explaining his reasons for rewarding the artisans. Are you saying they've already made one? This piqued Zhu Yuanzhang's interest. Yes, it has been made, Zhu Su confirmed. Then why haven't you shown it to me? A look of displeasure crossed Zhu Yuanzhang's face. While the clock is not yet perfect, it has an error of about half. Seeing his father's expression darken, Zhu Su quickly added, I shall have them bring the clock forth right away. No need for you to go. Wang Quan fetch that clock from the Imperial workshop. Zhu Yuanzhang shot Zhu Su a stern glare and ordered the attending eunuch. As you command. Wang Quan hurriedly obeyed and withdrew. With nothing else to do, Zhu Su took Empress Ma's pulse. His fourth brother Zhu Di also arrived to pay respects, and soon after the crown prince joined them. As they were talking, Wang Quan entered carrying the clock. So this is the clock? Zhu Yuanzhang asked with interest, observing its two hands. Yes, this is the clock. The long hand points to the ku and the short hand indicates the shurchen. The current time is Yushir San ku. I found the traditional 100 ku day cumbersome, so I changed it to 96 ku, making 8 ku per shurchen. Zhu Su glanced at the clock, announced the time, and explained how to read it. You said earlier it gains half a ku each day? Doesn't that mean it would be a full day fast in just over a month? Zhu Yuanzhang understood Zhu Su's point and asked further. Your Majesty is astute. Therefore the clock needs to be adjusted back by half a ku at noon each day to keep it accurate. If we take two clocks, one set to Ingtian time and the other to local time, we can determine the difference in longitude between the two places. By also measuring the shadow's length at noon to calculate the latitude, we can accurately mark the location on a map. While not perfectly precise, it would undoubtedly be the most accurate map available now. Zhu Su nodded and then explained his method for plotting locations using longitude and latitude. Fifth brother, what exactly is this longitude and latitude you speak of? Zhu Biao, intrigued by the mention of map. Your Highness, I believe the earth we inhabit is a sphere. The sun shines upon this great ball, and a full cycle of 12 shurchen makes a day. We can draw a north-south line at the edge of where the sun's light reaches. I call this longitude. All places on this line share the same time. Your Highness, you can think of our earth as a watermelon. The horizontal cuts are latitude and the vertical cuts are longitude. Any point on the watermelon surface can be located by one horizontal and one vertical cut. This is how we use longitude and latitude to mark locations. Seeing that Zhu Biao seemed confused, Zhu Su offered this simpler analogy. I see. But what if the earth isn't round? Wouldn't your method be flawed? Zhu Biao nodded, then raised a question. The sun hangs high in the sky, and at noon, it's directly overhead. Even if the earth weren't round, as long as two places aren't on the same north-south line, they would experience noon at different times. Zhu Su said with a smile. You're right, it does make sense. I never expected you to devise such a method for marking location. Zhu Biao thought it over seriously and found it plausible, nodding in agreement. I believe others might have thought of this before, but the main issue was the inability to accurately measure the time difference of noon between 2 points. With the clock, this is now achievable. Zhu Su spoke with humility, not taking any credit. So this clock is indeed very useful. Zhu Biao remarked with a hint of admiration, noting that his younger brother seemed to have many such seemingly odd, yet incredibly practical ideas lately. Exactly. That's why I believe the 5,000 taels for the artisans is not excessive. If you are willing, father, I could manage the clock business. It could generate significant profit in a year. Zhu Su took this opportunity to revisit the matter of the reward. You are a prince, yet you constantly think of making money. What kind of decorum is that? Zhu Yuanzhang said, coldly aware that Zhu Su was subtly expressing his displeasure at the earlier interrogation. A gentleman of noble character earns wealth through righteous means. I neither steal nor rob. What is wrong with seeking profit? Zhu Su countered. Say no more. You're still a child, always thinking about money. What use is all that wealth? Empress Ma interjected with a smile, trying to mediate. Having money is never a bad thing, it's poverty that brings troubles. In hardship, every little thing becomes a sorrow. Having experienced a later era, Zhu Su had a profound understanding of wealth. In poverty, every little thing becomes a sorrow. That's not what it means. The line goes, this regret is known to all. In poverty, every little thing becomes a sorrow. It speaks of the shared grief of separation and death, but for those who have endured poverty, recalling past hardships brings a unique poignancy. Before Zhu Yuanzhang could speak, Zhu Biao was the first to explain the true meaning of the poem. What Lao Wu said isn't entirely wrong. When I married your mother, I had neither power nor influence. I couldn't even afford a proper betrothal gift, and my brothers had to pool their money together. You have no idea about the hardships I endured. Even when the crown prince was born, I was merely the marshal of the Taiping Xingguo Wing headquarters. I had started to build a foundation. And by the time you came along, I was already the Duke of Wu. Zhu Yuanzhang, reminiscing about the past, was filled with emotion. Why bring up such things in front of the children? Empress Ma, also recalling those days, felt a touch of shyness. I for one think you should tell us more about those times, father. It helps us appreciate the sweetness of today by recalling the bitterness of the past. Especially for the crown prince, it would be best to experience the suffering of the common folk firsthand, so he will always keep them in his heart. Zhu Su was quite supportive of Zhu Yuanzhang sharing his stories. After all, one can't appreciate a rainbow without first weathering the storm, and even an emperor needs to stay connected to the ground. Fifth brother speaks the truth. You have never known hardship since childhood, and it would be impossible to expect you to endure the same suffering we did in our youth. However, it is still fitting for you to go among the common folk and witness their struggles firsthand. I intend to send you back to our ancestral home to pay respects before the graves. Take that opportunity to venture out and see the world. Zhu Yuanzhang heartily approved of Zhu Su's suggestion, yet he had no desire to see his own sons endure hardship. Why else had he fought tooth and nail to carve out such a vast empire? Thus he decided to use the ancestral rites as a pretext, allowing his children to observe how ordinary citizens truly lived. This reminded Zhu Su of a program from his past life, Swap Lives, where children from the countryside and the city exchanged identities. However, the show's results had been less than satisfactory. Some city children who went to the countryside were indeed reformed, but the rural children, who tasted the splendor of city life, upon returning to their villages, could they still endure conditions far inferior to the city's material comforts, especially for children whose minds were still fragile and unformed. The ancients had a saying: it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Zhu Su doubted whether these lofty princes and princes of the blood, upon witnessing the misery of the common folk, could truly empathize. Still, exposing them to the hardships of the world was undoubtedly a good thing. Unlike Zhu Su's pensive expression, Zhu Di's face clearly showed a hint of delight. He had always felt like a bird caged within the palace walls, and had long yearned to see the outside world. Rest assured, father, your son will seize this opportunity to gain a deep understanding of the people's lives, and will not disappoint your heartfelt intentions. Thus spoke Zhu Biao, his face grave and earnest. Ever since he could remember, he had been the heir of the Prince of Wu and later the Crown Prince of the Great Ming. He had striven constantly to improve himself, hoping to become the successor his father Zhu Yuanzhang would deem worthy. To hear you say that brings me the greatest joy. Remember, being emperor is not merely about enjoying wealth and glory, you must also care for the people suffering. If you make the people's lives miserable, they will not let you live in peace either. I do not wish our descendants to commit wrongs against the common folk. Remember this. I too was once an ordinary man. As for this clock, Biao, take it back and use it. Zhu Yuanzhang was deeply pleased with Zhu Biao's attitude, and with a casual gesture gifted the first timepiece of the Great Ming, perhaps the first in the entire world, to his son. Your son thanks you, father. Zhu Biao did not decline. He understood that the emperor was not merely giving him a clock, he was urging him to cherish time to study diligently and to better himself. It must be said that had this talent for overthinking existed in later generations, his literary scores would certainly have been stellar. He could divine meanings the author never intended. The weather is growing hotter by the day. Reclining on a lounger, Zhu Su fanned himself with one hand, while holding a— Despite the high ceilings of his chambers, the summer heat remained oppressive. He longed for the air-conditioned rooms of his past life. Though as a prince he could enjoy chilled watermelon, the supply was strictly rationed. The greenery of this era far surpassed that of later times, yet so too did the layers of clothing. As a prince he had to maintain his dignity. Strolling about bare-chested in shorts as he might have in another life was utterly out of the question. Within the palace there were no forms of entertainment. Zhu Yuanzhang himself did not advocate for pleasure, so naturally no one else dared to harbor such inclinations. Your Highness, the shower you requested has been installed. Would you care to try it? Ma Peng approached and asked softly. Once it's ready, it's fine. Well tested in the evening. Don't forget to give them a reward. Zhu Su waved his hand dismissively. Unaccustomed to bathing in a wooden tub during such sweltering heat, he had instructed the imperial works to construct a shower modeled after those of later eras. This servant obeys. Ma Peng retreated respectfully. Air conditioning was out of the question. He could only hope to marry soon and obtain his own manor where he might wear short sleeves in summer without reproach. Your Highness, isn't it inconvenient to read and fan yourself at the same time? Allow this servant to fan you instead. Indeed, Your Highness, let this servant massage your shoulders. Qiyue and Chuanqi approached, one taking a palm leaf fan to cool him, the other reaching directly for his shoulders. As the saying goes, a tranquil heart brings natural coolness. With you two here, how can my heart find peace? Zhu Su raised his eyes at their voices and caught sight of the considerable swell of Chunx's bosom as she kneaded his shoulders, prompting an involuntary quip. We are merely training Your Highness' willpower. Yes, did Your Highness not ask us to test you before? The two spoke with righteous conviction. Testing a prince like this? You underestimate me. Zhu Su chuckled. What grand spectacles hadn't he witnessed? With only your necks and hands exposed, how could you possibly shake me? Hilarious. My heart remains utterly unmoved. You impudent girl, that's going too far. No further down. That crosses the line. Feeling Chunx's hand daringly creep downward, Zhu Su issued a warning at once. Embarrassed, Chuanqi quickly withdrew her hand. A pang of disappointment struck both women. Did the prince find them lacking? In looks and figure they had been specially selected. Why did he show no interest at all? Little did they know Zhu Su was well aware of the adage, youth wasted in indulgence leaves old age steeped in regret. At the prime age of 14 or 15, he would not squander his vitality on women. While to be honest, he feared that once would lead to countless times. When it came to self-control, Zhu Su had absolutely no. He was at a crucial stage of growth, and indulging in the pleasures of the bedchamber would hardly be beneficial. Yet though he couldn't act on his desires, having beauties by his side was still a source of comfort. Inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from the two women, Zhu Su soon returned to his reading. This left Chuanqi and Qiyue indignant. Could a book truly be more interesting than them? But the chasm in their social standing was too vast, and such words could only be swallowed. Still, they did not lose heart. Summer would pass, and when the cold came, they would have the perfect excuse to warm the prince's bed. Zhu Su had no idea that these two maids harbored such deep ambitions. After reading for a while, he went to the cunning palace to pay his respects. Empress Ma and the crown prince and his wife were in visibly better health than before. Taking their pulses with his skill, he could detect no ailments whatsoever. This was the best possible news for the great Ming. With these three in good health, the tragedies that would otherwise befall them might never come to pass. It was truly lamentable that the founding noble families of the early Ming dynasty would exit the stage of history, and it's over 200 li to Shui. There's no need to rush. Remember what I've told you. Take time to walk through the fields and villages and see how the common folk live. It was a rare occasion for the whole family to share an evening meal together, and Zhu Yuanzhang took the opportunity to remind his sons of the true purpose behind their upcoming ancestral rites. Rest assured, father, your son will seize this chance to learn of the people's hardships. Zhu Biao rose and bowed respectfully. Zhu Su and the others followed suit, repeating the same words. Good. Drink this bowl of wine, then go rest. We set out at first light. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded with satisfaction and raised his bowl. Fortunately, the wine of this era was weak, and the bowl was more symbolic than substantial. Otherwise, a single bowl would have left them all slumped over the table. The next day, Zhu Su and his brothers boarded carriages accompanied by their eunuchs and maids alongside the crown prince, Zhu Biao the prince of Qin, Zhu Shuang the prince of Jinzhu Gang, and the prince of Yanzhudi. Escorted by officials from the Ministry of Rites, the Imperial Guards, and over 1,000 soldiers, they departed from Yingtian Prefecture heading for Shui to conduct the ancestral rites. Had he not seen the 13 guardians of Jiangsu in later generations, he would never have known these two characters were pronounced Su-yi. They looked like they should be read Yu-Tai instead. The Ming dynasty had two ancestral mausoleums. One was the Ming ancestral tomb in Shui, which held the remains of Zhu Yuanzhang's grandfather, great-grandfather, and great-great-grandfather. The other was the Imperial Ming tomb in Fenyang, which housed the remains of Zhu Yuanzhang's parents and his elder brother. Of course, the Ming ancestral tomb had not yet begun large-scale construction. It consisted only of the grave of Zhu Yuanzhang's grandfather Zhu Chuyi along with the cenotaphs of his great-grandfather and great-great-grandfather. The purpose of these ancestral rites was twofold. First, the approaching birthday of Zhu Chuyi. Second, Zhu Yuanzhang used this as an opportunity to send his sons out into the world. Not long after leaving Yingtian, the bustling scenery faded away. Even along the official road, stretches of wasteland appeared. The further north they traveled, the more pronounced this became. It had been barely a decade since Zhu Yuanzhang had taken Yingtian, and only 8 years since the founding of the Great Ming. Even with the people restoring themselves, recovery could not happen overnight. I never imagined that barely 100 li out of Yingtian would already see abandoned farmland by the roadside, Zhu Biao remarked with a sigh during supper that evening. The previous dynasty's emperor was debauched and unjust, and with natural disasters and endless wars the people have suffered greatly. It will take several more years before the land truly recovers. Zhu Su added his agreement. Fifth brother, I heard from father that you suggested relocating people from Shaanxi to regions short on population. The court ministers are still debating it fiercely. Most believe that although the treasury has improved, a large-scale relocation of the populace is still unwise at this time. What are your thoughts? Zhu Biao no longer treated Zhu Su as an inexperienced younger brother, for many of his ideas offered considerable insight. I believe the ministers are right. Now is not the time for large-scale relocation. We could first have each region report its population and land conditions, then prioritize and plan the relocations accordingly. Moving too many people at once may not be beneficial. The primary focus should be on landless peasants. The court could provide settlement allowances, build homes at the destinations, supply seeds and tools, and promise several years of tax exemption. Only by removing their worries would the people be willing to relocate willingly. Zhu Su nodded in agreement. This was inherently a long-term endeavor, not something to be rushed. You and I think alike. Also, since we brothers are away from court, just call me eldest brother. Zhu Biao smiled and nodded, then said to Zhu Su, then I'll follow eldest brother's lead. Zhu Su also found the formal titles of Your Highness and Crown Prince somewhat awkward, but within the palace every word and gesture was observed. Now away from those constraints, he felt far more at ease. After supper they rested at the relay station. They would remain here the next day, when the brothers would officially embark on their incognito inspection. At dawn they changed into commoner clothes obtained by the Imperial Guards. Yet even in coarse hemp garments they hardly resembled ordinary folk. For one thing, few children of common families in this era were raised with such fair, clean complexions, let alone possessing the bearing and manner of speech that set them apart from the average peasant. Fortunately, they were merely touring the area rather than playing the role of undercover agents, so even if the villagers harbored suspicions, it mattered little. Zhu Su even suspected that the villagers knew exactly who their visitors were. Take old man Liu's household for instance. All 5 members were dressed in brand new clothes. That in itself was not unusual, but the child's outfit was noticeably too small. In poor families, clothes were typically made larger so that growing children could wear them longer. Who would make new clothes for a child and have them come out too small? In these times, garments were always tailored to fit. Not to mention the old man kept praising the emperor's wisdom, how taxes had been reduced, how the heavens had blessed the land with good fortune since his majesty took the throne. All of it sounded rehearsed. Still, seeing Zhu Biao in such high spirits, Zhu Su didn't want to spoil the mood. He simply smiled and played with the child, who was sturdy and adorable and remarkably unafraid of strangers. After drinking some water and resting a while, the group prepared to leave. Zhu Biao tried to leave them some money, but they refused. After exchanging thanks and leaving the village, Zhu Biao continued to remark on the simplicity and honesty of the people. After today's experience, Zhu Su held little hope for the rest of their incognito journey. His suspicions proved correct. Over the following days, the villages they visited all presented a similar picture. The people appeared well-fed and well-clothed. Even Zhu Biao gradually sensed something amiss. "Fifth brother, don't you find something odd here?" he asked, unable to hold back as they returned to the relay station that evening. "Eldest brother, I think either the local officials arranged this or father did, to test whether we're truly grounded in understanding the people's condition or just going through the motions." Zhu Su thought to himself, "Finally you've noticed," and shared his speculation. "Then what do you suggest?" Zhu Biao asked, catching on quickly. "Tomorrow it'll claim to be unwell due to the unfamiliar climate. We'll stay here for a couple of days. You should venture further afield, eldest brother. Don't bring too many attendants. Take fourth brother and 2 guards while the rest follow at a distance. Second brother and third brother can head to another location. I think tomorrow will yield some results," Zhu Su said, laying out his plan to Zhu Biao. "Then we'll have to trouble fifth brother to rest here," Zhu Biao said after a moment's thought, agreeing that it was indeed a sound plan. As for the current state of the common folks' lives, Zhu Su could envision it with his eyes closed. Though his memories from a later era were those of a post-90s generation, he was also a rural child raised by his grandparents, having heard countless tales of their childhood hardships. As for the current state of the common folks' lives, Zhu Su could envision it with his eyes closed. Though his memories from a later era were those of a post-90s generation, he was also a rural child raised by his grandparents, having heard countless tales of their childhood hardships. The population then was smaller than in later generations, but grain yields were also meager. 3 to 5 mu of land produced less than a single mu would in the future. Apart from farming, there were virtually no other sources of income. Merely having enough to eat was considered a good life. Pondering anything else was futile. However, upon learning of Zhu Su's illness, local officials came to visit, but he dismissed them, citing discomfort from the previous day's heat. By evening, when Zhu Biao and the others returned, their expressions were grim. "These officials are utterly despicable, treating us like fools." Zhu Biao remained silent, but the second prince, Zhu Shuang, slumped into a chair, fuming. "Second brother, what happened?" Zhu Su inquired, seeing Zhu Shuang's state. "We split up today to observe the people's condition. Eldest brother's group went farther while we stayed nearby. Afternoon, on a whim, I visited that household we saw yesterday, only to find the residents were completely different people. They wore clothes covered in layers of patches, their faces pallid and gaunt," Zhu Gang added, looking equally dejected as he explained to Zhu Su. "What we saw was similar to what second and third brother witnessed. I initially thought our route was just remote, but upon meeting them and comparing notes, we realized we had been deceived. Just days ago, I believed that under father's rule the people were thriving and well-clothed. I never imagined the reality." Zhu Biao gave a wry smile. Beyond the displeasure of being tricked, he felt the immense weight of responsibility pressing down on his shoulders. Peace and prosperity, ample food and clothing. These can define an era of brilliance. But after nearly a century of harsh Mongol rule and years of relentless warfare, the devastation inflicted cannot be healed in just a few short years. Though father remains within the palace, he understands the plight of ordinary families better than any of us. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent us to witness their lives firsthand." Zhu Su naturally understood Zhu Yuanzhang's intentions. His elder brothers had heard their father speak of the people, but they had only heard tales. Hearing is not the same as seeing. Compared to their father's didactic lectures, they trusted them. "We haven't even left Jili yet, and we still don't know how people live elsewhere." Zhu Biao sighed, feeling the burden on his shoulders grow heavier. "Other places are likely much the same. Perhaps life in Jiangnan is somewhat better, but not by much. This is still the early days of the dynasty, with much abandoned land and many people own their fields. But in a few decades, as the population grows and land annexation becomes severe, the people's lives will only get harder." Zhu Su could foresee this clearly. Historians later blamed the fall of the Ming dynasty on various emperors, Tianqi Wanli or Jiajing. In truth, given the many flawed policies Zhu Yuanzhang established from the start, it was remarkable the dynasty survived for over 2 centuries. For instance, the hereditary princes alone commandeered vast expanses of land across the country. In Hunan province, over half the land belonged to the princes. Their estates were tax-exempt, leaving the imperial court unable to collect sufficient revenue. Facing internal peasant uprisings and external Jurchen threats, the court could only resort to raising taxes. Levying the liaison tax, the bandit suppression tax, the more they collected, the poorer the people became. Unable to survive, they became refugees, creating a vicious cycle. And this was only counting the princes, not the scholar gentry class with their tax and corvée exemptions. As depicted in Fanjin passes the imperial exam, a poor scholar who suddenly passes the provincial exam receives gifts of houses and land, instantly transforming from destitution to modest wealth. Such examples were far too numerous. Fifth brother, is land annexation truly inevitable? Zhu Biao, as the heir apparent, was well aware of the issue and suddenly asked Zhu Su. To avoid it, of course, is possible. If all land belonged to the state, with the people holding only cultivation rights and no right to buy or sell, then land annexation would naturally cease to exist. Zhu Su replied with a smile. That's impossible. Zhu Su's suggestion was as good as saying nothing. How could all land possibly belong to the state? Though people say all under heaven is the king's land, if you dared to touch the people's fields, not even the emperor, let alone the son of heaven himself, could get away with it. If that's impossible, then the only alternatives are to make the wealthy and powerful disdain the meager returns from land or for the court to swiftly provide disaster relief whenever calamities strike. No one willingly sells their land unless absolutely desperate. Only when the government fails and the people can't survive do they sell their fields to the wealthy and become tenant farmers. Another method is to increase grain yields. For instance, a mu currently yields 1 to 2 dan. If it could yield 3 or 4 dan, or even more, then even during famines families with surplus grain wouldn't need to sell their land to survive. Zhu Su knew that public land ownership was impossible in this era, so he proposed these two alternative approaches. Your points are valid, but they are not easy to implement. Zhu Biao looked at Zhu Su. Before their departure, Zhu Yuanzhang had mentioned that the fifth prince occasionally had brilliant ideas, and if he had any questions he could consult him. But now hearing Zhu Su's answers, Zhu Biao felt that his younger brother spoke of simple solutions without explaining how to achieve them. His tutors had also mentioned these methods, but when it came to specifics they only spoke in platitudes about the crown prince needing to care for the world and its people. What he wanted to know were concrete measures, not empty rhetoric. Indeed, it's not easy. If it were, this problem wouldn't have presented, but we can think outside the box. For example, if we can't increase yield per mu, then we can increase the amount of land each person owns. Zhu Su could discuss future matters with Zhu Yuanzhang, but with Zhu Biao, he had to maintain strict secrecy. He couldn't even mention high-yield crops from the new continent. No wonder you told the second and third brothers about expanding outward. That is indeed one approach. But war is costly and harmful to the people, which is not a good thing. Zhu Biao somewhat agreed with this idea, but also felt it was inappropriate. His education was rooted in traditional Confucianism emphasizing harmony, propriety, the celestial empire, and the barbarians beyond. In essence, our celestial empire was the best, and all outside were uncivilized barbarians unworthy of our attention. Attacking them would be beneath us. War inevitably exhausts resources and burdens the people, yet it can also yield tremendous gains. To draw an imperfect analogy, it is much like opening a shop to conduct business. Renting a premises costs money, furnishing it with tables, benches, and stock requires capital, and hiring a bookkeeper and shop assistants all demand expenditure. These are all necessary preliminary investments. The same applies to expanding our territory. I have never heard of a conquest achieved without spending a single soldier or coin. Most people within our borders are farmers. Many believe that even if we were to occupy the grasslands beyond the Great Wall, there would be little benefit, and governing them would be exceedingly troublesome. But with the grasslands, our heartland would never lack cattle, sheep, horses, or mules. Even the mountainous regions hold value, for mineral deposits are typically found in the hills. Who knows what riches lie hidden in those places? Zhu Su observed Zhu Biao, aware that despite the emperor's constant guidance, his eldest brother had been steeped in Confucian learning since childhood. Those great scholars could expound on philosophy, but nurturing an emperor was a different matter altogether. Fifth brother makes a valid point. It's getting late. I shall go change my clothes, and we can prepare for the meal. Zhu Biao offered Zhu Su a smile, then rose and departed. Seeing this, Zhu Su understood that Zhu Biao clearly disagreed with his views, but was too polite to voice his objection directly, using the excuse of changing clothes to take his leave. Fifth brother, I too shall go change. I've been out all day and am drenched in sweat. Zhu Shuang chuckled as he stood up and also left the room. The third and fourth princes also rose to follow. After a few steps, the fourth prince turned back, gave Zhu Su a thumbs up, clearly signaling his support. Fourth brother, what use is your support? You are not the emperor. Zhu Su forced a smile, thinking to himself, if the current Zhu Biao were the Zhu Di of several decades later, he would surely endorse my ideas. In that future era, the great Ming dynasty was expanding its borders abroad and commanded a formidable ocean. The fleets of Magellan or Columbus would not even be worthy of carrying its shoes. It was the zenith of ancient China's official maritime power, capable of establishing the Old Port Pacification Superintendency. Many might not know that after Zheng He's death, the one who sought to revive the western voyages was Zhu Qizhen, the war god of Tumu Fortress. Unfortunately, the ships had just been built when a sizable rebellion erupted in Fujian, and the plan was shelved indefinitely. When he later regained power and wished to restart the plan, most of the ships built in his early years had already fallen into disrepair. From that point onward, the great Ming dynasty lacked the capability to organize such large-scale expeditions ever again. The crown prince was indeed the crown prince. During the meal, Zhu Biao's face showed no trace of the earlier gloom, as if the day's events had never occurred. This was not because Zhu Biao was callous, but rather he did not wish his younger brothers to perceive his negative state, nor did he want his own mood to affect theirs. After dinner, returning to his room, Zhu Biao began to write furiously, recounting his experiences and observations, and denouncing the local officials for their duplicity. Once the letter was completed, it was dispatched that very night. By noon the next day, Zhu Yuanzhang had already received. After reading the letter, Zhu Yuanzhang did not grow angry, but instead smiled and nodded. He had received letters from several of his sons a few days prior, and was not in the best of moods, as they had failed to see such obvious flaws. Only Zhu Su in his letter had pointed out the various inconsistencies and suggested the possibility of deception by the local authorities. It appeared the crown prince was also astute, albeit a few days slower than the fifth prince, but the letter had arrived nonetheless. If he had returned without noticing anything amiss, he would have been deemed unqualified as crown prince. Fortunately, the crown prince had proven himself competent. Zhu Yuanzhang even believed that Zhu Biao had acted out of prudence, verifying the facts before reporting back, a display of great composure. Of course, this was purely a case of beauty is in the eye of the beholder. To a father, his own children are always perfect. After uncovering the official's deception, Zhu Biao accelerated the pace of his inspection tour. He would only make brief visits to nearby villages. Naturally, not all officials were corrupt, some refrained from such tactics. Whenever he encountered such honest officials, he would note down their names. These individuals were candidates for future promotion, or perhaps for more significant roles later on. In a sense, they were under special observation. They soon arrived at Shui and settled in the county town, awaiting the ancestral rites the next day. Zhu Qi himself would surely never have believed that decades after his death, he would be posthumously honored as an emperor. Apart from Zhu Qi, the tombs of the other two ancestors were merely symbolic cenotaphs, as the Ming ancestral mausoleum was currently just a designated site, without any construction other than a large area of enclosed land. The scale of the tomb itself was only slightly grander than that of an average commoner. Zhu Su along with his 4 elder brothers participated in the ancestral rites. Guided by officials from the Ministry of Rites, the ceremony lasted nearly 4 hours before it was concluded. After spending 2 days in Shui, the group began their journey back. The return trip took considerably less time than the outward journey. Ever since learning of the official's deception, Zhu Biao had lost much of his initial enthusiasm. He had been pondering whether there might be a better way to prevent land annexation. Yet after much deliberation, he realized that the proposals Zhu Su had put forward were indeed the most suitable. Among them, the one with the least difficulty was in fact the strategy of expansion through conquest. This piqued his curiosity once more. How did the young 5th prince come to know so much? A few days later, the group returned to Yingtian Prefecture. Civil and military officials lined the road outside Yingtian to welcome them. Zhu Biao once again assumed the dignified bearing befitting a crown prince. However, Zhu Su knew that his brother was certainly not as calm as he appeared. In retrospect, the ancestral visit had been largely smooth save for the few corrupt officials. Zhu Yuanzhang even arranged a special family banquet summoning the 5 brothers to dine together in the cunning palace. Tell me, what have you observed and learned on this journey? After the meal began, Zhu Yuanzhang inquired about the gains from there. Your Majesty, your son has failed your trust. Both on the journey there and back, I was deceived by the local officials. Zhu Biao could contain himself no longer. He rose to confess his fault, recounting the events of the journey and calling for severe punishment for those officials. There is no need to revisit this matter. It was all arranged by me. I wanted to see how long it would take you to realize that the results show that you performed admirably. You noticed the discrepancy, but kept your composure and did not raise a fuss. I am very pleased with you. This was my way of teaching you that sometimes what you see is not necessarily the truth. Zhu Yuanzhang said to Zhu Biao with a smile. Hearing that it was indeed the emperor's doing, Zhu Biao was momentarily stunned. He then recalled that on the day he sensed something was wrong, Zhu Su had also analyzed that it was either the official's deception or a test from the emperor. He never expected that his guess would hit the mark. Although I've never held an official post, I know a thing or two about how officials below me think. When superiors come to inspect, their deception and fraud are all too common. From now on, you must discern the truth from the multitude of memorials presented to you. You must also gather information from various channels, cross-reference it, and judge who is telling the truth. The hour you are the crown prince, the future emperor. If you are deceived by those beneath you and believe everything they say, you will be rendered a puppet ruler. Remember what I'm telling you today. Don't trust what they say, but watch what they do and understand how they do it. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Biao, imparting all his hard-earned wisdom. It was evident he was in good spirits today, not even minding that Zhu Su and the other 3 were present. The same goes for you 4 as well. The common folk often blame corrupt officials for the misdeeds done below. But you are different. You are princes. If your subordinates commit misdeeds behind your backs, they will be blamed on you. Because the people in your fiefs live close to you, they will think, if we commoners know about this, how could the princes not? Don't think that just because you are my sons I will turn a blind eye to your wrongdoings in your territories. I will not hesitate to sever the bonds of father and son. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes held a clear warning as he finished. Rest assured, father. Your son will always put the people first and never commit any wrongdoing. Zhu Su was the first to speak, his tone earnest. In his memories of a past life, he had been an ordinary man, well aware of how helpless the common folk were against the powerful and influential. In this era of imperial supremacy, the saying princes and commoners are equal before the law was nothing but a joke. Perhaps the law was the same, but the punishments were vastly different. Old Zhu in particular could order the execution of meritorious officials without batting an eye, yet he was exceptionally good to his own descendants. Take his second brother Zhu Shuang for example. He committed heinous crimes. If anyone else had done even one of them, they would have met a terrible end. Zhu Yuanzhang merely executed his daughter-in-law, while Zhu Shuang continued his misdeeds in Xian. Many say Zhu Yuanzhang was the most benevolent emperor to his people, even allowing them to travel to the capital to appeal directly, with local officials required to escort them. The policy was indeed good, but in ancient times, unless absolutely necessary, who would willingly travel 1,000 miles to the capital to lodge a complaint? Such cases were usually those that local authorities couldn't resolve. And how would those they accused, or the local officials themselves, ever allow them to go to the capital? Your son also vows never to commit any wrongdoing. The other three quickly echoed. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded with great satisfaction and bade them rise. Zhu Su glanced at his second brother, Zhu Shuang, whose eyes were clear, suggesting his words were sincere. What was it that would transform this second brother into the man he became after taking up his post? Was it truly the seduction of his concubine Lady Deng? Or was it because after the crown prince's death, he wasn't appointed as his successor, breeding resentment within him? Zhu Su couldn't know. What he didn't realize was that while he was looking at his second brother, Zhu Yuanzhang was watching him. Seeing Zhu Su like this, Zhu Yuanzhang frowned slightly. What about the second son had caught the fifth son's attention? According to the Jinyuai's reports, the second son had done nothing out of the ordinary these past few days, behaving well throughout the journey and staying within the bounds of propriety at his residence in the capital. He would have to ask the fifth son about this later. Unaware that he had been noticed by Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Su finished his meal with a sigh and returned to his own quarters. The next day after his lessons, Zhu Su was about to have lunch when Wang Quan arrived, saying that old Zhu wanted to see him. Zhu Su didn't dare delay and immediately followed Wang Quan to the Qinqing Palace. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I haven't either. Come, let's eat and talk. Zhu Yuanzhang called out cheerfully. If there was one habit Zhu Yuanzhang had retained from his old days, it was his eating. He never indulged in lavish feasts, preferring simple farmhouse dishes, and he especially loved the meals cooked by Empress Ma's own hands. Wang Quan, being astute, quietly waved his hand behind him, and soon only Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Su, father and son, remained in the Qinqing Palace. Try this dish your mother made herself. Ever since you told her to eat more nutritious food, she's had tofu and fish in almost every meal. Today it's Crucian carp stewed with tofu. It's absolutely delicious. Zhu Yuanzhang pointed at a dish with his chopsticks. Then I must try it. Zhu Su didn't stand on ceremony, deciding to fill his stomach first before dealing with whatever his father wanted. Eating the pancakes and dishes made by Empress Ma herself, Zhu Su had to admit her cooking was far superior to the meals from the court of imperial entertainments. Seeing Zhu Su eating with such gusto, the smile on Zhu Yuanzhang's face widened. Soon both father and son were full and satisfied, having even finished the fish soup between them. After the attendants had cleared the table, Zhu Yuanzhang finally spoke slowly. During this trip to Shui for ancestor worship, you were the first to notice something amiss. Tell me, how did you know? Your son recalls from his memories of a past life that the common folk in ancient times didn't live well. On the days we visited the farmers' homes, it wasn't just that they had surplus grain. They also had new clothes to wear. You suffered hardship as a child, so you should know that children being in their growing years rarely have clothes made that don't fit. And even if they don't fit, they'd be made larger, not smaller. Also, despite their new clothes, I noticed their expressions weren't at ease. They spoke cheerful words, but there was a hint of worry in their eyes. Zhu Su laid out his suspicions. You've observed very carefully. Was there anything else that seemed off? Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and continued asking. Also, on the day I pretended to be sick, second brother went out during the day and returned in the evening, saying that one household had even changed all its people. Your son felt that couldn't have been arranged by you. You have always loved the people like your own children. Even if you had them put on an act, you would never take back the clothes and grain, let alone replace all the people in the household. Zhu Su had been pondering this matter for days. After hearing Zhu Yuanzhang personally admit yesterday that he had arranged it, he became even more convinced that something was wrong. You guessed right, that wasn't arranged by me. I didn't want to test you all, but I wouldn't be stingy with a few bolts of cloth or a few In fact, I didn't make arrangements for every household along the way. That would have been too conspicuous. I did want you to see the hardships of the people, but testing you was just a side benefit. It was the local officials who, upon learning that you toured the area at each stop, took it upon themselves to stage this charade. That county magistrate has already been taken into custody and escorted to the capital. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su with great satisfaction, a look of appreciation on his face. Father is wise. Zhu Su quickly flattered him. Hearing this, Zhu Su knew that county magistrate wouldn't fare well. I called you here for another matter as well. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su, ready to reveal the real reason for the summons. Zhu Su remained silent, simply looking at Zhu Yuanzhang. Last night at dinner, I noticed you often looked at your second brother. Is there something off about him, or do you foresee something happening to him that you have discerned? Second brother actually has a rather poor reputation in the future. What terrible deeds has he committed to deserve such a reputation? If he were not the Qin Wang, the things he has done would warrant the extermination of his entire clan. After his passing, the emperor personally conferred upon him the posthumous title of pity. Let me explain in simple terms what Zhu Heng did in history. Do tell us in detail. Upon hearing the words about the extermination of his clan, Zhu Yuanzhang gripped the armrest of his chair tightly. I only remember vaguely second brother in his fief forced the common people to buy gold and silver, leading many to sell their children out of desperation. Many could not bear the suffering and sought refuge at the Wangfu. He commanded his men to brutally suppress these commoners, resulting in the death of an elderly man and the capture of over 100 others. During the expedition to the Western barbarians, he abducted 300 young boys and girls. All the boys were castrated, with many perishing due to poor recovery. Zhu Heng indulged in extravagant construction at the Wangfu and amused himself by tormenting palace maids alongside his consort Deng. To please Deng, he even sent people along the coast to buy pearls, leaving many families in ruin. He had people make clothing for the empress to wear and fashioned his bed into one with 5-clawed dragons. He abused his power within the Wangfu, cutting out the tongues of palace maids, burying them in snow to freeze, tying them to trees to starve, and burning them alive. The criminals in the Qin Wangfu were silenced to prevent any disclosure of his misdeeds in his fief. Zhu Hong's misdeeds have come to light. This Deng Yu actually raised a daughter who brings calamity to the nation, comparable to Daji and Bao Si. And that Wang family, how can the principal wife be so incompetent as to manage the harem? Zhu Yuanzhang slammed the imperial desk, speaking loudly. Isn't this a bit biased? You're blaming your daughter-in-law for your son's actions. Why do you look at me like that? After Zhu Yuanzhang lost his temper, he noticed Zhu Hong's gaze was off, and asked if a woman like Deng were to be a consort in the harem, would the emperor be willing to do such things for her? Of course not. Why would I harm the common people for someone like her? Zhu Yuanzhang answered without hesitation, but then realized the implication, and said, displeased, speak directly, there's no need to go around in circles. Clearly father has already recognized the issue at hand. Throughout history, virtuous empresses have always matched wise rulers like Emperor Taizong of Tang and my own mother, who were both such exemplary figures alongside their husbands. Second brother is not a child, he knows what can and cannot be done. If he served Deng as empress because he couldn't become the crown prince after the passing of elder brother, then his other actions of extorting the people and torturing palace maids are indeed his own faults. As for the Wang family, they are originally Mongolian, and second brother has never liked her, so he naturally wouldn't treat her as a principal wife. It is pitiful that she never received second brother's affection and even followed him in death after his passing. Zhu Hong always felt it was unfair to blame a woman for a man's actions. Be it Bao Si, Su Daji, or Yang Yuhuan, they should not bear the blame. If the emperor is foolish, what does that have to do with women? Of course, much of what is said about Bao Si and Su Daji is largely fabricated. The tale of the beacon and the feudal lords is hardly credible. Surely I know the primary blame lies with your second brother, but Deng also bears some responsibility. If she had counseled him from the side, would he have committed so many evils? Zhu Yuanzhang glared at Zhu Hong. While his son indeed had some faults, Deng was not blameless either. There is one more matter. I wish to ask father to abolish the practice of burial with the deceased. Zhu Hong did not directly respond to Zhu Yuanzhang's issue, but instead began discussing another matter. Do you know why we implemented burial with the deceased? Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, is it interference from the harem? Zhu Yuanzhang thought for a moment, and concluded that was likely the only reason. Certainly not. The previous dynasty's court was decadent, with emperors often summoning ministers' wives and concubines into the palace and consorts harboring monks and Taoists in the palace. I fear the same might happen in the Ming dynasty's harem, which is why I decided that consorts who have not borne children should be buried with the deceased. Dying of hunger is a small matter, losing virtue is a significant one. With the 3 guidelines and 5 constants in place, moreover, I am not unkind to the consorts who are buried. All of them can have their families granted hereditary titles of 1,000 households in the Jinui. This is also what I wanted to say. In this dynasty, palace maids are not allowed to leave the palace. Many die of old age within. Why not draw from the previous dynasty system and allow women over 25 who have not received favor to return home? This is also what I wanted to say. In this dynasty, palace maids are not allowed to leave the palace. Many die of old age within. Why not draw from the previous dynasty system and allow women over 25 who have not received favor to return home? Father is the son of heaven, and all the people beneath heaven are his subjects. It should not be so. Furthermore, the practice of foot-binding among the common people is also a vile custom that should be vigorously abolished. What Cheng said is not necessarily all correct. Mencius stated, respect the elder as you would wish others to respect your elders, care for the young as you would wish others to care for your young. Confucius also said, do not impose on others what you do not desire yourself. Zhu Hong gently shook his head, expressing his thoughts. Mencius' sayings are often absurd. I have long removed him from being honored alongside Confucius. You should also avoid reading Mencius' fallacies in the future. I understand your brother's situation now, but you should also advise him when you can. You may leave now. Zhu Yuanzhang was initially somewhat swayed, but upon hearing Zhu Hong mention Mencius, he grew displeased and ordered Zhu Hong to leave. Zhu Hong rose to take his leave. Upon exiting the palace, he still did not understand why Zhu Yuanzhang had such an aversion to Mencius. Logically, Zhu Yuanzhang, born into poverty, should recognize the need to treat the common people well and uphold Mencius' teachings. As he walked, he felt as if he began to understand. Zhu Yuanzhang was a very contradictory person. On one hand, he knew he should treat the common people well. But on the other hand, after becoming emperor, he had to be wary of the common people. Just as Zhao Kuangyin was cautious of military generals, Zhu Yuanzhang disliked the idea of the people being valued above the state, and the emperor being regarded lightly. Ultimately, it is like a dragon slayer becoming a dragon himself, fearing others would slay dragons, and naturally not wanting the ideology of dragon slaying to be propagated. It seems that doing something beneficial for future generations is a long and arduous task. After Zhu Su left, Zhu Yuanzhang sat in the Qianqing palace restless and agitated, unable to focus on the memorials before him. He was reluctant to believe that what Zhu Su had spoken was true, for the veracity of his words could not be ascertained. There was no doubt that when the 5th prince had been ill, he had dreamed of the future. Whether it was white sugar, sea cucumber powder, flintlock guns, steam engines, telescopes, or clocks. These were all things never heard of before. But could his claims of Zhu Dis rebellion and the deeds of the second prince truly come to pass? If what he said was true, that should the eldest son pass away, the unborn Zhu Yuanzhang would prove unworthy, that he himself would grow wary of Zhu Di, that the second prince would fall from favor due to his misdeeds, and that the third prince would either die before him or meet with some unforeseen accident. Then could it be that the fifth prince, relying on his foreknowledge, had been quietly laying his schemes all along, and in the end the throne would fall into his hands? And what of Su Da? Originally he had intended to marry Su Miaoyun to the fourth prince, but now she was wed to the fifth. If he himself did not live to see the 31st year of Hongwu as predicted, with Su Da as his father-in-law, who could possibly stand against him? Perhaps it was with Su Da's assistance that the fourth prince would have succeeded to the throne in the future. The more Zhu Yuanzhang pondered, the more alarmed he became. If this were so, would he not be led by the nose by his own fifth prince? He had always wished to remain in the capital, and with Su Da's support, seizing power would be effortless. With all the feudal princes gathered in the capital, they could be captured in one fell swoop. At this thought, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes turned icy cold. Had it been the fifth prince of old, he would have believed such treachery impossible. But the current fifth prince bore memories of a future life. It was hard to guarantee that ambitions of emperorship would not arise within him. His claims of having no ambition, of not desiring the throne, perhaps they were merely meant to lull him into complacency. At this thought, Zhu Yuanzhang even entertained the notion of having Zhu Su eliminated, but he immediately shook his head. What if he was wrong? What if the fifth prince harbored no such intentions? And what if everything he had said was true? Regardless, the boy was still his own son. How could he entertain such a thought? Yet whether or not he harbored such ambitions as he himself had said, he would not rebel while he was emperor, nor would he rebel should Biao ascend the throne. But what if a future emperor sought to reduce the power of the feudal princes? Would he willingly submit? The more Zhu Yuanzhang dwelled on it, the more agitated he became. He felt as though he were possessed by a demon. Finally, he rose, setting aside all thoughts, and went out for a stroll to clear his mind. Back at his residence, Zhu Su remained unaware that he had just brushed past the gates of death. Nevertheless, the events of the day still filled him with trepidation. He had never expected that a mere extra glance at the second prince would be so keenly detected by Zhu Yuanzhang. He regretted having told him about dreaming of a life lived centuries in the future. Yet knowing he possessed the power to alter the fate of the great Ming, or even the entire nation, he could not simply stand by idly. Only by revealing the truth could he earn Zhu Yuanzhang's trust, and with the emperor's support, he could accomplish great things. To give the simplest example, without the emperor's backing, he could not even produce a flintlock. Had he approached the imperial workshops on his own, Zhu Yuanzhang would have received word that very day and come to question his intentions. Rather than that, it was far better to be forthright and inform him directly. Upon reflection, he concluded that he had done nothing wrong, and so Zhu Su put the matter aside. It was not until dusk that he went to pay his respects to Empress Ma. To his surprise, he found that all his brothers were present except for Zhu Biao. Only he had been missing. After exchanging formal greetings, Zhu Su obediently took his place beside Zhu Di. "Shonghua, why have you gathered all the children here? What is the matter?" Sensing the tense atmosphere, Empress Ma could not help. "It concerns the fifth prince. When I infected him, I gave little thought to it, and named him the Prince of Wu. By all rights, this title should not be an issue. However, I neglected to consider that the Wu region is the financial heart of our great Ming. Establishing his princedom there would greatly diminish future state revenues. What say I grant you a different fiefdom instead?" Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su and asked with a smile. "Everything is subject to your majesty's decision." Zhu Su knew this had happened in history. He had later been reinfected as the Prince of Zhou. "Then what title would you desire?" Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in satisfaction and asked. "The title bestowed upon your son is naturally for your majesty to decide." Was a title something one could simply request for oneself? Zhu Su had initially intended to ask for the title of Prince of Zhou, just as in history. But on second thought, something seemed amiss. The king of Zhou was indeed a vassal king, yet in the Zhou dynasty the Zhou king was the son of heaven, reigning supreme above all other feudal lords. And so he promptly deferred entirely to Zhu Yuanzhang's decision. Leaving it all to me makes it rather difficult. Among princely titles, those of the 5 hegemons of the spring and autumn period and the 7 powers of the warring states are the most revered: Shi Chu, Yan Han, Zhao Wei, and Qing. I had considered granting you the title of Prince of Wei, for it would be most fitting, but your father-in-law Su De already holds the title of Duke of Wei. Han was the smallest of the 7 powers, and Song, one of the 5 hegemons, was the dynastic title of the previous dynasty, making it unsuitable for you as well. After much deliberation, I have settled on granting you the title of Prince of Zhou. What do you think?" Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su and revealed his intentions. "Your son respectfully submits that although Zhou is a princely title, it is also the title of the Son of Heaven. Bestowing it upon your son would be inappropriate." Zhu Su thought to himself that history was repeating itself, yet he still voiced his objections. "There is nothing inappropriate about it. By your reasoning, since Qin conquered the 6 states and unified the realm, does that mean your second brother must also slay all his brothers to become emperor?" Zhu Yuanzhang said with a beaming smile. "Father, your son would never dare harbor such treacherous thoughts. I am willing to be reinfected with the title of any other feudal lord." His words sent Zhu Shuang falling to his knees with a thud in fright. "What are you afraid of? Li Shimin was the Prince of Qin, a man who rendered great service in the founding of the Tang dynasty. He had the credentials to seize power. By your logic, Yang Guang was also the Prince of Jin. Zhu Yuanzhang's smile did not fade as he cited another emperor. Father, your son is also willing to be reinfected with the title of any other feudal lord. Zhu Gang also fell to his knees with a thud. Alas, what are you all doing? I was merely jesting. It is only a title. Why must you take it so seriously? This matter with the fifth prince began because of you. What do you propose we do? Zhu Yuanzhang let out a sigh, and then turned his gaze to Zhu Su. In response to your majesty, even if my fiefdom were not in the Wu region under your majesty's system, I would still receive considerable lands which would equally impact the state's tax revenues. I am willing to have all future properties of my princely household pay taxes just like ordinary citizens. Zhu Su did not know what Zhu Yuanzhang truly intended, but he knew that Zhu Yuanzhang was not a man given to casual jesting, let alone joking with his own sons. Since he had raised the issue of taxes, the solution was simply to pay them. I too am willing to pay taxes like ordinary citizens. All four brothers fell to their knees together. They believed Zhu Su's guess was correct. Their father was concerned about the tax revenues, and so they spoke in unison. I'm pleased that you all think this way. Since you insist, let it be done. Tomorrow at court you shall draft the memorials accordingly, and present them together. Fifth son, accompany me for a walk. The rest of you may return. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded with satisfaction and gave, what do you think of my approach? The princes will pay taxes as usual, so the court's revenue won't dwindle too much in the After walking for a while, Zhu Yuanzhang posed the question to Zhu Su. Father, your wisdom is profound. However, the prince's tax exemption is only part of the problem. The rest lies with the gentry. Zhu Su certainly thought the plan was good, but a portion of the issue remained unresolved. If my own sons and grandsons pay taxes, why shouldn't they? According to their scholarly titles, be it Xiucai Jiren or Jinshi, they shall be granted reductions of 1/5, 1/3, and half respectively. That is more than generous. Zhu Yuanzhang's face showed disdain. Had it not been for his own humble origins and the precedent of scholar privileges from the Song dynasty, he would not have maintained such a policy. However, with the three great maladies of the Song dynasty, excess officials, excess troops, and excess expenditure, serving as a cautionary tale, he had to be more vigilant. Father, your wisdom is truly profound. By taxing scholars according to three grades, Xiucai, Jiren, and Jinshi, those most numerous were exempted the least while those fewest were exempted the most. This approach would maximize the maintenance of the court's fiscal health while offering some concession to the literati. If one felt the exemption was too small, they could study harder and strive for a higher title. Everyone says I am sagacious, but where is my sagacity? These past days I've been pondering the malpractices you spoke of. Upon reflection, you are right. Now only 9 of you are in theft as princes, but your sons will have sons, and their sons will have sons, an unending line. So I've devised several measures. First, the number of wives and concubines shall be fixed. A prince may have 1 principal consort, 2 secondary consorts, and no more than 4 concubines. A general may have 1 wife and 1 secondary wife. As for commandants, 1 wife suffices. The eldest legitimate son of each rank shall inherit the title. Other legitimate sons shall inherit 1 rank lower, sons of secondary consorts 2 ranks lower, and sons of concubines 3 ranks lower. Furthermore, abolish the ranks of defender commandant and supporter commandant, retaining only the service commandant. The service commandant title shall be hereditary for 2 generations. After the 3rd generation, the descendants will only be recorded in the clan registry, hold no title, and may pursue their own livelihoods with a modest tax exemption privilege. Since the imperial clan must pay taxes, they won't have the wealth to support numerous wives and concubines, nor will they spend their days in idleness and procreation. This way the expenditure on the imperial clan will remain within manageable limits. What do you think? Zhu Yuanzhang laid out the plan he had been mulling over for days. If these reforms are implemented as you say, Father, the imperial clan will no longer be a burden on the great Ming. Zhu Su nodded. If one were to speak of ruthlessness, Zhu Yuanzhang was indeed the most ruthless. In Zhu Su's view, as long as the service commandant title was not made hereditary, the clan issue could be greatly alleviated. He had not expected Zhu Yuanzhang to nearly overturn the entire existing clan policy. Take Zhu Su himself as an example. The sons born by Su Miaoyun, the eldest, would be a prince while the rest would be commanders. The sons of secondary consorts would be defender generals, and the sons of concubines would become supporter generals. Forget the old 7 generations. The son of a concubine's son would already be reduced to a service commandant. In other words, while Zhu Su was a prince, his grandson might become the lowest ranked service commandant. His grandson's grandson would still be a service commandant, and the next generation would become commoners. Counting from Zhu Su, that would be 6 generations, by which time they would be beyond the 5 degrees of mourning kinship with the then reigning prince. It was curious that starting from Zhu Di, the emperors of the Ming dynasty had few sons. Most of the burden in later times was actually left behind by Zhu Yuanzhang. Later generations speculated that Zhu Di's construction of the new palace in Beijing, the Forbidden City, which extensively used red paint containing high levels of mercury, might have led to his sparse progeny. However, he didn't need to worry about such matters as he had no desire to become emperor. When did the 3rd son pass away? Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly asked while Zhu Su was lost in thought. In the 31st year of Hongwu. Zhu Su answered instinctively. No wonder the fourth son became so restless upon hearing that. Zhu Yuanzhang remarked coolly. Zhu Su quickly realized that Zhu Yuanzhang, while seemingly speaking of Zhu Di, was also subtly warning him. Historically, after Zhu Biao's death, the second Prince Qin, Prince Zhu Shuang, and the third Prince Jin, Prince Zhu Gang, also predeceased Zhu Yuanzhang. According to the principle of primogeniture, Zhu Di should have inherited the throne. But Zhu Yuanzhang had appointed a grand imperial grandson instead, which had displeased Zhu Shuang. After the second and third princes died, it was Zhu Di who became discontented. But now, because he had spoken of Zhu Di's future Jingnan rebellion and the second prince's future misdeeds, things were different. With the first, second, and third princes all predeceasing Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di bearing a criminal record that would draw special scrutiny, the principle of cui bono, who benefits most, is the prime suspect, came into play. By that logic, the greatest beneficiary was himself. With 3 elder brothers dead, or out of favor, he, the fifth prince, had even taken the fourth prince's wife, and the Grand Marshal Su De had become his father-in-law. Moreover, he was the Prince of Wu with his fief nearing Tian. If he harbored any rebellious intentions, he would be the most likely to launch a Jingnan-style campaign. In truth, your son believes the Prince of Zhou and the Prince of Han, as appointed by your majesty, would also be suitable. At this thought, Zhu Su immediately backed down. Zhu Yuanzhang wouldn't kill his own sons, but who knew if he might think Zhu Su was possessed by a ghost. If he were to be confined, life without freedom would be meaningless. We'll discuss this another day. Your voluntary offer to pay taxes has already been a great help to me. Hearing Zhu Su's response, Zhu Yuanzhang felt satisfied. He was not afraid that Zhu Su knew of his suspicions. In his view, Zhu Su was undoubtedly a clever man. Knowing of the suspicion, he would not do anything foolish. If possible, your son would rather go overseas to spread the Zhu family's lineage. Zhu Yuanzhang's words did little to reassure Zhu Su, so he proposed another suggestion. Nonsense. Do you take me for such a petty man? Zhu Yuanzhang glared at Zhu Su. You think you can run far away? Not a chance. You'll stay right under my watchful eye. Father, your heart is as vast as the ocean. How could you ever be petty? Zhu Su chuckled, flattering. Zhu Yu, enough with the flattery. It's getting late. Go back and have your meal. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand with a smile, dismissing Zhu Su. Watching Zhu Su's retreating figure, Zhu Yuanzhang's smile faded. Fifth son, I hope you harbor no improper thoughts. Only after he was out of Zhu Yuanzhang's sight did Zhu Su breathe a sigh of relief. No wonder they say serving a monarch is like lying beside a tiger. Even as his own son, he was treated this way. The court officials must be trembling in fear before Zhu Yuanzhang. This damned weather is sweltering. My back is soaked through. Zhu Su muttered complaints as he hurried back to his quarters. To prosper, one need not buy fertile fields. Within books, there are stores of grain. To live in peace, one need not build grand halls. Within books, there are houses of gold. When venturing out, do not fret over lack of companions. Within books, there are carriages and horses in abundance. To take a wife, do not worry over the absence of a good matchmaker. Within books, there are maidens fair as jade. A man who wishes to fulfill his life's ambitions should diligently study the 6 classics by his window. This is the exhortation to study written by Emperor Renzong of Song Zhaozhen. The great Song dynasty, from Zhao Kuangyan's emphasis on civil over martial affairs to Zhao Guanji's evolution into valuing culture and belittling the military. The status of civil officials soared so much so that Han Qi, facing Di Qing, who pleaded for his subordinates, uttered those words, "Only he who is proclaimed champion at the East Flower Gate is a true son." It was also from the Song dynasty that civil officials were treated with great favor, their salaries so high that Ming dynasty officials would salivate with envy. For instance, a 5th-rank official received a monthly salary of 16 shur of grain. This was the entirety of an official's emolument. If one needed to support coachmen and the like, it had to come out of one's own pocket. In the mid to late period, allowances for firewood and grooms were added, subsidizing each person with 12 taels annual. In contrast, in the Great Song, a 5th-rank prefect's base salary was only a few dozen taels, but monthly he received 30 guan in supplementary pay, 7 shur of rice, 10 shur of flour, and 10 sheep. Not to mention the seasonal clothing allowances and public funds for entertaining guests. A prefect could receive 150 taels annually plus tens of qing of official farmland. This does not even include the tax exemptions granted to those with scholarly honors. No wonder Song dynasty officials lived so freely, leading a hound bearing a falcon adorned in brocade caps and sable furs, 1,000 riders sweeping across the plains. Ming officials probably wished they could have been born 300 years earlier to live in the Great Song. But reality is cruel, especially today at court, when a memorial from the Prince of Wu, Zhu Su, left these civil officials utterly stunned. The Wu region is a crucial tax base for the court. I request that all bestowed lands and properties pay taxes as usual to fill the national treasury. Before they could even react, the Prince of Qin, Prince of Jin, and Prince of Yin also submitted memorials. The memorials were written with deep sincerity, stating that as imperial clan members of the Great Ming, they should take the lead in paying taxes, otherwise over time the court's tax revenues would inevitably suffer severe losses. Logically, with the princes being so considerate of the court, the officials should have immediately showered Zhu Yuanzhang with flattery to please him. But now the 3 grand counselors of the civil service stood as if deaf, motionless. Were they moved? Moved? Did they dare to act? They dared not. To be honest, they were truly moved, especially since the last time Zhu Su stated in the Grand Hall that the Great Ming was doomed to fail, using the Imperial clan as an example in calculating the figures for Zhu Yuanzhang. Privately, they had pondered this matter too, but only in thought. Old Zhu was not one for gentle persuasion. If you advised him not to be so generous to his descendants, you might as well test how sharp his blade was. Now that several feudal princes had jointly submitted a memorial requesting to pay taxes, as usual, it was evidently approved by Zhu Yuanzhang. Once he made the decision, it would mean significantly increased tax revenue for the court each year. Did they truly dare to act? They truly dared not. If you flattered Zhu Yuanzhang, he might retort, "My sons are all doing this, shouldn't you all show some commitment too?" As long as it didn't affect everyone's interests, it was all well and good. But the court's salaries were indeed not high, and many relied on tax exemptions for additional income. If they truly had to pay taxes like everyone else, what was the point of 10 years of arduous study? Was it really to ordain conscience for heaven and earth, secure life and fortune for the people, continue the lost teachings of past sages, and establish peace for all future generations? Such phrases were often on everyone's lips merely as life goals, ideals, and aspirations. But people need to eat. Even if one's family was wealthy, who would ever complain about having too much money? For a moment the court fell silent. Why is no one speaking? Huiyong, what do you think? Should I approve the prince's memorial? The civil official's reaction was within Zhu Yuanzhang's expectations, so he directly called on someone by name. This scene felt familiar to Zhu Su. It was just like in school when no one raised their hand to answer the teacher's question and the teacher would call on someone. How similar it was. Your Majesty, the prince's paying taxes does indeed seem like a good thing, but could it also be somewhat heartless? Whether it should be approved is entirely your Majesty's decision. The cunning and sly Huiyong naturally wouldn't take the blame, kicking the ball right back. In that case, I shall decide. My son's consideration for the court warms my heart. I shall grant their request. At the same time, the current clan system has its flaws. After I have deliberated carefully, I will issue new decrees. Furthermore, I believe the current preferential treatment for the gentry also has its problems. The court offers privileges, but there are too many loopholes to exploit. For instance, a poor scholar upon passing the county exam and becoming a shotsai receives a land quota exempt from taxes. But his family might not own any land at all. It would be difficult to prevent unscrupulous people from registering their land under his name, paying him some money annually to evade taxes. At present with the Ming, just founded, such things haven't occurred yet, but over time they will be inevitable. How should we prevent this situation? Do my ministers have any good strategies? Zhu Yuanzhang knew it wouldn't be easy to get these people to volunteer ideas, but they couldn't avoid it either. Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. We can register all commoners' land in a census. When scholars take the imperial exams, they must not only fill in their birthplace, relatives, and appearance, but also declare their own land holdings. Hearing that it wasn't about making them pay taxes, as usual, an official immediately offered a suggestion. That is indeed a good idea, but it only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. It's hard to guarantee that some won't take the risk. For example, after someone becomes a shotsai, they might secretly agree with a wealthy family to register land under their name. Moreover, local petty officials for their own selfish interests might collude and falsify records. Zhu Yuanzhang admitted it was a good method, but it wasn't the answer he wanted, so he blocked it again. Your Majesty, the Prince of Wu has knowledge of economics. Why not hear his distinguished opinion? At this moment, the Right Grand Counselor Wang Guangyang stepped forward and spoke. Prince of Wu, do you have any thoughts? Hearing Wang Guangyang recommend Zhu Su to answer, Zhu Yuanzhang frowned slightly. Your Majesty, I have never been involved in state affairs, and am not familiar with this matter. I have no ideas. Zhu Su quickly spoke up. Are you kidding? What ideas could I have? Wang Guangyang, you're something else. Prince of Wu, why be so modest? Your discourse in the Grand Hall last time still offers insights when I recall it now. Wang Guangyang didn't let Zhu Su off the hook and continued. Since I have allowed you to attend court, you may speak your mind on anything. Even if you are wrong, I will not blame you. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at Wang Guangyang, then looked at Zhu Su. I truly have no ideas. These esteemed officials are well-read and have served in the court for years. If they are at a loss, what can I possibly do? Ever since he sensed Zhu Yuanzhang's dissatisfaction with him, Zhu Su wished he could bury himself and that the emperor wouldn't even see him. How could he possibly jump out and show off now? Since that's the case, let's leave this matter for now. Go back and think it over carefully. Before the next court session, each of you must submit a proposed solution to me. Seeing that Zhu Su was still unwilling to speak, Zhu Yuanzhang swept his gaze across the assembled ministers and issued a direct order. We obey the decree. Willing or not, this was the only option at this point. Is there truly no solution to the problem of the gentry paying taxes? After the morning court session, Zhu Di was summoned by Zhu Yuanzhang to the Qianqing Palace. The best solution would be for the gentry to pay taxes and provide labor service like everyone else. However, the salaries our Ming dynasty pays its officials are too meager. By the standards set by you, father, officials can barely scrape by. This is precisely why officials are reluctant to discuss this matter. The low salaries of Ming dynasty officials are well known. Officials are only human. They have friends and relatives and social obligations to uphold. With such low salaries, officials cannot even cover their daily expenses. Aside from corruption and bribery, they have no other recourse. Zhu Yuanzhang measured officials' living standards by his own experience as a farmer. In his view, a family of a few people could get by on a dozen or so share of grain per month. But he failed to consider that officials must entertain visiting superiors, host peers passing through, and provide customary travel expenses. Their meager salaries are simply insufficient. Fortunately, the court grants officials a certain amount of tax-exempt land. Even the most upright gentleman could manage to get by with this subsidy. Though these civil officials outwardly project an image of moral rectitude, none are willing to relinquish their vested interests. Zhu Yuanzhang's hope that they would voluntarily forego their tax exemptions was overly idealistic. Even when he used his own son's tax payments as leverage, the officials remained utterly unimpressed. It's easy for you to say. I deliberately withheld my own ideas today, just to gauge their stance on tax payments. As you can see, no one was willing to step forward. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a dissatisfied glance at Zhu Di. He was well aware of the problem of low official salaries. What he sought was a solution. There is another approach. Follow the precedent of previous dynasties by establishing official land grants. The court's annual quotas for Shotsai Jinshi and Jiren are fixed. Given the abundance of unclaimed land now, we could designate those fields as official land. Stop granting separate tax exemptions to officials and degree holders. This way officials' incomes would increase, and it would also prevent local authorities from resorting to fraud to curry favor with them. Preferential treatment for the gentry is a good thing, reflecting the court's respect for the literati. In reality, the tax exemptions granted to the gentry were not that substantial. The real drain came from the imperial clan, whose tax exemptions had no limits. All their properties were tax-free. The real danger was local officials eager to please the gentry, disregarding court regulations and arbitrarily expanding the scope of tax exemptions. For instance, a Shotsai might be entitled to a 10 mu exemption. By bribing local officials, a Shotsai with 50 mu could still avoid paying taxes entirely. To meet their tax collection quotas, local officials would simply shift the unpaid burden onto the common people. Zhu Di's proposal could prevent a massive loss of tax revenue for the court. But if local authorities are determined to cheat, even with official land grants, they could still transfer the gentry's tax burden onto the common folk. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes lit up at first, but then he shook his head. This is unavoidable. If local officials lack conscience, they will find loopholes in even the best policies. With Zhu Yuanzhang taking this stance, Zhu Di was at a loss, for the most difficult thing to control in this world is the human. I am reluctant to establish official land grants, not only for this reason, but also because large-scale grants would reduce tax revenue. You previously suggested enfeoffing princes overseas. Could we also establish official land grants overseas, say, in Ryukyu? Zhu Yuanzhang was clearly unwilling to establish official land grants within the current borders. The Ming population wasn't large now, but it would recover one day. When that time came, having so much official land would not be a good thing. That could work, but Ryukyu is undeveloped. Where would we find enough people to develop it in short order? The best solution is to directly increase their salaries. Those with degrees but no official post could also receive a salary according to a certain rank. Zhu Di understood that Zhu Yuanzhang wanted to protect the Ming dynasty's core foundation. It was a sound idea, but both official land grants and gentry privileges had their drawbacks. Let me think it over. First, let's see how the pirate suppression campaign goes. If it's as profitable as you say, I might allocate some of the revenue to increase official salaries. Zhu Yuanzhang also found the matter troublesome. Perhaps directly raising official salaries was the best option. Also, our dynasty's tax system has issues. Commercial taxes are too low. Of the four classes, scholar, farmer, artisan, merchant, merchants are ranked lowest, yet they pay the least tax. The way of heaven diminishes the overabundant to supplement the deficient. At first glance, merchants aren't taxed lightly, but in reality their wealth is far easier to accumulate than that of common folk. Since princes are now to pay taxes, then all citizens under heaven should pay taxes, including the shops run by the palace. Any discovered tax evasion must be severely punished. For every tael evaded, a penalty of 3, 5, or even 10 times should be imposed. The southern Song dynasty, confined to the region south of the Yangtze, still achieved annual revenues of over 100 million strings of cash. Our Ming's territory far surpasses theirs. Reaching that figure should not be impossible. With money, the court can do more for the people. Revenues taken from the people should be spent on the people. Rather than wrestling with land distribution, it was better to find ways to broaden the revenue base. You make a valid point. The current commercial tax is indeed unreasonable. I recall you mentioning that later generations abolished the agricultural tax, and even provided subsidies to farmers. While the Great Ming cannot achieve that level, yet the farmers tilling the land are indeed the most burdened. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Di and nodded slightly. In later generations, industry and commerce are highly developed. The Great Ming is not there yet. However, if the steam engine can be built, our textile industry will flourish. The tax revenue from imports and exports alone would be a considerable sum. Zhu Di said with a smile. Dear, let me ask you. If we continue on our current path, can the Great Ming endure for 600 years? Zhu Yuanzhang asked the question that weighed most on his mind. If we truly stay this course, I cannot guarantee 600 years, but over 500 is certainly achievable. From what I remember, the Little Ice Age was only one factor in the Ming's fall. The primary reason was the court's inability to collect taxes, with the imperial clan paying taxes and your reforms to the clan system, father. Our dynasty's tax revenue would increase substantially. Coupled with opening up maritime trade, the overall situation would be far better than in history. But there is a prerequisite: future emperors must not be hopelessly inept or extravagantly wasteful. Zhu Di himself wasn't sure how far the Ming could go. After all, with the butterfly effect, who knew if a similar emperor to the grandiose Qianlong might appear? We do what we can and leave the rest to fate. Zhu Yuanzhang disliked this saying, but he knew that for now it was all. Old Tang, what's the urgent matter that you summoned me for? I was in the middle of drilling the troops. Fu Yud hurried in from outside, looking at Tang, he with a hint of reproach. Why the rush to drill troops? His Majesty has sent us something remarkable, more effective than a month of your training. Tang, he said with a beaming smile. Is it the flintlock muskets? I've heard they're quite effective, but I wonder if they'll perform as well in the humid sea air. Hearing that something valuable had arrived, Fu Yud perked up. The flintlocks have indeed arrived, but only 1,000 of them. What I'm talking about is far more useful. Tang, he kept a smile on his face, but refused to reveal what it was. You old fox, stop playing riddles with me. Show me this treasure at once. Seeing Tang He's demeanor, Fu Yud wished he could pry the information out of him. Alright, I've had my fun. Take a look at this. Tang He, sensing the joke had gone on long enough, took out a box and handed it to Fu Yud. Let's see if it lives up to the hype. If not, you'll answer to me. What is this? It's surprisingly heavy. Fu Yud took the box, opened it eagerly, and issued a playful threat. He picked up the brass cylinder, weighing it in his hand. There's a note inside. Read it first to learn how to use it. Tang He picked up another cylinder that was set aside, examining it while giving instructions. Fu Yud tucked the cylinder under his arm and read the note. The note explained that this device was called a telescope, along with instructions for its use and maintenance. When he read that it could see distant objects, Fu Yud's eyes lit up. After finishing the instructions, he promptly opened the caps on both ends and aimed it outward. Ha, this is truly a marvelous treasure. Seeing the distant mountains appear as if pulled closer, Fu Yud burst into laughter. Of course it's a treasure. You were worried about tracking pirates, weren't you? With this you need not worry anymore. Tang He asked while looking through the telescope. No more worries now. With these our lookouts can spot pirates first and follow them from a distance. We won't even risk being detected. This is far more reliable than the old plan of luring them out. Fu Yud chuckled, lowering the telescope and stroking it with excitement. This isn't just for naval battles. Whether we fight the Mongols or anyone else, with this we can survey their formations and gauge their strength from a high vantage point. Tang He was equally thrilled. Seeing the telescope had elated him. He had prepared for a prolonged campaign against the pirates, but now they could launch a surprise attack and annihilate them in one fell swoop. By the way, have those bastards confessed? Fu Yud sat down cheerfully and asked. Not yet. Damn it, who knows what their master promised them? By the way, have those bastards confessed? Fu Yud sat down cheerfully and asked. Not yet. Damn it, who knows what their master promised them? Fu Yud shook his head in resignation. Watch your tongue. Tang He shot him a glare. Fu Yud felt a pang of fear. He had spoken rashly, criticizing the Jinhui. But questioning Zhu Yuanzhang was akin to courting death. Let's just focus on our own duties and avoid meddling in other affairs. Old Fu, come to my place tonight, and we'll have a few drinks. We've been brothers for years, and there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Tang He understood that Zhu Yuanzhang's use of the Jinhui to monitor his meritorious officials was problematic, but he also knew that the emperor harbored deep insecurities. What is it that has you so serious? Fu Yud was puzzled about what Tang He wanted to discuss. You'll find out soon enough. There are only 6 of these telescopes. Select your most trusted men to use them, and make sure they never fall into the wrong hands. Issue them when you set sail, and collect them upon your return. Tang He changed the subject, focusing on the telescope's usage. Don't worry, old Tang. I know how important this is. Fu Yud nodded. One couldn't be too cautious with such a valuable. After Fu Yud left Tang, he leaned back in his chair, idly turning the telescope in his hands, lost in thought. That evening, Fu Yud arrived at Tang He's residence. Apart from the two of them, only a single attendant was present. This man was Tang He's most trusted confidant. Old Tang, what was it you wanted to see me about? Fu Yud asked impatiently as soon as he sat down. Always in such a hurry. Fine, I suppose you wouldn't be able to enjoy your drink otherwise. This morning, along with the delivery, came some news. At the last morning court session, Prince Wu and several other princes volunteered to pay taxes on all their estates. Tang He shared the news he had just received. Prince Wu, what estates does he have? Just some farmland. Fu Yud said dismissively. In his view, these princes were just trying to earn a bit of goodwill at a small cost. Think it through. The princes haven't been in theft yet, so they have few assets. But once this becomes a precedent, all future estates will be subject to taxation. Tang He looked at Fu Yud with a hint of exasperation. His old comrade wasn't foolish, but he often failed to see the long-term implications. That's true, but didn't His Majesty previously exempt imperial clan estates from taxes? We also enjoy that privilege. Why are the princes suddenly volunteering to pay? Fu Yud nodded, but was still confused. This is why I called you. You've hit the nail on the head. If the princes are paying taxes, shouldn't we also pay them? Tang He asked, looking at Fu Yud. Well, if the princes are paying, then we certainly should too. Fu Yud finally understood the real reason for the summons. Exactly. So I'm thinking we should submit a joint memorial and be the first to volunteer. Tang He revealed his us. Shouldn't General Su take the lead? He's Prince Wu's father-in-law now. Fu Yud hesitated at first, then realized Su Da's current position was complicated. So it's settled then. Tang He asked with a smile, seeing Fu Yud understood. It's a trivial matter. If we pay taxes, we pay. It just means a little less profit. Pour me a drink. Fu Yud had thought it was something serious. It was just a matter of earning a bit less. He readily agreed. At noon the next day, Zhu Yuanzhang received intelligence about Tang He's banquet for Fu Yud, which detailed their entire conversation. Old Tang is a wise man, Zhu Yuanzhang muttered, setting the report aside. He knew Tang. He was aware that the attendant was a member of the Brocade Guard, and this unspoken understanding was their silent accord. In Zhu Yuanzhang's heart, Tang, he was the least likely to betray him, yet he still dispatched a Brocade Guard to watch over him. Knowing this Tang, he remained open and transparent, concealing nothing from the guard. As childhood friends who had grown up together, Tang, he understood that this openness would put Zhu Yuanzhang at ease. Knowing when to advance and retreat, understanding the bigger picture, and reading the times. These were Tang He's greatest strengths. Coupled with his lifelong bond with Zhu Yuanzhang and decades of shared dangers, he became one of the few founding heroes of the Hongwu era to die a natural death. In the afternoon, Hu Weiyong at the Central Secretariat also saw the joint memorial submitted by Tang He and Fu Yud. Seeing the memorial, Hu Weiyong inwardly cursed them as sycophants and old foxes, yet he wouldn't dare to suppress it even if he had 10 times the courage. Before long, he also saw memorials from Liu Bowen and Wang Guangyang whose contents were similar to the previous ones. 2 more old foxes. Hu Weiyong was utterly exasperated with these people. You certainly know how to read the wind. Li Shanchang's memorial probably arrives soon. Just as he thought, a messenger soon delivered Li Shanchang's memorial. No wonder these 3 became the only civil officials to receive noble titles at the founding of the Ming dynasty. They all knew how to protect themselves. At this moment, Hu Weiyong was genuinely impressed. If he had a noble title, he would do the same. Though tarnishing one's reputation with greed was a means to preserve life and property, now that even the emperor's sons were required to pay taxes, as usual, any noble with a modicum of sense knew what to do. As Hu Weiyong had predicted, at the next morning's court session, led by Li Wenzhong, a group of nobles jointly submitted a memorial requesting the abolition of their tax-exempt privileges. The memorial was eloquently worded. We were but commoners, fortunate to be chosen by your majesty to follow in establishing the nation. Now with hereditary titles, we are already overwhelmed with gratitude. How could we, for our own selfish interests, allow the court to lose tax revenue? Your majesty loves the people as his own children, and we shall follow suit, and so on. The memorial was so moving that Zhu Yuanzhang declared he was not one to break his word, but the nobles insisted, some even vowing to kneel until he agreed. Left with no choice, Zhu Yuanzhang reluctantly agreed, and the court once again basked in the harmony of a wise ruler and loyal ministers. Of course, provided one ignored the looks of the civil officials as if they had swallowed flies. Since Wang Guanjiang's return to the Central Secretariat, Hu Weiyong found it awkward to hold high-profile gatherings with his subordinates. Yet whenever officials had matters, they would invariably seek his advice. What should we do? Should we also seek tax exemption? But our salaries are indeed meager. If we don't, would we still have any face? In the end, pragmatic interests triumphed over any lingering shame. What use was face? We want money. If we could receive frequent imperial rewards, what would our meager salaries matter? Fortunately, Zhu Yuanzhang didn't push them too hard. At the next court session, he announced he would consider raising official. Thus a tacit understanding emerged among the civil officials. Well, wait until the new salary standards are published before deciding whether to submit a memorial on tax exemption. June weather changes like a child's face. True to the saying. It was sunny one moment, then overcast the next. The tutors dismissed the princes early, not daring to continue lessons. You've been oddly well-behaved lately. Not even visiting the imperial manufactory. How's the steam engine coming along? Zhu Su followed Wang Quan to the Qinqing Palace. After Wang Quan and his attendants withdrew, as usual, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately launched into a scolding. As I mentioned before, I only know the general principles of the steam engine. Now the craftsmen are making their own improvements. When I visited a few days ago, I found they were highly motivated. They've developed a pressure valve to prevent excessive pressure and a condenser to recycle condensed water. Things I vaguely knew about, but didn't know how to implement. Zhu Su knew that the steam engine was just an excuse. The old man was likely venting his frustrations. Don't talk to me about things I don't understand. I'm asking you, how are the improvements going? Hearing about the pressure valve and condenser, Zhu Yuanzhang felt even more irritated than before. The previous engine could drive 2 drilling machines, now it can drive 5. They're also experimenting with combining the steam engine with a spinning machine. Once successful, large spinning wheels will be everywhere. Having learned the old man's temperament, Zhu Su answered honestly without taking offense. If you'd said that earlier, would be. No one speaks plainly. It's infuriating. Zhu Yuanzhang snapped. Indeed, he had become the whipping boy. Zhu Su muttered to himself, glancing at the pile of memorials on the imperial desk, and thought, this old man really works hard reading so many memorials every day. I ask you, do you have any way to make ministers write less nonsense in their memorials? My eyesight isn't what it used to be, but these people's memorials are more verbose than the last, especially that Ru Taisu, who writes thousands of characters at every turn. If I don't read them, I worry they might have good suggestions. But if I do, they give me a headache. Having vented, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a bit better, but the mere mention of Ru Taisu's name made him gnash his teeth in anger. Ru Taisu. Zhu Su had some vague recollection of him. In his past life, had read an anecdote about how Ru Taisu once submitted a memorial of nearly 20,000 characters to Zhu Yuanzhang, but the truly useful content was minimal, so much so that the emperor had him beaten. How about having him beaten? Zhu Su asked tentatively. Nonsense. I encourage ministers to speak up. How could I have him beaten just for being verbose? Zhu Yuanzhang shot him a glare. He too wished he could beat Ru Taisu to vent his frustration, but old Zhu had a reputation to maintain. Besides, Song Lian had advised him before that Ru Taisu was a talented and loyal minister, just prone to showing off his learning with overly lengthy memorials. Our great Ming could have a distinctive institution in the future called the Grand Secretariat. Its Grand Secretaries, only fifth-rank officials, could help you review memorials and summarize their key points and suggested actions on paper. If you approve, you can just approve in red ink. If not, you can write your own instructions. Zhu Su explained the later Grand Secretariat system. This won't do. Once this Grand Secretariat is established, if a future emperor is indolent, the power of the Secretariat is bound to grow. Zhu Yuanzhang rejected this suggestion outright. Without the Grand Secretariat, father, your workload will only increase if you abolish the Central Secretariat. Even if I don't propose it, this institution will likely emerge in the future. Zhu Su lamented that Zhu Yuanzhang's foresight was astute, but such developments were inevitable. Even if it appears later, it cannot be established during my reign. Zhu Yuanzhang ignored Zhu Su's mention of abolishing the Central Secretariat. He had indeed considered it, and knowing Zhu Su's knowledge of the future, he realized he would have acted on it. Precisely because it will emerge later, it's best if it's established in your hands, father. You can strictly define its powers in the ancestral injunctions, and future emperors generally wouldn't dare defy them. Zhu Su felt Zhu Yuanzhang's concern for his reputation was unnecessary, as this wasn't a matter of ill repute. By the way, you previously mentioned the Donglin party and the eunuch faction. Since I forbade eunuchs from learning to read, how did they gain such power? Hearing about the Grand Secretariat reminded Zhu Yuanzhang of another matter. It started with fourth brother. He appointed eunuchs as military supervisors for his voyages. His grandson even established a school within the palace to teach young eunuchs, eventually delegating the power of imperial approval to the Directorate of Ceremonial. From his great-grandson's reign onward, military officers could no longer counterbalance civil officials, leaving the emperor with only the eunuchs to trust. Zhu Su explained. Every time you mention that Zhu Qizhan, I wish I could kill him myself. Utterly disgraceful. Zhu Yuanzhang knew exactly who Zhu Dis' great-grandson was and fumed with anger. In fairness, he grew up hearing tales of his great-grandfather and father crushing the Oirats. His decision to lead the campaign personally showed considerable courage. Zhu Su couldn't help but defend Zhu Qizhan. What good does that do? Regardless of his intentions, he was incompetent. One incompetent general can ruin the entire army. He should have stayed safely in the palace instead of getting himself captured. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned, clearly rejecting Zhu Su's defense. His words left Zhu Su speechless. Indeed, regardless of excuses, a loss was a loss. As Zhu Yuanzhang implied, had Zhu Qizhan remained in the palace, that battle might not have been lost. So even if we encode certain rules in the ancestral injunctions, it's useless if future descendants don't take them to heart. I've set many policies that later generations have altered, so why have they been so reluctant to change the deeply flawed clan system? Saying this, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a sense of defeat. They did change it. Fourth brother modified it significantly. He stripped the princes of their military power, but as compensation allowed them to live comfortably as wealthy nobles. Later generations also imposed restrictions, but it was merely a temporary fix. Generally, emperors were reluctant to touch the clan system as they had to adhere to feudal ethics. Taking action against one's own family would tarnish the emperor's reputation. Enough of this, it only breeds frustration. Hey Ray, some good news. Fu Yud and his men have located the pirates' hideout without being detected. The telescope you invented proved invaluable. Once the pirates are eradicated, I will reward you handsomely. Finding the discussion about his descendants increasingly vexing, Zhu Yuanzhang shifted to a more pleasant topic. Whether it's pirates or the later Wokou, they're mere nuisances to our great Ming. The Wokou that caused such trouble later were actually Japanese ronin colluding with maritime merchants. After a crackdown and opening the seas, they vanished. We must establish a powerful navy, or otherwise someone might be tempted by the immense profits of maritime trade and resort to piracy. Zhu Su never worried much about pirates. If the great Ming willed it, mere pirates were nothing. Naturally, I've been reading historical records on maritime trade, and it's indeed a lucrative venture. And regarding the commercial taxes you mentioned, I was initially mistaken. With proper management, the treasury could easily see an additional 10 to 20 million taels annually. I wonder if it would be better for the court to control maritime trade directly. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, well aware of the necessity of a strong navy. Despite Zhu Su's many points on commercial taxes and maritime trade, he felt uneasy until he reviewed historical materials and confirmed its viability. Absolutely not. Let the merchants handle it themselves. If the government gets involved, it's bound to fail. Hearing Zhu Yuanzhang covet the profits, Zhu Su quickly intervened. Why not? Zhu Yuanzhang was displeased by Zhu Su's objection. If ordinary merchants engage in maritime trade, the common people will reap tangible benefits. If the government controls it, it becomes a disaster for the people. As I mentioned, fourth brother's voyages took vast amounts of goods. The result was that the eunuch procurers bought goods below market price, reaping enormous profits, and only brought back items like spices. This caused spice prices to plummet. They also dared not import other goods for fear of making mistakes and face. Ordinary merchants are different. Even if they fail once or twice, they learn and adapt quickly. They also network and coordinate with each other. The court only needs to provide security. This principle held true not only then, but also in later eras. Whenever the state became directly involved in enterprises like the Qing dynasty's official industries, or the later government-supervised merchant-run businesses, profitability was elusive. Conversely, merchant-founded enterprises often thrived. Even if initially effective, not all emperors would be as decisive as Zhu Yuanzhang. Such industries were prone to becoming hotbeds of corruption. Very well, drop the idea. Zhu Yuanzhang's tone held a hint of regret, knowing Zhu Su's concerns were likely no certainly valid. Father should instead focus on the maritime trade supervisorate on how to build an incorruptible one to ensure tax revenue isn't lost. Moreover, individual merchants lack resources. The court could allow them to form guilds, not the current kind, but what later generations call companies. Funded by multiple investors, such companies would have far greater financial power than individuals, making them better suited for long-distance trade. Zhu Su steered Zhu Yuanzhang's attention to a new topic. Companies. Many merchants already partner up. What's the difference? Zhu Yuanzhang found the concept peculiar. What if the court granted these companies greater privileges? At this moment, Zhu Su was thinking of the East India Company. Grant greater power. How much power? At the mere mention of power, Zhu Yuanzhang instinctively grew wary. For instance, the authority to forge treaties with foreign nations, declare war on other states, maintain a standing army, establish administrative regions in a territory, appoint officials, enact local laws, and mint its own currency. Zhu Su enumerated the powers of the Dutch East India Company one by one. This is no mere company, it is clearly a nation unto itself. Zhu Yuanzhang declared in a fit of anger. What if the shareholders of this company were members of the imperial clan or the nobility? Suppose, for instance, you father personally appointed a chairman and some nobles served as directors. In that way, the company would still rest firmly in your hands. Zhu Su asked again. Why would I do such a thing? I am the emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang failed to grasp the logic behind Zhu Su's proposal. A company and a state are fundamentally different. There are matters a state finds inconvenient to handle, yet a company can manage them with ease. Take the pirates lurking overseas, for example. The Japanese would never acknowledge them as their own law-abiding citizens. In that scenario, it becomes a matter between two nations. But if a company were to take the lead, everything becomes far more. If trouble arises, it is simply a poor decision by the company's directors, having no bearing whatsoever on our great Ming dynasty or on you, father. This way, the overseas company can adapt its policies flexibly without needing to petition the capital for every minor affair. It is the same principle as the saying, when a general is in the field, he may decline the emperor's orders. Most crucially, this kind of company is not a government organ. It is beyond the supervision of civil officials, sparing us from endless bickering with them over every matter. Zhu Su elaborated on the advantages of establishing such an entity. Does such a company exist in later generations? Zhu Yuanzhang, immediately caught on realizing the concept, held a certain appeal. Of course it does. However, the nation that employed this model in later times did so not because it was constrained domestically, but because it was a small state. Lacking the vast capital for overseas trade, they essentially pooled the entire nation's resources to found this. This country had a population of less than 1 million, yet for a century, it controlled a significant portion of global trade, earning over 10 million taels of silver annually and distributing dividends to its shareholders equivalent to 40% of its capital each year. Zhu Su nodded, revealing the terrifying profitability of the Dutch East India Company. Even for a small nation, how could it permit such an entity to exist? Zhu Yuanzhang was puzzled. This was hardly a company, it was a state operating under the guise of one. That nation had neither a king nor an emperor. Many of its leaders were merchants. In later times, they were known as the sea beggars or carriers of the sea, dominating the world for over a century. At their peak about 200 years from now, they even occupied our Ming territory of Ryukyu and seized the spice-producing islands of Southeast Asia. Unfortunately, the inherent limitations of a small state ultimately led to their replacement by another power. Zhu Su said with a smile. No wonder. Merchants chase profit, and for money they'd do anything. Upon hearing it was a nation founded by merchants, Zhu Yuanzhang felt his concerns were justified. In the later Qing dynasty, which succeeded the Ming, many Western nations came to visit seeking to establish trade relations. Yet none succeeded, primarily because they refused to perform the ritual of the 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations before the emperor. There was one exception, however. One of its envoys wrote in his diary, "I would not forego immense benefits for the sake of so-called dignity." This is difficult for any normal state to accept. But if a company acts as a buffer, many affairs that the court finds inconvenient to handle directly can be delegated to them. What you, father, need to do is keep this company firmly in your grasp. Our great Ming is different from that small state. Even with such a company, it could never pose a threat to the imperial court. Let merchants solve problems using their own methods. Often it is far more effective than the court intervening directly. Zhu Su reiterated the benefits such a company could bring. Your words hold some logic, but I fear that once such a company grows too large, it will become an uncontrollable liability. Moreover, as you've said, there are vast tracts of unclaimed land overseas. If they were to establish a firm foothold there, they could easily become a threat to the court. Zhu Yuanzhang was tempted, yet he remained deeply skeptical. That is precisely why I, your son, suggest that such a company be controlled by you, father, or by the imperial clan. Earlier I spoke to you about overseas colonization. It is highly inconvenient for the court to organize such endeavors directly, but if it were done through a company like this, it would become much simpler. It could even be a means to infect the princes abroad. Weren't you just encouraging the fourth brother and the others to emulate the descendants of Genghis Khan and expand outward? Zhu Yuanzhang felt that Zhu Su was prone to whims. I haven't changed my mind about that. But father, do not forget you have 10 sons now. What if there are a dozen more in the future? I know you have resolved to restrict the imperial clan, but surely it weighs on your heart. So why not infect those princes abroad? This way the core regions of the Ming would have few or no princes, and you wouldn't have to implement such a stringent clan policy. We could simply reduce their ranks generation by generation until they become commoners. Zhu Su revealed his true intentions. I'm pleased you've thought this through. However, this is a momentous matter, and I need time to deliberate carefully. Zhu Su's words had indeed moved Zhu Yuanzhang. Seeing him consider the welfare of his half-brothers filled the emperor with gratification. Yet despite his satisfaction, his rationality remained intact. He never made promises on the spot for matters he hadn't fully considered, preferring to weigh the pros and cons before reaching a decision. This is merely a suggestion. Furthermore, I believe that a company's private army unburdened by the court's bureaucracy could maintain its combat effectiveness far longer. Indeed, such a company would likely be far more dynamic than the imperial court. Zhu Su also understood Zhu Yuanzhang's concerns. In fact, the Netherlands had granted the East India Company such extensive powers out of sheer necessity. Had the Dutch been more powerful, they would never have allowed their company to morph into a quasi-state. Perhaps only in the merchant-driven Netherlands, and in Britain where royal power was perpetually constrained, could such a monstrosity have come into being. As for whether Zhu Yuanzhang would accept his proposal, Zhu Su was indifferent. If accepted, so be it. If not, the Ming could slowly pursue its own path of colonization. After all, the sheer scale of the Ming dynasty dwarfed that of the tiny Netherlands, affording it ample opportunities to learn from its mistakes. Has this company always existed? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su and asked slowly. No, it only existed for 200 years. Later, this nation fought for supremacy with another country, which ultimately led to a decrease in demand for Asian goods in the West. The company couldn't afford to pay the promised profits and eventually went bankrupt. Zhu Su shook his head. With such high annual profits, it was unsustainable when the Netherlands faced challenges from England, a nation that dominated the world for nearly a century. How could another country emerge to challenge its supremacy? Zhu Yuanzhang found this somewhat unbelievable. Of course there was. That nation was the true empire on which the sun never set. Its homeland was no larger than our Zhili province with a population of merely over 10 million. Yet directly or indirectly they ruled a territory far vaster than the Mongol Empire, governing a population of 400 million and dominated the world for 200 years. At their zenith, one of their economists once said the plains of North America and Russia are our granaries, Chicago and Odessa are our mines, Canada and the Nordic Peninsula grow our timber, Australia herds our sheep, Argentina raises our cattle, Peru sends us silver, South Africa tributes gold, Indians and Chinese grow our tea, and the Mediterranean is our orchard. As for our cotton plantations, they are expanding from the American South to every warm corner of the earth. Some of the places I mentioned were their colonies or dominions, others were independent nations. In their eyes, the entire world was a source of raw materials for them, and they plundered wealth across the globe at will. Of course, such a nation eventually declined. They seized the opportunity of the first industrial revolution, but failed to grasp the second. After 2 world wars, they fell from being a global hegemon to a nation that retains some status merely through its former. Zhu Su described the state of Britain at its peak. Those words are truly domineering. No wonder you've always been eager to colonize overseas. Zhu Yuanzhang had heard some of these regional and national names from Zhu Su before, but many were unfamiliar. Still, he was deeply moved by that speech. Indeed, we once possessed the most powerful naval force in the world. Unfortunately, we failed to seize the opportunity, and ultimately that nation succeeded. Father, do you know that in later generations our Chinese people not only had to learn Chinese, but also had to learn that nation's language? This is all because they once ruled the world, and thus their language became the global lingua franca. If we could achieve a world where everyone must speak Chinese, even Qin Shi Huang Emperor Wu of Han, Emperor Taizong of Tang, and Emperor Taizu of Song would not match your achievements. Zhu Su seized the opportunity to urge him again. It's truly unimaginable that centuries later would have to learn other nations' languages. Right now, many vassal states around us don't have their own scripts and use our Chinese characters. Zhu Yuanzhang was filled with longing for a world where everyone speaks Chinese, but he also felt ashamed that later generations ended up in such a state. If we want to achieve what I described, a world where everyone speaks Chinese, we must become an empire on which the sun never sets, like Britain, with our Chinese descendants spreading across every corner of the globe. If we want to achieve what I described, a world where everyone speaks Chinese, we must become an empire on which the sun never sets, like Britain, with our Chinese descendants spreading across every corner of the globe. There's a term in later generations called cultural export. It's about getting people from other nations to embrace your worldview and values. In doing so, you can hold the global discourse and set international rules in your favor. Using bronze as a mirror, one can straighten one's attire. Using history as a mirror, one can understand the cycles of rise and fall. Using others as a I've come to realize that my current vision is indeed too limited. From now on you must teach me more about the events of the later world, especially the rise and fall of these nations. Using bronze as a mirror one can straighten one's attire. Using history as a mirror one can understand the cycles of rise and fall. Using others as a mirror one can discern gains and losses. Perhaps those events won't happen again, but knowing more about them can help us avoid many detours. Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly developed a great interest in the events of later generations, especially the rise and fall of these nations that once dominated the world. If father is interested, your son will naturally do his utmost. For Zhu Su, recounting such matters was hardly a difficult task. He had watched the famous Rise of the Great Nations documentary series several times. The rise and fall of Portugal, Spain, the Netherlands, Britain, France, Germany, Japan, and the United States. While he couldn't recall every specific name, he had a clear grasp of the general course of their development. It's raining outside now, and I don't feel like reading memorials. Why don't you tell me right now, which was the first nation to dominate the world? Zhu Yuanzhang said to Zhu Su as thunder rumbled and heavy rain began to pour. Hearing the thunder and seeing the downpour outside, Zhu Yuanzhang turned to Zhu Su and made his request. If I just talk about it, father won't have a clear picture. Do you still have the world map I gave you last time? With that map you'll be able to understand things much better. Since Zhu Yuanzhang wanted to listen, Zhu Su was more than willing to narrate. He made this small request. Zhu Yuanzhang found the world map. Zhu Su didn't begin directly with Portugal. Instead, he started with the earliest history of Europe, the emergence of Greek culture and the conquests of Alexander the Great over 1500 years ago. He then moved on to the Roman Empire, its division, and the situation of the major Western European nations today, finally arriving at the rise of Portugal. This was because Zhu Yuanzhang had driven out the Mongols in the east, cutting off the northern route of the Silk Road, while the rise of the Ottoman Empire severed the southern route. There had been a maritime Silk Road for a long time, but its ultimate destination was also the Arab region, which allowed the Arabs, as well as the Venetians and Genoese, to rake in enormous profits. Portugal, already far from the Ottomans, was the most affected by the severance of the Silk Road. With no other choice, they had to seek a route to the distant east, hoping to cut out the middlemen. Unfortunately, the Portuguese also got their direction wrong, sailing east along the Atlantic. Later, Spain discovered the New World, and the Portuguese became intensely jealous of the Spanish. Nevertheless, they did eventually reach India, finding the source of spices directly and beginning to amass wealth. Upon learning that such a tiny nation had occupied Macau for several centuries, Zhu Yuanzhang gritted his teeth in anger. However, he had to admit that the successive rulers and navigators of that nation had been quite capable. He also felt fortunate that a dream following Zhu Su's illness could bring him such a revelation. Our great Ming must pursue colonization first, so that when they think of it, it will be too late, and they can only watch helplessly as the Ming occupies one place after another. In his heart, Zhu Yuanzhang set a goal for himself. The rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly. By the time it ceased, dusk had fallen, and Zhu Yuanzhang ordered supper to be served, dining with his son Zhu Su in the Qianqing Palace. Unbeknownst to them, hundreds of miles away, over 10,000 soldiers of the Great Ming Navy were also having their meal. Many were veterans of the Battle of Poyang Lake, while others were newly recruited fishermen well versed in the ways of the water. These fishermen, upon learning of the court's plan to eradicate pirates and reopen maritime trade, enlisted with great enthusiasm. Some, despite being 40 years old, still answered the call to serve. Initially, Fu Yud was reluctant to accept these men, but Tang, he chose to keep a number of them. Though the Great Ming had been established only a few years, these fishermen had spent decades navigating the nearby seas. While they were not skilled in combat, Tang, he valued their intimate knowledge of the surrounding islands and waters. It was one such fisherman, Zhang Erju, who had discovered the pirates' trail. Zhang Erju had begun fishing with his father at the age of 9, and though he was only in his 20s, he boasted nearly a decade of seafaring experience. In his leisure time, he would go hunting and bird nesting with his friends in the mountains, honing his remarkable climbing skills. When he heard the court was reopening maritime trade, he was among the very first to enlist. His climbing prowess earned him the role of lookout. 2 days prior, aided by a telescope, his already sharp eyes spotted several ships on the distant horizon. He continuously reported the enemy vessels' positions, and with his familiarity with the local waters, his ship maintained a cautious distance, trailing the mysterious fleet. Eventually, they tracked the ships to their hidden lair, an uninhabited island in the Zhoushan archipelago. This desolate place, surrounded by other islets, was the last place one would suspect pirates to hide, unless one had followed them directly. Upon discovering the pirates' hideout, Tang, he dispatched a messenger to the capital to report the finding, while simultaneously deliberating on how to best engage the enemy. They finally resolved to strike in mid-June. Under the light of the bright moon, they would use the knowledgeable fishermen as guides to surround the island, launching a surprise assault at dawn to annihilate the pirates in one decisive blow. There was no time to lose. They decided to act with utmost urgency. The operation was set for that very night. Supper in the evening, set sail under the cover of darkness, and attack at first light. Without the guidance of fishermen familiar with the waters, navigating at night would have been perilous. Though no enemy lurked in the dark, the boundless sea itself was their greatest adversary. If they failed to locate their target and veered off course, their efforts would be in vain. Worse, if they inadvertently alerted the enemy, their mission would become far more complicated. Fortunately, none of these mishaps occurred. As they neared their objective, the fleet anchored near an island, allowing the soldiers to rest before the impending battle. On the distant horizon, rays of dawn began to pierce the sky as the sun prepared to rise. Zhang Erju, an astute observer of the heavens, knew it would be a clear day. Through his telescope, he could now make out the silhouette of their target island. Over 80 warships carrying nearly 10,000 naval soldiers slowly approached the island. On the island, a man named Kujou Taro lay asleep, his arm wrapped around a woman. He was originally from a Japanese noble family, but after the Ashikaga clan rose to power, his father had been spirited away by loyal retainers. They turned to a life of piracy, commanding a small fleet of a dozen or so ships. It was a bitter irony that Kujou Taro, a Japanese nobleman, had never even set foot in Japan. Raised with the sole purpose of restoring the Kujou family's honor, he had come to realize that this ambition was a nearly insurmountable task. After his father's death, he inherited the title of clan leader, commanding the few hundred samurai still loyal to the Kujou name, as well as over 1,000 pirates continuing their life of plunder. When the Great Ming later imposed its maritime ban, they colluded with merchants engaging in smuggling and helping them eliminate rivals. With their accumulated wealth, they even purchased people from Japan to ensure the continuation of their lineage, living a fairly comfortable existence. The island that his father had considered a temporary refuge, Kujou Taro had diligently developed planning to eventually migrate to a larger island and expand their territory once their numbers grew. Plundered goods were either sold off or consumed by the pirates, while captives were forced into slavery. Their numbers gradually swelled to several thousand, but most were enslaved farmers. The actual fighting force comprised just over 1,000 men, commanding only a dozen or so ships. Just yesterday, they had celebrated another successful raid, seizing a merchant vessel sailing from Japan to Luzon. The ship's cargo, once fenced through their merchant contacts in the Great Ming, would yield a profit of over 100,000 taels of silver. What pleased Kujou Taro most, however, was that the ship's captain had foolishly brought his concubine along. The woman now belonged to him. Waking with a full bladder, Kujou stumbled towards the door, still feeling the effects of the previous night's heavy drinking. As he reached the doorway, a tremendous boom echoed from the distance. Thunder. His muddled mind's first thought was that a storm was brewing. But as the booming sounds continued in rapid succession, realization dawned upon him: this was cannon fire. And it certainly wasn't from their own guns. The reason was simple: they had only 5 warships with a total of 5 cannons between them. Judging by the relentless thunder, he had already counted dozens of shots. Clang, clang, clang. The island's alarm bell began to ring frantically. Baka. Kujou cursed, his mind now considerably clearer. With cannon fire this loud, did they really need to ring the bell to raise the alarm? Where were they when the attack first started? The men, jolted from their sleep by the explosions, scrambled out of their huts. In over 20 years of occupying this island, they had never once faced an attack. Kujou recalled a message delivered by the Great Ming 2 months prior announcing their intention to suppress piracy. He had been frightened at first, but when nothing came of it, he dismissed it as a false alarm. Now, however, it seemed the threat was all too real. The Great Ming Navy had truly come for them. Kujou Taro was never an arrogant man. Though he didn't know the exact size of Japan, he knew the Great Ming dwarfed it. He was but a small pirate leader with a dozen ships. What had he done to warrant such attention? My lord, the Ming army is here. Dozens of warships are anchored in the harbor, and our fleet has been sunk. A subordinate rushed and panicked to deliver the news. Calm down. Immediately spread the word. We prepare to flee. Kujou squinted his small eyes and issued the order without hesitation. Yes, my lord. The subordinate bowed and hurried away. Indeed, Kujou had no intention of fighting. He knew his own strength all too well, and he had long since prepared an escape route. Despite the thousands on the island, only a few hundred were his true elite and most trusted followers. If he were to squander this core strength in battle, he would lose not only his chance to restore the Kujou family's glory, but his very life. Soon the island's elite forces gathered and made their way towards the rear mountain. Over the years, Kujou had consistently set aside a portion of the profits from their plundering, hiding it away. Over time, he had amassed a considerable fortune. Beyond the hidden gold and silver, the rear mountain also housed several boats reserved for emergencies. General, the enemy warships in the harbor have all been sunk. Zhang Erju shouted loudly. Pass the order, bring the ships ashore and land on the island. Fu Yud, having observed the situation through his telescope, gave the order. At his command, the signalman waved the flag. Dozens of warships began landing on the island in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, Jiu Tiao and his group had fled to the rear mountain, and only upon reaching their hidden boats did they learn that Ming warships were also positioned offshore. Are you saying we are surrounded? Jiu Tiao stared at the man in shock. Yes, Patriarch. I heard cannon fire, and went out to check, only to discover Ming warships out there as well. The man in charge of guarding the boats said with a look of shame. Is heaven decreeing my downfall? Jiu Tiao's face turned ashen. The so-called elite warriors behind him also wore grim expressions. Most of them were descendants of the samurai who had fled with the Jiu Tiao family. Lacking their ancestors' battle experience, they had become pirates who saw most vessels surrender without a fight at the mere sight of their cannon-armed ships. After Jiu Tiao took power, they even began collecting protection money, and outright raids became increasingly rare. Patriarch, why don't we just fight them to the death? There were still men of spirit among them, like this ship's guard. Though already in his 50s, he was a loyal retainer who had fought alongside Jiu Tiao's father. The Chinese have a saying: as long as the green hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Dying in battle is easy, but how can we restore the Jiu Tiao clan? My father once sought to align with the Great Yuan to restore our clan, but after 2 failed invasions they abandoned the. Now we have a chance to make contact with the Great Ming. I believe this is an opportunity. If we can meet the Ming Emperor, perhaps we can gain his support. Zhu Taro certainly had no desire to die. Not only did he bear the heavy responsibility of restoring his clan, but at barely 30 years old, he had no intention of dying young. Patriarch, we are incompetent and have forced you to endure this humiliation. Hearing Zhou Tiao's words, his men breathed sighs of relief, though they all put on expressions of utter loyalty, as if their lord's shame was their own death. After a moment of mutual commiseration, they carried a white flag down the mountain. Back at the shore, as Ming soldiers landed on the island, they saw figures charging at them with drawn blades. Ready! At the command, the first wave of soldiers raised their pre-loaded firearms. Fire! Another order was given. Bang, bang, bang. The first rank of dozens pulled their triggers. The pirates charging at the front instantly fell, over 20 of them dropping to the ground. Ready! Another command came. The second rank stepped forward while those who had fired fell back to reload. Fire! Another volley of gunfire rang out. Then came the third rank. By the time the third rank had fired, the first rank had finished reloading. The few hundred pirates facing the ever-growing number of Ming soldiers on shore couldn't even get within dozens of meters before being cut down. That's simple. Fu Yud remarked, stepping ashore to see a field of corpses nearby. Of course it was simple. The enemy didn't even have armor. Pity it was over so fast we didn't get to test the grenades. Tang, he said with a hint of regret as he walked. They say these pirates are so ferocious. How did a few hundred men like this rule the seas for over a decade? Fu Yud walked over to the bodies, looking at the men in their 40s and 50s with confusion. Something's off. This pirate band can't all be this old. Pass the order to stay vigilant and not be careless. Tang, he kicked a pirate aside, scanned the faces of the others and warned. Yes. Following the prearranged plan, they formed groups of 10 and began searching the island's buildings. Fu Yud and Tang, he escorted by soldiers, arrived at the island's finest residence. To their surprise, the main gate, soldiers rushed inside only to find a few women and not a single man. Eventually, they found a woman who could speak Chinese and brought her before Tang He. General, this humble woman is from Ningbo. As a child, my family was poor and sold me to a wealthy household as a maid. 10 years ago, I was sent to this island as a concubine to the patriarch. The woman seemed composed and spoke methodically. Patriarch? What patriarch? Tang He asked curiously. The master of this island is Zhou Taro, said to be the head of the noble Zhou Tiao family of Japan. Decades ago, during a civil war and change of dynasty, they fled here. Having lived on the island for 10 years, the woman knew a bit about Zhou Taro. Do you know where he went? Tang He asked again. I do not know. Yesterday they captured a merchant ship and celebrated with much drinking. I have fallen out of favor in recent years due to my age, and when I woke up most of the household was gone. The woman said this with a look of resentment. Who gave you to this Zhou Taro? Tang He asked a key question. The Ningbo merchant Zhang Baiwan. The woman gave a name. So it is him. You may withdraw. Tang He's eyes. Earlier they had captured a ship at sea, but there were few people on board, and the sole survivor refused to confess. After extensive investigation, someone recognized him as having once worked for the Zhang family. When confronted, Zhang Baiwan admitted the man had worked for him, but claimed he had been dismissed for theft. Without direct evidence, Tang, he couldn't take action against Zhang Baiwan. Now with a witness, the Zhang family was implicated. Tang, he took the seat of honor in the meeting hall. Occasional gunshots could be heard outside, but nothing intense. Something about today felt wrong. It was all going too smoothly. He had expected pirates who had terrorized the seas for over a decade to be vicious and bloodthirsty, given the tales of their massacres along the coast. But now that they had engaged, it was nothing like had imagined. Although they had the advantage of surprise and flintlock muskets, the enemy shouldn't have been this foolish. What Tang he didn't know was that the men charging them were indeed the infamous pirates. But they had grown old and no longer participated in raids, relying on their fearsome reputation, while Zhou Taro managed things. With the Ming's maritime ban, merchant ships had dwindled and fishing boats stayed in port, so no one knew the pirates' current. As for flintlocks, they were a new encounter. The Japanese had never seen such weapons, not even matchlocks, let alone. Without firearms they might have won in close combat, but it wouldn't have been this easy. General, a man claiming to be Zhou Taro requests an audience. A guard entered and saluted Tang He. Oh, have him come in. At the mention of Zhou Taro, Tang He, this feels like a child's game. Even a storybook wouldn't dare write such a thing. Zhu Su muttered softly as he looked at the battle report in his hand. Those mediocre authors of later generations probably wouldn't dare write this either. An author who could write battle scenes wouldn't wrap up an attack on pirates in just 7 or 8 chapters. Just keep reading, and we'll find out. Zhu Yuanzhang was equally speechless. No wonder it was so easy. According to the Marquis of Zhongshan, besides the fact that these 9 pirates named Taro lacked fighting spirit, they set out at night and launched a surprise attack at dawn. Coupled with the use of flintlock muskets and the fact that the Woku had no armor, it's not hard to understand why victory came so easily. After reading the battle report and the confessions of Kujo Taro, Zhu Su also understood why they had won so handily, yet he still felt something was amiss. They said they found the pirates' lair, and I thought we had caught a big fish. Instead it turned out to be a band of small-time pirates. Zhu Yuanzhang could hardly hide his disappointment. Small-time pirates. Zhu Su was momentarily taken aback. You didn't think I'd ban maritime trade because I was afraid of a few hundred pirates, did you? The previous dynasty sent 2 expeditions against Japan, both ending in failure, which led Japan to retaliate by raiding our coasts. Later Japan split into the northern and southern courts, weakening their control over regional shogunates. In recent years there have been constant reports of pirate raids along the coast ranging from a few hundred to over 1,000 men. I once sent envoys to Japan, but their southern emperor claimed it was the work of the northerners, and the northerners claimed it was the southerners' doing. Eventually they simply said that Ronin who fled Japan were no longer Japanese and could be dealt with as the celestial dynasty saw fit. Besides, these Wokou remnants of Feng Guozhen's forces also fled overseas. Not to mention, since the Song and Yuan dynasties, maritime trade has flourished, and many people made their living through plunder. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at Zhu Su and briefed him on the current state of piracy. How could I ever think that, your majesty? Still, winning the first battle is a good thing. But I noticed our warships don't seem to carry many cannons. Zhu Su quickly denied any such intention and then changed the subject. Well, I don't know much about naval warfare either, but casting cannons is no easy feat. It's only natural that a hastily assembled fleet would have few cannons. Why did warships in later eras carry many cannons? Zhu Yuanzhang was slightly taken aback. Not understanding naval combat, he could only ask Zhu Su. The number of cannons on warships first increased from few to many, then decreased from many to few. Initially warships carried few cannons. But after the Westerners came to dominate the world, they began cramming cannons onto their ships. The largest vessels mounted over 100 cannons. A warship was divided into several decks with cannons arranged on 3 decks alone, lined up on both sides. Their firepower was formidable. However, after industrialization, especially with the advent of steam engines, ironclad warships began to be built and the number of cannons decreased. Cannons could be rotated mechanically. A typical warship carried only a few main guns, and the number of secondary guns wasn't very large either. Then came the era of missiles. A warship generally had just one main gun with missiles and torpedoes as the primary. Zhu Su shook his head and roughly outlined the history of cannon development on warships. A single warship with over 100 cannons. Hearing this number, Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback. Indeed, in the early days of our great Ming, our naval strength was considerable, but it declined over time. By the later period, the main vessels of the Ming fleet would have been considered 3rd or 4th rate by Western standards. To deal with pirates, we must take the initiative to attack, relying on the strength of our navy to eliminate them one by one. A maritime ban cannot solve the problem. The Wokou will raid regardless. The stricter the ban, the more severe the smuggling along the coast. Decades from now, there will be instances where a few dozen pirates, after coming ashore, traverse several prefectures and counties, even swaggering past the outskirts of Yingtian Prefecture. At that time, the 20 to 30,000 garrison troops in Yingtian Prefecture didn't dare to leave the city to confront them. Those who live on a mountain rely on the mountain. Those who live by the sea rely on the sea. By preventing coastal residents from fishing, many were driven to join the pirates. As a result, genuine Japanese Wokou made up less than 1/10 of the raiders. Most were destitute coastal folk. Zhu Su nodded. In fact, China's decline relative to the world began during the Ming dynasty. Those unfamiliar with history might think the Ming's firearms were impressive. That's not really the case. It's fairer to say that early Ming China was on par with the world, but from the 16th century onward the gap began to widen. Especially after the West launched the Age of Discovery, they rapidly accumulated wealth and, guided by science, achieved swift technological advancements. For example, the Ming's Franqi guns and Hongwu Emperor cannons were either cast under foreign guidance or were copies of foreign designs. Of course, at that time Chinese craftsmen were not lacking in skill. What lagged behind was the methodology of cannon casting. In fact, before the widespread use of machinery, Chinese artisans were highly skilled. What they lacked was precisely the scientific design and production methods. While Westerners were using physics and chemistry to research better steel and design cannons and warships, our craftsmen still relied on techniques passed down from their ancestors, working diligently by hand. Starting from the mid to late Ming dynasty and culminating in the short span of the Qing dynasties, 200+ years, China fell completely behind the West. Many people curse Emperor Qianlong for ruining the nation, claiming that if he had negotiated a trade agreement with Macartney and opened his eyes to the world, China's fate would have been different. But this notion is somewhat naive. Without the guidance of modern science, even if they could replicate flintlock muskets and build warships, it would only delay the Opium War by a few years. Starting from the mid to late 19th century, especially after the Second Industrial Revolution, technological progress advanced at a dizzying pace. Given China's situation at the time, catching up with Britain or France was simply impossible. Even Japan, known for its eagerness to learn, lacked the capability to design and build large warships before the 20th century. It was only after winning the Sino-Japanese and Russo-Japanese wars, securing massive reparations, and investing in nationwide education that the next generation grew up to drive Japan's rapid industrial development in the 1920s and 1930s. They could then design and produce various modern equipment on their own. For China, such a feat would only become possible after the founding of New China. Without a solid foundation in basic science education, developing technology is nothing short of a pipe dream. Zhu Su intended to seize what might be the last opportunity to develop certain technologies that didn't require fundamental scientific knowledge, thereby gaining a first-mover advantage. Then he planned to use market demand to pressure production sectors into accelerating technological innovation. just as the steam engine's development wasn't solely Watt's obsession with improving it, but rather the discovery by British textile factories with access to the global market that no matter how much they produced, demand always outstripped supply. This drove them to eagerly adopt new equipment. There's no need for you to say that. You've dug us a pit nearly 40 million taels deep. Aside from maritime trade, I can't think of any other way to fill it. Zhu Yuanzhang always felt that Zhu Su had done this deliberately. Knowing the court was short on funds, he devised a plan to raise over 30 million taels of silver, forcing him to agree to lift the maritime ban unless he wished to lose the people's trust. How could this be a pit I dug, father? I did it all for the good of the great Ming. It is precisely because of our neglect of coastal defense that future generations will be bullied. Zhu Su adamantly refused to admit he had dug this pit, though in truth, he hadn't intended to at first. If it were up to him, he would rather sell a few noble titles. That was a business with no capital at all. But unfortunately, old Zhu cared too much about his reputation. Regardless, this is still good news. Tang Yi mentioned in another memorial that when they escorted several hundred pirates ashore, the common folk who heard the news brought gifts to the military camps to express their gratitude. In fact, it was the wealthy households who slaughtered sheep and chickens, overjoyed beyond measure. A faint smile crept across Zhu Yuanzhang's face as he finished speaking. Of course they're happy. If the pirates could be completely eradicated, then once the maritime ban is lifted, whether for overseas trade or deep-sea fishing, it would be a boon for the common people. Those born by the sea have never lacked a spirit of adventure. Working as a sailor on a ship pays far more than tending a thin plot of farmland. Zhu Su naturally understood why the people were rejoicing. They had glimpsed hope for a better life ahead. Enough, let's set that aside. Tang He sent me a secret report saying that this Kujo Taro wishes to plead with the great Ming to dispatch troops and help the Japanese emperor unify Japan. What do you make of that? I don't think much of it. That Kujo Taro is nothing but a fallen noble at heart. However, I do have an idea. According to him, Japan is currently embroiled in war. We could sell weapons to Japan. Of course we can't sell them flintlocks, but matchlock guns or fire-lance guns would be perfectly fine to sell. Our production cost is 8 taels of silver per piece. Selling them for 30 taels each wouldn't be asking too much at all. Father, do you recall what I said before? Japan is rich in gold and silver. In our great Ming, 1 tael of gold exchanges for 10 taels of silver, but in Japan 1 tael of gold only fetches 5 taels of silver. So if we sell them a matchlock gun for 30 taels of silver and demand payment in gold, that's 6 taels of gold. Once brought back to our shores, it converts to 10 taels of silver. That's a 6-fold profit in one stroke. Alternatively, we could sell our goods in Japan, pricing them in silver, but requiring payment in gold. The great Ming dispatching troops to unify Japan. You must be dreaming. When two sides are at war, selling arms is the fastest way to make money. But what exactly is this matchlock gun? Zhu Yuanzhang could tell that the matchlock was inferior to the flintlock, yet he was still somewhat puzzled. The matchlock gun is similar to the fire lance, except it uses a burning match cord to ignite the gunpowder and fire the shot. Both its loading speed and accuracy fall short of the flintlock. Also, I must ask you, Father, to issue orders to be wary of the Japanese. Don't let them anywhere near our flintlocks. This thing doesn't have much technical sophistication to it. If the Japanese get a look at it, they'll likely figure out how to make it them. Zhu Su briefly explained the matchlock gun, then recalling how the Japanese were prone to such tricks, quickly added a warning. In later generations, the Japanese had pulled such unscrupulous stunts many times, especially during the early days of their opening to the outside world. We assumed the Japanese were technologically advanced, and when they toured our factories, we had little sense of secrecy, so they ended up stealing quite a few of our best technologies. Many items that were originally handcrafted. After observing our production processes, they returned home and switched to machine manufacturing, aggressively encroaching on our market share. Don't worry about that. Tang He is a shrewd man, he knows what needs to be done. Zhu Yuanzhang said with a smile. Even if the Marquis of Zhongshan knows, I worry about those beneath him. After all, over 1,000 firearms have been distributed this time. It's hard to guarantee that someone won't be blinded by greed. Better to err on the side of caution. Zhu Su, however, dared not be the least bit careless and reminded him again. They'll write to him about it as soon as I get back. But for now, you focus on getting that matchlock gun produced. That Kujo Taro will be escorted to the capital before long. Seeing Zhu Su raise the matter once more, Zhu Yuanzhang took it seriously and gave the order accordingly. Rest assured, Father. The matchlock gun will be completed before long. My only concern is that this business won't last long. It won't be difficult for Japan to reverse engineer it. Zhu Su spoke with confidence. If he could produce flintlocks, matchlocks were well within his grasp. A simple modification of the fire lance would yield a matchlock gun. As long as they don't know how to make flintlocks, we should squeeze every drop of profit while we can. Having spent so much time conversing with Zhu Su, Zhu Yuanzhang had gradually picked up some of this profit-driven mindset. And so the matter was settled in broad strokes. Next, the conversation turned to the second nation in the rise of great powers. The first empire on which the sun never set in human history, Spain. A nation that loves war shall perish no matter how great it is. The fate of the Spanish people is a testament to that. The fall of such a hegemon is truly lamentable. Speaking of these Westerners, they do things quite absurdly. Not only do they let women rule as queens, but they even allow a woman's children to inherit the throne, handing a grand prize to that Habsburg family for nothing. Having heard the tale of Spain, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but shake his head. The Westerners practice monogamy, and unlike our great Ming, where one may take concubines, they can keep mistresses outside, but taking a concubine is absolutely out of the question. Moreover, Westerners pay little heed to hygiene, and many go their entire lives having only 1 or 2 children. If a woman cannot ascend the throne, the line is easily cut off, and when that happens, the crown will fall to someone else sooner or later. As for war, it wasn't that Spain sought it willingly. They had long been threatened by Islam, which made them all the more devout in their faith. In fact, their religious wars coincided with the late period of our own great Ming. Moreover, Westerners pay little heed to hygiene, and many go their entire lives having only 1 or 2 children. If a woman cannot ascend the throne, the line is easily cut off, and when that happens, the crown will fall to someone else sooner or later. Back then, the vast quantities of silver earned by Spain and Portugal all flowed into China, which imported almost nothing. And this wasn't unique to the Ming dynasty. The Qing dynasty was the same. Otherwise, Britain wouldn't have resorted to selling opium to drain money from the Chinese people when every other avenue was exhausted. And later they even used that as a pretext to launch 2 opium wars, forcing open China's doors and compelling the Qing government to trade with them. Alright, you may take your leave. Get that matchlock gun finished as soon as possible. At the mention of the late Ming, Zhu Yuanzhang's mood, which had been reasonably pleasant, turned heavy. He waved his hand with some displeasure and dismissed him. Men have their sorrows and joys, partings and reunions. The moon has its waxing and waning, its clearest and dimmest hours. Even dynasties, it seems, have their cycles of rise and fall. Yet old Zhu appeared unable to come to terms with this truth. Stepping out of the Qinqing palace, the weather was pleasant today. The heavy rains of the past 2 days had ceased, and the temperature was no longer so sweltering. Strolling through the Imperial Palace, Zhu Su had no intention of pausing to admire the scenery. Though the palace was said to be the home of the princes, they could not wander freely. Without a summons, their lives were confined to attending lessons and staying within their own courtyards. The Forbidden City was merely a larger cage. However, he was somewhat of an exception, as he could visit the Imperial Manufactory. Ever since he began developing the flintlock, he had forged a connection with that department. Strictly speaking, crafting weapons should have been the duty of the Armory Bureau. However, he had initially demanded highly skilled artisans, and since Zhu Yuanzhang was not a man of indulgent pleasures, many craftsmen in the Imperial Manufactory were left idle. Of course, they were far from idle now. Besides the steam engine, Zhu Su had also tasked them with attempting to carve rifling grooves inside the gun barrels. The results, however, were less than satisfactory. Without metals of high hardness, carving precise rifling proved to be extremely difficult. The task truly related to their original profession, however, was the manufacturing of clocks. This servant pays his respects to the Prince of Wu. Seeing Zhu Su arrive, Chun Eru, the chief eunuch of the Imperial Manufactory, hurried forward to greet him. In terms of official rank, the chief eunuch of the Imperial Manufactory was on par with those of the Directorate of Ceremonies and the Directorate of Imperial Horses. However, not only in later generations, but even now, the status of the chief eunuch of the Imperial Manufactory was far inferior to the previous 2. Rise. I have come to inspect the current production of gun barrels, and also to discuss the creation of a new type of firearm. Zhu Su waved his hand, stating his purpose. Please wait a moment, Your Highness. This servant will summon them immediately. Chun Eru knew that Zhu Su was not a man of idle talk, but acted with swift efficiency. He bowed and hurried out. Before long, several craftsmen already familiar with gunmaking were led in by Chun Eru. This new firearm will be ignited by a matchlock. Loading will not be from the rear, as with the flintlock, but from the muzzle. The rear only needs a small hole for the match cord. This eliminates the need for a trigger mechanism, though a stock is still required. A front sight is also unnecessary. Manufacturing this firearm shouldn't be difficult, should it? After another round of formal greetings, Zhu Su explained his concept for the matchlock gun. To answer, Your Highness, this matchlock is much simpler than the flintlock. The most critical part remains the barrel. Since we adopted the steam engine, our barrel production speed has increased considerably. According to your instructions, we only need to modify the components connecting the barrel and the stock. The lead craftsman, upon hearing Zhu Su's requirements, found it strange. Why would one want to build a matchlock when they already possessed the superior flintlock? He dared not ask, however. He would simply follow orders from above. He dared not question the command. Whatever was instructed from above, he would carry out. I am aware that manufacturing this type of firearm poses no challenge for you. Use the materials at hand to create a prototype. Once it's ready, I will speak with my father and have the Armory Bureau handle mass production. By the way, how is the progress on the rifling? Having them build matchlocks was a waste of their talent. A sample was all that was needed. Zhu Su then turned his attention back to the rifling. As per your instructions, fixing the rifling cutter in place and rotating the barrel improved the results somewhat. However, the process is still very slow, and due to cutter wear, it's difficult to accurately assess the effectiveness. The lead craftsman reported the situation. This is just one of my ideas. Take your time with it. Well, deal with it when you can successfully rifle a barrel. There's no rush for mass production. Rifling was merely a concept of Zhu Su's. The current ammunition was still spherical, and even with rifling, its effects were uncertain. As for the bullets of later generations, that was beyond consideration for now. Being able to produce paper cartridges would already be a significant achievement. After inquiring further about gun production, he proceeded to the area where the steam engines were being built. Since Zhu Su had rewarded the craftsmen with 5,000 taels of silver, previously their morale had significantly improved. The steam engine, which had started as a mere prototype, was now in its third generation. The new steam engine was far more powerful than its predecessors. In addition to steam engines, they were also constructing a large spinning frame. The new generation steam engine was intended to power the large spinning frame. Only when it could successfully drive the spinning frame would it truly have practical value rather than just serving to drill gun barrels. As the spinning frame was not yet completed, Zhu Su merely took a quick look around before leaving the Imperial manufactory. Returning to his residence, he found his sixth brother Zhu Yuanzhang waiting for him. "Sixth brother, what brings you here today?" Zhu Su greeted him with a smile. "Fifth brother, ever since I learned about Guwu Zhiji from you and how to calculate latitude using sun shadows, I've realized that mathematics is truly important. Today I was reading the 9 chapters on the mathematical art, chapter 7, excess and deficit. There's a problem now. Some people buy something together. If each contributes 8, there is a surplus of 3. If each contributes 7, there is a deficit of 4. What is the number of people and the price of the item?" I saw the answer and it was correct, but I don't know how to calculate it. Zhu Yuanzhang, seeing his brother return, took out a book and asked, "This problem isn't difficult to solve. You can assume the number of people is jia. According to the problem, 8 jia minus 3 equals 7 jia plus 4. Then move the 7 jia from the right side to the left, and move the minus 3 to the right. This gives us 1 jia. In other words, the number of people is 7 and the price of the item is 53. This type of problem was extremely simple, a standard question for elementary students in later generations. Zhu Su provided the answer with ease. But why can you move things from one side to the other? And why does the minus 3 on the left become plus 3 when moved to Zhu Yuanzhang asked curiously. The principle is simple. Suppose we each have 10 coins. Our amounts are equal. If I give you 4 coins, for me it's a decrease of 4, but for you it's an increase of 4. Zhu Su explained. But then I have 14 coins and you have 6. They are not equal. Zhu Yuanzhang interjected. You are correct. When I give you 4 coins, you have increased. Because we don't want inequality, I have decreased by 4. You must also decrease by 4 to make them equal again. In the equation I wrote, this is equivalent to subtracting 7 jia and adding 3 from both sides. On the left side it becomes 8 jia minus 7 jia minus 3 plus 3, leaving only 1 jia. On the right side, 7 jia minus 7 jia leaves no jia, and 4 plus 3 leaves only 7. So jia equals 7. Simply put, if you add or subtract the same thing from both sides of an equation, the equation remains valid. This problem seems to ask for the number of people and the price, but once you figure out the number of people, the price naturally follows. I initially set the number of people as jia, so to solve this problem the final form needs to be jia equals a number. Since the left side has 8 jia, we subtract 7 from it, leaving 1 jia. If the left side had 8 jia and the right side had 9 jia, you would subtract 8 from both sides. Zhu Su thus explained the principle behind why the sign changes when moving terms from one side of an equation to the other. What if there are 7 jia on the left side and 9 jia on the right? Zhu Yuanzhang pondered, then asked a question that was not. The principle is the same. If there are 7 jia on the left and 9 on the right, subtract 7 from both sides. The equation then becomes 2 jia equals a number. Simply divide that number by 2. To solve such problems, you must transform them into a form where a number multiplied by jia equals another number, then divide the latter by the former to find the value of jia. When you return, you can practice this thoroughly. Just remember the principle: whatever you do to one side of the equation, you must do to the other, whether adding, subtracting, multiplying, or dividing. This was hardly difficult, it merely involved an extra step of division. I see. I pondered for a long time, and only found the answer by testing numbers one by one, Zhu Yuanzhang said, feeling rather embarrassed. Assumption is crucial in arithmetic. If one assumption is insufficient, you need to use 2. For instance, consider this classic problem: pheasants and rabbits are caged together with 35 heads above and 94 feet below. How many pheasants and how many rabbits are there? You can assume the number of pheasants is jia and the number of rabbits is e. Since both have 1 head, each jia plus e equals 35. Now for the legs, pheasants have 2 legs and rabbits have 4, so 2 times jia plus 4 times e equals 94. In problems with 2 assumptions, you need to eliminate one variable first. Using the method I just taught you, subtract e from both sides of the first equation, and it becomes jia equals 35. Then substitute this into the second equation, giving 2 times 35 minus e plus 4 times e. This simplifies to 70 minus 2 e plus 4 e equals 94. Subtract 70 from both sides and you get negative 2 e plus 4 e equals 24, meaning 2 e equals 24, so e equals 12. Naturally, jia equals 35 minus 12, which is 23. Of course, these are simple problems where both pheasants and rabbits have 1 head. If pheasants had 3 heads and rabbits 2, the overall approach remains the same, just with more multiplication and division. You multiply or divide both sides to eliminate one assumption, derive jia in terms of e, substitute into the other equation, and solve. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang's interest in mathematics, Zhu Su was delighted and began teaching him about linear equations with 2. So that's it. Whatever you do to one side, you do to the other. Add, subtract, multiply, or divide, until you get the simplest form: jia equals a number or jia equals some multiple of e. Compared to single variable problems, two variable ones require an extra step of substituting into the other equation. Is my understanding correct? Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, sharing his understanding. Your summary is very accurate. But you could simplify it further, skip the intermediate steps of adding or subtracting on both sides, and directly manipulate the equation left and right. For example, in a purchase problem, moving 7 jia to the left side turns it into minus 7 jia, and moving minus 3 from the left to the right turns it into plus 3. Thus jia simply equals 7. Once this pattern is established, the intermediate steps become unnecessary. If everyone understands this principle, there's no need for special explanation. You can call it a theorem, a proven truth. Zhu Su nodded with great satisfaction, impressed by the sixth prince's talent, and introduced him to the concept of theorems. I understand now. Listening to your explanation, fifth brother, is more effective than 2 days of my own pondering, Zhu Yuanzhang said excitedly. One more thing, arithmetic is rigorous. In the past, books were mostly written in classical Chinese, which illiterate people couldn't understand. You could try reinterpreting them in vernacular language. That way, even those unfamiliar with classical Chinese could read such books. In fact, this applies not just to arithmetic, but also to other fields like military strategy. Zhu Su said with a smile. Understood, fourth brother. I will study the 9 chapters on the mathematical art, diligently apply your methods, and rewrite it in plain, accessible vernacular. Zhu Yuanzhang hadn't expected his fifth brother to suggest explaining things in vernacular. He knew the benefits were numerous and quickly nodded in agreement. Exactly. The dissemination of knowledge should be comprehensible to all, profound yet accessible. In the past, writing was predominantly in classical Chinese, partly because literati pursued elegance, but mainly because writing on bamboo slips was laborious, being too verbose was time-consuming and costly. Now times have changed. Paper-making and printing are far more convenient than before, so rewriting the classics in vernacular is indeed necessary. Regardless of whether Zhu Yuanzhang could grasp his intentions, Zhu Su voiced his thoughts. Education knows no class distinctions. Following your approach, fifth brother, even ordinary illiterate people could gain knowledge by listening to others. That would be a wonderful thing. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su with admiration. Speaking of which, I recall the current phonetic method for learning characters is rather inconvenient. If we could use symbols to represent sounds, then young children in elementary learning would only need to recognize these symbols. Even for unfamiliar characters, they'd know how to pronounce them. Hearing this, Zhu Su was reminded of pinyin from later generations. That would be a massive undertaking, wouldn't it? Every character would need a phonetic symbol. Is it really necessary? Zhu Yuanzhang understood the implication in Zhu Su's words and asked with some doubt. Marking every character with pronunciation isn't feasible. However, we could compile a dictionary that allows children to look up a character's pronunciation or search for a character based on its sound. The dictionary could also include the meaning of each character along with brief introductions to related words and definitions. Zhu Su described the common dictionary of later generations. Back in his school days, everyone had a Chinese dictionary at hand. Whenever encountering an unfamiliar character, they'd simply look it up. If he could compile a dictionary in the Ming dynasty, that would truly be a monumental contribution for generations to come. Fifth brother, do you intend to compile a dictionary yourself? Upon hearing Zhu Su's idea, Zhu Yuanzhang was astonished. How could I? I'm not a deity. One person alone would need decades to finish such a dictionary. The court has so many scholars. Naturally, they should contribute. He'll find an opportunity to mention this to father. With all those learned men in the Hongwu Academy, it would be a waste not to utilize them. Do it alone. Absolutely not. Open wide for AAA, round your lips for O, flatten your mouth for E, align your teeth for 3, pucker small for U, and purse your lips to whistle for U. Early in the morning inside the grand study hall, 3 adorable little boys were joyfully singing at the top of their lungs. Prince Zhu Fu, who was slightly older than them, looked utterly listless. He truly couldn't understand why his 3 younger brothers were so cheerful. They sang it several times a day without ever getting tired. Seventh brother, did you not sleep well last night? Just as the Prince of Qi was looking dispirited, a voice whispered beside his ear. No, I slept very well last night. Upon hearing this voice, Zhu Fu immediately perked up, his spirits revitalized. That's the spirit. You are young and should be full of vigor. Look at how energetic your 8th and 10th brothers are. Even your 11th brother, who is only 5, knows to study diligently. You must not fall behind your younger brothers. The man nodded with satisfaction and slowly strolled away. Watching him leave, Zhu Fu breathed a sigh of relief. 4th brother is so intimidating. 5th brother, do you really think teaching them this nursery rhyme is useful? Compared to the classes for the toddlers and primary schoolers, the atmosphere in the secondary class was much more relaxed. In ancient times, there wasn't that much knowledge to master. The princes began their formal education at the age of 6 or 7. After 10 years of study, while they might not be able to recite the 4 books and 5 classics backwards, they were generally quite familiar with them. When they attended classes, the teachers often lectured on historical records and similar subjects. Second brother, why do you ask? Haven't you also witnessed the marvels of this pinyin system? Zhu Su stopped writing and looked up at Zhu Xuan. Exactly, second brother, what are you worried about? Even Mr. Song has lavished praise on 5th brother's pinyin. Why borrow trouble and worry unnecessarily? Zhu Gang chimed in from the side. The more he looked at 5th brother, the more he felt he was a stranger. He couldn't fathom how that kid's brain worked coming up with something like pinyin. Initially, he didn't think it was of any use. But after trying it a few times he discovered that as long as one knew those letters one could figure out how to pronounce even unfamiliar characters. If you try to teach young children overly complex things from the start they won't understand. Rather than having them sway their heads reciting Heaven Earth Dark Yellow Universe Wilderness from the 1,000-character classic, it's better to have them master pinyin first. Our great Ming has vast territories, and often accents differ even within a single province. If everyone under heaven were to learn this pinyin, they could communicate with anyone no matter where they traveled. Moreover, second brother, third brother, if you were to one day conquer territories like the descendants of Genghis Khan, communicating with your subordinates would be a huge problem. It's easy to conquer their lands, but very difficult to conquer their minds. With this Hongwu pinyin, we can make it easier for them to learn our language. If we persist in teaching it for several generations, they will eventually speak Chinese and recognize Chinese characters. Speaking of which, I think it's also necessary for you to learn Mongolian, Arabic, and Persian. Otherwise, if your subordinates conspire to deceive you, you wouldn't even know. Zhu Su first spoke about the necessity of unifying the spoken language and then expressed his concerns for them. Fifth brother makes a good point. If we can't understand their language, we naturally cannot rule them. Once I'm married and move out of the palace, I'll find people proficient in these languages to teach me. Zhu Di walked in and spoke up. We want to learn too. Zhu Shuang and Zhu Gang said in unison. Since you all want to learn, why not petition father? Ask him to help find people familiar with these languages. That way you can study right here in the palace without having to wait until you move out. Zhu Su said with a smile. Right? Fifth brother, you're so clever. Father will find the teachers for us, and we won't have to spend our own silver. Zhu Gang was so delighted at this that he slapped his thigh in glee. Your silver? It's all given by me. Just as he was rejoicing, a somber voice echoed into the room. Zhu Gang's smile froze on his face as he slowly turned around. Your son pays respects to father. The other three had already risen to their feet and were bowing in salute. This one step late, and every step was late. Zhu Gang stood up and bowed, looking out of sync with his three brothers. Tell me, who do you want me to find for you, and how much silver will you save each month? Zhu Yuanzhang sat down on the chair that Wang Quan had brought over, looking at the three standing before him with bowed heads. To answer father, just now fifth brother suggested we find teachers to instruct us in Mongolian, Arabic, and Persian. Zhu Gang recounted everything that had just happened in detail. What do you want them to learn these things for? Hearing that it was Zhu Su's idea, Zhu Yuanzhang turned his gaze towards him. Know your enemy, and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. In the future, if my three elder brothers truly expand our territory and become feudal princes, they must be familiar with the local languages and customs, otherwise they cannot effectively govern those regions. Your son only suggested they start learning early for their own benefit. Zhu Su quoted the classics to support his point, then explained the importance of learning foreign languages, making his argument sound logical and well-founded. This matter has not been decided yet. It's too early to discuss this now. Although Zhu Yuanzhang had such intentions, he didn't want to make a grand spectacle of it. If the news leaked out and put the surrounding nations on high alert, that would be bad. Even if father has no such plans, it certainly does no harm for the princes of the great Ming to learn more about the outside world. Our dynasty coexists peacefully with all directions, and we should be aware of their situations. Zhu Su followed Zhu Yuanzhang's line of thought and elaborated further. That's more like it. It does you no harm to learn more about the outside world. I grant your request. In a few days I will find suitable people to teach you these languages. I heard you've invented some kind of Hongwu pinyin and have been teaching it to the 8th, 10th, and 11th. Yesterday Mr. Song came to me and said that if this were promoted, everyone under heaven could speak the same language with no communication barriers. Is that true? Zhu Yuanzhang nodded with satisfaction, then brought up the purpose of his visit. To answer father, it is true. Since ancient times, learning to read and write has been a difficult task. Our Chinese characters have complex forms. Missing a stroke or adding one creates a different character, and many have multiple pronunciations. The old Fanxia method may seem simple, but in reality it's only practical for those who already have some foundation. And it's not easy to look up a character's pronunciation either. Your son once came across some symbolic script left over from the previous dynasty. With just over 20 symbols, they formed a complete writing system. Our Chinese characters are profound and extensive, so naturally we can't use them the same way. However, these symbols would be very convenient for annotating pronunciations. For children like the 10th and 11th brothers who are 5 or 6 years old, they can learn Chinese characters, but progress is slow. It's better to first teach them these symbols so they know the pronunciations. Once they are proficient for any character, they simply need the pronunciation annotated, and they will know how to read it. If we were to annotate the pronunciations of all characters under heaven and explain their meanings, compiling them into a dictionary, such a work would surely be remembered for generations. Thousands of years from now, children in their early education would still be using the Hongwu dictionary. Zhu Su spoke endlessly about the dictionary, unable to stop. Excellent, excellent. The name Hongwu Dictionary is a fine one. I like it greatly. Tell me what you need me to do, and I shall fully cooperate with you. Zhu Yuanzhang grinned from ear to ear. Hongwu Dictionary. Eternal legacy. Zhu Yuanzhang paid little heed to the preceding words. His mind was entirely captivated by these 8 characters. Why was he Zhu Chongba looked down upon by the literati? Was it not because of his humble origins? With this Hongwu Dictionary, who would dare claim the Zhu family lacked refinement? To compile the Hongwu Dictionary, we need a leading Confucian scholar to spearhead the project, and to summon renowned scholars from across the land to participate. Many learned Confucians are reluctant to enter officialdom, but I believe they would certainly be interested in compiling the Hongwu. Once it is successfully compiled, and they return to their hometowns, they will naturally teach their disciples using this very method. This way we need not worry about the dictionary spread. If handled well within 2 or 3 decades of its completion, there will no longer be so many ministers speaking in various regional dialects at court. When people across the nation learn to read and write using this method, even the ethnic groups in remote regions will be able to speak Chinese and understand Chinese characters, basking in the civilizing influence of the court. Zhu Su first explained how to compile the dictionary, then painted a picture of the benefits once it was widely adopted. Good, my fifth son, you have finally done a great deed. Zhu Yuanzhang was genuinely overjoyed. Since ancient times, governing minority ethnic groups has been a headache for every dynasty. They typically resorted to a policy of autonomy, mainly due to their remoteness and, more importantly, the language barrier and different customs. People instinctively resist what they do not understand and naturally harbor wariness and suspicion towards those who speak a different. If everyone spoke the same language, communication would be much easier. Zhu Yuanzhang could naturally see these benefits, and in his view this was Zhu Su's greatest contribution. The steam engine and overseas colonization were distant prospects, merely words spoken by Zhu Su. But the Chinese phonetic alphabet and the Hongwu dictionary were things he could understand and see the benefits of at a glance. Father, you flatter me. Faced with Zhu Yuanzhang's exceptional praise, Zhu Su could only humbly accept it. Since the Chinese phonetic alphabet was your idea, how about you take on the role of chief editor for the Hongwu dictionary? Zhu Yuanzhang asked with a beaming smile. Although the phonetic alphabet was my idea, I am not suited to be the chief editor. In my opinion, since it's called the Hongwu dictionary, the chief editor must be none other than you, father. Zhu Su would not fall for this trap. Old Zhu was vain, so this prestigious role had to be his. But as the emperor, is it appropriate for me to take on this position? Well done, lad, you know how to play the game. Zhu Yuanzhang mentally applauded Zhu Su, though he still felt the need to be modest. It is entirely appropriate, father. You are the son of heaven, your words are law, and your word carries immense weight. Who else in the entire realm could possibly serve as the chief editor? Seeing old Zhu beaming with joy, Zhu Su quickly added, what you say makes some sense. As the emperor, I suppose I am indeed suitable. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded with a smile. Just moments ago he claimed it was unsuitable, and now it was suitable again. But Zhu Su wasn't wrong. It has always been said that scholars are the most contentious. When they gather, disputes are inevitable, and in such moments Zhu Yuanzhang was the one who could have the final say. Even if a character was pronounced Xian, if Zhu Yuanzhang declared it was pronounced Jiao, then it was Jiao. The emperor's word was law in ancient times. Zhu Shang and the other 2 princes watched as their father and 5th brother settled the matter with a few exchanges. Aside from a bit of surprise, they were mainly impressed by the close relationship between their father and their youngest brother. They were always cautious in front of Zhu Yuanzhang, terrified of saying the wrong thing. Who else could chat and laugh with their father as freely as their 5th brother did? All right, dispense with the formalities. Continue your lessons. 5th son, you come with me. In high spirits, Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, stood up, and called Zhu Su to follow him out. 5th brother loves his books, and probably won't lead armies in the future. Let him enjoy a life of comfort in the Ming dynasty. When I become a feudal lord, I want Zhu Gang, looking at the now empty doorway, turned to his brothers and mused. 3rd brother, 5th brother isn't even as skilled in martial arts as we are. Zhu Di said, patting his chest. True, we're not necessarily any worse than him. Zhu Shang nodded. He was also quite skilled in martial arts, and thinking of his own strengths, his confidence was restored. 5th brother loves his books, and probably won't lead armies in the future. Let him enjoy a life of comfort in the Ming dynasty. When I become a feudal lord, I won't treat this brother poorly. Almost at the same moment, the same thought crossed all 3 of their minds. 5th son, do people in the future learn to read using this Chinese phonetic alphabet? Following protocol, the attending eunuchs and maidservants trailed far behind. Zhu Yuanzhang asked Zhu Su, who was walking a step behind him. Yes, even if children in the future don't attend school, many parents will buy educational toys to teach them the Chinese phonetics. The current method of learning to read is quite difficult for young children. Moreover, the brushes, ink, and paper needed for writing practice are expensive. For ordinary families, it's not easy for their children to learn to read and write. The Chinese phonetic alphabet is easy to learn, and one can even practice writing it on the ground. The pencils made by the Imperial workshops are inexpensive, write small, and require less paper. This will allow more children from ordinary families to become literate. Zhu Su nodded in agreement. Even so, is it a good thing or a bad thing for the common people to be literate? Zhu Yuanzhang voiced his concern as he looked at Zhu Su. It is certainly a good thing. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined equal Zhuge Liang. An enlightened populace can only benefit our great Ming. If the common people are literate, they will understand reason and be able to read official notices. This will prevent local officials from daring to oppress them. Beyond Chinese characters, students in the future also study mathematics, chemistry, physics, and more. Just as a dragon begets 9 different offspring, each person has their own unique talents. Only when many people learn will talents emerge in all fields. This is how technology advances and society progresses. In ancient times, many rulers sought to implement a policy of keeping the people ignorant, believing that the less the common folk knew, the better. It was this very ideology that kept the lower classes in ignorance. It seemed to consolidate their rule, but in reality, it was utterly useless. The common people may not understand grand principles, but they can tell who is good and who is bad. When faced with famine and disaster that makes survival impossible, rebellion is still the inevitable course. The sages said the people may be made to follow a path of action, but they may not be made to understand it. Allowing more common folk to receive an education and learn to read is a good thing for the imperial court. Although the Sui and Tang dynasties largely eradicated the old aristocratic clans, in many regions of the south new gentry families have emerged. They pass down scholarship through generations and secure official positions. While they don't monopolize knowledge like the old aristocrats did, over time their interconnected networks could breed trouble. Rather than letting that happen, it's better to educate more people to dilute their influence. Furthermore, whether we pursue overseas colonization or expand our borders on all fronts, the newly acquired territories will need administrators. Relying solely on the current pool of officials won't suffice. Zhu Su noticed Zhu Yuanzhang's contemplative silence and elaborated on the long-term benefits and practical necessities of promoting widespread education. The sage's quote was, "The people may be made to follow a path of action, but they may not be made to understand it right." Casting a glance at Zhu Su, Zhu Yuanzhang offered his differing view. "This is precisely what I wish to discuss. Many scholars write without punctuating their sentences, which leads to ambiguity. Why doesn't the court promote the use of punctuation marks? The traditional judo system is adequate, yet many refuse to adopt it. Take my earlier quote for example. Different punctuation yields different meanings. Many interpret it as the people may be made to follow, but not to understand. Yet the sage advocated for education without discrimination and personally taught across many states with 3,000 disciples and 72 worthy sages. He clearly wished for more people to receive an education. Besides my father's and my own interpretation, there is another: the people, if capable, let them act, if incapable, teach them." The sage devoted his life to advocating for the Zhou rights and the 6 arts. Given this context, the meaning is, if the people already understand these principles, allow them to continue. If they do not, it is our duty to teach them. My interpretation aligns with this sentiment. Seizing the opportunity presented by the discussion on ambiguous punctuation, Zhu Su proposed promoting standardized punctuation marks. He suggested that even a simple dot to indicate a pause would suffice without needing the full array of modern symbols. "I know you've glimpsed many things from the future and find our current ways hard to get used to. But everything must be done step by step. In these past few months you've proposed so many things. I cannot possibly solve them all at once. Even as the emperor, I have my own constraints and limitations. Although the court appears stable, now the Mongols still occupy the grasslands in regions like Yunnan and Guizhou. This is why I've been continuously campaigning against them these past years. My original plan was to take Yunnan and Guizhou within 2 years to avoid fighting on 2 fronts. However, some of your suggestions have forced me to slow down. You speak truthfully about one thing: after over a decade of continuous warfare, the people are suffering. It's time to let them recover and rebuild." They arrived at a pavilion, and Zhu Yuanzhang stopped gesturing for Zhu Su to sit. "Your son has been too naive in his thinking." After sitting down and reflecting, Zhu Su admitted to himself that he had indeed initiated quite a lot of changes recently. "But this isn't like you, old Zhu. I could understand other emperors lacking decisiveness, but you are the one who could have tens of thousands executed over a single case. How can you be so hesitant now? Thankfully, this isn't a novel, or readers would surely criticize you for being an ineffective and indecisive emperor. I recall you mentioning that later historical records claim I killed many people with cases like Hu Weiyang's and Lan Yes involving tens of thousands of executions. Do you think I'm that ruthless and ungrateful person?" Zhu Yuanzhang seemed to read Zhu Su's thoughts and asked him directly. "Not at all. Later records don't portray you as entirely cruel. Hu Weiyang formed factions for personal gain and deceived the throne. His death was well-deserved. As for Lan Yu, I suspect you feared those Huaishi generals would defy Zhu Yuanwen after his succession, threatening his position, which is why you acted so decisively." Could old Zhu actually hear my thoughts? Zhu Su muttered inwardly and shook his head slightly. "You're not entirely foolish. Hu Weiyang lacked the talent of Li Shanchang, Wang Guanyang, or Lu Bowen. But what I initially valued about him was his ability to understand my intentions and his obedience. Yet within just a few years as chancellor, I found him increasingly difficult to control. The Zhongshushang became his personal fiefdom. Memorials he didn't want me to see I never saw. That's why I recalled Wang Guanyang from Guangdong. He was an excellent administrator, but he refused to be my blade. Lu Bowen was also a shrewd man who understood my thoughts. He constantly feared that once the birds were gone, the bow would be set aside, or once the rabbits were dead, the hounds would be cooked. If not for Hu Weiyang's constant scheming against him, he wouldn't have come to Yingtian to retire. My 5th son. Many people in history are summed up in just a few dozen characters in the annals, but how can such a brief mention truly capture a person's life? Those who have stood by me for over a decade all possess real talent, especially those civil officials. How many of them are simple or straightforward?" Zhu Yuanzhang nodded with satisfaction upon hearing Zhu Su's words and began to lay out his thoughts in detail. "By the way, father, later generations have always considered Lu Bowen the foremost strategist of the Ming dynasties, founding comparable to Zhang Liang or Zhuge Liang. They believe his reputation faded because you feared he might rebel and thus denied him high titles and ranks. He himself, as you said, sensed your wariness and voluntarily distanced himself from the court. Is that true? Seizing this rare opportunity for a heart-to-heart talk with Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Su asked this question. Lu Bowen, the foremost strategist. Where does that notion even come from? If we're talking about the greatest contributors to the founding of the Ming aside from myself, it would be Li Shanchang. He was the same type of minister as Xiao He, not a master of grand strategy, but someone who could pacify the people, secure provisions, and provide for our rear. When Lu Bowen joined us, I had already taken Yingtian. The momentum was on our side. His presence or absence wouldn't have changed the grand scheme. However, during the campaign against Chun Yuliang, he did help me make a crucial decision. Honestly, his contributions don't surpass Wang Guanjiang's. Wang Guanjiang's strategic mind might not match Lu Bowen's, and his administrative skills might not equal Li Shanchang's, but he possessed a balance of both. When I first established the marshal's office and took to the battlefield, he could devise plans. After we conquered territories, he could stabilize the populace. During Suda and Chang Yuchen's northern expeditions, he was the one who followed behind to maintain order. In my view, he was far more useful than Lu Bowen. What's even more commendable is that despite passing the imperial examinations, he never served the Yuan court. I once asked him why he bothered to take the exams if he had no intention of serving them. He replied, after 10 years of diligent study, taking the exam was to prove my own ability. The Mongols oppress the people and their resentment is boiling. Rather than aiding a tyrant, it's better to wait for a wise ruler. He was a man who could see the broader situation clearly, unlike Lu Bowen, who once suppressed many rebel forces in the Jiangnan region for the Yuan court. Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback by the claim that Lu Bowen was the foremost strategist. He then proceeded to evaluate the 3 ministers he had enfeoffed. Perhaps it has something to do with folk tales, Zhu Su said after a moment of thought. Folk tales? Zhu Yuanzhang was slightly taken aback. In later generations, there is a saying, Zhuge Liang for the 3 kingdoms, Lu Bowen for unifying the realm. There were even legends about Lu Bowen severing the dragon veins. Our great Ming has many novels, though none have been written yet, such as the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, where Zhuge Liang is a master strategist knowing astronomy above and geography below. In the water margin, Wu Yong, though a mere scholar, is also a shrewd calculator, and Gongsun Sheng practices Taoist. In the investiture of the gods, Jiang Zia needs no introduction. He cultivated immortality under Yuanshi Tianzhuan and later toppled the Shang dynasty. There is also Su Maogong of the Sui and Tang periods, a figure of the same ilk. For the founding of our great Ming, there is the tale of Ming heroes whose miraculous military advisor is Lu Bowen. Zhu Su pondered for a moment. It seemed that many of the Ming dynasty's historical romances followed this very formula. If he truly possessed such abilities, that would be wonderful. When he served as grand astrologer, it hadn't rained for months. I asked him to pray for rain, and he said that executing Li Bin would surely bring it. But in the end, Li Bin was executed, and the rain never came. Then, following his wife's death, he requested to retire to his hometown, and I did not stop him. I knew he saw that the Huaishi generals were too entrenched to be moved, so he deliberately did so. Yet he wasn't entirely inaccurate. His earlier prophecy about the great Ming's fate of 650 and dreams with words that startle the heart did hold some truth. Zhu Yuanzhang first curled his lip, then spoke with a smile. Zhu Su naturally knew that many later marketing accounts spun Lu Bowen's tales into near myths, which were of course untrue, but he never expected such a story to exist. Even more unexpected was that his own appearance had seemingly validated Lu Bowen's prophecy. Zhu Yuanzhang would certainly not lie to exonerate Lu Bowen. In fact, when he had first told Zhu Yuanzhang the truth, this very matter had come up. He truly wondered whether it was mere coincidence, or if Lu Bowen had genuine ability. Speaking of which, I did have him play the role of a mystic back then. He did understand some astronomy, and could roughly predict when rain or wind would come. I used such things to boost morale. But that was only during wartime. When the wind blows or the rain falls is the will of heaven. How could human effort control it? Perhaps that is why later generations spun his reputation into legend. Zhu Yuanzhang recalled the old days, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. Those who leave their names in history are never ordinary people, Zhu Su said with a hint of emotion. That is natural. Yet even the most accomplished figures are often recorded in history with just a few sparse lines. As my sons, you will certainly be written about, but how much is recorded will be up to you. Speaking of which, what you are doing now is already worthy of a good chapter. If the things you have created truly prove to be of immense value and bring about great influence in the future, it may well be that in the history books of later generations your reputation will surpass even mine. Zhu Yuanzhang said with a laugh. Your son would never dare compare himself to your majesty. I have merely drawn upon what I saw in my dreams like a storyteller retelling tales. Truly, carrying these things out still requires your majesty. Zhu Su was not being modest. Although he was a prince, he held little real power. And it was precisely because he was a prince, bolstered by Lu Bowen's prophecy and being the son of Zhu Yuanzhang, that many of his ideas could be realized. Had he been an ordinary man, even knowing all this, what could he have done? Setting everything else aside, merely gaining an audience with Zhu Yuanzhang would have been a daunting task. In an imperial society, the best way to accomplish anything was to attach oneself to the imperial authority. For a commoner, simply living a good life was enough. I'm glad you understand. Stop working on other things for now. Focus on drafting the plan for the Hongwu dictionary. Complete this one task, and I will ensure your name is etched into the annals of history for generations to come. Now go back to your studies. I must attend to the memorials." Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand and rose. "Your son takes his leave." Zhu Su bowed respectfully and withdrew from the pavilion. Returning to the main hall, Song Lian was lecturing on history and nodded slightly as he entered. "This Prince of Wu is truly a prodigy. That phonetic notation system is indeed a remarkable invention." With a silent sigh of admiration, Song Lian continued his lecture to the princes. At the next morning's court assembly, Song Lian submitted a memorial. He first noted that the various regions across the realm all had their own dialects, making communication extremely difficult. Even many officials spoke with heavy accents. He then spoke of how the Prince of Wu had devised a method of annotating pronunciation using Western characters, which was extremely practical. The 10th and 11th princes, despite their youth, had learned quickly, and with this method had already come to recognize many characters. Finally, he requested that Zhu Yuanzhang promote this method throughout the realm and suggested that all characters be annotated with their pronunciations in this manner, compiled into a volume and distributed across the land, so that unifying pronunciation would be within reach. The Prince of Wu again. The ministers muttered inwardly. Why did the Prince of Wu keep coming up lately? Last time it was the steam engine, then the flintlock musket, then exposing the depreciation of paper currency. Wasn't the Prince of Wu being a bit too active lately? I too have long suffered from the barrier of differing accents. If all the people of the realm spoke the same language, not only would communication be effortless, but the transmission of imperial decrees would also become far more efficient. I have decided to promote this method and compile the Hongwu dictionary. I will personally serve as chief editor with the Prince of Wu, Zhu Su as deputy editor, and Minister Song Lian as chief compiler. After the court adjourns, I ask you all to recommend eminent scholars to jointly compile the Hongwu dictionary. Once completed and printed, every person of scholarly rank in the realm shall receive a copy. From then on, all pronunciations and definitions of characters shall be based on the Hongwu dictionary. Before the ministers could dwell on it further, Zhu Yuanzhang, seated upon the dragon throne, had already given his approval. Without consulting the ministers further, he settled the matter on the spot. Your servant shall not disappoint your majesty's expectations, and will compile the Hongwu dictionary with all due haste. Song Lian, upon hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's agreement, knelt down in excitement and kowtowed. The highest achievement is establishing virtue, the second is establishing merit, and the third is establishing words. These endure through the ages without decay, and this is what is called immortality. This level of establishing words was something many could only dream of. Yet none of the officials present dared to contend with Song Lian for the position of chief compiler, for he was a renowned Confucian scholar of the era with a form. The Hongwu dictionary was different. According to Zhu Yuanzhang's decree, every person of scholarly rank would receive a copy, meaning that future generations of scholars would learn to read through this very dictionary. This level of establishing words was something many could only dream of. Yet none of the officials present dared to contend with Song Lian for the position of chief compiler, for he was a renowned Confucian scholar of the era with a formidable reputation. Many knew they themselves lacked the qualifications to participate, but that didn't mean their teachers did. Many were eager to leave court and draft memorials recommending their own masters. Before the great scholars arrived, Zhu Yuanzhang assigned Zhu Su another task to meet with Kujiro. According to Zhu Yuanzhang, the Ming dynasty could not openly support Kujiro. Since Zhu Su knew the full story, he was to contact Kujiro in his capacity as a prince. This way Kujiro would not feel that the Ming dynasty was fobbing him off, and they could genuinely negotiate favorable terms. Zhu Su had originally assumed Kujiro had been brought to Yingtian, but to his surprise Kujiro was still in Zhujiang, so Zhu Su needed to make a trip. According to Zhu Yuanzhang, by the time he returned, the great scholars should have arrived in the capital, so neither matter would be delayed. Of course, Zhu Su's official assignment was to travel to Zhujiang on behalf of Zhu Yuanzhang to reward the navy, a mission of imperial significance. He traveled with the full imperial procession. Escorted by 1,000 Jinui guards and over a dozen ships, Zhu Su sailed on a dragon boat straight for Zhujiang. If not for his seasickness, the journey would have been quite pleasant. Unfortunately, he suffered from seasickness even on the Yangtze River. He vomited shortly after boarding. To make matters worse, Zhu Yuanzhang had specifically arranged for him to sail downriver and approach Ningbo from the sea to experience ocean travel. After 3 days of torment, Zhu Su arrived at Ningbo harbor, where Tang He and others who had come to welcome him saw him being carried off on a chair. After exchanging greetings and learning of his seasickness, Tang He and Fu Yud exchanged glances, barely suppressing their smiles. Worried about his condition, they quickly helped him into a sedan chair and entered the city. After 2 days of rest, Zhu Su's health improved. I apologize for the embarrassment, Marquis of Zhongshan, he said, meeting Tang He as soon as he was feeling better. Prince of Wu, what are you saying? Seasickness is a common ailment. I suffered from it myself in the past, but it improved. Tang He quickly offered words of comfort. My father told me a bit about your campaign against the pirates, but not in detail. Could you tell me more? Zhu Su asked with an awkward smile, changing the subject. This is all thanks to your highness. The telescope and the flintlock rifle were instrumental in our victory. Seeing his awkward expression, Tang He realized he had touched a sore spot. After first flattering Zhu Su, he then gave a detailed account of the events of that day. In your opinion, did Kujiro surrender because he saw no way out, or is he truly trying to restore the Q family through endurance and hardship? After hearing Tang He's account, which was far more detailed than the memorials, especially the fact that Kyujiro had never even been to Japan, Zhu Su began to doubt Kyujiro's motives. I am not sure, Your Highness. He doesn't seem like a man of great ambition. Previously the Emperor wrote to me warning me to be cautious with him. But after he was brought to the camp he spent his days drinking and carousing with women in his tent. It annoyed the soldiers so much that we had to move him into the city where he is now under strict watch by the Jinyui. Tang He felt a bit embarrassed. Initially he had been pleased to hear of Kyujiro's plans, especially since Kyujiro claimed Japan was small, but rich in gold and silver, hoping for some benefit. But after seeing his behavior in the camp he felt he might have been duped, and even regretted mentioning the matter to Zhu Yuanzhang. It seems he'll only know the truth by meeting him. By the way, Marquis, do you have any news on the major pirate fleets? Zhu Su nodded, then asked. Our navy has been patrolling extensively, but has found no trace of pirates. According to Kyujiro, the major pirate forces are not in Zhejiang, but in Fujian. Since the court banned maritime trade, they have moved to the Ryukyu Islands and some islands in the South Seas. Only Kyujiro, with his inside connections and weaker force, remained in Zhejiang. His original fallback plan was to flee to Ryukyu and seek refuge with Owoku. Tang He shook his head slightly. Records had always shown Zhejiang as the most plagued by pirates, but now they had moved elsewhere. He was planning to memorialize Zhu Yuanzhang to move the navy to Fujian. I see. That gives me a clearer picture. Hearing this, Zhu Su devised a plan. That afternoon Kyujiro was brought to Zhu Su's residence. Kyujiro was excited to learn he would meet the Ming prince. He knew the emperor was unlikely to meet him personally, and sending a prince was already a significant show of sincerity. Looking at the man before him, who was at most 5 feet tall, Zhu Su understood why the ancients called them Little Japanese. Kyujiro pays respects to the Prince of Wu and the Marquis of Zhongshan. Just as Zhu Su wondered how he would bow, Kyujiro threw himself to the ground and kowtowed. Though Japanese, Kyujiro's Chinese was passable, at least comprehensible. No need for such formalities, please have a seat. Zhu Su waved his hand. Thank you, Your Highness. Kyujiro sat down on the chair with utmost respect. My father has read the letter you sent through the Marquis. While he admires your courage, your request for the Ming dynasty to send troops to help your emperor unify Japan is unrealistic. Japan is far across the sea. Deploying tens of thousands of troops would incur immense costs in provisions and supplies. A failure would be a waste of resources and manpower. However, your loyalty has moved my father. That is why he sent me to see what concrete actionable plans you have. If they are feasible, we will gradually increase our support. Zhu Su's idea was simple: have Kyujiro present a viable plan, and the Ming dynasty would act as an angel investor. If he couldn't even come up with a plan, his fate would be grim. I do have a plan, Your Highness. I intend to first gather the forces exiled overseas. Once they are unified with the help of the Ming dynasty, I can return to Japan with a force that no one can underestimate. The emperor will surely be moved by my loyalty. Then if I become a daimyo, I can repay the Ming dynasty greatly. Kyujiro had been thinking about this. He believed his greatest assets were the Q family name and his connections with Japanese exiles. If he could gather them, he might have a force of several thousand, or even 10,000. With that he could return to Japan, secure a fief, and live without fear. Be more specific. How do you plan to do this? This answer did not satisfy Zhu Su. He wanted a concrete plan. My humble plan is to follow the original scheme and seek refuge with my maternal uncle, who currently commands over 3,000 men in Ryukyu. As my uncle has no sons, only daughters, once I take refuge with him, I can inherit his enterprise. By that time I would have around 4,000 able-bodied soldiers under my command, enough to be considered a formidable force among the pirates. The Kujo family still holds some renown in Japan. I could spread rumors that we have the backing of the great Ming, and in doing so rally the loyal and brave scattered across various regions. With this force I can return to Japan. The Kujo family has many connections there, and with the support of the great Ming, the emperor is certain to bestow upon me an important position. Kujo Taro was unsure exactly how detailed Lord Zhu Di wanted his explanation to be. He had only recently conceived this idea and had not yet met his uncle, so he was unaware of his current situation and lacked a detailed plan. What kind of support do you seek from the great Ming? If you mean direct military intervention, there's no need to say more. After hearing his words, Zhu Di felt it wasn't entirely reliable, though it was a slight improvement over the previous suggestion. As long as he didn't make excessive demands, it might be agreeable. I currently have over 600 young soldiers under my command. Though they have been trained by their fathers since childhood, they still fall short when compared to the soldiers of the great Ming. I am well aware of the great Ming's formidable military prowess. If direct military support is not possible, could you assist in training my soldiers? Additionally, I would request some firearms, and if possible 2 new ships equipped with cannons would be ideal. Kujo Taro looked at Zhu Di as he presented his requests. These requests aren't excessive. Let's proceed step by step. Here is how we can cooperate. The great Ming will first help train your soldiers and provide you with some firearms. You will then go to your uncle. Once you gain his trust, you will return to the great Ming bearing his official seal. Your uncle has held sway overseas for many years and has likely amassed considerable wealth. At that point, the great Ming can sell you more firearms, and even warships are not out of the question. Once you have taken control of your uncle's forces, I can send someone from the great Ming to vouch for you and help you consolidate those. When you reach Japan, you can send someone with the emperor's letter and a special envoy to the great Ming. With your emperor's commitment, our 2 nations can engage in broader cooperation. Zhu Di pondered for a moment before presenting his plan. Kujou Taro thought to himself that this prince despite his youth was quite shrewd in his calculations. Apart from the initial training of soldiers and a few firearms, the great Ming would contribute very little. To obtain more firearms and warships, he would not only need his uncle's support, but also have to purchase them. The final step would require the intervention of the Japanese emperor. I humbly express my deepest gratitude to the great Ming emperor for his immense grace, and to His Highness the Prince of Wu. At this moment Kujou Taro had no other choice. Besides, he had genuinely considered this plan, and had not deceived Zhu Di. He thus agreed, kneeling to kowtow twice. There's no need for thanks. But how do you intend to demonstrate your sincerity? Zhu Di asked with a faint smile. I have accumulated some family wealth over the years at sea, which I will offer entirely to your highness. Additionally, I have 3 sons and 2 daughters whom I am willing to leave in the great Ming as hostages. Having said this, Kujou added, my daughters are now in their early teens. If your highness would not find it beneath you, I would be honored to present them to you. I accept your sincerity, but as for your daughters, that won't be necessary. Zhu Di was taken aback that this man would attempt to become his father-in-law, and promptly declined. It was a lapse in my judgment. I hope your highness will not take offense. Kujou Taro said, briefly glancing up at Tang He before speaking. Tang He noticed Kujou Taro's subtle gesture, and suddenly realized that the Prince of Wu wasn't uninterested, rather with him present the prince felt too embarrassed to accept. Unaware that his intentions had been misinterpreted by the 2 men, Zhu Di considered the initial cooperation talks. That morning he had learned from Tang He that there was a member of the Jinyui who understood Japanese. He then requested that this person accompany Kujou Taro and serve as a liaison officer. Kujou Taro naturally agreed, without hesitation. This Kujou Taro is quite clever. He claims to give us his family wealth, but that wealth is already in our hands. As for sons and daughters, I doubt he has only 3 sons and 2 daughters. Zhu Di remarked to Tang He after Kujou Taro had left. Your highness speaks the truth. I previously learned from one of his concubines that his eldest son was sent to his uncle's. It's more accurate to say that upon his uncle's death the inheritance would go to his son rather than to him. Tang He quickly added. Fortunately, I'm not foolish enough to agree to any excessive demands. Their soldiers should still be properly trained. Also, the Wokus' individual combat skills are quite impressive. We could learn from them. As for firearms, I have prepared 1,000. Since he only has about 600 men, I'll give him 300. Those firearms will be delivered to you in a few days. His 3 sons should be well-educated, ideally cultivated to be loyal to our great Ming. If he does manage to return to Japan, these sons might prove useful. Zhu Di glanced at Tang He and continued. I didn't expect your highness despite your youth to have such foresight. I am far inferior to you. Tang He began to flatter him. Marquis Zhongshan flatters me. I have no such deep thoughts. These were all instructions from my father before he departed. I do hope this Kujou Taro succeeds. Even if he only manages to take those pirates away, it would be a great achievement for the great Ming. However, we must also strengthen ourselves. We should continue our training. If he fails, we will still have to face the pirates, Zhu Di said with some emotion. Rest assured, your highness. Since His Majesty has entrusted me with the crucial task of training the navy, I will certainly forge a formidable naval force for the great Ming. Tang He said with a serious expression. Then I shall trouble Marquis Zhongshan. Stay here tonight, and we shall have a good drink together. Zhu Di said with a slight smile. Then I shall gladly accept your kind offer. Tang He did not stand on ceremony. After all, Zhu Di was here to reward the troops on behalf of the emperor. In a manner of speaking, his words carried nearly the same weight as an imperial edict. It was merely a meal. Even if the emperor learned of it, it would be of no consequence. Subsequently, Zhu Di ordered preparations for the banquet, while inquiring about Tang He's knowledge of naval warfare. Unbeknownst to them, the sky gradually darkened. Are you Zhang Zhu? Zhu Su asked, looking at the sturdy man before him, who was slightly taller than himself with a ruddy, honest face. In response to your highness, I am Zhang Zhu. Although Zhang Zhu had already met many important figures, the man before him was the son of the emperor. To meet a prince was something one could boast about for a lifetime. Do not be nervous. I have come on behalf of my father to reward the troops. In this campaign to eradicate pirates, the Marquis of Zhongshan and the Marquis of Yingchuan have both listed you for the highest merit. Besides the 100 taels of silver, you have also been promoted to the rank of Baihu. Zhu Su said with a smile, announcing his rewards. I, your humble subject, thank your majesty for your grace. Zhang Zhu kowtowed repeatedly in gratitude. Rise. Zhu Su said, a little amused at the man's thank you, your highness. Zhang Zhu stood up, his face even redder from excitement. This was 100 taels. Back home, 100 taels was enough to buy several acres of prime paddy field. Besides Zhang Zhu, Zhu Su also met with several other soldiers who had distinguished themselves. As for the rewards for the entire force, they had already been announced. The reason Zhang Zhu earned the highest merit was that he had discovered the pirates' trail. While tracking them, he used his intimate knowledge of the sea to locate their lair without alerting them. The subsequent battle was rather unremarkable. Unlike past battles that involved close-quarters combat, this one relied primarily on long-range musket fire, making it difficult to tally individual military achievements. After rewarding the officers and soldiers, Zhu Su boarded a 2-masted warship to inspect it. This is my flagship, a 400 liu warship. From stem to stern it is 9 zhang long. The hull from the bow to the unplanked section is 6 zhang. The bow is 1 zhang and 3 chi wide and 5 chi deep. The midship is 1 zhang and 7 chi wide and 6 chi deep. The stern is 1 zhang and 3 chi wide and 7 chi deep. The hull planking is 3 cun thick. This is the bulwark from which arrows can be shot outward. Fu Yud introduced the ship to Zhu Su. I know little of naval warfare, Zhu Su said, but I imagine it's simply a matter of big ships beating small ships, more ships beating fewer ships, and more cannons beating fewer cannons. These 400 Leo warships seem a bit small. I've read records from the previous dynasty. Their ocean-going ships were as large as 8 or 9,000 shur, and the smallest were over 2,000 shur. Aren't our warships too small? After inspecting the warship, they arrived at the command cabin, where Zhu Su asked Fu Yud this question. These warships are indeed not large. However, your highness may not be aware that shipbuilding is not an easy task. Finding suitable timber takes time, and more importantly, the wood needs time to season. Generally, just processing the timber takes over a year. Most of our current warships are remnants from the campaign against Hongwu. Some were assembled from usable timber salvaged from old ships. It will take at least another year to build new warships. The largest of the new warships will be two Sanlio vessels equipped with 6,000 gene cannons and 10 cannons of several hundred gene each. In this battle, dozens of warships and over 100 cannons quickly sank the pirate vessels, which is why we suffered so few casualties. Fu Yud nodded at Zhu Su's words, then continued. I see. By the way, while I was in the palace with little to do, I had the craftsmen of the Imperial workshop build a few warship models. Of course, this was a whim of mine. I know nothing of shipbuilding, so whether such a ship can actually be built would require consulting the shipwrights. This is a warship I envisioned. It has 3 decks with cannons mounted on 2 of them. One side can hold 8 cannons per deck, 16 per deck, so 2 decks can hold 32 cannons. As Zhu Su spoke, someone came forward carrying a chest. Opening it, they brought out a 6 centimeter long model of this. Your Highness' idea is interesting. We have, of course, considered placing cannons in the hold. However, our current warships use watertight compartments below, separated longitudinally by bulkheads. Even if one section leaks, it won't affect the ship's seaworthiness. 1,000 gene cannon would be too heavy for the hull to support. Moreover, when a cannon fires, it recoils backward. If placed in the hold, it could easily damage the ship. Looking at Zhu Su's design, Fu Yud felt like laughing. This Prince of Wu was certainly fearless in his ignorance. I am well aware of what you've said. Therefore, this warship does not use watertight compartments. Instead, it uses a sturdy keel with ribs added on both sides, and the hull planking is attached to the ribs. This strengthens the sides of the ship. As for the recoil you mentioned, I have also had my craftsmen make some improvements. Marquis of Yingchuan, please look. The cannon is mounted on this gun carriage. The rear of the cannon is secured with ropes or chains. The carriage itself allows for recoil space, and with the ropes it won't recoil too far after firing. This distance is just right for the gunner to reload, and after reloading it can be pushed back into position. As Zhu Su spoke, he brought out another model of a cannon. I must admit, I have never seen a warship like this. Hearing your Highness' explanation, it does seem feasible. However, I am still not certain how it will perform in practice. Fu Yud set aside his initial disdain and looked seriously at the model warship before him, beginning to ponder whether it could truly work. Since you are uncertain, we can try building one. But don't start with such a large size. Build a small ship first. Once we confirm it works, we can attempt to build a larger one. I am also aware that our great Ming does not have an abundance of large timber, and even if it does, it's likely hidden deep. However, we should not limit our vision to the great Ming. I have heard that there are many uninhabited islands at sea with trees that have grown for countless years. Once the seas are somewhat calmer, we can send people to search for them. The warship model before Zhu Su was in fact the galleon of the later Western world. Its advantage was that it could carry a large number of cannons, providing ample firepower. The current Fujian ships of the Great Ming were actually used for close-quarters boarding actions. They could still be considered relatively advanced for now, but they would fall behind in a little over 100 years. Zhu Su was planning ahead. As for the later claims about Zheng He's treasure ships being 44 zhang long and 18 zhang wide, comparable to a modern aircraft carrier, one should take such tales with a grain of salt. In the era of wooden warships, a vessel of that size was impossible to build. For one thing, how would one construct a keel of over 100 meters? And even if the keel were manageable, how long would the masts have to be? This brings to mind the scholar officials of the Ming dynasty who recorded these documents. They were not sensitive to numbers, and these gentlemen likely had no concept of length. After boarding a ship, they had no real understanding of its dimensions. It is said that the earliest record of this size comes from a historical novel, and the ship could only have been built by summoning the divine craftsman Lu Ban down from heaven. The maximum length of ancient wooden warships was around 60 meters, and Zheng He's great treasure ships were probably about that size. Having inspected the warships, met with Kitaro, and rewarded the soldiers, Zhu Su's mission was essentially complete. Gifting the warship model to Fu Yud was a Spuro-Themet decision, but if they could actually build such a vessel, it would be. Not to mention 200 years from now, these ships would hold their own against Western warships, provided the West developed along the same historical path. Even though some things had already changed, Zhu Su still worried. The more he learned about this era, the more he felt a sense of. After all, he had no system, only vague knowledge of future events. Zhu Yuanzhang could still heed his advice now, but no one knew what the future held. If policies were reversed, his current efforts could all be in vain. So he seized the moment to leave something lasting for future generations so that even if Zhu Yuanzhang wavered, they wouldn't be left with nothing. This was why Zhu Su had the craftsmen clearly mark the dimensions and materials of everything they built. He kept backups himself, so even if these things were later banned, he would still have the blueprints. I should have taken the boat back, Zhu Su muttered, staring gloomily at the pouring rain outside. When Zhu Yuanzhang learned he got seasick, he issued a decree allowing him to return by land. That came as a relief to Zhu Su. He wouldn't have to endure another few days of torment. However, land travel was naturally slower than by boat since a ship could sail around the clock. Riding horseback wasn't feasible for such a long journey, so they had to use a carriage. The carriage was painfully slow, barely covering a few li per hour. To make matters worse, it had started raining. They had been stuck at this posting station for 2 days, and the rain showed no sign of letting up. Had they taken the boat, they would have been back in Ingtian the day before yesterday. Your Highness needn't worry, Tang, he said, watching the rain with a relaxed smile. Now that the navy had taken shape, Zhu Yuanzhang had summoned him back, leaving the naval affairs to Fu Yud. It's just that I have nothing to do. Boredom was the worst. In a later age, he could surf the internet or play games to pass the time, but now, what was there to do? He had nothing much to talk about with Tang He either, and if they talked too much and old Zhu found out, that wouldn't be good. Then there was Tang He's personal guard, who struck Zhu Su as odd. Tang He brought him everywhere. Even a personal guard didn't need to be that attached. I heard your Highness taught the Empress a fist technique in the palace. Would you be willing to teach me as well? Tang He was bored too, but at his age he had learned to be patient. Since Marquis Yingchuan is interested, of course. With nothing better to do, Zhu Su taught him Tai Chi. Tang He proved to be a natural. He mastered nearly half of it in just half a day. And so on rainy days the two practiced Tai Chi indoors, quite literally. 2 more days passed this way, and only after the heavy rain stopped and the weather cleared for a day did they finally set out. After rushing for 3 days, they finally reached the outskirts of Ingtian. Zhu Su knew someone would be there to greet him, but he hadn't expected such a grand reception. Crown Prince Zhu Biao himself had come with a retinue to welcome him outside the city. Surprised, Zhu Su realized he was traveling with the imperial procession on behalf of the emperor. Fifth brother, you've had a long and tiring journey. You must be exhausted. Seeing Zhu Su's somewhat haggard face, Zhu Biao was deeply moved. He had originally volunteered for the mission, but Zhu Yuanzhang said that since the telescope and flintlock were Zhu Su's inventions, he was the better fit. Not at all. I just didn't expect to get seasick. If not for that, the trip would have been quite enjoyable. The two brothers sat in the carriage, speaking more freely with each other. Back at the palace, Zhu Su followed Zhu Biao to report to Zhu Yuanzhang. You've had a rough journey. Go rest for now, and we'll discuss the report tomorrow. Seeing Zhu Su's condition, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a pang of concern and didn't press him for details. This son, thanks your majesty. Zhu Su was more than happy to go rest. But to his surprise, when he returned to his quarters, his fourth brother Zhu Di was there. Fifth brother, I've been waiting for you. Come on, tell me, was the boat ride fun? Seeing Zhu Su return, Zhu Di pulled him over to sit down and asked. Fourth brother, I was vomiting from the very first day. I spent 3 days on the ship and then 2 more days lying in bed in Ningbo before I recovered. Does that sound fun? Zhu Su shot Zhu Di a look. So you really do get seasick? I told you you should learn to ride horses with me. Once you get used to the jolting, you'll be fine. A mischievous grin spread across Zhu Di's face. He clearly already knew about this and had come to tease him. It's different. Riding a horse jolts you front and back, but a ship sways side to side. You're used to horses, fourth brother. You'd probably get seasick too. Zhu Su recalled a movie he had seen in his past life and smiled. That's impossible. Front and back, side to side. What's the difference? Zhu Di thought Zhu Su was treating him like, of course there's a difference. During the Three Kingdoms, Cao Cao led hundreds of thousands of troops against Sun Quan. But his men had never been on ships. They got seasick the moment they boarded. So Cao Cao ordered the warships to be chained together with iron locks. That way the ships wouldn't sway and the soldiers wouldn't feel the rocking. Unfortunately, they fell for Zhou Ye's fire attack, which led to the defeat at Red Cliffs. Zhu Su didn't actually know whether skilled riders would get seasick, but scaring Zhu Di a little was fine. He deserved it for laugh. So what should be done about it? Zhu Di frowned at Zhu Su's serious expression. Fourth brother, aren't you supposed to be emulating Genghis Khan's descendants and expanding outward? Why the sudden interest in ships? Zhu Su found it strange and asked. Because ships are faster, of course. If we don't strike too far, it's fine, but if we go as far as you said, boats might be more convenient. Didn't you say the earth we live on is round? Since merchants from previous dynasties could ship goods west by sea, sailing is naturally faster. Zhu Di, you've got a point. But finding out if you get seasick isn't hard. Just get on a boat and try it. Of course, a small boat on a river is different from a big ship on the sea. The waves are bigger at sea and the rocking is worse. If you're interested, fourth brother, you could try riding your horse sideways. That might give you a sense of whether the side-to-side motion would make you dizzy. Zhu Su said with a chuckle. Do you take me for a fool? Ride sideways. Why not ride backward? Zhu Di realized had been played and rolled his eye. Heh, riding a horse backward is still just as bumpy. The best way is to try it on a ship yourself. I never thought I'd get seasick, and riding in a carriage is just as uncomfortable. Zhu Su chuckled, then spoke seriously again. That's like saying nothing at all. Forget it, let's talk about the ship later. You look terrible. Should I have a royal physician examine you? Zhu Di never knew his younger brother could be so playful. Seeing his haggard appearance, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of It's fine, I'm a physician myself. I'm just tired from the carriage ride these past few days. A good day's rest, and he'll be right. He knew his own body best. Zhu Su had no intention of summoning the royal physicians. If they came, he'd surely be forced to take days of bitter medicine. Then rest well. He'll take my leave. Having teased his brother, and found it not so amusing after all, Zhu Di bid it, go slowly forth, brother. After seeing Zhu Di to the door, Zhu Su ordered the stable hands to prepare some warm water. After a bath and a light meal, he lay down and slept soundly. He slept until dusk. Feeling much better, he practiced some boxing, soaked in a bath, ate a bit, and went back to sleep. In the middle of the night, he woke up and found he couldn't fall back asleep. He regretted sleeping so long during the day. At this hour in this place, what could he do while awake? He finally decided to go to the study. Tiptoeing like a thief, he carried a candle and made his way there. After lighting the candle, he found his pencil. What was it that kept him awake? Wasn't it the carriage? A two-wheeled carriage is truly bumpy. Could he perhaps design a four-wheeled one? Relatively speaking, a four-wheeled carriage would be more comfortable and stable, and the cabin could be made larger to carry more cargo. A four-wheeled carriage isn't simply a matter of adding two more wheels to a two-wheeled frame. Doing so would cause problems. The front and rear wheels of a four-wheeled carriage are mounted on separate frames connected by a pivoting bogie with a steering mechanism. If one were to draw an analogy, it would be like the trucks of later eras where the cab and trailer are separate. As for how to build this bogie, Zhu Su recalled from his past life memories that the connection on a hand tractor was simply a metal pin latching it together. As he pondered, Zhu Su sketched out the rough design on paper with his pencil. Besides the bogie, there was also the issue of shock absorption, which was a headache. Without rubber, he couldn't even make solid tires. Even if he had rubber, he couldn't produce solid tires anyway. He'd have to think of another way. Leaf springs seemed like a good option, but he had no idea what strength they would need to be. After 3 hours of work until the eastern sky began to pale, he had only managed to design a bogie. As for shock absorption, he had no solution at all. Still, it was something. He'd leave the rest to the craftsmen and see what they could come up with. Leaving the drawings there, Zhu Su yawned and went back to bed for a nap. When he woke again, he felt much better than the day before. After breakfast, he went to pay his respects to Empress Ma and happened to run into Zhu Yuanzhang. Since there were no lessons today, he followed his father to the Qianqing Palace. Your idea is good. If he hasn't lied, then it's a good thing. If he has lied, it's just a few thousand taels of silver for firearms, hardly a loss. After hearing Zhu Su's account of his cooperation agreement with Jiao Tiao, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded with great satisfaction. Father has keen judgment, that is indeed my intention. However, I've heard from the Marquis of Zhongshan that his uncle has taken his eldest son under his wing, seemingly intending to make him his heir. I fear that Jiao Tiao may struggle to control his uncle's forces, and in the end, will still have to rely on the Navy to suppress them. Therefore, the Navy's training cannot stop and warships must still be built. Besides, there are already so many pirates just in the seas around the Great Ming. If we venture to the western seas, or even farther, without a powerful navy, it would be like a child flaunting gold in a crowded market. Especially for the first voyage, the Navy must escort the merchant ships, letting those nations witness the might of our Great Ming Navy, so they dare not harbor any ill intentions. Zhu Su voiced his concerns, and also explained the key to conducting the first trade mission. I know that too. Like you said before, didn't old Four send that Zheng He out with hundreds of ships on a grand voyage to the western seas? Our Great Ming has been established for 8 years now, yet many neighboring countries haven't paid tribute. This is a perfect opportunity to display the majesty of our Great Ming. Zhu Yuanzhang clearly shared this sentiment. Throughout history, the Central Plains dynasties had been the suzerains of the surrounding small states. This was a chance to proclaim Great Ming's might, and let those nations know they had a new master. Father is wise. However, the gifts to those small nations need not be too lavish. Our merchants will be doing business there, and will already be making money. We can't follow the later records of giving generously while receiving little. Logically, this is them paying tribute for our protection, so they should give more. Of course, mutual benefit would be even better. Additionally, we should sign agreements with them ensuring our merchants are not oppressed while doing business there. Of course, our merchants should pay the proper taxes, but they shouldn't be overcharged either. Zhu Su mentioned a few more points to watch out for. It's a pity you get seasick, otherwise having you lead the fleet would have been a fine. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su with a hint of regret. Yes, I find it regrettable too. Zhu Su nodded, but inwardly he thought, you really can dream. Me leading the fleet. That trip would take at least a year or more. He'd be bored to death at sea. Although he'd like to travel around, given the current state of transportation, forget it. Staying put and being a homebody was just fine. Fortunately, this won't come to fruition until next year at the earliest. We have plenty of time to prepare. You were telling me about the rise of great powers. You finished the Netherlands. Which country is next? Since the pirates hadn't been wiped out, yet there was no point in thinking so far ahead. For Zhu Yuanzhang, knowing the general gist was enough. He changed the subject, asking Zhu Su to continue with the rise of great powers. The nation that rose after the Netherlands was England, separated from them by a strait. It was the country with the largest territorial dominion in history, and the second, or perhaps the true empire, on which the sun never sets. Their territories spanned the globe, conquering one nation after another with mighty ships and cannons. It all began, and so Zhu Su began to tell Zhu Yuanzhang the story of England's rise. Dreadnought steam engines, a formidable navy. Are you suggesting we follow England's path? Having heard Zhu Dis account of England's rise and fall, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Father, your words are both right and wrong. Even if we do not tread England's exact road, a powerful navy and steam engines are indispensable. The former is the key to safeguarding a nation's maritime interests, while the latter is the guarantee of its rise. Later generations had a theory: productive forces determine relations of production. Productive forces refer to the tools with which the common people labor. In early times, tools were crude. Cultivation required the concerted effort of many, which is why both East and West saw the emergence of slavery. With the invention of iron tools and the spread of ox-drawn plows, 2 or 3 people could till several mu of land. Naturally, the people were unwilling to remain slaves. Thus the slave system began to crumble. In our celestial empire, this gave rise to the small-scale peasant economy of men tilling and women weaving. A family could work a few mu of land to meet its daily needs, and even without extensive contact with the outside world they could get by. In the West, feudalism prevailed, a hierarchy of lords with peasants at the bottom. Similar to us, a manor could form an independent, self-contained society. This is why in Western nations a lord could rule over a territory as small as a few villages. The advent of the steam engine changed all this. Many wealthy individuals discovered that investing in factories yielded greater profits than farming. At this point, the rich no longer valued land as before. Even if commoners sold their land, they could find work in factories and earn an income. Then those who had amassed wealth were no longer content with being mere merchants. They craved greater influence, and thus capitalist society emerged. This is what is meant by productive forces determining relations of production. The latter refers to who holds the majority of society's wealth. Take our great Ming now. The recent wars have just ended. The people have land to till, and they live in peace and content. But as land becomes consolidated and great landlords emerge, the court will inevitably have to protect their interests lest they lose their loyalty. The factional strife in later Ming dynasties, and even the officials' resistance to higher taxes, all stem from this. Their interests and those of the great landlords they represent. The factional strife in later Ming dynasties, and even the officials' resistance to higher taxes, all stem from this. Their interests and those of the great landlords they represent. The invention and proliferation of the steam engine is the root cause that can change all this. Zhu Di began to expound on philosophical concepts to Zhu Yuanzhang. He spoke with great enthusiasm, and Zhu Yuanzhang listened with equal attentiveness. At first he was somewhat confused, but as he listened he began to understand not only the theory, but also why many later nations had no emperors, or if they did, the emperors held no real power. The reason was simple: capitalists did not want a powerful emperor. They needed to fight for their own interests, to make more money. For example, England's zenith was not during its period of absolute monarchy, but rather under 2 relatively hands-off queens, which fostered its prosperity. Beyond this, the steam engine accelerated the exchange of information. Whether by steamship or steam train, the spatial distance between people shrank. Communication became faster and more convenient. An event in the north one day could be known in the south by the afternoon or the next day. This is also how England managed to control its vast territories, otherwise it would have fractured long ago. Zhu Di added more reasons for England's strength. So even if we were to rule the world now, we could still eventually face fragmentation. Zhu Yuanzhang's brow furrowed slightly. This was not a prospect he liked. That's only natural. Even 2 brothers after a century or 2 will grow apart. As peoples interact and intermingle, they often discover they've become a different nation. Even if they speak the same language and write the same script, they may no longer consider themselves subjects of the great Ming. Of course, if we achieve what England did later, even after the colonial system disintegrates, we can still influence these nations through shared language and cultural identity. At that point, with our formidable strength at home, we can still rule the world in another way. Zhu Di saw no issue with this, as the dissolution of the colonial system was inevitable. Another way? What other way could there be? Zhu Yuanzhang was puzzled, unable to conceive of an alternative. There are many methods. For instance, due to our long-standing dominance in the colonial system, these nations will naturally hold the Great Ming in high regard. The Great Ming can invest in these countries, control their economic lifelines. At that point, whatever we say goes. Or if a king is unpopular, we can fund internal opposition and install someone friendly to us. More importantly, since many countries speak Chinese and write Chinese characters, they will come to share our values. We can even define what is good and what is bad. We would hold the greatest say in the international community. Zhu Di casually outlined several methods. It seems later generations were indeed clever to have devised such strategies. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed with emotion. These ideas weren't born from a single mind, but were skills honed through the trials and errors of many later nations. Zhu Di said with a smile. England was indeed remarkable. But since we are starting over 100 years early, by the time they think of opening new trade routes, the Great Ming's influence will already be global. Moreover, we are not like those small states. England might have used pirates to defeat the Spanish, but defeating our Great Ming Navy will not be so easy. Zhu Yuanzhang declared with confidence. Exactly. That is why I said we must have a powerful navy and promote the steam engine. Only with a sufficiently strong homeland and the advantage of a head start can we surely outmatch the West. You may find this hard to believe, Father, but the combined territory of the hundreds of nations in the West is only about the size of the Yuan dynasty's empire. Seeing that Zhu Yuanzhang had grasped his vision, Zhu Di concluded. Had you not dreamed of events from a future life, we would never have known any of this. We have always believed ourselves to be the Celestial Empire, though some have said before that there are many other nations beyond our borders. But when I thought of how even the Mongols could vanquish them, I paid it little mind. As long as we defend our own territory and let our people live well, that should suffice. Yet hearing all you have said these days, I realize I have indeed been like a frog at the bottom of a well. Zhu Yuanzhang gazed at the world map upon the imperial desk, where Zhu Su had marked the territories of the great Ming with simple strokes. Looking at the surrounding lands, he could not help but speak. For ages our Central Plains dynasties could indeed claim the title of Celestial Empire, in both population and territory. But once the age of sail dawns, everything will change. So many unclaimed lands. Even if a small nation seizes one given sufficient time, it can swiftly grow strong and prosperous. Take England, as I mentioned. Their population barely exceeds 1 million now, and even 2 centuries later it will be only a few million, while our great Ming numbers in the tens of millions. A vast population base, an extensive coastline, and the absence of any worthy rival nearby. These are both favorable conditions for our development and the shackles that prevent our further expansion. Fourth brother sent Zheng, he to sail the western seas across tens of thousands of li. Had he veered merely 2,000 or 3,000 li southeast, he would have discovered Australia, a land twice the size of the Great Ming. Had he continued south for a few thousand more li, he would have reached the southernmost tip of the Afro-Eurasian continent, a land abundant in gold. Even sailing eastward from Palembang for a short distance, one finds lands rich in spices, commodities more precious than gold in the West. Unlike us Westerners lack our culinary sophistication. Spices are essential for curing their meat. Whoever controls those islands holds their lifeline. Not a gold mine, yet worth more than one. In his memories of the future, whenever someone praised the greatness of Zheng He's voyages, Zhu Su could not help but the Great Ming had embarked on large-scale maritime expeditions nearly a century before the West. Yet one sought wealth while the other sought to display national prestige, with profit merely incidental. Many believe Zheng He's voyages were a losing venture, but that is certainly wrong. A man as shrewd as Zhu Di would never engage in such folly. Displaying prestige once or twice would suffice. Why would he send 7 expeditions? The primary reason was that these voyages were profitable. Chinese silk and porcelain commanded high prices in Southeast Asia and India. Zheng He would purchase vast quantities of local goods, most notably spices like pepper, which was once so expensive only nobles and high officials could afford it as a seasoning. The immense shipments of pepper were distributed by the court to officials as hard currency. Since this was official trade, the porcelain and silk procured by the court were naturally acquired at low prices. The first 3 voyages departed again shortly after returning, with barely a pause. The intervals between later voyages grew longer, mainly because the sheer volume of spices brought back caused their value to plummet, making further voyages unprofitable. When Zhu Qizhen ascended the throne, he too considered sending more voyages. The ships were built, but when the people of Fujian rose in revolt, the matter was quietly dropped. Later he became a guest of the Oirats, and upon his return was confined for years. When he finally regained power and sat upon the throne once more, he again thought of the voyages, only to be told that after so many years the ships had fallen into disrepair. And so the matter was never raised again. For the Great Ming, at present the profits of maritime trade are the most pressing need, a short-term objective. Discovering new continents by sea is a mid-term goal, while exploring and colonizing them is a long-term aspiration. Of course, long-term goals require policy continuity. Based on his memories of the future, Zhu Yuanzhang still had at least 20 more years of life. The mid-term objective would certainly be achieved. As for how much of the long-term goal could be accomplished, that would depend on the benefits it could yield. I trust you. As long as you find those high-yield crops you speak of, they will be worth more than any gold or silver. You have never suffered hunger. You do not know what it feels like to starve. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su with a solemn expression. Rest assured, father. Your son would never jest about such. Zhu Su knew that much of what he spoke of must sound like a fairy tale to Zhu Yuanzhang. Yet he had absolute confidence. If they truly sailed and failed to find new continents, that would be even more troubling. Leaving Zhu Yuanzhang's presence, Zhu Su took the rough sketches of a steering mechanism he had devised in a sleepless night and went to the imperial workshops. This servant greets your highness. Seeing Zhu Su enter, Chun Eru, the chief eunuch of the imperial workshops, hastily rose to pay his respects. Does your office handle the construction of carriages? Zhu Su nodded and sat down before asking. To answer, your highness, the imperial workshops primarily craft furniture and wooden goods for the palace, along with fine jade ornaments and such. Chun Eru replied with a bow. So I came to the wrong place when I had you build the steam engines and flintlocks. Zhu Su smiled, now finally understanding what the imperial workshops actually did. Your highness jests. All 12 directorates and 8 bureaus serve the palace. It is our honor that your highness entrusts us with such tasks. Besides, our craftsmen are truly the most skilled. The Armory Bureau primarily forges weapons and ironware. For mass production they surpass us, but for small quantities we outshine them. Moreover, since your highness tasked us with these instruments, his majesty has transferred some craftsmen from the Armory Bureau to simply give your orders, and we shall comply. What else could Chun Eru say? He could only smile and nod. I see. Then find me some skilled carriage makers, Zhu Su said with a light smile. At once, your highness. This servant will summon them immediately. Hearing this, Chun Eru knew Zhu Su had some design in mind for carriages, but it was not his place to ask. His duty was simply to bring them in. Before long, Chun Eru returned with 4 craftsmen. Have any of you ever built a 4-wheeled carriage? Zhu Su saw no need for pleasantries. After the briefest exchange of greetings, he cut straight to the point. Well, to answer your highness, 4-wheeled carriages are usually used for transporting coffins. I did build one before entering the palace. A craftsman who appeared to be the leader spoke with a trace of confusion, though he answered honestly. I'm not speaking of that kind of carriage. I mean a 4-wheeled vehicle for carrying people and goods. The carriages we have now all have 2 wheels with small compartments, inconvenient for both passengers and cargo. Have you ever considered building 4-wheeled carriages? Zhu Su had not expected that 4-wheeled carriages in this era served such a morbid purpose. He asked again, curious. In my youth, I once pondered this very question. My master once told me that though 4-wheeled carriages can carry heavier loads and offer more spacious cabins, their steering is unwieldy, far less agile than 2-wheeled ones. The artisan paused thoughtfully before replying. If the steering issue could be resolved, would a 4-wheeled carriage indeed surpass its 2-wheeled counterpart? Prince Zhu Su asked again. Naturally, replied the artisan with a slight nod. Not long ago His Highness was commissioned on an imperial inspection tour, yet the carriage ride proved exceedingly uncomfortable. Not only was the cabin cramped, but the jolting was severe. I even questioned the charioteer at the time, and his explanation matched yours precisely. After prolonged contemplation, I devised a mechanism capable of enabling directional control. Today I summoned you precisely to assess whether this mechanism can be realized. Having confirmed from experts that steering was indeed the core constraint, Prince Zhu Su withdrew a set of schematics and laid them flat upon the table. Gather round and examine it closely, he urged as the 4 artisans remained hesitant. With quiet reserve they stepped forward and stood beside the table. In your earlier prototypes of 4-wheeled carriages, did you simply mount 2 front wheels onto a single rigid chassis shared by both axles? Prince Zhu Su turned his gaze toward the lead artisan. Indeed, that was precisely how our prior models were constructed, the artisan affirmed with a nod. My proposal is to install this steering apparatus upon the front axle, so that when the horses turn, the front wheels pivot accordingly, thereby guiding the rear axle in harmonious alignment. Yet this remains merely a conceptual design. You craftsmen possess far deeper mastery of carriage mechanics. Moreover, might wooden components withstand such sustained torsional stress? Should wood prove insufficient, consider fabricating certain critical parts in iron. Having elucidated the fundamental principle of the steering mechanism, Prince Zhu Su turned expectantly toward the artisans. Constructing such a carriage according to your highness's design presents no insurmountable obstacle. Though its efficacy can only be verified once a functional prototype is completed, the artisan reflected briefly before replying. Then begin your efforts forthwith. There is no need to build a full-scale vehicle initially. First craft a working-scale model to test the concept. Should results prove promising, proceed to construct an operational carriage. These schematics are offered solely as reference. You understand carriage engineering far better than I. Its final form must be guided by your expertise. Satisfied with their response, Prince Zhu Su nodded approvingly. Yet mindful that they might rigidly adhere to his drawings, he added one further clarification. We humbly accept your highness's command. The artisan bowed deeply in reply. You may now attend to your work. Once completed, informed Chief Eunuch Chun. After careful reflection, ensuring no oversight remained, Prince Zhu Su dismissed them. The artisans withdrew, and he rose accompanied by Chun Eru to stroll leisurely about the precinct before returning to his quarters. Prince Zhu Su remained unaware that his reputation within the imperial workshop was exceptionally favorable, not only for his generous stipends and unwavering integrity, but also for his consistent solicitation of artisans' counsel. He actively empowered them, nurturing their initiative and speaking to them without condescension, instilling in them a profound sense of dignity and respect. His exemplary conduct even tempered the demeanor of eunuchs throughout the imperial workshop, softening their once sharp tongues. Returning to his modest courtyard, Prince Zhu Su immersed himself in medical texts. He then commenced drafting the editorial charter for the Hongwu Dictionary, a framework outlining the dictionary's intended structure and scope. Modern dictionaries employ 2 principal lookup methods, one for users who know a character's pronunciation but not its written form, requiring phonetic indexing, and another for those encountering unfamiliar characters needing both pronunciation and meaning. The latter typically organizes characters by radical and stroke count, directing users first to the appropriate radical section, then to the specific page containing the target character. Certain characters, such as AO concave and 2 convex, lack conventional radicals, necessitating a dedicated index for obscure characters classified by total stroke count. Prince Zhu Su meticulously documented all 3 methods alongside criteria for lexical ordering. Should entries be sequenced alphabetically by pronunciation or by stroke count? Ultimately, he opted for phonetic ordering. Yet complications arose for polyphonic characters should every reading be listed, or only the most common. Compiling a dictionary proves far more arduous than commonly imagined. Crucially, content must be finalized before indexes can be accurately compiled. If all pronunciations are included, conserving paper requires final pagination. Only then can secondary readings be precisely located. Moreover, definitions themselves demand rigorous curation, and divergent scholarly opinions inevitably arise during the editorial process. Truly this undertaking constitutes a monumental endeavor, yet its successful completion would stand as a symbol. Perhaps centuries hence many of his other works will fade into oblivion, but he held firm conviction once published this dictionary would ensure his name endured for generations. Unless dynastic succession prompted a subsequent court to commission a new edition, his legacy would remain unchallenged. As Prince Zhu Su labored diligently, eminent scholars near Yingtianfu received imperial missives, and one by one prepared eagerly for the capital. Among them were scholars previously summoned by Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, yet who had declined office, some devoted solely to scholarship, others retaining lingering loyalty to the fallen Yuan dynasty. Do not presume that a century-long reign breeds no allegiance. Just as each sovereign commands distinct ministers, so too does each dynasty cultivate its own loyal subjects. Consider the early Qing dynasty, the edict demanding submission through tonsure. Keep your hair, lose your head. Keep your head, lose your hair, spurred countless martyrs to choose death over defilement. Yet within decades, when Korean envoys arrived in Beijing, many residents gazed upon their traditional official robes with baffled curiosity. Time is the gentlest healer. Unless wounds are repeatedly reopened, memory soon fades, and pain forgotten. Few truly renounce fame and fortune. Some covet renown, others seek material gain. Yet renown itself is but a subtler form of profit veiled beneath refinement rather than raw ambition. The Imperial Commission to compile a dictionary exerted irresistible allure upon these scholars, indifferent to bureaucratic advancement, drawing even septuagenarians to journey to the capital and contribute their erudition. Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang received numerous unsolicited petitions, recommendations submitted through influential channels, and felt deep satisfaction. Once you deemed me a peasant upstart, now you flock to my court like moths to flame. Young fifth prince possesses genuine brilliance. I wonder why this elegant solution never occurred to me earlier. Had I known such a method existed, gathering talent would have posed no difficulty. Once they arrive in the capital, myriad means exist to retain them. Human resolve erodes incrementally. What truly matters is whether their hearts remain unmoved. A close house view. In the Hongwu Academy, a group of elderly men, the youngest being over 50, under the guidance of Song Lian, read with childlike enthusiasm the bizarre letters inscribed on the blackboard not far away. Should someone from the future see this, they would undoubtedly find it amusing, yet these individuals were learning with utmost seriousness. In fact, many held little regard for the so-called pinyin. What they truly cared about was compiling a dictionary. The dictionaries currently in use were still those compiled during the Song dynasty, which were quite sufficient, but how many literati could resist the temptation of recompiling a dictionary? When they arrived at Yingtian Prefecture, many sought to visit Song Lian, only then realizing what the so-called letters and pinyin were. Some felt unconvinced, questioning the advancement of this method. Thus the next day Song Lian brought along the 7-year-old 8th Prince Tan Zhuzi and the 6-year-old 10th Prince Lu Zhutan to demonstrate on-site at the Hongwu Academy. He had them write characters on the spot, while he annotated the pronunciations, and both princes could accurately read them aloud. This left the scholars who were accustomed to so-called geniuses astonished. Even those skeptical were unable to deny that no matter how they tested, the princes could recognize and pronounce the characters, although sometimes they debated the meanings of the characters themselves. Having witnessed the elegance of pinyin, everyone grew excited. What is the most challenging aspect of early childhood education? It is recognizing characters. Why is the book, 300 verses, considered an introductory reading? Because it contains a limited number of characters and is easy to read aloud. Mastering those characters essentially means recognizing most commonly used ones. Once they finish reading the 4 books and 5 classics, it becomes even easier. With pinyin, teaching children characters can be much simpler, allowing for various approaches, such as progressing from simple to complex or teaching according to one's own ideas. Thus, once most people had gathered, Song Lian began teaching these great scholars pinyin. Although these scholars were somewhat older, their memories were generally sharp, and these few dozen pronunciations posed no issue for them, especially since they were already familiar with a vast amount of vocabulary and understood character decomposition. They merely needed to replace the character roots with symbols. Originally, Song Lian intended for Zhu Yuan to teach them, but Zhu Yuan felt embarrassed. Imagine a young lad in his teens teaching a group of men in their 50s and 60s pinyin. Just thinking about it felt shameful. Previously, when teaching a few younger brothers, he could point to his own mouth to demonstrate pronunciations, even sharing mnemonic phrases he remembered. But asking a group of elderly men to open their mouths wide AAA round their lips was something he simply couldn't bring himself to do, so he handed the matter over to Song Lian. Although Zhu Yuanzhang held the nominal title of chief minister, and Zhu Yuan as vice minister, it was Song Lian who was the chief editor. It was quite appropriate for him to teach these elderly gentlemen pinyin, as it would earn their respect. Since Zhu Yuan had shown Song Lian the regulations he drafted, Song Lian felt somewhat ashamed. He had been busy with this matter, but upon seeing Zhu Yuan's regulations he realized that Zhu Yuan had considered far more comprehensively than he had. It seemed to Song Lian as if Zhu Yuan had seen a dictionary and already envisioned its form in his mind, even though it had yet to be compiled. With Zhu Yuan's regulations, the task of compiling this dictionary required far less consideration. What remained was simply the act of compiling. As he encouraged those of similar age or even older than himself to read aloud, Song Lian reflected on the day Zhu Yuan had come to find him. I heard you sent Song Lian to teach those people pinyin. Why didn't you go yourself? Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at Zhu Luan and gestured for him to sit. MIH teaching them would feel awkward for both sides. Mr. Song is a renowned scholar, and having him teach will ensure these elderly gentlemen feel no discomfort. Zhu Luan replied with a smile. Are you feeling awkward, or are you worried about winning their favor? Zhu Yuanzhang asked while perusing the memorial. Of course it feels awkward. Setting aside the fact that I am a prince of the Ming dynasty, the idea of pinyin is my proposal. How could I fear their disapproval? Moreover, I have not neglected my plans. A few days ago Mr. Song went to meet those elderly scholars, and I had him take the 8th and 10th princes along with him. As the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. They can now grasp those pronunciations and tones and understand how to spell. Testing them on-site is far more persuasive than merely telling them how convenient pinyin is. Zhu Luan was certainly not worried about winning their favor. Since these individuals had come, it indicated they had prepared themselves. After all, they also knew he was the vice minister. We thought you were concerned about winning their favor, which is why you let Song Lian teach them. Hearing this from Zhu Luan, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded gently. He believed his son should not be fearful of challenges. In this world, his son only needed to fear those who loved him and the crown prince. However, I am still a bit worried. Although these elderly gentlemen are knowledgeable, they are not young anymore. Will they be able to endure the intensity of this compiling work? Should we send some younger Hanlon scholars to participate? Zhu Luan expressed his concern. If it were in the future, 50 or 60 years of age would be nothing, but in this era 50 is already considered old, not to mention that many of them are over 60. If anything were to happen to them while compiling this dictionary, I would feel guilty. We are not people pursuing immediate results. If we are going to compile, we must do it well. We are prepared to invest 3 to 5 years into compiling this dictionary. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at Zhu Luan, noticing something peculiar about him lately. Initially, he thought Zhu Luan was merely whimsical, but now it seemed he was genuinely concerned about time constraints. It is all the more wonderful that father has such plans. I just fear you want results too quickly. Zhu Luan sighed in relief upon hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's words. Is there something you haven't told me? Zhu Yuanzhang could no longer hold back and asked. Oh, what do you mean, father? Zhu Luan was slightly taken aback, unsure why Zhu Yuanzhang brought this up. I have a feeling you seem to be in a hurry. What are you worried about? Zhu Yuanzhang inquired in a different manner. I am not in a hurry at all. Zhu Luan still did not quite understand. Are you worried that we might change our support for you, or do you have other concerns? What you speak of, I do harbor such concerns, though not for your majesty's reign. I trust your majesty can discern which policies are sound, and which are not. Moreover, you are well aware of my dreams of, according to my memories from these dreams, your majesty reigned until the 31st year of the Hongwu era. My concern lies with the successor who ascends the throne over 2 decades hence, and whether he might abandon these policies for certain reasons. Since Zhu Yuanzhang had asked, Zhu Su decided to speak openly. These past days I have pondered whether to tell your mother and your eldest brother of this matter, but in the end I chose not to. Had it not been for Liu Bowen's earlier words, I would not have believed your account. Yet I have since come to realize your words are not. Over a dozen emperors of later generations, their names, their deeds, you can recount them all. I refuse to believe you fabricated everyone. Furthermore, I have not yet established the generational naming scheme, yet you can recite the lineage of the 4th son's line with such clarity. Even if you had invented it all, I would accept it. Zhu Yuanzhang said with a faint smile. Speaking of the generational naming scheme, because your majesty decreed that descendants' names must follow the 5 elements, wood, fire, earth, metal, water, the available characters proved insufficient and later generations were forced to create many new ones. The periodic table of elements of later ages also borrowed many of these characters due to a shortage of words. Zhu Su recalled this amusing detail from his memories and could not help but laugh. What is this periodic table of elements? Hearing another unfamiliar term, Zhu Yuanzhang asked curiously. The periodic table of elements is how later generations broke down all matter in nature into the smallest constituent elements. Everything we see is composed of these elements. For instance, water in later research was found to be a combination of hydrogen and oxygen atoms written as H. Moreover, many things that appear entirely different to us are when decomposed to their smallest parts composed of the same elements. Zhu Su explained. How I wish I could see this future world. The carriages that travel nearly 10,000 li a day, the flying machines that soar through the air, and the handheld devices that transmit voices across 1,000 li. Hearing Zhu Su's words, Zhu Yuanzhang became intensely fascinated with the future. These things developed gradually. The carriage that travels 10,000 li a day, for instance, evolved from horse-drawn carts to steam trains, then to electric trains, and finally, to high-speed rail. Not to mention Zhu Yuanzhang, even Zhu Su himself would have returned to that world if given the chance. Though a prince in this one, his quality of life paled in comparison to the world of his memories. Since the 3 dynasties, China has had over 3,000 years of history. Why did these 3 millennia witness so little change, while the mere 2 or 300 years of the future brought such tremendous transformation? Zhu Yuanzhang posed a question that had long puzzled him. Because there was no demand. For the current society, existing things already suffice to meet its needs. Most nations do not possess vast territories, so they do not require advanced transportation. The Western nations, for instance, the largest of them is merely the size of 2 of our provinces. We alone have such demands, yet we have never placed much emphasis on these matters. The invention of these future tools required a foundation in science. Our artisans possess extraordinary skills, many leading the world by centuries, some even by a millennium. But all their knowledge came from experience, never from systematic summation. In other words, they knew the how, but not the why. Moreover, after the imperial examination system was established for selecting officials, nearly everyone prioritized it, and no one devoted thought to researching such matters. The West today is even less advanced than our great Ming. Yet with the Enlightenment, the liberation of thought, and the flourishing of talents in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Take the age of exploration, for instance. The Spanish, unlike the Portuguese who sailed along the African coast, sailed westward because many had come to believe the earth was round. Since the earth was round, they reasoned sailing west would also reach the east. This is why when Columbus reached the Americas, he called the land India. Another reason is that the western voyages of exploration connected the entire world. They discovered how vast the world truly was. Voyages spanning tens of thousands of leagues compelled them to constantly contemplate how to improve their means of transportation. The faster their transport, the faster they made money. The steam engine was invented for this reason. British textiles were welcomed everywhere in the world, and they could sell as much as they could produce. To earn more, they naturally sought ways to improve weaving efficiency. The widespread use of machines demanded more iron and coal, and as more mines were excavated, vehicles with greater carrying capacity became necessary. Thus the train was born. The early trains were even slower than horse-drawn carriages, but that was like comparing an infant to a grown man. Once train technology matured, the horse-drawn carriage was rendered obsolete. As for the era of technological explosion that was driven by war, since we just finished discussing England a few days ago today, let us speak of Germany. Zhu Su began to explain to Zhu Yuanzhang why the technological explosion occurred and how the world could change so drastically in just over a century. He started from the twilight of the Holy Roman Empire, detailing how Germany's rapid unification coincided with the Second Industrial Revolution. A powerful Germany needed overseas markets, yet by then the overseas markets had already been carved up by Britain and France. Thus the First World War erupted between the two sides. Then came the Second World War, and these two great wars reduced Germany to a thoroughly defeated nation. Through the two world wars, the United States emerged as the world's hegemon, and then the Cold War began. Both sides developed advanced weapons with reckless disregard for cost. Many military technologies gradually transitioned to civilian use, and technological progress advanced at a breathtaking pace. I never imagined the British would be dismantled by their own former colony. After hearing about Germany's rise and America's ascension to world supremacy through the two world wars, Zhu Yuanzhang sighed with deep emotion. There was no helping it. Britain is a small nation. Ruling the world from such a tiny island was never realistic. When other nations had not yet developed, they could dominate the world through their first-mover advantage. But once nations of vast scale began to develop, and as national consciousness awakened across the world, their grip on power naturally became untenable. Not to mention their colonial rule was exploitative to the bone. They sought to squeeze every last drop from the colonized people. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Their method of rule all but guaranteed such an outcome. Zhu Su felt little sympathy for Britain. They had brought it entirely upon themselves. If our great Ming truly pursued the colonization you speak of, would we also face such a situation? After lamenting England's fate, Zhu Yuanzhang turned his gaze to Zhu Su. It would be inevitable, but even if that day comes, our great Ming will remain the most powerful nation in the world. Moreover, we are not like England. Our population and territory far surpass theirs. We can control the surrounding islands, and as I mentioned, those lands hold abundant resources. Our industrial potential is beyond England's comparison. In later generations, even with just our current territory, plus Yunnan, Guizhou, the western regions, the southern Mongolian steppes, and the northeast, we became the world's second strongest nation. That was after the Qing dynasty and decades of war. Achievements made in just a few short decades. Now, as long as we seize the initiative, Western nations won't have a chance to colonize. They lack resources themselves, and without colonial resources, their only opportunity for development would be the first industrial revolution. By the time they realize this, we may have already entered the second industrial revolution. With oil in our hands, they will have no choice but to depend on the whims of our great Ming. Even if we were to part ways with our overseas colonies, we share the same language and culture, making it easy to form a common market. At that point, the world would still be ours to command. Zhu Su wasn't sure how far future generations could develop, but as long as they secured most of Asia and held their core territories, the West's ambitions for development were nothing but wishful thinking. Thinking this far ahead is indeed premature. We haven't even taken our first step yet. No wonder you're so keen on using pinyin to unify pronunciation. Once it's implemented, all citizens of our great Ming will speak one language, even overseas. Hearing Zhu Su's words, Zhu Yuanzhang finally understood why his son was so devoted to the pinyin system. Father speaks wisely. In truth, the ethnic minorities in remote regions aren't so fearsome. The main issue is the language barrier, which breeds mutual suspicion. Once everyone speaks the same language, gradual integration will follow. When barbarians enter the Central Plains and adopt its ways, they become part of the Huaxia civilization. Eventually, all be one Huaxia nation, even overseas. Zhu Su nodded. With such great integration, those overseas would all be Huaxia people. Without powerful foreign forces meddling, even if they weren't one nation, they'd naturally hold goodwill toward each other. It was like England and its Commonwealth nations. Many gained independence, but years of colonial ties meant their relationships remained far closer than with other countries. Then I'm reassured. Since we're promoting this, we'll start with court officials, especially those in the capital. The imperial examinations were held last year, and many young scholars are still at the Hongwu Academy. They'll study Pinyin alongside Song Lian. Then we'll send them to various regions as education commissioners to teach Pinyin to students. From now on, anyone with substandard pronunciation will be barred from the imperial examinations. Once his mind was set, a sharp glint flashed in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes. Father is wise. Scholars study diligently for years to pass the exams. Tied to their official careers, they'll take this seriously. Private academies and public schools will also pay due attention. Zhu Yuanzhang's policy was indeed clever. In later generations, teachers needed Mandarin proficiency certifications. Now with the imperial exams requiring Mandarin, scholars would have no choice but to learn it well. I've seen through these people long ago. Their words are sweeter than honey, but they refuse to take any losses. They quote the sages left and right, yet when asked for opinions they stay silent. Zhu Yuanzhang was full of grievances when it came to civil officials. That's only natural. Many court officials lack experience governing local areas. The sages never taught them such things, just empty talk about cherishing the people and loving them as children. Even when they take up local posts, how many truly walk the ground? Countless county magistrates after years in office never leave their county seats except to receive visiting superiors. How could they know how the people live? They rely on secretaries for legal matters and tax affairs. How many truly master the law, and how many can read a ledger? In my view, scholars should also study these subjects, and the imperial exams should test them. For specialized departments like the Revenue Bureau, Justice Bureau, Works Bureau, or the River Conservancy, without relevant knowledge, how can one be competent? The court could compile relevant books, select the best as textbooks, and appoint instructors to teach officials before they assume their posts. Being an official isn't just about delegating, especially for local magistrates who deal directly with seasoned clerks. It's far too easy for them to deceive these officials with forged records. Moreover, many matters can't be sustained. According to my dreams, after father registered the yellow registers, no one conducted a comprehensive audit for decades. Instead of imposing corvée labor, it's better to collect a portion of taxes in lieu of service. Wherever projects arise, recruit nearby laborers. This spares the people from traveling far for service, and local workers can earn extra income. As for the household registration system, it's best not to implement it. The Weisuwa system looks good on paper, but those garrison troops were only effective for a few decades. Once peace prevails, they become ordinary farmers. With hereditary officers, garrison lands turn into private estates, and soldiers become tenants. Except for some border forces, the rest are mere numbers. By the later period, it's even worse. Generals rely on their personal retainers in battle who receive higher pay and fight with greater strength. Instead, the court should maintain elite troops, keep a smaller garrison force locally, pay border soldiers well, and give local troops modest salaries. It may seem like more state expenditure, but it ensures combat effectiveness. No more soldiers heading to war with heirloom armor and weapons. Without realizing it, Zhu Su had moved from official training to the household registration and Weisuwa systems. You seem to hold deep grudges against these institutions. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang was caught between amusement and exasperation. The boy never missed a chance to criticize the household and Weisuwa systems. Such policies defy human nature. As the saying goes, water flows downhill, and people strive upward. If society becomes rigidly stratified, problems are bound to arise. Better to let people choose freely. Farmers can learn crafts, and skilled artisans can support their children in studying for the people should have hope in their daily lives, not have their fate sealed at birth. Zhu Su spoke with earnest sincerity. I've taken your words to heart. Rest assured, I'll carefully consider how to reform these policies. After a moment of silence, Zhu Yuanzhang finally spoke. Hearing this, joy welled up in Zhu Su's heart. This was the first time his father had shown such openness on the matter, and it was undoubtedly a good sign for the great Ming. Unbeknownst to Zhu Su, after he departed, Zhu Yuanzhang summoned the crown prince, Zhu Biao, to the Qinxing palace. Earlier in the Grand Academy, the fifth prince mentioned that our great Ming's household registration system and the garrison militia system have flaws. I've been pondering these matters these past days. What are your thoughts? Do you believe the fifth prince is correct? Zhu Yuanzhang gestured for Zhu Biao to sit, revealing the purpose of his summons. I have also contemplated these issues, father. What the fifth brother says holds some truth, though I feel he may be overstating the urgency. While these policies have their drawbacks, they appear quite effective at present. The garrison system you implemented has military households reclaiming wasteland, eliminating the need for the court to allocate provisions, saving substantial funds and grain each year. The court saves over 10 million in military expenditures annually. If not for foreign campaigns, the cost of maintaining the troops would be minimal. If we were to abolish the military household system, the court would lack sufficient farmers to till the land, leading to significantly higher expenditures. Zhu Biao articulated this as he addressed the emperor's question. It's not necessarily that your fifth brother is exaggerating, nor are your points without merit. The core difference is that he looks decades, or even centuries ahead, while you focus on the immediate present. Neither is right or wrong, it's a matter of perspective. I used to think like you, focusing on swift solutions to current problems without considering the long-term consequences decades or centuries down the line. After much deliberation, I believe we must weigh both the immediate benefits and the long-term drawbacks. We've both oversimplified matters. We consider problems from our current standpoint, but who knows if future generations will alter our policies. Take the garrison system for instance. We envisioned saving the court money and maintaining a 1,000,000-strong army. But in a few decades, as military household populations swell, how will they survive on the existing garrison farms? Even if they eke out a living, what combat effectiveness will they retain? If we ignore these issues and cling to the present benefits, perpetuating the garrison system indefinitely, it will become meaningless. Therefore, I propose we maintain the status quo for now, with military households continuing to cultivate the garrison land. In another 10 or 20 years, once the nation has recuperated and the population has grown, these military households will have aged. We can then distribute the lands to them for permanent farming and recruit new soldiers for the garrisons. This approach resolves our immediate concerns while preventing the decline in combat readiness associated with hereditary military service. Zhu Yuanzhang laid out his vision. Your wisdom is profound, father. I had not considered this aspect. Zhu Biao inwardly marveled at his father's comprehensive perspective, acknowledging that the emperor's foresight far surpassed his own. It's not my wisdom alone, the fifth prince brought these issues to light. Just now he said something quite insightful. Our policies must not violate human nature. As the sages said, do not impose on others what you yourself do not desire. As emperor, I naturally wish for my descendants to enjoy wealth and honor. But do those military households truly want their descendants to be bound to military service forever? Our policies should serve the people. Everyone wishes their descendants to fare better than themselves. We must not stifle the people's ambition to improve their lot. The fifth prince spoke to me about the household registration system, registering the populace without rigidly categorizing them as military or civilian households. It would simply record their origin, age, and family situation. This way the court can understand its populace without trapping them in inflexible roles. A dragon sires 9 sons, each different. The second and third princes are skilled in martial arts and literate. The fourth prince wishes to lead troops into battle. The fifth prince is devoted to medicine. The sixth prince currently delights in mathematics. If I were an emperor, the second and third princes could sit the imperial examinations, the fourth could join the army, the fifth could become a physician, and the sixth at worst could be an accountant. That would be quite fitting. But under my previous policies, if I were a military household, all of you would have to serve as soldiers, wasting the talents of the fifth and sixth princes. So I believe the fifth prince has a point. What do you think? Though Zhu Biao had already agreed, Zhu Yuanzhang used his own family as an example to ensure his son grasped the principle thoroughly. Your words are most enlightening, father. I shall henceforth consider issues from a long-term perspective and from the standpoint of the people asking whether they would willingly accept such policies. Zhu Yuanzhang's discourse left Zhu Biao utterly convinced and admiring. I am nearing 50 and my mind is not as sharp as it once was. You, however, are just past 20. Do not let the teachings of your tutors or the wisdom of the sages constrain your thinking. Think deeply and consider all angles. When uncertain, seek counsel from others. Your fifth brother, for example. I used to think him taciturn and overly fond of medical texts, which didn't endear him to me. But now I see he considers matters more comprehensively than we do. Perhaps it's due to his medical studies. A physician cannot just treat the foot when the foot aches or the head when the head hurts. One must find a root cause. He also loves to ponder. Take the improvement of the flintlock. Many in the army use bows, crossbows, and firearms, yet no one thought to combine the advantages of both. No one conceived of using a flint to strike and ignite the powder. I previously thought the fifth prince unsuitable for the title of Prince of Wu, as the Wu region is a vital tax base, and establishing a princedom there could impact state revenue. His proactive offer to continue paying taxes as usual showed me he truly considers the interests of our great Ming. His willingness to pay taxes as usual demonstrated that he genuinely has the interests of our great Ming at heart. I intend to keep him in the Wu region. Firstly, he is the youngest son of your mother and me. Secondly, he holds unique perspectives on many matters. In the future, whether it's me or you, we can consult him when facing difficult decisions. As Zhu Yuanzhang spoke, he watched Zhu Biao's expression, pleased to see no signs of displeasure. I understand your intentions, father. I am delighted that the fifth brother possesses such talent. Rest assured, I will strive to engage with him more in the future. Zhu Biao grasped the emperor's meaning, knowing his father was no ordinary man. It was unlikely he favored the fifth prince merely for being the youngest legitimate son. The most plausible reason was the fifth prince's strategic acumen and statecraft. Keeping him close was in effect a way to aid him. I am pleased you see it this way. Remember my words, he is first your brother, then your subject. I will also caution him to harbor no inappropriate ambitions. Seeing that Zhu Biao understood, Zhu Yuanzhang was gratified and spoke plainly. I shall never disappoint your earnest efforts, father. Zhu Biao promptly pledged. There are some matters I cannot disclose to you now, but when the opportunity arises I will tell you everything. Seeing his son's deference, Zhu Yuanzhang hesitated, but ultimately withheld the full truth. Zhu Biao wondered what these undisclosed matters could be, but refrained from asking, trusting that his father would reveal them. Fifth brother, what did you need me for? Zhu Zhun, who had recently been skipping classes to study arithmetic, followed Ma Peng to Zhu Su's courtyard. Do you remember the method I told you about before, using time to measure distance? Now data from several nearby locations have arrived. Since you've been studying arithmetic lately, I'd like you to handle these calculations. Zhu Su gestured for him to sit down while speaking. I see. Could you explain the calculation method to me again? After sitting down, Zhu Yuanzhang accepted the iced watermelon offered by Ma Peng and asked with a hint of embarrassment. Of course. Regardless of whether the earth we live on is round or square, it is indisputable that a day has 12. We only need to know the time difference between the local noon at a specific location and the noon at Yingtian Prefecture. Then using a previously measured distance for a known time difference, we can calculate the distance. For example, if a place is 300 li from Yingtian Prefecture and has a time difference of 1/4, then a place with a time difference of 1 full double hour from Yingtian would be 2,400 li away in the east-west direction. It has now been determined that a place with a time difference of 1/4 hour from Yingtian is 700 li away in the east. Of course, this applies to cities on the same latitude as Yingtian. We also need to calculate the local latitude based on the length of the sun's shadow at noon. Then based on the latitude, we can figure out the distance corresponding to a time difference in kilometers for cities at that latitude. Zhu Su explained to Zhu Yuanzhang. Fifth brother, I still don't quite understand. After listening for a while, Zhu Yuanzhang realized he still hadn't grasped it. It's fine if you don't understand. I've made something that will make it clear. Zhu Su smiled and had Ma Peng bring over the simple globe he had previously ordered to be made. What is this? Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the globe in astonishment. According to my theory, the place we live on is a sphere. This is a model of that sphere. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west, revolving around this sphere. The light it casts has a boundary. Let's consider this boundary as a line running due north-south. The time along this line is the same. Therefore, places with the same noon time are all on a north-south line. Do you understand? Zhu Su fiddled with the globe, looking at Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. By the same principle, because the sun cannot shine directly perpendicular onto this sphere, even at noon, the shadow has a length. Therefore, places with the same shadow length are aligned in the east-west direction. After various locations reported the length of their sun shadows on the same day, Father ordered local officials to measure the distance to places that had the same shadow length. In this way, we have obtained a vast number of distances between cities on the same latitude. With this data, and now, with the time difference at noon between these cities and those on the same meridian as Yingtian, we can calculate the distance between any two places with the same shadow length. Furthermore, the city on the same longitude as Yingtian, and the city on the same latitude form a triangle. From this, we can calculate the distance between this city and Yingtian. Previously, Father asked me to create a grand map of the Ming dynasty. The north-south positions of many cities were determined, but their east-west positions were hard to fix. Having people measure manually is extremely troublesome and inaccurate. Therefore, we can only continuously calculate the distance corresponding to the time difference on the same latitude, then have people carry clocks to record the time difference from noon in Yingtian, and thus determine the city's position on the map. Once all the county seats are plotted on this map, a relatively accurate map can be drawn. Zhu Su said, pulling out a draft map covered in drawn lines. Fifth brother is truly remarkable. No wonder you've been having artisans make clocks lately. It was for map making. Zhu Yuanzhang said with some excitement. The primary purpose of clocks isn't for map making, of course. Their main function is for telling time. When the sun is out, one can estimate the time by the sun. But on cloudy days, telling time is troublesome, so I had the clocks made. Using them to determine a place's longitude is just a secondary benefit. Zhu Su said with a smile. I understand. Give me the data, fifth brother. They'll start calculating right away. Zhu Yuanzhang, now understanding the matter, wore an excited expression. After all, despite his constant study of arithmetic, he had always been researching ancient texts and had never truly applied it. Now that he finally had a chance to put his skills to practical use, he was naturally very enthusiastic. Hold on. Let me teach you something useful first. I found these counting symbols from Persian merchants in old books from the previous dynasty. They are much simpler than our numerals and easier for calculation. Zhu Su smiled and took out a piece of paper. This is 1 and this is 2. These are the symbols for addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. And this is the equals sign. When adding, we can do it like this. Subtraction is done this way. This is multiplication. This is division. Before calculating, there's also the multiplication table. He'll recite it, and you memorize it. Instead of having him calculate immediately, Zhu Su taught Zhu Yuanzhang the Arabic numerals, the symbols for basic arithmetic operations, how to perform calculations, and the fundamental multiplication table. Fifth brother, if I had learned this earlier, studying arithmetic would have been much easier. After memorizing the multiplication table, Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su with admiration mixed with a hint of reproach. Previously, these were just ideas I was pondering, and I hadn't figured out how to implement them. Besides, I wasn't sure if your interest in arithmetic was genuine or just a fleeting whim. Study these well. Arithmetic isn't just about calculating numbers. As you know, it also includes calculating areas and volumes. You could organize the content from the 9 chapters on the mathematical art and present it in plain language so more people can easily learn it. Also, while studying the works of ancient mathematicians is important, don't forget to conduct your own deeper research. I believe you can become a great master of arithmetic in the future. Zhu Su kept encouraging Zhu Yuanzhang. Fifth brother, rest assured, I will definitely study arithmetic diligently. Zhu Yuanzhang was deeply stirred by his words. Although he was only 13 years old, having grown up in the palace, he was well aware of his future fate. As the Prince of Chu, he would rarely have the opportunity to lead troops in a battle. Most likely he would spend his days in his fiefdom living a life of idle luxury. That's why he sought a hobby. Guided by Zhu Su, he developed an interest in investigating the nature of things and arithmetic, and now he was wholly devoted to it. Fifth brother believes in you. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang like this, Zhu Su patted his shoulder approvingly. Little six, don't think I'm leading you astray. Studying physics and mathematics is far more useful than studying Taoist scriptures. Zhu Yuanzhang, invigorated by Zhu Su's encouragement, left with a stack of data. He didn't feel like he had been roped into labor. Instead, he felt his fifth brother truly cared for him. Zhu Yuanzhang's mother consort Chong had no objections when she learned of her son's interest in arithmetic. She saw things clearly as well. The position of crown prince belonged to Zhu Biao, and no one could take it away. It was also a good thing that her son had a close relationship with Zhu Su. Anyone in the palace with eyes could see that Zhu Yuanzhang favored Zhu Su more than any of his other sons now. If Zhu Biao hadn't been declared crown prince early on, rumors that Zhu Yuanzhang was about to change his heir would likely be rampant by now. Zhu Su did not feel any qualms about exploiting the young. These calculations were hardly difficult for him, and it was not as if he had delegated all the work to Zhu Yuanzhang. He had kept backups of the data and intended to work through it himself. He was uncertain of Zhu Yuanzhang's level of mathematical proficiency, and though an error would be of no great consequence, Zhu Su, who strove for perfection in all things, was loath to let such a thing happen. One day upon returning to his courtyard, Zhu Su overheard Mapping, crouching nearby, muttering to himself, 3 5s are 15, 3 6s are 18. To think this lad had an interest in arithmetic as well. Mapping, what are you mumbling about over there? Zhu Su asked a thought. Your Highness, this servant. This servant was muttering nothing. Startled by Zhu Su's voice, Mapping trembled and hastened to reply. Nothing. Do you take me for deaf? Have you memorized the multiplication table I recited to the Prince of Chu? Zhu Su regarded him with an inscrutable expression. This servant deserves death. It was not intentional. I merely found the multiplication table your Highness recited that day fascinating and committed it to memory. I dare not do it again. Seeing Zhu Su's demeanor, Meipeng's face turned pale with fright. He fell to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly. In this era, knowledge was priceless. Skills were passed from father to son, master to disciple, and to steal another's craft was a grave taboo. Enough. Look at you, scared out of your wits. If you're truly interested, I could teach you. Amused by the man's terror, Zhu Su said with a smile. Your Highness, this servant truly dares not. Mapping kept his head bowed, suspecting Zhu Su was speaking ironically. Rise. I have no intention of reproaching you. When you wish to learn Tai Chi, did I not teach you as well? Besides, arithmetic is hardly a profound secret. If you learn it, so be it. Should you master it, you may prove useful to Zhu Su said with a light chuckle. Thank you, your Highness. Mapping raised his head, saw the smile on Zhu Su's face, and only then breathed a sigh of relief. Come now, recite the multiplication table for me. Let me see how much you've remembered. Stepping into the study and taking a seat, Zhu Su instructed Mapping. 1 times 1 is 1, 1 times 2 is 2. At Zhu Su's command, Mapping began to recite. Did you study arithmetic before? Only after Mapping completed the entire table did Zhu Su's face gradually show surprise, prompting the question. To answer, your Highness, this servant's father was once a bookkeeper. He was later conscripted by Fengguozhen to serve as an official in charge of granaries, and I learned a bit from him in my youth. Mapping had not entered the palace willingly. His father had served under Fengguozhen, and when Feng was defeated, Meipeng's family perished amidst the chaos of war. Because of his youth, he was brought to the palace and made a eunuch. It seems you come from a learned lineage. Since you have an interest in arithmetic and I have ample leisure, I shall instruct you. Zhu Su nodded with satisfaction. The saying a hero's son is a hero stems not from innate genes, but from the influence of one's upbringing. In childhood, one is most exposed to one's parents, and their influence on a child is naturally the greatest. This is why in ancient times sons often followed in their father's footsteps. From a young age they were steeped in the trade, familiar with it by osmosis. With few alternatives available, inheriting the family craft was naturally a boon. This servant thanks your Highness profusely. Seeing that Zhu Su bore no grudge and indeed intended to teach him arithmetic, Meipeng's face filled with gratitude. He knelt once more and kowtowed. Rise. Today I shall teach you the Arabic numerals. The characters we use for counting are far too cumbersome. They are ill-suited for arithmetic. The Arabic numerals, by contrast, are simple in form and easy to learn. As he spoke, Zhu Su bade Mapping stand aside and wrote out the 10 Arabic numerals. What is it? Do you have a question? Seeing Mapping appear as if he wished to speak, but hesitated, Zhu Su asked. This servant was thinking the greatest use of arithmetic is bookkeeping. These Arabic numerals are convenient, but if someone were to add digits before or after, the value would change instantly, would it not? Mapping said with some trepidation. It is good that you noticed this. Indeed, that is the case. Therefore, when keeping accounts, in addition to the lowercase numerals, one also uses uppercase forms as annotations. You have likely seen ledgers E. As long as one writes flush to the top, no great error will occur. Zhu Su's estimation of Mapping rose another notch. A bookkeeper's son indeed. He had immediately thought of accounting. This fellow had talent. This was not to say Zhu Yuanzhang was unintelligent, rather his interest lay purely in the study of mathematics, and this was the first time he had applied it to calculating geographical positions. Your Highness is wise. This servant had not thought of that. Hearing Zhu Su's explanation, Mapping hastened to. Zhu Su pointed to the paper and pencil on the table, then asked. This servant only knows a few simple numerals. Mapping glanced at Zhu Su and decided to be truthful. Zhu Su pointed to the paper and pencil on the table, then asked. This servant only knows a few simple numerals. Mapping glanced at Zhu Su and decided to be truthful. Though Zhu Yuanzhang had decreed that eunuchs must not learn to read, Mapping had known a few characters before entering the palace, and only a few at that. He also believed Zhu Su was not a cruel man. Knowing a few is no great matter. It is not the right time to teach you now. When I leave the palace, if you are still in my service, I shall teach you to read then. Zhu Su was well aware of Zhu Yuanzhang's decree, and teaching Mapping to read now would not be wise. This servant kowtows in gratitude to your highness. Though he was now a eunuch, literacy was still a rare luxury for any person of that era. Even without knowing the phrase knowledge changes destiny, everyone could see how the court valued the literati, and by extension those who could read were held in high regard. Fifth brother, I've finished the calculations. 2 days later, Zhu Yuanzhang arrived at Zhu Su's courtyard, his voice brimming with excitement as he announced his arrival. That was quite fast. Have a seat and enjoy a peach. Mapping, go fetch the answers I calculated yesterday. Zhu Su, who was just taking a peach from a palace maid's hand, smiled at him and gave the order to Mapping. Yes, your highness. Mapping acknowledged and withdrew. Before long, he returned with 2 sheets of paper. Sixth brother, these are the answers I calculated yesterday. Compare them with yours and see if we have any discrepancies. Zhu Su was now seated, formally gesturing for Mapping to present the answers to Zhu Yuanzhang. You finished yours yesterday too. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang looked at him in surprise. You must have finished yours yesterday as well. Zhu Su didn't think it was particularly difficult. The data was limited, and one just needed to plug it into the formula. These past 2 days I was calculating even during class. It took considerable effort just to convert our numerals into those Arabic digits, and I'm not very proficient in multiplication either. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't find it easy at all. He had previously sought out an abacus to learn arithmetic and memorize the formulas, but he was surprised to find that Zhu Su didn't use an abacus at all. He relied on the multiplication table and setting up equations. This was quite an adjustment for him. Moreover, although the Arabic numerals looked simple, converting 12345 into 123405 was not a trivial task. It's all about practice making perfect. When you have free time, you should try solving the problems from the 9 chapters on the mathematical art using this method. Do you remember the Hongwu pinyin I taught 8th and 10th brother? When you need to assume an unknown variable using something like jia or e might be inconvenient. You could try using pinyin instead. Oh, it's much more convenient. Zhu Su was accustomed to calculating with Arabic numerals and found the modern mathematical symbols easier to use. I understand, fifth brother. Let me first check my answers. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, understanding the principle of practice making perfect. They then went to the study together. Zhu Yuanzhang compared the answers, while Zhu Su filled in the calculated results on the corresponding spots on the map. So any differences? After confirming the positions, Zhu Su walked over behind Zhu Yuanzhang and asked. I've checked carefully twice, and the answers are all the same. It seems my calculation process is a bit more complex than yours, but I'm still not very skilled at using those formulas. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, then said somewhat sheepishly. It's as I said, practice makes perfect. There's no need to rush, take it slow. Arithmetic is a subject with no end. The more you know, the more you realize you don't know. We are both still young, but we can learn and practice gradually. Zhu Su smiled, thinking of his past lives, memories of over a decade of math classes. You've only just begun. Thank you for your guidance, fifth brother. Although I learned a lot from the 4 books and 5 classics, something always felt off. Now that I've studied arithmetic, I find it far more interesting than the classics. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su with gratitude. Li Bai once said, heaven has endowed me with talents for a reason. But not everyone's talents are the same. We are not frontier princes like second, third, or fourth brother who will be in theft to the borderlands and have to face the Mong. We are princes. We don't need to toil and struggle for a living like the common folk. In the future, we'll have plenty of time to do what we want. Finding an interest is very important, if only to prevent us from indulging in wine and women every day. Life is short, just a few decades. When we are young, we should find something meaningful to do. I was very happy when you first came to me with those questions. Exploring the mysteries of the universe is a truly I understand, fifth brother. I will remember your words today. Even if I lose interest in arithmetic one day, I will still make my life meaningful. I understand, fifth brother. I will remember your words today. Even if I lose interest in arithmetic one day, I will still make my life meaningful. Zhu Su's words seemed like a beam of light shining into Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. No one had ever spoken to him like this. His mother had always told him, you will be a prince one day. Don't overthink things. As long as you don't harbor improper ambitions, you'll have a lifetime of wealth and honor. I'm glad you think that way. It's only when one feels empty inside that they seek spiritual solace in religion. When you find what you're truly interested in, you'll feel fulfilled. Sixth brother, you have a great talent for arithmetic. I hope you... Maybe it just seems interesting to you now, but arithmetic is the most rigorous discipline. Words can deceive you, but arithmetic cannot. 1 + 1 = 2, that is a truth. This is the very essence of Guwuzhiji, the investigation of things to attain knowledge. If we know the length of the shadow at local noon and the time difference from Mingtian, we can calculate the distance between them. We can use this to draw maps rather than measuring the distance between every city step by step. These data are calculated using arithmetic. Pure arithmetic may seem meaningless on its own, but it is a key. With it we can open many more doors and see different landscapes. Words of inspiration were free, and Zhu Su was generous, pouring them out to Zhu Yuanzhang. Listening to you is better than reading books for 10 years. I feel like all the 4 books and 5 classics I read before were in vain. Zhu Yuanzhang stood up and bowed deeply to Zhu Su. I hope you will always remember my words today. Never forget your original intention, and you will achieve your ultimate goal. Zhu Su nodded with satisfaction and helped him up. Never forget your original intention, and you will achieve your ultimate goal. Fifth brother, could you write these words for me? I want to have them framed and hung in my study. After muttering these 8 words to himself a few times, Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su with excitement. Zhu Su readily agreed. Although his calligraphy wasn't that of a master, he could write it with a decent, presentable style. Watching Zhu Yuanzhang leave happily with his calligraphy, Zhu Su felt happy for him. He hoped Zhu Yuanzhang would truly remember their conversation. If so, the great Ming would gain a mathematician dedicated to the study of arithmetic. The importance of mathematics to the development of modern science was undeniable, and since he also enjoyed Gawu Zhiji, who knows, he might even become a mathematician, physicist, and chemist all in one. If that were truly the case, his status in the future would be very high. So this is the carriage you've built. It looks quite good. Have you tested it on the road? Zhu Su looked happily at the 4-wheeled carriage, whose design was completely different from the common 2-wheeled ones. To answer your highness, after I showed you the model, I had the craftsman hurriedly build this carriage. We've tested it on the road, and the steering works perfectly. Chen Eru quickly replied. So, does that mean my father already knows? A sense of foreboding rose in Zhu Su's heart upon hearing this. What were you trying to keep this a secret from me? A voice tinged with amusement came from nearby. Your son pays his respects to your majesty. Recognizing the voice, Zhu Su sighed inwardly, thinking what's coming is inevitable. No need for formalities. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand and looked at the carriage. I heard you were building some sort of 4-wheeled carriage and wondered what trouble you were cooking up. I didn't expect it to be like this. This is just one design. In my original concept, the entrances should be on the sides of the carriage, making it much easier to get in and out. The carriage before them, while clearly different from a 2-wheeled one, still had the old-style compartment where one had to enter from the... Not bad, it would be more convenient, and also less likely to cause a breach of decorum. What other advantages does this 4-wheeled... Zhu Yuanzhang thought for a moment, picturing doors on the sides, nodded, and then asked another question. Because the carriage bed is flat, it requires less effort than the old 2-wheeled ones. This is good for carrying people, but more importantly, it's much better for transporting goods. With the old 2-wheeled carriages, you couldn't make the frame too big. But with this 4-wheel design, as long as the frame is sturdy, you can make it much larger and carry significantly more cargo. The Central Plains has always lacked horses. This 4-wheeled carriage can also save a lot on animal power. The main advantage of the 4-wheeled carriage was in freight transport. For carrying people, most families couldn't afford a carriage anyway. Let's take a ride and try it out. Instead of commenting on Zhu Su's explanation, Zhu Yuanzhang seemed more interested in testing the carriage himself. He boarded the carriage with Zhu Su's assistance. Zhu Su also needed help getting on, as getting up by himself was genuinely... Once they were seated, someone immediately took the driver's position and urged the horses forward. I told you not to make such a fuss, and yet here you are just days later having built a carriage. Zhu Yuanzhang clearly trusted the driver, implicitly not hesitating to speak freely in front of him. I'm not creating trouble for its own sake, father. It's just that the carriages I've ridden in were terribly uncomfortable. I thought if the compartment could be made larger, the ride would certainly be much more pleasant. Coincidentally, I was trapped for a few days by heavy rain, and with nothing else to do, I started thinking about how to create a steer. Fortunately, the craftsman managed to build it in the end. If this type of carriage is widely adopted, it would be beneficial for both merchants and the court for transporting grain and supplies. Zhu Su quickly defended himself. I'm not blaming you. This carriage is indeed very practical. As for its promotion, you needn't worry about that. Although there are no wars at the moment, much of the taxed grain collected across the country is transported by carriage. With your invention, the people can save a great deal of effort. However, I can't help but feel there's more to this than you're letting on. Was it truly just for your own comfort? Zhu Yuanzhang smiled. His love for the people was genuine. It was just that, constrained by the limitations of the era and his own knowledge, many of his policies, while appearing sound, often turned out to be harmful. You see clearly, father. Actually, my original intention wasn't just for my own comfort. If the steam engine can be successfully built, we can establish textile workshops everywhere. The demand for transportation will be huge then, so this is also a form of preparation. Zhu Su spoke honestly. That's right. There's nothing we can't discuss, father and son. Has your eldest brother come to see you these past few days? Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, then changed the subject. No, he hasn't. Was he supposed to find me? Zhu Su was momentarily stunned and looked at Zhu Yuanzhang with a puzzled expression. I was just asking. The other day I told your brother that you're full of clever ideas, and if he was ever unsure about something, he should ask for your opinion. Zhu Yuanzhang felt both pleased and somewhat displeased. He was pleased because Zhu Biao's actions implicitly showed that he still considered Zhu Yuanzhang the ultimate authority in the Ming dynasty, a sign of excellent judgment. What displeased him was that he had specifically told Zhu Biao to consult with Zhu Su, yet he hadn't done so. You flatter me, father. As you said, I only have a bit of small cleverness. I am not familiar with the art of governance. If my advice happens to be good, then all is well. But if it's bad, it could ruin important matters. Zhu Su realized that Zhu Yuanzhang hadn't told Zhu Biao about his prophetic dream, but he still spoke seriously. There's no need for you to belittle yourself. I only told him to consider your opinion. Besides, you underestimate your eldest brother. While he may not know as much as you, he has gained considerable experience over the years. Although some of his views and actions are still a bit immature, everything he does satisfies me. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't want to see Zhu Su being overly modest, nor did he want Zhu Su to think his eldest brother was incompetent. Eldest brother has the bearing of a benevolent ruler. Even if he may overlook some aspects as a ruler who maintains the status quo, he is perfectly capable. Zhu Su had a good impression of Zhu Biao and naturally spoke up for him. That's what I'm worried about. It's fine for him to be a benevolent ruler, but I'm afraid that after spending time with those pedantic scholars, he'll only know about benevolence. The way of a ruler is to use both kindness and severity. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed. There's no need to worry, father. Eldest brother is still young. A few more years of experience will do him good. Zhu Su of course followed Zhu Yuanzhang's line of thought. Do I need you to tell me that? Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at Zhu Su, then asked in slight surprise. This carriage isn't as bumpy as I expected. Did you make other improvements? This I wouldn't know, father. I only provided them with sketches for the steering mechanism. This must be due to some other technique of... Hearing this, Zhu Su paid attention to the ride and realized it was indeed much smoother. It seems your point was correct. Our craftsmen are very capable. They're just used to following orders. When given the chance to solve problems themselves, they can come up with quite a few new inventions. Zhu Yuanzhang's remark was just a fleeting thought. He didn't pay much more attention to the matter. This isn't the primary reason. The craftsmen know that I rewarded 5,000 taels of silver for the creation of the clock. There were also rewards for those who built the steam engine. In short, they know that by following my instructions diligently, as I mentioned before about the rise of Britain, a key reason their craftsmen were so focused on improving the spinning loom's efficiency was their implementation of patent law. Zhu Su, hearing this, knew his father's thoughts might be incomplete. Patent law. Zhu Yuanzhang was taken aback by the unfamiliar term. Exactly. The patent law was devised by the British to protect the interests of those who create new technologies. For instance, if I invent this steering device, only I can use it. Anyone else who wants to use it must pay me. It was through this method that they encouraged craftsmen to tirelessly develop new technologies. One day you might be a poor artisan, but with a widely adopted invention, you could become wealthy. This drives them to constantly think about how to refine their techniques. A single innovation might not mean much, but when such talent abounds, quantity leads to a qualitative leap, sparking major technological revolutions that benefit many diligent craftsmen. Zhu Su nodded, explaining the details of patents. But if one person holds a monopoly, wouldn't its spread be hindered, thus impeding innovation? Zhu Yuanzhang understood somewhat, but felt it was flawed. If we don't secure the interests of those who improve technology, who would bother trying to improve it? Just like when you led troops into battle, father, rewards and punishments must be clear. Only then will soldiers' morale be high and they'll fight with vigor. That's the intent of patent law. Of course, a law alone is useless. The key is upholding it. It's often said that the law applies equally to princes and commoners. But do princes truly face the same punishment as commoners? Britain's advantage in enforcing this law lies in its small size, making policy implementation easy. In contrast, our Ming dynasty is vast, making enforcement difficult. However, even if difficult, such a law should still exist. At the very least, it gives those eager to innovate hope that their efforts... Zhu Su listened. Though his father's points were valid, one shouldn't give up eating for fear of choking. True, but as you said, our nation is too vast. Even in the capital, remember the white sugar you produced. Some people were already scheming to get their hands on it. In the provinces, people would surely kill for profit. Zhu Yuanzhang knew Zhu Su's patent law idea was sound, but greed stirs the heart and murder for money was all too common. This can be managed. The patent could have a term, say 50 years. If the inventor passes away, it can be inherited by... If he has no heir, the patent should revert to the state. The heir must be a biological son, which would also prevent nephews and other relatives from harboring evil intentions for the wealth. Zhu Su, lacking a better solution at the moment, could only propose this seemingly harsh measure. Let's set this aside for now. Instead of relying on a specific law, I think it's better to let the wealthy handle it themselves. As you said before, if they feel their production capacity is insufficient, they will find ways to improve it. Craftsmen who make improvements will naturally receive rewards. On the contrary, if we enact a law as you suggest, the potential profits are so huge that I fear it would breed ill intent. Moreover, it's common for families without heirs to adopt a nephew to carry on the lineage. If the patent law doesn't recognize this, people might see the state's law as heartless. Zhu Yuanzhang acknowledged Zhu Su's points, but a patent law would conflict with common social practices, which wouldn't be a good... We could account for the case of no heir. For instance, shorten the patent term or provide compensation when the patent Even if the law isn't perfectly executed and has its problems, having such a law is still different from not having one. Law should be feared. Only when people fear and respect the law will they refrain from breaking it. Zhu Su glanced at his father, voicing his thoughts. Law should be feared. Only when people fear and respect the law will they refrain from breaking it. Zhu Su glanced at his father, voicing his thoughts. How do we even establish this patent law? Even as emperor, I need a proper justification for my actions. Zhu Yuanzhang weighed the pros and cons. He felt Zhu Su was right. The patent law would benefit technology. They couldn't simply abandon the law due to the potential for abuse. Finding a justification isn't hard. I've created so many things recently, applying for a few patents shouldn't be a problem. Zhu Su didn't really know where to start, so he spoke offhandedly. So according to you, I'd have to pay you every year for using... Zhu Yuanzhang gave Zhu Su a displeased look. It's not for me, father, it's for the court. I am a prince now, and will be a king later. Paying me isn't inappropriate, is it? Not just the flintlock, but also the matchlock. If we sell them to Japan in the future earning vast amounts of silver annually, I should get a share, right? Zhu Su decisively separated state and personal affairs. The court is the court, and the individual is the individual. You only had an idea. The guns were made by the craftsmen of the imperial workshops. How do we calculate that? Seeing Zhu Su's seriousness, Zhu Yuanzhang decided to debate the matter. Father, that's not right. Without my idea, could the craftsmen have built the flintlock? In technological innovation, the idea is the most crucial part. Zhu Su felt his father's thinking was flawed. Then let me ask you, did you come up with these ideas yourself? Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly smiled knowingly at Zhu Su. Checkmate. Zhu Su opened his mouth, but no words came. Indeed, these weren't his original thoughts. They were knowledge he'd gained in his dreams. As the saying goes, he was merely a technology mover. I'm glad you understand. But I won't be stingy. How about this? He'll let you choose your own fief. Zhu Yuanzhang felt pleased, but he knew that without Zhu Su these inventions wouldn't exist, so he was being uncharacteristically generous. Really? Zhu Su's spirits lifted upon hearing this. Of course, but the choice is limited to the Jiangnan region, not the entire country. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, then added the restriction. Are you certain about this place? Returning to the Qianqing Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the location Zhu Su had pointed out on the map and asked. Yes, father, I want this place. Zhu Su nodded, emphatically staring at the characters Shanghai County on the map. Since you desire it, I will keep my word. But can you tell me why you want this place? Zhu Yuanzhang felt a vague sense of unease, but couldn't pinpoint its source. I merely wish to leave a legacy for future generations. This land will be worth its weight in gold in the times to come. Zhu Su spoke frankly without hiding his thoughts. Future generations? Very well. If your descendants can truly prosper from this land, I'll accept it. Let's hope our great Ming endures until then. Hearing his son mention the future, Zhu Yuanzhang smiled and said no more. Who could predict what would happen centuries later? What he didn't know was that Zhu Su's vision wasn't about centuries ahead. If the steam engine were truly invented, this would be a prime location. Should the great Ming colonize the globe, most goods transported would pass through here. Just building ports and selling land would yield immense profits. It was a pity that the old Zhu hadn't approved his patent law. If he had those patents alone, would secure his livelihood for life. Then again, even without the patent law, he was already well provided for. The shift from elation to calm was but the next day he attended classes at the Dabintang as usual. Song Lian, absent for several days, was there today. After the lesson, he invited Zhu Su to his office. Your Highness, I have carefully reviewed the charter you wrote and consulted with several scholars. However, there is an issue that... Song Lian invited Zhu Su to sit down before speaking. What issue, Master Song? Speak freely. If I can do anything, I will offer my full support. Seeing Song Lian's troubled expression, Zhu Su asked with curiosity. It concerns the size of the dictionary. Since it is to be the Hongwu dictionary, it naturally must be more comprehensive than the Song dynasty's Lapian, which contains over 30,000 characters. According to your charter, this dictionary would need to include no fewer than 50,000 characters. With such a vast number of characters plus phonetic notations and definitions, it would be even larger. You mentioned earlier that this dictionary is for daily use, so it must be convenient. Yet with so many characters, achieving that convenience seems difficult. Song Lian voiced the crux of the problem. This issue isn't hard to solve. Though Chinese has tens of thousands of characters, those used in daily life are far fewer, only a few thousand. Thus the dictionary won't need so many volumes. Also, we can work on the printing process. Current books have overly large type, it's unnecessary. We could engrave smaller characters, though I'm unsure if it's feasible. Zhu Su initially paid little attention to Song Lian's concerns, but as he spoke he too realized the issue. Dictionaries in later ages were machine printed with small, yet clear type. Could current printing technology achieve a dictionary with over 10,000 characters in later times spanned only a few hundred pages? With larger type, it would run into thousands of pages, hardly convenient. Perhaps we could produce multiple editions. One comprehensive edition containing all characters printed in limited quantities, primarily for collectors. A second edition could include common and occasionally used characters intended for scholars and researchers. A third edition focusing on everyday characters would be for those newly enrolled in school or with limited literacy. As for printing, the imperial workshops can take their time. Annotating and recompiling tens of thousands of characters will require considerable effort. Zhu Su pondered for a moment before offering his suggestions. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. I now know what to do. Song Lian nodded gently, clearly approving of Zhu Su's approach. In truth, they had already discussed this. The solutions Zhu Su proposed were ones they had considered themselves. But their opinions didn't carry weight, and going directly to the Emperor seemed inappropriate. Fortunately, with Zhu Su as deputy director consulting him was the perfect course. After classes ended at noon, Zhu Su had a simple lunch and headed to the Qianqing Palace. That Ru Taisu again. Does he think memorials cost nothing? While waiting outside for his summons, he heard Zhu Yuanzhang's furious voice from within the hall. The two young eunuchs standing by the door dared not raise their heads or even breathe heavily. Your Highness, the Emperor requests your presence. Wang Quan emerged and bowed to Zhu Su. After entering and exchanging formal greetings, Zhu Su stood upright and saw that Zhu Yuanzhang's anger had yet to subside. What brings you here? Zhu Yuanzhang's tone was sharp. It's about the Hongwu dictionary. Having overheard the emperor's outburst, Zhu Su spoke cautiously. The Hongwu dictionary. Has something gone wrong? At the mention of it, Zhu Yuanzhang frowned slightly. This was a matter he held in high regard. Nothing's wrong. This morning Master Song mentioned that since our great Ming has just been established, the dictionary should include more characters than previous dynasties. By that estimate, would need at least 50 to 60,000 characters. Adding phonetic notations and definitions, the total could reach 1,000,000 characters or more. Such a massive compilation would be impractical for everyday use. I was thinking we could produce several editions. The most comprehensive one with the most characters could be printed for collectors. A slightly smaller edition could serve scholars and local academies. Finally, a concise edition of several thousand common characters could be used by young students just learning to read. Zhu Su laid out his ideas. Of course, that's thoughtful of you. Though Chinese has tens of thousands of characters, common ones are less than a tenth of that. A dictionary with millions of characters wouldn't suit the academies. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded his gaze toward Zhu Su, softening. The fifth prince considered things comprehensively catering to the diverse needs of different people. Also, the type in current books is somewhat large. I'd like to know which department in the inner court handles book printing. I want to ask if there's a way to print smaller characters. It would save paper and be more convenient for daily use. Zhu Su revealed his true intention. He was confident Zhu Yuanzhang would approve of the multi-edition dictionary plan. As for the printing matter, it wouldn't be appropriate to approach the imperial workshops directly. Palace printing falls under the Directorate of Ceremonial Sutra Printing Bureau. Go see them. Hearing it was about this, Zhu Yuanzhang paid it no mind, then asked, I want to deal with that long-winded Ru Taisu. Do you have any ideas? Well, there are ways, but they might be a bit underhanded. Zhu Su glanced at Zhu Yuanzhang with a sheepish smile. Underhanded is perfect. Tell me quickly. At the mention of something unscrupulous, Zhu Yuanzhang's interest was piqued. At the morning court the next day, the assembled civil and military officials were startled to see 5 older princes standing behind the crown prince at the front of the formation. They exchanged glances, seeking answers in each other's eyes, yet no one knew what was about to unfold. Hu Weiyong, standing at the head of the civil officials, appeared calm, though inwardly, he was deeply puzzled. The last time several princes had attended court together was when the Prince of Wu had brought the princely estate's industries under the same taxation system. Could another major matter be at hand? But that seemed unlikely. If something truly significant had occurred, it would necessitate a grand assembly of all officials above the 6th rank, not merely those of the 4th rank and higher. Yesterday I received a memorial from Ru Taisu, the Vice Minister of Justice. I wish to read it carefully, but my aged eyes grow dim, and I cannot make out the words. Ru Taisu, you shall read it aloud yourself at today's court, so everyone may hear. Zhu Yuanzhang spoke slowly from his throne. As his words faded, Wang Quan gestured, and 2 young eunuchs carried a table forward. The officials, who had been confused at first, drew in sharp breaths upon seeing the table piled high with memorials. They had long heard of Ru Taisu's verbose memorials, but none had imagined they could be this voluminous. Your Majesty, Ru Taisu understood at once that Zhu Yuanzhang intended to discipline him. He stepped forward, seeking to defend himself. What? You are unwilling to read it to me? Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes narrowed before Ru Taisu could finish. I am willing, Your Majesty, willing. Ru Taisu's face was bitter. He had sown the wind, and must now reap the whirlwind. Your servant Ru Taisu has a memorial to present. He walked to the table, picked up a memorial, and began to read aloud. The average speaking pace is over 200 characters per minute, but officials presenting at court naturally spoke slower, as speaking too quickly would make it hard for others to follow. Initially the assembly listened with interest, but after several minutes, they still had no idea what he was driving at. Ru Taisu was truly gifted. Had he lived in later ages, he would have made an excellent novelist, so skilled was he at padding his prose. A quarter of an hour passed. The officials maintained composed expressions, but their minds had long since wandered. When would this ever end? Another quarter of an hour went by, and Ru Taisu was still reading. How could the man write so much? It must be several thousand characters by now. Half an hour passed, and Ru Taisu continued reading unabated. The assembly, who had foregone breakfast and water to attend court, found it unbearable. Attending court was arduous. Many had to leave home over an hour early, going without food or drink, and standing the entire time. Ordinarily, morning court consisted of brief discussions lasting no more than half an hour. But today nothing had been discussed yet, and they had already spent an hour listening to Ru Taisu drone on. As miserable as they felt, Ru Taisu fared no better. After speaking continuously for an hour, his mouth was parched, yet he had only gotten through just over half of the memorial. Another half hour passed, and the officials below were nodding off. The youngest among them was over 30, while the eldest were past 70. Had they not been constantly reminding themselves that losing composure before the emperor was unforgivable, they would have preferred sitting on the floor to enduring this torment. Just then the sound of a yawn echoed through the hall. Everyone was startled, and even Ru Taisu paused in his reading. Who dares show such disrespect in the great hall? Zhu Yuanzhang's words were stern, but his gaze was fixed on Zhu Su. Your son admits his fault and begs for your punishment, father. Zhu Su stepped forward and knelt. All the ministers are full of vigor. Why are you yawning repeatedly? Zhu Yuanzhang asked, struggling to suppress a smile. To answer, father, your son is of shallow learning and could not comprehend Vice Minister Russ' memorial, and thus lost focus and composure. Zhu Su replied with a look of feigned shame. Since you know you are lacking in learning, you must listen and learn more. I sentence you to kneel and listen to Vice Minister Russ' memorial in full. Zhu Yuanzhang said coldly. This isn't right. We agreed he should be scolding Ru Taisu. Why am I the one being punished? One must not improvise like this. We have to stick to the script. But there was no help for it. Old Zhu was the emperor, so he had to endure it. Ru Taisu continue. Zhu Yuanzhang said to Ru Taisu, without looking at the kneeling Zhu Su. Your Majesty, I confess my guilt. Ru Taisu dared not continue reading. He knew that old Zhu and Empress Ma were fiercely protective of their own. If he read for another hour, causing the Prince of Wu to kneel for that long, he would surely face dire consequences. What are you saying? Presenting memorials is your duty as a minister. What guilt is there in that? Zhu Yuanzhang spoke with a straight face, but his tone was laced with sarcasm. Your servant should not have been so long-winded and full of nonsense. When he had first written the memorial, Ru Taisu had not thought so. But reading it aloud before the court, he felt only one thing: utter embarrassment. In the parlance of later ages, it was social death. You read for over an hour. What exactly did you wish to memorialize? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. To answer your Majesty, the construction of the Imperial Palace had just begun to take shape when your Majesty devoted full effort to building the Zhongdu. Now the Zhongdu has reached a considerable scale, but the palace construction has lagged. Your servant requests that full effort be devoted to the palace so that it may be ready for your Majesty's 10-year grand ceremony. Only then did Ru Taisu finally state his actual purpose. Is there nothing else? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. No, your Majesty, that is all. Ru Taisu replied awkwardly. A matter that could be stated in a few dozen characters. You wrote dozens of memorials, nearly 20,000 characters in total. Do you think I have nothing better to do than read your drivel? Zhu Yuanzhang was furious at such a trivial matter. Your servant would never dare. Hearing this, Ru Taisu kowtowed frantically. Guards, take him out and give him 20 strokes of the board. Zhu Yuanzhang had not originally intended to have Ru Taisu beaten, but upon learning that such a trivial matter had warranted so many words, and recalling all the time he had wasted on such memorials, his anger surged and he bellowed the order. Ordinarily someone would have interceded for Ru Taisu, but today everyone had been forced to listen to him read for over an hour, and they all harbored resentment. Not a single person in the vast court spoke up for him. Ru Taisu was escorted out by the imperial guards to be punished. Since ascending the throne, I have always kept the welfare of the people at heart. I work tirelessly day and night reviewing memorials with the utmost care, never daring to make the slightest error. Yet some officials like Ru Taisu fill their memorials with useless words. It is truly detestable. From now on, when presenting memorials, do not excessively quote the classics. State your business directly. If anyone dares to emulate Ru Taisu, I will not be lenient. Zhu Yuanzhang swept his gaze across the assembly. We obey your Majesty's decree. The officials hastily bowed. The Prince of Wu may rise. Seeing Zhu Su still kneeling, Zhu Yuanzhang said indifferently. As the saying goes, to fight a tiger you need brothers, to go to war you need father and sons. I have long decreed that all my sons shall be in theft as princes stationed across the realm to support the central court. Now below the crown prince, the princes of Qin Yan, Wu Chu, and Jingjiang have all come of age. Yet they have remained deep within the palace, unacquainted with military affairs. In the future, I fear they will hardly amount to much. I intend to send the crown prince, the princes of Qin Yan Chu and Jingjiang, to Fengyang in the central capital. Firstly, to pay respects to our ancestors. Secondly, to familiarize themselves with military matters. They shall be accompanied by the Duke of Wei Suda, the Marquis of Zhongshan, he the Assistant Commander of the Grand Military Command Ming, and the Commissioner of the Grand Military Command Lan Yu. As for the Prince of Wu, as he must remain in the palace to compile the Hongwu dictionary, he shall not accompany them this time. Only then did Zhu Yuanzhang reveal the reason for summoning the princes to court this day. Your son obeys the imperial decree. The crown prince and the other princes stepped forward together and declared, do any of you have further matters to report? Zhu Yuanzhang swept his gaze across the assembly, and seeing no one speak said, since there is nothing else, we shall adjourn the court. We respectfully see off your Majesty. Hearing the court was dismissed, everyone felt a surge of relief and hastened to speak. This Ru Taisu is something else. A court session that should have ended in under a quarter of an hour was dragged out for a full 2 hours. With no outsiders present, Zhu Shuang said with displeasure. Second brother is right. That man is truly detestable. I nearly fell asleep. Zhu Gang nodded. The old fellow was indeed insufferable. Exactly. No wonder fifth brother was yawning. Had it not been for the court session, I would have wanted to hit him. Zhu Di also looked exasperated. Actually, I find him rather interesting. At the very least, he is erudite. Were we to write a memorial, let alone 20,000 characters, I doubt we could even produce 2,000. Zhu Su said with a chuckle. You can still laugh? If he had confessed his fault, you would have had to kneel for at least half an hour. Seeing Zhu Su's demeanor, Zhu Di could not help but retort. Fourth brother, what are you saying? Everyone has their own use. A man as learned as he who can cite classics and quote the ancients is exactly who should join me in compiling the Hongwu dictionary. Zhu Su smiled. Fifth brother, you are mistaken. Ru Taisu is an upright and fair official. He merely has a penchant for flaunting his literary talent. Now that father has admonished him today, he will surely mend his ways in the future. Sending him to compile a dictionary is truly inappropriate. It was Zhu Biao who was most magnanimous. He thought highly of Ru Taisu. Assigning such an official to compile dictionaries would indeed be a waste of talent. The crown prince is right, I did not consider this thoroughly. Zhu Su conceded that Zhu Biao's argument was sound. What are you saying? I too used to find his memorials tedious, and father had lost his temper over them several times before. But considering his loyalty to the state, father never held. Zhu Su conceded that Zhu Biao's argument was sound. At first it was 3,000 or 4,000 characters, then 7,000 or 8,000, and then it grew to over 10,000. Who would have thought he'd write nearly 20,000 this time? No wonder father was furious. Zhu Biao smiled, and shook his head as he recounted Ru Taisu's affairs. It's a pity I cannot join you all in the central capital this time to see you ride, shoot, and array your troops. Zhu Su did not dwell on Ru Taisu, and instead turned to teasing them. Hey, you just stay in the capital and compile your dictionary. Leave the matters of war to us brothers. Zhu Shuang chuckled smugly. Indeed, fifth brother, compiling the dictionary is also important. If father ever sends us to campaign abroad with your dictionary in hand, we can better civilize the local populace. Zhu Gang nodded in agreement. Fifth brother, don't be disheartened. When I return, I'll be sure to tell you all about how to array troops and deploy formations. The mention of war invigorated Zhu Di as well. Forget it. Your fiefs are all on the frontier, but mine is in the Wu region. He'll likely be defending against pirates. Your battle tactics are useless to me. Zhu Su shook his head. Speaking of defending against pirates, fifth brother, you still get seasick. How will you manage? The topic reminded Zhu Di of Zhu Su's affliction. Fourth brother, you really know how to bring up the worst possible topic. Zhu Su remembered this and looked dejected. Fifth brother, don't fret. Just spend more time on boats. You'll get used to it after throwing up a few times. Zhu Di winked at Zhu Su. The five of them chatted and laughed all the way while the sixth brother Zhu Zhun and the prince of Jingjiang, Zhu Shouqian, remained silent. Although they were all princes, as the saying goes, kinship dictates closeness. The five brothers Zhu Biao and the others were all born of Empress Ma and were legitimate sons. The prince of Chu Zhu Zhun was merely a concubine-born son. As for the prince of Jingjiang Zhu Shouqian, he was the grandson of Zhu Yuanzhang's eldest brother, the prince of Nanchang, Zhu Xinglong, and the son of Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang had been beaten to death by Zhu Yuanzhang for plotting rebellion, and Zhu Shouqian was already quite old at the time. Zhu Yuanzhang infected him as the prince of Jingjiang with his seat in Guilin and designated Zhu Xinglong as the founding ancestor. Hence his title was that of a commandery prince. Nevertheless, as the eldest grandson of the Zhu family, despite holding the rank of a commandery prince, he enjoyed many privileges of a full prince in various aspects. His ceremonial treatment was higher than that of a commandery prince, yet slightly lower than that of a full prince. Although he was the same age as Zhu Su, he was a generation lower in the family hierarchy. Moreover, he did not reside in the palace and was not familiar with the others. The group walked to the entrance of the Qianqing palace, chatting and laughing, but one by one they straightened their faces, adjusted their robes, and entered. In the blink of an eye, you have all grown up. By rights, you should have already taken up your fiefs. But I worry that once you arrive, being unfamiliar with military affairs, you might commit a mistake like Liu Yizhen. Then you would not be supporting the central court, but plaguing the local populace. Therefore, I am sending you to the central capital Fengyang, and having Su De and the others properly train you so you understand that leading troops in battle is no easy feat. And this will not be a one-time affair. In the years to come, you will go for a few months each year. Only when they deem you capable of shouldering responsibilities on your own will I allow you to assume your fiefs. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at his sons and grandnephew with some emotion. The Liu Yizhen he mentioned was the second son of Liu Yu, the founding emperor of the Liu Song dynasty. When Liu Yu launched his northern expedition, Liu Yizhen accompanied him. After conquering Chang'an, Liu Ye's trusted advisor Liu Muji suddenly died of illness. Fearing instability in his rear, Liu Yu halted the campaign and led his forces south. He left an elite force with Liu Yizhen to guard Chang'an. However, Liu Yizhen was merely a 12-year-old child at the time, lacking in ability and possessing a terrible temper. Later, Helian Bobo attacked Chang'an from the south. Liu Yizhen repeatedly ignored advice, ultimately leading to the complete annihilation of the elite force, and he himself barely escaped with his life. Father, rest assured. Once I arrive in Fengyang, I will diligently study the art of war under Duke Wei and the others. Zhu Biao was the first to express his commitment. We will do the same. The others echoed in turn. Studying is one thing, but you must apply it flexibly. Remember, in war there are no constant tactics, just as water has no constant form. To adapt to the enemy's changes and secure victory. That is what it means to be a master of war. Zhu Yuanzhang was not entirely satisfied with Zhu Biao's response. While learning military strategy was important, one must not become overly absorbed in it. We shall heed your teachings, father, the group said in unison. This time I'm sending you to familiarize yourselves with military affairs, not to learn how to command troops in battle. Commanding an army comes from two things: slowly honing your skills under seasoned generals and natural talent. Some are born to command. Take Han Xian, the god of soldiers. Before he rose to fame, he was merely a minor officer under Xiang Yu. Yet once he joined Liu Bang, he was quickly promoted to grand general and led vast armies. Many praised Liu Bang for his ability to recognize talent, but he also took a tremendous risk. If Han Xian had been another Zhao Kuo, a general who only knew how to talk on paper, Liu Bang would have suffered heavy losses and might well have been defeated. When I led troops in the past, I rarely promoted someone to a high rank overnight. Those I elevated had all been tempered through years of experience. My favorite battles were the ones where I had overwhelming strength and simply marched straight ahead. No schemes, no tricks needed. Defeating the enemy with an absolute advantage in numbers. That is the finest strategy of all. As Sun Tzu said, the truly skilled warrior wins without fame or glory. Winning against overwhelming odds may earn you a legendary name, but those are the successes. The vast majority of failures are never remembered. Of course, I don't expect you to become legendary commanders. I only ask that you don't end up as someone who loses to a force smaller than your own. This involves many things: ensuring the supply of provisions, having an accurate understanding of your own troops, and being familiar with the strengths of each branch of the military. Your main task this time is to understand these fundamentals. First, learn to know your soldiers and manage them. Only then can you think about leading them into battle. You are my sons and grandsons. Your status is high. If I sent you into the army without preparation, you could easily become the next Liu Yizhen. Drawing from his own experiences, Zhu Yuanzhang laid out his expectations for them. Your son understands. Zhu Biao nodded. As the crown prince and future emperor, he would likely never command armies like his father, but he still needed a solid understanding of military matters. The others, especially Zhu Di, seemed lost in thought. I'm telling you all this so you'll be prepared. Once you reach the central capital of Fingyang, you must follow Su Das arrangements. The same applies when you enter the army later. Don't throw your weight around just because you're princes. War is not a game. Zhu Yuanzhang warned them once more. It was clear that while he wanted his sons and grandsons to serve as regional princes and guard the frontiers, he was equally afraid they might give reckless orders. That was why he kept stressing this point. Yes, father, they all said in unison. My fifth son, I want you to take everything I've said today to heart as well. You are the Prince of Wu and you may not have many opportunities to lead troops, but you should still understand these matters. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su, emphasizing his words. I will keep it all in my heart. Zhu Su replied with a serious expression. There's nothing else then. You may all go. Set out the day after tomorrow at dawn. Zhu Yuanzhang cast one final glance over the group before waving them away. They had arrived in high spirits. Now each one left with a grave look on their face. Don't be so downcast. Father's right. We've all read military texts, but we don't truly know what an army is like. It's only proper that we first get a sense of the situation. Use these 2 years to learn as much as you can. That's how you'll be able to put your talents to use when you reach your fiefs. Seeing his brother's low spirits, Zhu Biao spoke up to console them. Zhu Di was about to say something when a voice called out from behind, Prince of Wu, please wait. They all stopped and turned to see a young eunuch from Zhu Yuanzhang's side. Prince of Wu, His Majesty requests your presence. The young eunuch hurried over, paid his respects, and addressed Zhu Su. After a brief farewell to the others, Zhu Su followed the eunuch away. Zhu Di, who had been about to speak, held his tongue. They had just left the Qinqing palace, and now their father was summoning the fifth prince again. What could be so important that he didn't want the rest of them to know? Each lost in their own thoughts, they departed through the Qinqing gate and went their separate ways. I hadn't planned to have them touch military affairs this early. But word from the north says the Mongols are stirring again. You and the fourth prince are still young, but the second and third are of age. Keeping them idle in Yingtian serves no purpose. It's time they gain some experience. Do you think I'm doing the right thing? Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at Zhu Su and asked. Father, your decision is certainly correct. My only concern is that this alone may not be enough to truly temper them. If it were up to me, I'd have them wear soldiers' uniforms and live in the camp for 2 full months without revealing their names. That would be a far more effective test. Zhu Su agreed with Zhu Yuanzhang's approach, but he felt the old emperor was still too gentle with his sons. Of course, Zhu Su's idea was simply to immerse them in the true life of the barracks. Even if Zhu Yuanzhang gave Su De prior instructions, there was no way Su De could truly treat the princes as ordinary men. That's not a bad idea, but would it actually work? Zhu Yuanzhang was tempted, yet still hesitant. It would certainly help. From what I recall of the past, the second and third princes often acted recklessly, because they were out of touch with reality. They never knew hardship, and they abused their princely status. And because you, father, were lenient out of familial love, they never faced serious consequences. At most, you'd summon them to Yingtian for a scolding and send them back. But such toothless punishments don't leave a mark on them. When we went to the ancestral tombs together and saw how the common folk lived, they were genuinely moved. But how lasting that effect is, I cannot say. Zhu Su wasn't entirely confident either. He simply believed that doing something was better than doing nothing. Very well, I'll trust you on this. Spending a few months in the camp won't do them any harm. Hearing Zhu Su mention the ancestral tomb visit, Zhu Yuanzhang finally made up his mind. The others had no idea they had just been thrown under the cart by Zhu Su. What was supposed to be a prince's tour of military affairs had just turned into a stint of experiencing life in the barracks. What is the meaning of this? The next day at the academy, Zhu Shuang and the others looked at the clothes delivered by the Jinui, their faces filled with bewilderment. To answer, your highness, his majesty has ordered you princes to try on these clothes to see if they fit. A Jinui officer replied with a bow. Why would we need to try on these? Aren't these just the uniforms of common soldiers? Zhu Shuang was displeased, a hint of disdain flashing across his face. Second brother, since it is father's decree, let us just change into them. Zhu Gang tugged at Zhu Shuang's sleeve, speaking in a low voice. Although reluctant, Zhu Shuang still accepted the clothes. Before long, the second, third, fourth, and sixth princes had changed into their uniforms and walked out. It seems my judgment is still quite good. The clothes I picked for you all fit perfectly. Zhu Yuanzhang stroked his beard, looking at his sons with satisfaction. Your son pays respects to your majesty. They had not expected Zhu Yuanzhang to appear, and they quickly bowed in greeting. Rise, stand up straight, and let me have a good look at you. The smile on Zhu Yuanzhang's face deepened as he spoke to them. Hearing this, they quickly straightened their postures. Not bad, you all look spirited. Seeing you reminds me of when I first joined the Red Turban Army. Of course I was older than you then, already in my 20s. Looking at his sons, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but recall his own youth, speaking with a mix of emotion and nostalgia. Father, may I ask why you have ordered us to wear soldiers' uniforms? Zhu Shuang finally couldn't hold back and asked. Do you think that when I sent you to familiarize yourselves with military affairs, I meant for you to travel to Fingyang, sit in an office, sip tea, and listen to lower-ranking officials give briefings? If that were the case, how could you ever truly understand military matters? So I changed my mind. I want you to disguise yourselves as ordinary soldiers when you leave the city. When the time comes, you will live and eat alongside the common soldiers, march on foot all the way to Fingyang, and then spend several months experiencing life in the military camps. This will give you a far better understanding of military affairs than sitting in an office. Don't think that ordinary soldiers are unimportant. The armies of our great Ming are composed of countless ordinary soldiers. Once you understand their thoughts and feelings, you will have a thorough grasp of soldiering. Furthermore, I have another purpose, to let you know the hardships of being a soldier. You have never endured hardship since childhood. By living and eating with the soldiers, besides enduring hardship, you can also chat with them and learn about the difficulties of the common people's lives. Throughout history, it has been common for feudal princes to tyrannize the countryside and oppress the people. You are my sons, different from the ministers. When local officials are corrupt and break the law, the people blame the officials themselves. But if you, my sons, act lawlessly in the regions, they will blame me as an unwise and tyrannical ruler. If I ever learn that you have done things to harm the people, I will show no mercy. As he said this, Zhu Yuanzhang cast a meaningful glance at Zhu Shuang. This second son, if what the fifth son said was true, his misdeeds would be enough to sentence him to death 10 times over. Your sons will keep this firmly in mind. They all said in unison. It's good that you remember, but remembering isn't enough. You must also know how to act. Besides yourselves, you must also manage the people under you. Outside your princely mansions, they represent you just as you represent me when you are away. Remember to build a good reputation for yourselves. I am protective of my own, but if you ruin my reputation, I will not. Hearing their words, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly, but continued to admonish them. After Zhu Yuanzhang left, the princes sat there, their faces full of sorrow. I never thought father could be so heartless. It must be several hundred li from Yingtian to Fengyang. Does he really expect us to walk the whole way? Although Zhu Shuang had practiced martial arts since childhood, the thought of walking several hundred li made him uneasy. What's there to fear? If the soldiers can walk it, so can you. Although Zhu Shuang had practiced martial arts since childhood, the thought of walking several hundred li made him uneasy. Looking at Zhu Su, who was making light of the situation, Zhu Gang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Exactly, fifth brother. I think you're being rather glib. Zhu Shuang echoed in agreement. How about we switch? You take over the compilation of the Hongwu dictionary, and you'll put on these clothes and go to Fengyang instead. Zhu Su asked with a grin. Fifth brother, that's not fair. It's father's decree, but we can't disobey it. Besides, I don't know pinyin, so how could I possibly lead the compilation of the Hongwu dictionary? Zhu Gang was also displeased with Zhu Su's remark. Since third brother knows that father's words cannot be defied, why be so glum? Don't be afraid of difficulties. Face them with a smile. The best way to overcome fear is to confront it. Perseverance is victory. Come on, you can do it. Zhu Su said as he walked towards the door, turning back to give them an encouraging gesture before that fifth brother, why is he suddenly acting like a child? Zhu Di, who had been mostly silent, shook his head. Fourth brother, from the sound of it, you're all grown up now. Zhu Shuang looked at him with a mischievous grin. Yeah, you're a real adult now. Zhu Gang also wore a sly smile. Zhu Di, who had just been acting so mature, instantly broke character and blushed. The two older brothers exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Indeed, happiness is often built on the misery of others. Zhu Su had thought the same until he received a message. Him to accompany father to the morning court. Hearing this, Zhu Su wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. Prince of Wu, His Majesty has given such an order. Long Quan nodded. He'll go with you to see father. Zhu Su knew this was no small matter and said immediately. Long Quan had no choice but to follow Zhu Su to see Zhu Yuanzhang. Upon arriving at the Qinxing Palace, Zhu Su entered to find Zhu Yuanzhang reviewing memorials. After exchanging formal greetings, Zhu Yuanzhang didn't ask any questions, just continued reading his memorials. He had encountered this tactic once before. Many people in later generations also used this trick, just leaving you hanging, making you figure out what you did wrong. Zhu Su's mind raced, thinking, what could I have possibly done wrong? It's been less than a month since I returned from Zhujiang. Besides coming up with the four-wheeled carriage, I don't think I've done anything else. Could it be that father is displeased with the suggestion I made to him about sending my brothers to Fengyang as common soldiers for a few months? That shouldn't be it. Wasn't he quite happy when I told him about it yesterday? What on earth is the problem? What do you think about making you the crown prince? Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly spoke after a bout of busy work. Father, surely you jest with your son. I truly have no desire to be emperor. Look at you, rising early and retiring late, exhausted as you are. I only wish to be a wealthy prince, free from worries, and to pursue my own pleasures. Upon hearing this, Zhu Su hastily replied, I have been pondering something lately. Since heaven has seen fit to reveal future events to you, there must be a reason for it. While I live, I can support you. But what if I am no longer here? If you wish to avoid these burdens, you could implement the cabinet system. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Zhu Su seriously. Even with a cabinet system, I am unwilling. Eldest brother is the most suitable. If some mishap were to befall him, then fourth brother would succeed, and he has been doing quite well. Zhu Su absolutely refused to become emperor. You worthless child. Countless men would kill for this throne, yet you refuse it. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a disdainful glance at Zhu Su. Your son's indolent nature is truly unfit for the throne. I humbly beg you to reconsider, father. After that, Zhu Yuanzhang never mentioned the matter again. 17 years passed in the blink of an eye, and many events transpired during this time. First, the planted agent Kujiro had indeed persuaded his uncle to agree to cooperate with the Great Ming, and subsequently returned to Japan. With intelligence from his uncle, the Ming Navy located the lairs of numerous pirates, crushed the major pirate bands, and thus cleared the seas of the Great Ming. With the support of Ming firearms, the southern court of Japan, which had been at a disadvantage, resumed hostilities against the northern court after a period of rest and training. With the pirate threat eliminated, the Great Ming lifted the maritime ban. Merchants long prepared followed the Ming Navy's warships to Southeast Asia and India to conduct trade. Overseas trade initially brought in millions of taels of silver in taxes annually. With the maturation of the steam engine, Ming textiles were sold far across the seas. The overseas exploration plan also proceeded successfully. The first discoveries were Australia, followed by South Africa. Another fleet sailed along the coastline northward until encountering frozen lands, then turned south, discovering the continent of America. 2 years later, a massive fleet set sail, circumnavigated the globe, and brought back corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes from the Americas. The influx of these high-yield crops allowed the Great Ming to allocate more land for cultivating cotton and other crops. Following Zhu Su's advice, Zhu Yuanzhang implemented the Tanding Rumu tax reform. With the population already small and the advent of high-yield crops, the population began to grow rapidly. The Great Ming gained control over numerous spice-rich islands in Southeast Asia, and European wealth flowed into the empire in great quantities. Meanwhile, the princes of Qin Jin and Yin were in theft in the north. Leveraging the advantage of flintlock muskets, Suda and others led a 3,000-strong army in a multi-pronged attack, sweeping through Mongolia and forcing various tribes to surrender. In the 12th year of Hongwu, Prince Yanzhu Di, following his father-in-law Dang Yu, attacked the northeast. Using the pretext of the Yi dynasty's usurpation and disrespect towards the Great Ming, they invaded the peninsula and incorporated it as a province of the Ming Empire. In the same year, Mu Ing led forces to attack Yunnan, then campaigned against the usurping Annam. Suda, along with the princes of Qin and Jin, attacked Hami Turpan, the Chagatai Khanate, and the Uzbek Khanate on the Kipchak steppe, capturing the major Central Asian city of Samarkand. In the 15th year of Hongwu, the princes of Qin Jin and Yin led a 3,000-strong army on a western campaign. Prince Yin marched south to attack the already fragmented Ilkhanate. Prince Qin attacked the Golden Horde to the north, while Prince Jin advanced into India. Prince Yin, having taken most of Persia, continued west to attack the Kara Koyunlu and AK Koyunlu dynasties, and at Ankara, he decisively defeated the Ottoman Sultan and took him captive. By the 22nd year of Hongwu, the three princes had conquered the territories once held by Genghis Khan's descendants. The Great Ming Empire's conquests paused to consolidate its newly acquired lands. Unlike the Mongols' extensive use of tax farming, they implemented the Ming's Baojia system in the occupied territories and promoted Chinese language education using the pinyin system that had been popularized in the Ming for over a decade. Initially, it was not smooth, but as proficiency in Chinese became a requirement for holding official positions, the local aristocracies gradually yielded. Alongside Chinese education, the cultivation of high-yield crops spread to all corners of their conquests. Zhu Su was now 28 years old. Since marrying Su Miaoyun at 16, they had 4 sons and 2 daughters. While his brothers campaigned, he worked with artisans on research and development. Steam-powered ships were launched, trains began trial runs, and large-scale railway construction commenced. In the 28th year of Hongwu, Crown Prince Zhu Biao fell ill and died. Before Zhu Biao's coffin, Zhu Yuanzhang once again asked Zhu Su the question, "What do you think about making you the crown prince?" Zhu Su remained silent. Days later, the 3 princes returned upon hearing the news. Zhu Yuanzhang gathered the 4 together, and the 3 who had each carved out vast territories agreed to Zhu Su becoming the crown prince. A few days later, Zhu Yuanzhang announced the appointment of Wu Wang Zhu Su as crown prince. A year later, he ordered the crown prince to oversee the state, while he, along with Empress Ma and his consorts, embarked on a tour of the empire he and his 3 sons had built. By this time, many of Zhu Yuanzhang's adult sons had been in theft as governors of overseas colonies. In the 34th year of Hongwu, after 5 years of touring, Zhu Yuanzhang returned to Yingtian. On the first day of the first lunar month in the 35th year of Hongwu, Zhu Yuanzhang announced his abdication, passing the throne to the 41-year-old crown prince Zhu Su. Zhu Su changed the era name to Yongle and formally ascended the throne. Given the vast expanse of the Ming Empire, Zhu Su ordered the construction of a new imperial palace in Chang'an, intending to move the capital. 5 years later, the new capital was completed. In the 6th year of Yongle, Empress Dowager Miaoyun passed away, and the Grand Emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, overcome with grief, died a fortnight later. The three princes who had come to mourn signed a treaty with Zhu Su and Chang'an. The states of Qin, Jin, and Yin, founded by the three princes, pledged fealty to the great Ming as their suzerain. The four nations vowed eternal peace and mutual development, and began constructing railways to forge closer ties. In the 30th year of Yongle, the 70-year-old Zhu Su, though still in good health, chose to abdicate, just like Zhu Yuanzhang had, and opted to tour the various states. At this time, the great Ming Empire had truly become an empire on which the sun never set. The American continent hosted over a dozen large governorates of the Ming, and Africa was the chartered territory of the Ming Africa Company. Australia was also a governorate of the Great Ming. India, now known as the state of Qin, was a vassal state of the Great Ming. West Asia, now called the state of Yin, was also a vassal. The vast territories west of the Ural Mountains belonged to the state of Jin, another vassal of the Great Ming. From Chang'an, the capital of the Great Ming Empire, one could travel by rail to all these states. The capital's population exceeded 3 million, and people of different skin colors from all over the world communicated fluently in Chinese.